Like, share and subscribe now for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. Nanjiang City. Tenglong High School, Playground. Now, please welcome the number 1 genius of Nanjun Province, the SSS level talent awakener Lin Fan. Step onto the stage to begin the awakening ceremony. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Lin Fan slowly walked onto the stage. Among those seated below the stage were teachers, students, leaders, and even a powerful regional official who commanded respect without raising his voice. Envy, jealousy, excitement, a mix of emotions filled the eyes as they all turned toward the stage. Did fate give me a second chance? Lin Fan looked at the awakening stone in front of him. Once you integrate it with your own abilities, you can embark on the path of cultivating your talent. SSS talent energy domain is enough to allow one to break through the limits that others cannot reach. In this era of alien invasion and turmoil in the starry sky, humans developed a method for cultivating talent. Depending on their individual talents, people can choose their own cultivation methods, which can produce a large number of combat warriors in a short period of time. Ancient martial arts, forged through slow and meticulous refinement, have been completely abandoned by the times. Talent became the upper limit of a martial artist's cultivation. The strength of one's talent becomes the sole factor determining the upper limit of a martial artist's cultivation. SSS level talent, a top-tier warrior in the Human Federation. A bright future awaits. Lin Fan, wake up soon, the host reminded him. Lin Fan stepped forward and grasped the awakening stone. The awakening stone is fused with one's own innate essence, there is only one. It is the lifeblood of all talented martial artists. Below the stage, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan's hand gestures. They are about to witness the birth of a genius. But the next second, everyone's pupils widened in shock. A snap! Lin Fan actually crushed the awakening stone. What the heck? What is he doing? He crushed the awakening stone? Can I say he's the fastest falling genius in history? Had such a promising start, and he's turned himself into a complete failure. This is it, we're doomed. The awakening stone is unique, and our SSS talent is gone just like that. Hahaha, is he mentally challenged? This is going to be interesting. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Wang Qiang, standing in the middle of the crowd, stood there stunned for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, heaven has eyes. This fool actually ruined his promising future with his own hands. He was in the same class as Lin Fan and had always been jealous of her talent. Upon learning that the other party had been tested and found to have SSS talent, he was so angry that he stopped using the system altogether. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually severed his own foundation in martial arts. Lin Fan, what exactly is he doing? Yang Qingxiu's pupils trembled. This powerful man, whom he regarded as his lifelong rival, actually destroyed his own foundation? Are there really people this stupid in this world? Lin Fan, what have you done? You idiot! Principal Lu stood up and roared, but his face was full of panic. That's an SSS level talent. Even looking at the entire ancestral planet, no more than double digits can awaken each year. With such qualifications, Lin Fan actually gave up on her own. Idiot! What an idiot! An awakening ceremony meticulously planned by oneself, intended to curry favor with the commander. It's become a complete joke. On stage, Lin Fan ignored everyone's reactions. Reborn once. He knew clearly the right path in this life. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. Complete daily tasks, accumulate experience, and once you reach level 999, you can achieve physical godhood. Physical ascension to godhood, Lord of the Stars, your single thought becomes the law governing the universe. Current level, 0/999. Task, push UPS, 0/2000. Running, 0/10 km. Note, daily tasks can only be completed on the same day. Complete daily tasks to receive a rating. A rating or higher will grant a bonus experience. Lottery. Complete tasks to earn self-discipline points, which can be used for a God-tier lottery. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. This is the path I truly want to take. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed. When his talent was tested a week ago, a prompt appeared in front of him. The host rejects talent cultivation and instead practices ancient martial arts to unlock the 100 refinements to Godhood System. In my previous life. Since he didn't have this prompt, he naturally chose to cultivate his innate talent. 50 years later, he successfully cultivated the path of talent to its fullest extent. However, an alien invasion swept through the ancestral planet. Under the trampling of those terrifying alien races, the so-called innate power was utterly powerless to resist. His proud energy domain was shattered in an instant. The ancestral star perished, and none of the talented martial artists survived. Reborn and returned. Lin Fan understood that it was impossible to force the growth of innate talent. They were utterly powerless against those alien races from deep space. The right way to fight against the alien races in the deep space is to rediscover ancient martial arts and elevate one's life level through pure cultivation. The tasks the system releases every day are simple physical training exercises. It should also have guided me to choose ancient martial arts training. Moreover, the task is basic, but the reward is anything but. Besides obtaining powerful abilities or items through system lotteries. More importantly, once you reach level 999, you will receive the ultimate reward, physical godhood. This lifetime. I am determined to obtain the final reward before the turmoil begins. To completely annihilate those alien races and avenge the blood feud from the previous life. Quiet. Just as the scene was in chaos, a voice carrying a powerful energy fluctuation suppressed the entire scene. The room fell into complete silence. Commander. Principal Lu broke out in a cold sweat and looked tremblingly at Commander Wang beside him. Humph. Principal Lu, is this the ceremony you prepared? Thump. Principal Lu knelt down, trembling and unable to speak. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to directly face the pressure of a level 400 extraordinary martial artist. Only Lin Fan in the stands quietly watched Commander Wang. In my previous life, the starry sky was in turmoil. Such a powerful regional official could only end up as a corpse by the roadside. Witness firsthand the disadvantages of cultivating talent. This made him feel no fear or longing towards these powerful and talented martial artists. Do you know what a foolish thing you've done? Commander Wang looked at Lin Fan, his forehead veins throbbing. I know, but my choice is the right one, Lin Fan said calmly and confidently. Correct? You call it correct to sever your own path to heaven? I think it's stupid. Stupid to the core. To actually cut off the cultivation of an SSS level talent is simply a waste of talent. Commander Wang, enraged, disregarded his composure and unleashed a string of angry curses. The arrogant young man in front of him completely overturned his understanding. He actually sensed a strange sense of confidence from Lin Fan. As fellow human beings, I can only offer you one piece of advice. Ancient martial arts are the foundation upon which humanity stands in the stars, Lin Fan answered firmly. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Commander Wang was so angry he laughed, and finally issued an order on the spot. Lin Fan, your decision to voluntarily give up your SSS talent awakening is a disgrace to the entire Human Federation system. From this moment forward, all previous preferential treatment will be terminated, and additional compensation will be required. Finally, this young man proclaims that ancient martial arts are the foundation of humanity's existence. To undermine the fundamental cultivation system promoted by the Human Federation is tantamount to a crime. Not being absolutely loyal to the Federation of Humanity is being absolutely disloyal. From this day forward, this child is hereby disqualified from all promotions within this commander's jurisdiction. I don't want to hear that idiot's name again in any place. Commander Wang left in anger. Click click click. All the media present pressed their shutters to capture this moment. What was supposed to be an awards ceremony turned into a complete farce. The once promising genius Lin Fan destroyed his own foundation and became a useless person. Lin Fan. From today onwards, get out of Tenglong High School. Principal Lu also left in anger. Hey, how did it turn out like this? The teachers who taught Lin Fan all shook their heads, their eyes filled with regret. If I had noticed in time, could I have stopped Lin Fan from doing something foolish? It wouldn't lead to ruining one's future and going down this path of no return. Hahaha, Lin Fan actually tried to show off in front of the commander, he's completely finished now. Practicing ancient martial arts? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan has read too many novels about geniuses. Does he really think he can grow up through ancient martial arts? That's right, ancient martial arts have declined, you can't grow up properly, and they even hurt your body. Exactly, with such great innate strength, you can just keep taking medicine along the way. I can't believe people are still learning such outdated and harmful ancient martial arts. Ridicule, mockery, sarcasm. Faced with the discussions of the crowd, Lin Fan walked down the platform with a calm expression. He knew full well that the path he was on was the only correct one. The doubts around me. He disdained to refute it, and naturally, it would vanish in the turmoil 50 years later. Chapter 2. Commander Wang issued a blacklist order. Lin Fan was expelled from Tenglong High School. As expected, not only in Nanjiang City, but in the entire Nanjun province, no force dared to accept Lin Fan. After all, no one dares to defy the power of a high-ranking official in charge of a region. Moreover, from the outside perspective, Lin Fan's self-inflicted talent loss has rendered him completely useless. A genius has fallen. Lin Fan castrated himself, now he's not even as good as me with my D-level talent. He only has one path left, which is to cultivate ancient martial arts, but that's a dead end. That's right. Ancient martial arts are just dross. They're hard and tiring, and the benefits are far less than those brought by natural talent. Ignoring the opinions of the crowd, Lin Fan walked straight out of the school. After his rebirth, he read through a large number of ancient books, including many obscure ancient texts. He understood. Innate power is an effect that will inevitably be activated when ancient martial arts practitioners reach a high level of mastery. Now, the Federation is mass-producing warriors to meet the needs of interstellar warfare. It pioneered the use of awakening stones to prematurely unleash innate power. Such practice yields rapid benefits in the early stages. But from then on, a martial artist's entire life is confined within this framework. In this life, I will not only rely on the system to cultivate ancient martial arts. Furthermore, one must obtain the system's final reward when turmoil arises. Only in this way can one survive in the turbulent starry sky. No, it should be to suppress everything. Just as Lin Fan walked to the school gate, Yang Qingxiu called out to him from behind. Lin Fan. What's up? Lin Fan looked at the other person. You really want to take that dead end? Yang Qingxiu asked, somewhat incredulous. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He understood that Yang Qingxiu was referring to ancient martial arts. The long and arduous training of ancient martial arts is naturally becoming increasingly difficult in today's turbulent times. But he has the 100 refinements to Godhood System, which can completely make up for all of this. Moreover, the system's ultimate reward is becoming a god. Lin Fan, I feel truly sorry that we have lost a worthy competitor. Yang Qingxiu looked at Lin Fan with pity in her eyes. You are too arrogant, thinking you can see through everything, and that's exactly where you lose. Do you think others haven't considered practicing ancient martial arts? My maternal grandfather is the chairman of the Federal Ancient Martial Arts Research Association. Even he himself asserted that ancient martial arts are only suitable for commemoration and have absolutely no practical value. Yang Qingxiu looked at Lin Fan and couldn't help but feel a hint of mockery. Lin Fan, are your insights more authoritative than my grandfather's? If you came to me to say these things, then I regret it. What do you mean? Yang Qingxiu frowned. Because you wasted a minute of my life. Lin Fan turned and left. Lin Fan, you. 2 minutes have already been wasted. Lin Fan left the school without looking back. Hateful. Yang Qingxiu's facial features were distorted. She did indeed have the intention to hurt Lin Fan. She has no interest in beating a dog when it's down. She's still quite willing to kick a fallen genius while he's down. But when she saw Lin Fan still maintaining that confident demeanor even as he faced death, she was furious. Fine, fine. Lin Fan, just you wait. Once I fully embark on the path of talent cultivation, you will understand just how vast the gap will be between us. Ancient martial arts. When you realize you've reached a dead end, I hope you won't despair then. Yang Qingxiu glared resentfully at Lin Fan's retreating figure. She is the undisputed campus beauty of Tenglong High School. His martial arts achievements are comparable to Lin Fan's. Sometimes Lin Fan would lie on top of her. Sometimes she would lie on top of Lin Fan. But most of the time, it was Lin Fan who was on top of her. Humph. But everything is about to change. Lin Fan, from now on, you will never be able to catch up with me. Go back to your damned ancient martial arts. Yang Qingxiu reached out her hand, and wisps of tangible cold air appeared above her. S-rank frost body. She has fully embarked on the path of talent cultivation. Lin Fan has become useless. From now on, no one in Tenglong High School, or even the entire Tianhai City, will be able to surpass him. Tianhai City. The main hall of the Lin family mansion. Bang! Lin Ruhei, the head of the Lin family, smashed the porcelain cup in his hand and looked at Lin Fan with a murderous gaze. Lin Fan! How dare you come back? Inside the lobby, Lin Ruhei, as the head of the family, sat in the middle. On both sides were the elders of the Lin family. Besides that, there was Lin Fan standing in the center. Oh dear, what a tragedy! How could my Lin family produce such an unfilial son? This is an utter disgrace to our ancestors. Yeah, they had perfectly good SSS talent, but instead, they actually went to learn some ancient martial arts. Not only have you disgraced the Lin family, but you've also offended the commander. My ancestor from the Lin family roamed the world with his innate strength. Ancient martial arts? That's utterly heretical. Several elders whispered among themselves, looking at Lin Fan with disapproving eyes. Lin Fan, do you know your crime? Lin Ruhei's face was gloomy. He had prepared a banquet for today, intending to host Commander Wang after the Lin Fan awakening ceremony. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? Offended a commander. The Lin family's position is now in grave danger. I'm just walking my own path, what crime have I committed? Lin Fan's gaze was firm, and his tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Your path. Lin Ruhei seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, your ancient martial arts path? Humph. I think it's a dead end. Lin Fan. You're so selfish. Your family has nurtured you for so many years, yet you show no regard for the family's interests. Aren't you guilty? Family interests. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. The debt of gratitude owed to the Lin family was already repaid after my parents perished in the Starry Sky battlefield. When the cosmos was in turmoil, the conscription order was issued to the Lin family. Their parents fought in their place, ultimately perishing on the battlefield, their bodies never returned. The Lin family received many preferential treatments as a result. Lin Ruhei was caught off guard and immediately changed the subject, putting everything else aside, today in front of Commander Wang. To talk about practicing ancient martial arts is a disgrace to the Lin family. I said, this is my own path, and it has nothing to do with others. Fine. Then get out of the Lin family and go your own way. Lin Ruhe finally revealed his true purpose. Commander Wang has already issued a ban, and if the Lin family keeps Lin Fan, they will inevitably offend him. And more importantly, Lin Fan shattered the talent stone, destroying his own foundation. He was now a cripple. As for ancient martial arts, Lin Ruhe sneered inwardly. A path that has long been abandoned by the times, only someone with a brain full of water would choose such a path. That suits me perfectly. Lin Fan turned and walked out of the hall. After his parents' death, the Lin family's indifferent attitude extinguished his last shred of hope. It's good to be free from worries and focus on completing system tasks. Hey, how come my Lin family has produced such an oddball? Several elders shook their heads repeatedly. Dad, Lin Fan is gone just like that. Lin Xiaotian emerged from behind the screen, his eyes filled with excitement. He is an ambitious man. He was determined to take over the entire Lin family. But Lin Fan's talent is just too dazzling. SSS level talent. In comparison, my A level talent is utterly worthless. It's truly a stroke of luck. I never imagined you'd be so foolish as to squander your talent. Now, no one in the entire Lin family can threaten my position. Lin Xiaotian coldly watched Lin Fan's departing figure, silently making a decision in his heart. But that's not enough. We need to find an opportunity to make you disappear from the world forever. If it were before, even if Lin Xiaotian had 1,000,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to attack Lin Fan. Now, the other party has been completely rendered useless. Chapter 3. Lin Fan walked out of the Lin residence. Since the news of his parents' death in battle arrived, he rarely stayed at the Lin residence. Since there's no longer room for me here, I might as well draw a clear line between myself and this place. Young master. As soon as Lin Fan stepped out of the Lin residence gate, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, I saw it was Uncle Fu with a full head of white hair. Uncle Fu was an old man who had been raised by his parents. He currently works as a steward in a courtyard of the Lin family mansion. Uncle Fu, what brings you here? Looking at the bundle on Uncle Fu's back, Lin Fan had a sudden thought. Young master, if you are leaving the Lin residence, then I will go with you. Uncle Fu stepped forward and pleaded, ever since the sacrifice of master and madam, the Lin family has been secretly purging those on our side. If I weren't worried that the young master would be without anyone by his side, I would have left long ago. Now that you are leaving, young master, please take me with you. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I will now devote myself fully to training. The goal is to fully unlock the system's final reward before the turmoil of 50 years later. Therefore, some trivial matters still need to be handled by someone else. The two left immediately. We arrived at a residential area in the western part of Nanjiang City. Lin Fan rented a villa. This place is close to the suburbs, making it not only quiet but also convenient for hunting low-level monsters. Uncle Fu was busy with household chores. Lin Fan then opened the system panel and began today's tasks. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. Current level, 0/999. Today's task, push UPS, 0/2000. Running, 0/10 km. Note, you can earn experience points and self-discipline points by completing daily tasks. Self-discipline points, accumulate a certain number to enter a prize draw. Golden Legend, 10,000 self-discipline points for one draw, 10% chance of winning. The prizes are of gold quality and include powerful rule-fighting items. Silver Treasure Chest, 5,000 self-discipline points for one draw, 50% chance of winning. Prizes are of silver quality and include all prizes except for the rule-based items. Bronze Treasure Chest, 500 self-discipline points for one draw, 100% chance of winning. The prize is bronze quality, although it's low-end, it's a high-quality product. Before unlocking the system's final reward, the lottery should be the only way to obtain the reward. Lin Fan looked at the 3 different prize boxes. Just by glancing at the description, he knew that the prizes were extraordinary. The golden treasure chest, in particular, can even contain rule-based items. We have 50 years left, and we must completely unlock the system. 50 years is a fleeting time for a martial artist. We must race against time. We must never let the tragedy of the previous life repeat itself. Lin Fan immediately threw himself into training. First, push UPS. Doing 20,000 push UPS is no easy feat for a level 18 martial artist. 1, 2, 121. Lin Fan endured the aching muscles and gritted her teeth to continue. He also discovered, if your posture is even slightly incorrect, the system won't perform any calculations at all. 2000 standard push UPS, the difficulty doubles again. If he chooses to cultivate his talent, he can double his training volume without any problem, thanks to the power of his talent. But he doesn't regret it. He had already tested the limitations of talent-based cultivation with his life in his previous life. You can take a break during the task completion process. However, the longer the rest period, the lower the system evaluation will be. 1999, 2000. Bang! Lin Fan collapsed to the ground. As the force dissipated, his arms swelled up so much they no longer resembled his own limbs. By this time, it was completely dark. It took up the entire afternoon to complete the first task. There's still some time before midnight, we need to hurry. Lin Fan struggled to get up. No task was completed before midnight. All previous efforts will be in vain. Run! Lin Fan stumbled and began running around the entire neighborhood. Finally, with just a few minutes left until midnight, Lin Fan finished all her tasks for the day. Bite! Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Reward settlement, experience points * 150, self-discipline points * 23. Bite! Daily task completed, system is currently evaluating your level. E-rating, no experience critical hit received. Sure enough, I spent too much time on it, which led to a low evaluation. Rating, A, or above. Only then can you obtain experience critical hits with different multipliers. Lin Fan had anticipated this outcome. Sudden bite. Given that this is the first time the host has completed the daily task, the achievement reward starting from the first step has been triggered. Reward, 10 times the experience points. Bite. 10-fold experience bonus. Gained a total of 1,500 experience points. Current level, 2/999. A 10-fold critical hit. My level jumped 2 levels instantly. Lin Fan took a deep breath. If you can get an A grade or higher every day, you'll get a huge boost in experience points. Wouldn't your level increase incredibly fast? In this way, I will definitely be able to unlock the reward of becoming a god in the physical body within 50 years. It seems that for my future tasks, I need to focus on both quality and time. Lin Fan calmed down. But when he looked at his personal panel again, his heart rate spiked once more. Host, Lin Fan. Level of life, 3. Level 20 martial artist. Strength, 1050 kilograms. Speed, 15 m/s. His cultivation level has also risen 2 levels, breaking through from level 18 to level 20 martial artist. Lin Fan was stunned. Such incredible speed, is it really from ancient martial arts training? It should be noted that even the talent cultivation method, which is known for its cultivation speed, is not the only one. Even after fully embarking on cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to advance 2 realms in a single day. If this were to become known to the outside world, it would probably infuriate those talented cultivators to death in an instant. Take Yang Qingxiu as an example, she is an S-level talent martial artist. In the innate cultivation method, one can achieve faster realm growth compared to other martial artists. Even so, it would take the other party several months to achieve this level of cultivation speed. This is a talent-based cultivation method known for its rapid cultivation speed. As for martial artists with talent below S rank, it might take them 2 or 3 years to reach this level of cultivation speed. And what about myself? Lin Fan's breathing became somewhat rapid. Martial arts training has always been a process of taking one step at a time. Such a rich battle, I have never fought before. It seems that in future training, I must do my best to get an AOR higher. But Lin Fan also knows. In the early stages, with this level of training intensity, it would be very difficult to achieve an A grade. But you always need to have a goal. Besides, there's time left for myself. There are only 50 years left. Midnight. Living room sofa. Young master, why do you have to exhaust yourself like this? Uncle Fu looked at his young master with heartache and applied a muscle-repairing ointment. Uncle Fu, you don't need to worry about me. Now that I've made my choice, I will definitely stick to it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the stinging pain in his body. Uncle Fu sighed and said nothing. He naturally knew that Lin Fan had chosen ancient martial arts. Although he had not awakened his talent, he had not practiced martial arts. But he also knew that the status of ancient martial arts was now practically non-existent. But he knew his young master's personality and wouldn't try to persuade him to turn back. Even though it was a universally acknowledged dead end, he only wanted to walk that path with his young master. Bite. Daily tasks refresh. Frog jumps, 0/2000. Standard punch, 0/5000. The next few days, Lin Fan focused intently on completing tasks. The tasks vary, but they are all related to physical training. It took up almost Lin Fan's entire day. Fortunately, Uncle Fu was there. After each mission, Lin Fan receives a full-service medicinal bath and massage, along with energy supplements. This effectively restored Lin Fan's physical strength. Even so, there were still occasional days in the early stages when the task could not be completed. We still have 50 years. Not a single day can be wasted. Lin Fan constantly pushes himself. However, during the time he was training with his head covered, Nanjiang City was also thrown into turmoil. The first thing to be affected was Lin Fan's self-inflicted talent loss, which led to him being personally banned by Commander Wang. The topic remains highly popular and has even sparked heated discussions throughout the entire southern province. Shocking! Former prodigy Lin Fan suspected of mental instability? He reportedly abandoned his talent. Is Lin Fan, who openly practices ancient martial arts, a madman or just plain insane? The principal of Tenglong High School publicly stated that Lin Fan is a disgrace to the school. The Lin Fan family held a press conference to announce that they have expelled Lin Fan from the family and removed her from the family tree. The trending topics sparked discussions across the entire martial arts forum. Checking your elementary school education, giving up your talent to practice ancient martial arts? Is this something a normal person would do? We've uncovered your tax evasion, Lin Fan, are you out of your mind? You dare use such outdated and harmful practices like ancient martial arts? You're giving me noodles to eat. I've said before that Lin Fan is crazy, and you guys even said my mom flew away. Big Muscle King, return flight allowed. You're Li Bai, I've read books on ancient martial arts for tempering the body, that kind of intensity is basically damaging to the body's very essence. Belial, Lin Fan openly opposes the cultivation laws promoted by the Federation. I suggest investigating her ancestors for 3 generations. A confused thought, I think Lin Fan has the makings of an emperor. However, Lin Fan remained unmoved by the controversy surrounding her. His time is running out. We must obtain the system's final reward before the unprecedented upheaval arrives 50 years from now. As for those who talk about him, 50 years later, they will have become corpses. However, one trending topic caught the attention of Lin's fans. Breaking news! The secret realm of Nanjiang City is about to open, and martial artists from the surrounding areas are heading there in groups. Nanjiang City's secret realm. I've been so busy completing quests these past few days that I almost forgot about it. Judging by the time, the secret realm will open soon. I have to go participate. Lin Fan is going to participate in this secret realm. After all, in his previous life, he had something very important that he brought out from this secret realm. Now that we know the exact location, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. Current level, 2/999. Autonomous points, 566. My self-discipline points have reached over 500, just enough for one bronze treasure chest draw. 100% winning rate, guaranteed to be a high-quality item. Let's see what good stuff we can get. Lin Fan's mind stirred slightly. Bite. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently drawing a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 4. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill, Deliberate Punch. Deliberate Punch has 3 stages of effectiveness, each stage can increase physical strength by a corresponding multiple. Note, killing creatures to collect their blood can upgrade skill stages. After reading the introduction, Lin Fan looked at his skill panel and found that the Deliberate Punch option had indeed been added. Skill, Deliberate Blast Punch, 0/1000 increases power 5-fold after unlocking. It seems the first phase of effectiveness hasn't been unlocked yet, it will be enhanced once unlocked. 5 times the power. Lin Fan's expression immediately froze. 5 times the power. According to the data of a level 20 martial artist, my current physical strength is 1050 kilograms. A 5-fold increase, that's 5250 kilograms. Equivalent to the pure physical strength of a level 60 martial artist. In other words, as long as Lin Fan successfully unlocks the first stage of the intentional fist's effectiveness. With this skill, he gained the ability to fight across levels 40. You should know that it starts from level 25. With each subsequent level up, the martial artist's physical attributes increase exponentially. In a fight based solely on physical strength, there is absolutely no possibility of defeating someone of a higher level. Of course, using a deliberate, forceful punch would likely consume a great deal of one's vital energy and blood. It can only be used as a trump card. With the current level of chi and blood, endless basic attacks are impossible. Once you reach a higher level, you'll be able to deliver devastating blows with every punch. One hit for 999. If you're a true brother, come on over, cough oops, wrong set. Once I unlock the first stage, I'll be able to fight a level 30 martial artist. Lin Fan felt the prize was outrageous. The key point is that this is only the lowest level bronze treasure chest. If I were to win a golden treasure chest in the future, wouldn't the prizes be even more amazing? The Deliberate Punch has 3 stages of effectiveness. What I need to do now is to unlock the first stage as soon as possible. Lin Fan thinks. This time, entering the secret realm is not only about retrieving things from my previous life. You also need to slay monsters and collect 1000 health points to unlock the first stage of the Intent Fist's effectiveness. After all, the area around the city had been thoroughly cleaned up by federal warriors. Apart from a small number of low-level demonic beasts deliberately left behind for novice martial artists to train, there are no high-level demonic beasts at all. It would be difficult to collect enough blood essence by relying solely on these few low-level demonic beasts. Fortunately, I have the experience from my previous life, so entering the secret realm this time will be much easier. Lin Fan relieved her fatigue. He fell into a deep sleep in the medicinal bath prepared by Uncle Fu. After several days of training, he was utterly exhausted. Aside from completing tasks, there wasn't even any extra time to think about anything else. If it weren't for the full recovery treatment provided by Uncle Fu, I probably wouldn't have had enough energy to complete the task in the following days. No wonder ancient martial arts are not popular nowadays. The resource consumption alone is comparable to training two talented martial artists. Night. Nanjiang City, New District Villa, Training Room. Finally, the essence of the awakening stone has been completely fused. Yang Qingxiu slowly opened her eyes. Her eyelashes were covered in frost, and her face was as cold as ice, adding to her overall cold demeanor. Times of day. She completely merged with the primordial power within the awakening stone. This means that from this moment on, Yang Qingxiu has officially embarked on the cultivation of the S-level frost body. Having just fused with the power of origin, I was directly pushed to break through to the 18th level of martial artist. Yang Qingxiu was pleasantly surprised. She was previously a level 17 martial artist, one level lower than Lin Fan. But now, having only just entered the realm of talent cultivation, he has already broken through to a higher level and is now on par with Lin Fan. Is this the benefit of cultivating talent? No wonder the entire federal government is pushing it so hard. Thinking of this, Yang Qingxiu couldn't help but feel a little smug. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, it's a pity you'll never experience the wonders of cultivating talent. Ancient martial arts. Humph, I'd be lucky to break through one realm in a year. Yang Qingxiu felt that there were still a few days left. Once I'm fully familiar with talent cultivation, I'll be able to leave Lin Fan far behind. Once the pride of heaven, now he doesn't even deserve the chance to lick my feet. Hehe, Lin Fan, it's your own fault for being so stupid. They completely ruined what should have been a winning hand. Ring ring. The phone suddenly rang. Yang Qingxiu answered the phone and found it was Principal Lu. Zioxiu, are you still cultivating? Don't overwork yourself. Principal Liu's concerned voice came through. Lin Fan has become useless. As the most talented student at Tenglong High School, Yang Qingxiu was naturally treated like a treasure by Principal Lu. Principal Lu, stop with the mushy stuff, just say what you need to say. Yang Qingxiu got straight to the point. Ahem, then I'll just get straight to the point. As you know, news has already come in that a secret realm has appeared in Nanjiang City, and it's at the observable level. Secret realms are products of cosmic turmoil and are usually connected to some unknown space. Without exception, all of them contain strange beasts. Furthermore, secret realms are roughly divided into observable and unobservable levels. Observable level secret realms have a low level of danger and are usually used by the authorities for trials of novice martial artists. A detectable secret realm. So that means the official competition will be held again this time. Yang Qingxiu immediately realized this. That's right, I already had advance notice that there's a level 35 beast lord within the secret realm. The team that defeats it will receive a huge resource reward. Most importantly, the commander attaches great importance to this trial. The warrior who slays the lord will receive the warrior's medal. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingxiu's breathing became somewhat rapid. She realized the importance of the matter. The Medal of Valor is an award given only in major sporting events. Commander Wang's high regard for the award, even going so far as to issue such a medal, can only mean one thing. Lin Fan is finished. Commander Wang needs to select the next pillar of Nanjun province. Yang Qingxiu took a deep breath. If I could gain the favor of a commander, my future achievements would be limitless. Principal Lu, which other forces are participating in this trial? Besides our Nanjiang City, there are also Dahai City and Jiangbei City. Jiangbei City is fine to worry about, but Dahai City is a bit tricky. They also produced an S-ranked talent martial artist this year, so you must be fully prepared and careful. As Principal Lu spoke, he sent a document to Yang Qingxiu. Name, Cao Meng. Talent, S-rank strength amplification. S-rank strength talent, this brute is a bit troublesome. It seems I need to prepare some methods. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qingxiu began to think about a plan. She was determined to conquer this secret realm. The commander of a province is a high-ranking official in the Federation. If you can gain their favor and training, you will be able to enter the core circle of the Federation in the future. Lin Fan, it seems I have to thank you. If you hadn't severed your own foundation, how could I have gotten this opportunity? The next morning. Achoo! Lin Fan sneezed, her eyes showing signs of fatigue. He had nightmares all night. I keep dreaming of a female ghost, laughing and muttering my own name. Bite. Today's tasks have been refreshed. Pull UPS, 0/1500. Running, 0/10 km. How can you still be asleep at this hour? Train until you drop dead, or you'll die. Lin Fan got out of bed. Hurry up and complete the tasks, try to get an A rating today. Experience point critical hits are just too satisfying. Chapter 5. Before the secret realm officially opens, Lin Fan was oblivious to everything else and devoted himself entirely to completing the tasks. But there was nothing he could do about it, since the task was so demanding that he had no time to think about irrelevant matters. Now. Nanjiang City, Suburbs. Level 6 Killer Rabbit. Lin Fan looked at a clump of grass, leaped over, and slashed it with his sword. Puff! Instantly, a stream of bright red blood splattered into the air. A grey rabbit, as thick as an adult's legs, was killed by this single blow. Qi and blood collection +2. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 54/1000. I searched for ages before finally finding this killer rabbit, and all it did added was this little bit of health. Lin Fan looked at the killer rabbit at his feet and removed the crystal core from its skull. The crystal core is formed from the essence and blood of a demon beast. The higher the level, the more valuable the crystal core becomes, making it the main source of income for martial artists of average means. Only 2 points of qi and blood have been collected. It seems that, just as I predicted, I have to go to the secret realm to hunt high-level demonic beasts. These days, Lin Fan simply moved the training ground to the suburbs. In between completing missions, you can also hunt monsters and unlock the first stage of the deliberate strike punch. However, the monsters in the suburbs are of too low level. The results were minimal. I glanced at the sky, the sun was still some distance from setting. Today's task. Running, 10/10 kilometers. Frog jumps, 2000/2500. In the past, when we were at this pace, it would have been evening long ago. I didn't expect the mission to progress so quickly today. 500 frog jumps left, hurry up and finish them in one go, maybe I can get an A grade today. With that in mind, Lin Fan excitedly did the rest of the frog jumps. Several days of grueling training. It has already improved his physical strength and endurance considerably. In addition, there was the improvement in my cultivation level a few days ago. The workload for him now is far less difficult than it was at the beginning. 499, 500. Call. As Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief, the system finally sounded a notification tone. Byte. Congratulations, host, on completing today's training. Reward, 334 experience points, 35 self-discipline points. Currently being rated. Rating, A. Byte. An A-level rating grants a 5 times experience bonus. The original 300 plus experience points instantly surged to 1670. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. Current level, 4/999. I've leveled up 2 levels again. With system upgrades, your cultivation level will also break through. Lin Fan quickly opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 3.2. Realm, level 22 martial artist. Strength, 1150 kilograms. Speed, 20 m/s. His cultivation level has increased by 2 more levels. Lin Fan made his calculations. In just 2 weeks, I broke through 4 realms. Such a breakthrough speed is unprecedented, even in my previous life when I cultivated with my SSS talent. That's incredibly fast. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. My current level is probably far ahead of all the talented martial artists of my generation. And more importantly, my current physical strength is 1,150 kilograms. Once the first stage of the intentional fist's power is awakened, with a 5-fold increase, it becomes 5,750 kilograms. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't wait to enter the secret realm and collect the blood essence of the monsters. Go home. Naturally, it's a complete package of medicinal baths and massages. Uncle Fu, I must say, your massage technique is truly first-rate. Lin Fan leaned back in the medicated bathtub, enjoying Uncle Fu's shoulder massage. Young master, don't laugh at me, but when I was young I ran a massage parlor for the blind. But later, customers discovered it, so it stopped operating. Oh, how did you find out? Lin Fan asked, intrigued. Uncle Fu gave an awkward smile. Because I get bored while giving massages, I keep staring at the customers' phones. Over time, the guests noticed. Lin Fan chuckled to himself. I never imagined that Uncle Fu had such an experience when he was young. Hey, why is the medicine so mild today? After soaking for a while, Lin Fan noticed that the medicinal bath was much less effective than it had been a few days ago. Uncle Fu said somewhat embarrassedly, young master, we're a bit short on funds, so the quality of the medicine has been slightly reduced. An explanation followed. Lin Fan learned the whole story. It turns out that Uncle Fu owned a property in the city. Expenses have been high lately, and funds are now insufficient to cover expenses. Didn't I give you a card? Lin Fan recalled that when he arrived, he gave Uncle Fu a bank card with $1 million. I've already used up all the ingredients for your medicinal bath, young master. I selected only the finest quality. Otherwise, with your daily training volume, you simply couldn't recover this quickly. Lin Fan remained silent. This was something I hadn't considered. It seems we need to increase our funding sources. It's all right, let's just reduce the quality of the medicinal baths for now. Once I emerge from the secret realm, the funding problem should be temporarily resolved. Lin Fan decided that while hunting monsters in the secret realm to collect their life essence, he would also collect some high-level monster cores. The crystal cores of exotic beasts from the secret realm have always commanded high prices in the market. In this way, there won't be any funding problems for a short period of time. At this time, in the city of Dahai, inside the Demon Dragon High School. Principal, you wanted to see me. Cao Meng pushed open the door and entered, looking at Fan Yang in front of him. Fan Yang nodded, gesturing for Cao Meng to sit down. What level have you reached in your cultivation? Principal, after embarking on my cultivation journey, I have already broken through to level 20 martial artist. Not bad, this is the kind of speed an S-rank talent martial artist should have. You must know that the new secret realm in Nanjiang City is about to open, right? Cao Meng nodded. The authorities did not cover up the news, so he was certainly aware of it. I've received information that there's a level 35 monstrous beast lord within that secret realm. Fan Yang told Cao Meng about the matter. Cao Meng immediately sat up straight. Principal, so you mean I should represent the school in the competition? Fan Yang shook his head. No, Commander Wang attaches great importance to this matter. The city is holding a meeting and they've asked you to select team members to represent our Dahai city in the competition. Jiangbei City is irrelevant, the most important thing is to surpass Nanjiang City. Cao Meng fell into thought. He possesses S-rank strength talent, making him the most suitable candidate to represent Dahai City in the competition. Principal, I'm fine. To be honest, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Nanjiang City in the past, especially with Lin Fan's SSS talent. But now, Lin Fan has become useless. In Nanjiang City, only Yang Qingxiu is worth mentioning. But my S-level power amplification allows me to unleash considerable power even in the early stages of cultivation. It seems like my chances of winning are very high. Cao Meng excitedly rubbed his bald head. After awakening their talent, he's bald. It has also become stronger. I always felt like I was radiating light, becoming the kind of sunny, handsome young man everyone envied. Principal Fan silently put on his sunglasses. It's good that you have this confidence. As long as you successfully kill the Lord, you will gain the commander's favor. Upon hearing this, Cao Meng became even more excited. He had a premonition that this would be his chance to soar to great heights. Haha, looks like I have to thank that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. If he hadn't ruined his own future, how would I have had a chance to compete for this opportunity? At the same time, Nanjiang City, suburban villa. Achoo! Lin Fan, who was taking a medicinal bath, sneezed. Strange, lately I keep feeling like someone's talking about me behind my back. Chapter 6. Bite. Today's task has been released. Pull UPS, 0/2000. Frog jump, 0/2000. Push UPS, 0/2000. One more task has been added. Lin Fan speculated. It's probably because I achieved an A grade yesterday, so the system is gradually increasing the difficulty. It seems that as my strength increases, the difficulty of the daily tasks will also increase. Go downstairs. Uncle Fu was preparing some things in the living room. Lin Fan leaned forward and saw that it contained some food and tools. Young master, the secret realm opens tomorrow, and I have prepared some supplies for you. Oh right, and this too. Uncle Fu took out a ring. This is a spatial ring. Although it's a bit low level, it's fine for storing some items. Lin Fan accepted it. The spatial ring in his hand was somewhat worn, presumably it was something Uncle Fu had kept before. After all, the creation of a spatial ring involves the power of martial artists with spatial talents. Even the lowest grade is incredibly expensive. With this spatial ring, collecting crystal cores will be much more convenient. The secret realm will open tomorrow. Lin Fan simply started completing tasks within the courtyard. The workload has doubled today. Even if I'm exhausted, I won't be unable to go home. 1 2 3. Lin Fan started practicing pull UPS. The sun sets. The silver moon hangs high in the sky. Lin Fan finally managed to finish today's tasks. Phew, staying home to complete tasks was definitely the right decision. Lin Fan lay on the ground, completely draining his last bit of strength. Bite. Congratulations, host, for completing today's tasks. Reward, 331 experience points, 45 self-discipline points. Currently being rated. Grade C, no experience, critical hit gained. Really? Lin Fan had anticipated this outcome. After all, the workload has doubled today, so it's already quite good that we were able to finish on time. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan opened the lottery interface. Autonomous points, 500. Perfect timing, I can open a bronze treasure chest. Lin Fan struggled to get up. Last time I drew the deliberate punch. Although he hasn't even unlocked the first tier performance yet, his stats on paper are phenomenal. I wonder what I'll draw this time. Bite. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently drawing a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the defensive skill, Undying Golden Body. Undying Golden Body temporarily puts the physical body into a golden body state, increasing the strength of the physical body by 20 levels. Note, the golden body state consumes a great deal of qi and blood, please use it with caution. Undying golden body. Increases physical strength by 20 levels. So, after activating this, my physical defense is equivalent to that of a level 42 martial artist. Terrifying. It truly is a powerful defensive weapon. In this way, even if that level 35 Beast Lord attacks, I can withstand a blow. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the prize she won. I'm also increasingly looking forward to the other 2 treasure chests. Uncle Fu helped Lin Fan home and continued to provide her with a full range of services including herbal baths and massages. Lin Fan then took out his phone and opened the martial arts forum in Nanjun province. Sure enough, the first trending topic was the news that the Secret Realm was about to open. The Secret Realm trial, codenamed 996, is about to begin and will be open to martial artists of level 23 and below in Nanjiang City, Dahai City, and Jiangbei City. Hot topic. Commander Wang makes a public statement, revealing his emphasis on the 996th Secret Realm trial. A level 35 lord exists in Secret Realm number 996. Who will ultimately claim the warrior's medal? With Lin Fan gone, can Yang Qingxiu shoulder the responsibility for Nanjiang City? The entire trending search list was almost entirely related to the 996 Secret Realm. It seems that my choices have led to a change in the course of this life. The 996 Secret Realm in my previous life didn't have nearly this much popularity. Lin Fan carefully reviewed the rules for entering the Secret Realm. But when he saw that only martial artists below level 23 could participate, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I leveled up a bit slowly. Otherwise, I almost wouldn't even have qualified to enter the trial. This trial is clearly open to martial artists who have just embarked on the path of talent cultivation. But probably no one expected that someone who practices ancient martial arts could break through so quickly. The next morning, Lin Fan then arrived at the entrance to the Secret Realm. The locations where Secret Realms appear are completely random, some will continue to exist, while others will gradually disappear. According to official energy testing, the 996th Secret Realm can exist for 13 days. Martial artists participating in the Secret Realm, please line up to go through the inspection. Lin Fan followed the humans and entered the site through the detection device. This device can detect the level of life and will issue an alarm if it exceeds a set value. There are far more martial artists participating in the trial than in the previous life. Lin Fan glanced at the scene. Some martial artists travel in groups, but most are freelance practitioners. He had just found a quiet corner to sit down when he heard a familiar voice beside him. Lin Fan? You've actually come to participate in the trial too. Lin Xiaotian, leading a group of Lin family members, arrogantly walked through the crowd. Lin Fan, you don't even have any talent yet, are you trying to die in the Secret Realm? Lin Fan ignored it. He started doing push ups on the ground. My time is precious these days, and I can't waste a single second on idiots. Haha, brother Tian, I think he's gone mad from practicing ancient martial arts. Exactly, does he think he can get through the Secret Realm unscathed by doing a few push ups? I thought I was useless enough after awakening an E-rank talent, until I saw Lin Fan. The other members of the Lin family echoed this sentiment. Lin Xiaotian looked at Lin Fan with a mocking smile, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He was originally worried about not finding an opportunity to kill Lin Fan. The other party is now reckless and wants to enter the Secret Realm, which gives me the perfect opportunity to make my move. If someone dies in a Secret Realm, it's difficult to investigate the cause. Moreover, Lin Fan had offended Commander Wang, so no one would care if he died. Lin Fan, you've walked right into my line of fire, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Not long after, a commotion broke out at the entrance. Yang Qingxiu led her team into the field. As the ace player of Nanjiang City, they naturally attracted countless eyes. He's here too. Yang Qingxiu immediately spotted Lin Fan doing push ups in the corner. She was secretly surprised. Lin Fan has become so arrogant and foolish. He still didn't understand that his former status as a genius was a gift bestowed upon him by his SSS-level talent. You don't even have the talent to participate? Do you really think the secret realm is child's play? Yang Qingxiu wanted to go forward and talk to him, but she stopped in her tracks. After all, they are from two different worlds now. He is the center of attention. And what about Lin Fan? The only way to alleviate the embarrassment was to do push UPS in a dark corner. He must be regretting his decision to squander his talent right now, right? Thinking of this, Yang Qingxiu's arrogant expression intensified. Others at the scene also gradually noticed Lin Fan's presence. Discussions began to circulate. Many of them were eager to find an opportunity in the secret realm to humiliate the fallen genius. This includes Wang Qiang. He kept staring intently at Lin Fan, his mind racing with various ways to humiliate her. However, at that moment, a loud sound rang out. Those bastards from Nanjiang City should leave as soon as possible, or I'll beat them all up once I enter the secret realm. Everyone looked up. Before I could even see them, the reflection almost blinded me. A tall, burly man walked in, carrying a 100-watt light bulb on his head. Chapter 7. Who is this? They actually have a light pollution attack. Could he be a martial artist with a talent for the light element? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Cao Meng touched his bald head. He didn't speak, but instead gestured with his eyes to a martial artist beside him. The man cleared his throat and introduced himself. Look closely, standing before you is the pillar of this year's senior class in Dahai City. S-rank strength talent awakener. Omitting 100 words. Cao Meng. Brother Cao. After saying that, the man took the lead in clapping. Apart from Cao Meng and his group responding, the rest of the people remained silent. Cao Meng, this is Nanjiang City, not a place for you to show off your power. Yang Qingxiu came out and glanced at Cao Meng and his group. What? Is this all the people from your Dahai City have come? Do we need to add more people to deal with you bunch of bastards from Nanjiang City? If it weren't for the principal's request, I could have done it all by myself. Cao Meng did not back down. The martial artists of Nanjiang City and Dahai City also began to subtly confront each other. The martial artists from Jiangbei City stepped aside. They haven't even awakened a single S-level martial artist this year, they're just here to make up the numbers. 100, 101. Lin Fan was doing push UPS in the corner. Time is precious, and he doesn't want to waste any opportunity to complete tasks. After all, once you enter the secret realm, you probably won't have any spare time to do quests. Yang Qingxiu, I presume you've also come for that beast lord. Let's just fight right now, and whoever loses leaves. Cao Meng stroked his shiny bald head and issued a challenge to a one-on-one fight. A brute. Yang Qingxiu was naturally not easily provoked. What, now that Lin Fan has become a useless piece of trash, all the students in Nanjiang City have become cowards. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan, who was doing push UPS, was taken aback. How come I can be dragged into everything? He glanced at Cao Meng. I memorized this human-shaped light bulb. Just as the students of Nanjiang City and Dahai City were on the verge of conflict, the officials finally spoke up. Quiet down, everyone. Competition is allowed in this secret realm trial, but killing each other is strictly prohibited. After a brief explanation of the rules, a metal radiating golden light was placed on the high platform. The commander has decreed that whoever slays the Beast Lord will be awarded a warrior's medal. The entire audience's attention immediately turned on. Yang Qingxiu and Cao Meng, in particular, both became breathing rapidly. Medal of Valor. That's an honor that's incredibly prestigious throughout the entire federation. But for the two of them, this was clearly not the most important thing. The key is to obtain this warrior's medal and gain the commander's favor. Subsequently, the secret passage opened. The martial artists present began to line up to enter. Lin Fan got up and followed him into the secret realm. Although everyone enters from the same entrance, the teleportation within the secret realm is random. After a burst of light, Lin Fan opened his eyes and found himself in a primeval forest. Judging from the terrain, I should be at the very edge of the secret realm. Based on her memories from her previous life, Lin Fan quickly planned her route forward. The final destination is the Lord's Lair, located in the core area of the secret realm. What you want to take is hidden inside. If I remember correctly, this primeval forest has the most exotic beasts in the entire secret realm. This is a perfect opportunity to unlock the first stage of the deliberate thrust punch. Lin Fan has just made a plan. Then they heard a noise from the side. Roar! Before I could even turn my head, a strong gust of wind rushed towards me. Court death! Lin Fan reached out and grabbed at the air, and a specially made alloy axe appeared out of thin air. Clang! The dark figure lay motionless on the ground. Lin Fan then realized that the creature that attacked him was a lizard-like beast. He was estimated to be at level 18, and his head was smashed to pieces by the axe. Chi and blood plus 22. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 67/1000. That's 22 points of chi and blood collected. At this rate, we'll unlock the first level of the intentional strike punch's effectiveness very soon. Lin Fan was deeply shaken. He picked up his axe and began searching for strange beasts throughout the primeval forest. There are many strange beasts in this area. Among them are many exotic beasts of level 22 or higher. However, thanks to her experience in her previous life, Lin Fan was able to avoid it in advance. Slayed a level 16 beast, HP plus 16. Slayed a level 15 beast, HP plus 12. Slayed a level 19 beast, HP plus 27. The next 3 days, Lin Fan wandered through the primeval forest, hacking at any strange beasts he encountered, even chipping his specially made axe in several places. There's obviously no time to grind for quests. Although there are many strange beasts in this area, the primeval forest is vast, and it will take a lot of effort just to find them. Coming here for the second time feels like coming home. Lin Fan is satisfied with his performance. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 945/1000. Just a little bit more health points. Lin Fan picked up his sword, intending to spend another day collecting all the chi and blood points. But then, perhaps because of his excessive killing these past few days, those strange beasts seemed to be avoiding him. After searching for a long time, we couldn't find even a trace of the strange beast. What's going on? The secret realm is only open for 13 days, I can't stay here for too long. Where have all the beasts gone? I'd be happy to just kill any low-level creature that appears. Just as Lin Fan was praying, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. Brother Tian, it's been 3 days already. That kid Lin Fan might have been eaten by the monster long ago. Exactly, he doesn't even have the talent, he'd probably be eliminated long ago. Lin Xiaotian led a group of people forward through the primeval forest. He has been traveling for the past few days while inquiring about Lin Fan's whereabouts. For 3 days in a row, they still couldn't find any trace of the other party. Damn Lin Fan, you'd better be dead already. It's a Lin Fan. Someone spotted Lin Fan not far away. What? Lin Xiaotian quickly looked up and his face lit up with joy, Hahaha. This is truly heaven helping me. Lin Fan. You can't escape now. Run? Why should I run? Lin Fan, holding an axe, stood still and watched this scene unfold. Lin Xiaotian led his men closer. Haha, Lin Fan, I finally caught you. Lin Xiaotian sized up Lin Fan with the eyes of someone eyeing prey. Lin Fan, even though you've become a piece of trash, I still won't feel right until I get rid of you. So, You're here to kill me. Lin Fan's expression held a hint of anticipation. What, you're not still thinking of resisting, are you? Lin Fan proudly declared, Lin Fan, I'm now an 18th level martial artist, and I also have innate strength. What will you use to fight back? This broken axe. I don't even need to lift a finger, these talented martial artists behind me can easily crush you. Talented martial artists have a natural advantage when they encounter non-talented martial artists. This is Lin Xiaoshan's confidence. It seems you really came here to kill me. Lin Fan stopped wasting words and directly swung the alloy axe in his hand. Humph! Overestimating yourself. Get him! At Lin Xiaoshan's command, the others immediately took action. But the next second, what happened in front of him made Lin Xiaoshan's hair stand on end. Puff! A huge head flew up. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. In the blink of an eye, those members of the Lin family who attacked Lin Fan have all become headless corpses. Slayed a level 12 talent martial artist, HP plus 38. Slayed an 11th level talent martial artist, HP plus 33. Hey! It seems that killing a talented martial artist will yield more health points. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 982/1000. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he slowly looked up at Lin Xiaotian, whose face was deathly pale. Hehe, isn't it your turn now? My foolish cousin. Chapter 8. Lin Fan. How dare you kill someone? Lin Xiaoshan's pupils dilated in shock, his smile froze instantly, and his legs went weak. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had killed all the people he had brought with him. The technique was clean and efficient. Those Lin family members didn't even have time to use their innate abilities. Oh! You only want to bring men to kill me, but you're not allowed to fight back. Lin Fan found it funny. With a flick of his short axe, a trail of blood splattered on the ground. To be reborn. To him, killing people and killing monsters were no different. Moreover, Lin Xiaotian harbored murderous intent towards him, such a person must be eliminated. Lin Fan. You're forcing me. Lin Xiaotian was startled and then remembered that he had a talent for power. So he hurriedly stirred up his qi and blood, activating his innate power. Call. Lin Xiaotian instantly transformed into a blur, moving rapidly around Lin Fan. A-level talent Shadow Step, once activated, grants an improvement in footwork, making you as fast as a blur. The downside is its short battery life, meaning it can only be used for quick battles. Haha! Lin Fan, you really fooled me. I almost forgot you're a talentless good-for-nothing. After displaying his talent, Lin Xiaotian regained his confidence. With my A-level talent, crushing a talentless piece of trash is a piece of cake. Lin Fan, don't you like practicing ancient martial arts? Haha, today I'll show you the power of a genius martial artist's dimensional suppression. Clang! Lin Xiaotian drew his sword, intending to use his superior agility to dismember Lin Fan into 8 pieces. Why can't I just die peacefully? Lin Fan shook his head, his gaze sharpened, and he slashed at one of the phantoms. Haha, you didn't think. Ah! My leg! Before Lin Xiaotian could even utter a laugh, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his lower body. Looking down, he discovered that one of his legs had been chopped off by a sharp axe. Bang! Lin Xiaotian immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken leg and howling in pain. He still doesn't understand what happened. I'm clearly an 18th level martial artist, and I also have an A-level talent. How could I possibly lose to Lin Fan? How is this possible? How could this happen? Could it be that you? Lin Xiaotian seemed to suddenly realize something, and his eyes were suddenly filled with terror. Very good, it seems you're not too stupid after all. Lin Fan walked towards Lin Xiaotian carrying a steel axe. In combat, naturally gifted martial artists do indeed have an advantage over those who practice ancient martial arts. However, that applies only to those at the same level. It is true that Lin Xiaotian is an 18th level martial artist. But he never expected that Lin Fan was already a level 22 martial artist, 4 realms higher than him. His limited talent advantage simply cannot make up for the gap. After all, no one could have imagined that a martial arts practitioner could break through so quickly in such a short period of time. Wait! Lin Fan, Brother Fan, Master Fan. Do you remember when I treated you to a meal when you were 7 years old? Lin Xiaotian was so scared he peed his pants. Physically speaking, I was so scared I peed myself. The air was thick with the smell of urine. He was trying to awaken Lin Fan's last remaining family affection. Let you go. Then why did I get reborn? Puff. Lin Fan swiftly and decisively severed Lin Xiaoshan's chances of survival. Slayed an 18th level martial artist, HP plus 55. Bite. A total of 1033 points of chi and blood have been collected, successfully unlocking the first stage of the Intent Fist's effectiveness. Intentional Thrust Punch, Phase 1. After use, it increases strength by up to 5 times. Note: skill activation consumes health. Required chi and blood values for Phase 2, 1033/3000. Second stage effect, increases strength by up to 10 times. Finally unlocked. With a 5-fold increase in strength, plus the defensive skill Undying Golden Body, I'm more than capable of dominating this secret realm. Lin Fan glanced at the corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. In truth, all of this is thanks to Lin Xiaotian. If the other party hadn't led a group of people to their deaths, I might still be struggling to find the monster. Sure enough, when it comes to getting things done, you still have to rely on your own people. Meanwhile, Lin Fan also discovered that unlocking the second stage of the Intentional Fist requires twice the amount of health points compared to the first stage. But the effect was also doubled. 10 times the maximum power. Unlocking the second stage requires even more health and mana, so I should try to kill as many monsters as possible. After disposing of the body, Lin Fan quickly left the scene. Having stayed in this area for nearly 4 days, it was time to head towards the location of the Beast Lord. According to information from my previous life, the space of the Beast Lord will be open in the last 2 days. It seems I still have plenty of time. After unlocking the skills as planned, Lin Fan had a lot of options for what to do next. While accumulating health by killing alien beasts along the way, he was also looking for an opportunity to test the power of the first stage of the Intentional Strike Fist. Unfortunately, we haven't encountered any high-level beasts yet. Skills consume health, and Lin Fan didn't want to waste them on mobs. Furthermore, he did not forget his other important task. That means acquiring crystal cores and selling them from the secret realm for money. So far, the crystal cores in Lin Fan's spatial ring are all low-level alien beasts around level 10. No matter how many there are, they won't be worth much money. To maximize profits, you need to find high-level exotic beasts, at least level 20 or higher. That would be the only way to temporarily solve the funding shortage problem. 995, 996. Deep within the secret realm, on a hillside, Lin Fan is doing sit UPS with perfect form. This is the only time I've had free time to do quests since entering the secret realm a few days ago. Roar! Suddenly, a level 17 green goblin appeared next to Lin Fan. When it realized that no matter how it provoked the human in front of it, he remained unmoved, it suddenly became bolder. With a whistle, many more green goblins emerged from the bushes. MMM. Maka Maka. Amadas. After exchanging words in animal language, the goblins lifted Lin Fan up and ran into the depths of the forest. Lin Fan was being carried by the goblins, but he was still doing sit UPS. He finally found his best form. If we stop now, we'll lose a lot of money if we don't achieve an A rating. And so, Lin Fan was carried to the goblin's lair. At this moment, a level 22 Goblin King was instructing his subordinates. I heard that a human butcher recently came here and has been killing strange beasts everywhere. You must be careful when you go out, and don't provoke that human. This is translated into human language. Huffing and puffing. Just then, a group of goblins appeared carrying Lin Fan. The Goblin King turned around and saw Lin Fan doing sit ups. He froze for a moment. 999, 1000. Call. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief, finally finishing all the sit-up tasks. He stood up, stretched, and looked around. His eyes lit up, especially when he saw the level 20 Goblin King. Level 22 Goblin King. Hee, not bad, I was just worried about not being able to find a higher level exotic beast. The Goblin King's core costs at least tens of millions on the market. Looking into the eager gaze of the human in front of him, the Goblin King felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? Why do I have a bad feeling? 1 hour later, Lin Fan, carrying a steel axe, walked out of the cave. He wiped out the entire goblin lair. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 1334/3000. Goblin King's core in hand. To obtain more valuable cores, we need to venture deeper. Lin Fan continued his journey towards the Beast Lord. However, he hadn't gone far when he heard a loud rumbling sound from ahead. Faintly, energy fluctuations could be felt spreading outwards. Given the commotion, the scale of the battle that broke out earlier is probably quite large. Chapter 9. Boom. The battle fluctuations coming from the front were becoming increasingly intense. Curious, Lin Fan concealed his presence and approached. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that a group of martial artists were being besieged by a group of level 16 stone-armored beasts. A level 16 monster is not difficult to deal with in terms of combat power alone. But the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Stone-armored beasts always move in groups, and ordinary martial artists really can't handle them. Didn't you say you'd protect me? In the end, you couldn't even handle a group of stone-armored beasts. Zhang Hengxia, standing in the crowd, expressed her dissatisfaction. She was the only girl in the group of martial artists, and she came from Nanjiang City. Her impressively full figure clearly made her the darling of this group of martial artists. Damn it, there are too many of them, we can't possibly handle them. I'm exhausted. We need to find a way to break through, we can't afford to waste any more time. The others had no other choice. If they dragged this out any longer, they would obviously be wiped out. This scene was witnessed by Lin Fan, who was not far away. The other person is clearly dying. Should I intervene to save them? Of course not. To live a second life. Lin Fan's temperament has long since changed, he is no longer the impulsive young man who acts on a whim. To put it simply, it means you've passed the Chiyunibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, phase. However, the crystal core of the stone-armored beast is a material for refining qi and blood pills, and it's extremely scarce on the market. Lin Fan didn't leave, he had his eye on the crystal cores of the stone-armored beasts. With such a large number, if we could take them all down in one fell swoop, the profits would be at least tens of millions. And most importantly, there must be a beast king among these stone-armored beasts. With that in mind, Lin Fan surveyed the scene and indeed spotted a figure far larger than the other stone-armored beasts not far away. Level 26 stone-armored beast. The crystal cores of stone-armored beasts are valuable to begin with, let alone a level 26 stone-armored beast king. Conservatively estimated, its market value is over 20 million star coins. We've made a fortune this time. Lin Fan appeared, bypassed the stone-armored beast horde, and made his way towards the location of the Beast King. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once this stone-armored Beast King is defeated, the remaining monsters will naturally fall into disarray. A level 26 Beastmaster. Judging from Lin Fan's level 22 martial arts realm, his chances of winning are very low. But I deliberately threw a punch. A 5-fold increase in physical strength is enough to deal with this stone-armored beast king. This is also a good opportunity to test the power of the first stage of the deliberate blast punch. At this moment, the besieged martial arts squad could no longer hold out, and some members were exhausted. Roar! The exhausted warrior was immediately surrounded and torn apart by a large number of stone-armored beasts, leaving not even a trace behind. You bunch of useless trash! I knew I shouldn't have let you protect me. Zhang Hengxia turned pale with fright. She only has a D-level healing talent and doesn't have enough combat power. He thought he could just rely on his physique and looks to get into the team and win easily, but he never expected that he would end up losing his life. What should I do? I'm so beautiful, I can't just die here. Zhang Hengxia was trembling when she suddenly spotted a figure not far away. That's Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan had previously been known as a genius, so she naturally recognized her at a glance. Is he planning to deal with that stone-armored beast king? Although Zhang Hengxia didn't know where Lin Fan got his courage from, she knew that her chance to escape had come. If they can get the attention of these stone-armored beasts to Lin Fan, then they will have a chance to break through. Lin Fan is over there. Quickly call his name. Zhang Hengxia gave the instructions. Lin Fan? Why are you calling him? Isn't he already a good-for-nothing? Yes, Miss Zhang, you wouldn't want him to come and rescue you, would you? He's a complete waste, his arrival would just be another corpse. Zhang Hengxia was frustrated and disappointed. Nonsense, do you think I don't know he's a good-for-nothing? What I mean is, making use of waste to create an opportunity for us to get out of this predicament. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Hengxia revealed her plan. The others were overjoyed and immediately did as instructed. Boom! Zhang Hengxia and the others unleashed their power and moved towards Lin Fan's location, shouting his name loudly. These guys! Lin Fan, who was not far away, turned his head and naturally saw through their plan. Humph! You want to take my life? Then I'll have to borrow your vital energy. The previous killing of Lin Xiaotian and his group made Lin Fan realize that the amount of blood and qi collected from killing talented martial artists far exceeds that of beasts of the same level. These guys in front of me are already courting death. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. However, we need to deal with these stone-armored beasts first. Roar! Sure enough, under the deliberate guidance of Zhang Hengxia and others, the stone-armored beast king, which was not far away, immediately noticed the human who was secretly approaching it. With a loud roar, most of the stone beetles immediately turned and charged towards Lin Fan. The pressure on Zhang Hengxia and others was immediately reduced by more than half. That's wonderful! Miss Zhang, your method really works. Yet, with that good-for-nothing Lin Fan drawing fire, the pressure on us to break through is much less. Hahaha, this is truly making the most of waste. The martial artists breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Fan being surrounded and attacked. Zhang Hengxia also looked smug. Of course, I may have big breasts, but I'm not brainless. Hat, Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, managed to save so many of our lives, so it's not a bad thing. As they spoke, Zhang Hengxia and the others seized the opportunity and began to desperately break through the encirclement. Boom! Lin Fan unleashed his inner energy, his steel axe flashing like a series of afterimages as he relentlessly slashed at the stone-armored beasts that attacked him at close range. At the level 22, dealing with a level 16 stone armor beast is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. But there are just too many of them. As soon as Lin Fan finished cutting down one layer, another layer of stone-armored beasts swarmed around him. We can't keep dragging this on, or we'll run out of energy sooner or later. Lin Fan looked at the stone armor beast king and decided to carry out the previous plan, capture the king first. Boom! After repelling another wave of stone armor beasts, Lin Fan quickly moved towards the stone armor beast king. Although he was quickly bogged down by each new attack, the distance between him and the stone armor beast king was getting smaller and smaller. Wait until the opponent enters your attack range. He immediately unleashed a deliberate, powerful punch, taking them all down in one fell swoop. Wow, no wonder he's a fallen genius, he's managed to hold on for so long all by himself. Hey, he wouldn't be planning to kill that stone-armored beast king, would he? Is he out of his mind? Does he think he's some SSS level genius, actually trying to kill a level 26 beast king single-handedly? Everyone realized Lin Fan's intention. Putting aside the fact that this stone-armored beast king is a level 26 monster. The stone armor beast's formidable physical defense alone is something that ordinary talented martial artists cannot handle. What's more, Lin Fan is a good-for-nothing with no talent. This behavior is tantamount to courting death. Zhang Hengxia sneered, he's clearly courting death. Let's break through quickly. Otherwise, once this useless piece of trash dies, these stone-armored beasts will attack us again. Miss Zhang is right, let's hurry up and break through. Finally, after the group of stone-armored beasts shifted their attention to Lin Fan, Zhang Hengxia and the others successfully broke through the encirclement. Got it. Run. Everyone immediately scattered and fled. Zhang Hengxia ran, her large breasts swaying up and down, while she glanced back at Lin Fan. Lin Fan successfully moved to the side of the stone armor beast king, and then leaped up and threw a punch at it. Enraged, the stone-armored beast king opened its blood-red maw, poised to swallow Lin Fan whole. Ha! What does a former genius amount to? He's still going to be played to death by me. The others, witnessing this scene, only showed joy at escaping a disaster. As for Lin Fan's life? Sorry, being a loser doesn't matter. But, unexpectedly, the style of the scene suddenly changed in the next second. The smiles on Zhang Hengxia and the others froze, faded, and gradually turned into horror. Rumble. A massive energy surge suddenly erupted from Lin Fan. Thump. With a single punch, the once majestic level 26 stone armor beast king was cracked all over and exploded. The massive impact caused large areas of land to crack. This, that. The others stammered and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Only Zhang Hengxia reacted first and tried to run away. But the next second, a cold voice came over. Did I give you permission to move? Chapter 10. Hee. Zhang Hengxia and the others froze, mechanically turning their heads. They never expected that Lin Fan not only survived, but also killed the stone armor beast king with a single punch. This is a level 26 beast. Even talented martial artists of the same level wouldn't dare guarantee such a clean and swift kill. But Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. The main reason is that Lin Fan's performance just now was just too fierce. Is this really something that ancient martial arts training could achieve? What do we do? He's coming. We're doomed. Isn't everyone saying that Lin Fan has become useless? Rumors are harmful. As the group watched Lin Fan slowly approach, they immediately felt a powerful sense of oppression. Zhang Hengxia was also pale, filled with extreme regret. Lin Fan clearly no longer possesses SSS level talent, so why can he still unleash such formidable combat power? One punch slays a level 26 alien beast. The fact that Lin Fan possesses such strength can only mean that his current level must be at least level 26. Damn it! Didn't everyone say that ancient martial arts are just a side dish on the street? How come everything changes when it comes to Lin Fan? Lin Fan walked up to Zhang Hengxia and the others. The pace was somewhat slow. Unleashing a deliberate, powerful punch does indeed consume a great deal of energy and physical strength. Just that one punch had consumed most of the body's vital energy. It seems that to increase the number of times it can be used, one needs to improve their martial arts level. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Finally, someone couldn't take the pressure anymore, turned around, and ran away. Did I tell you, did I give you permission to move? Puff. Lin Fan threw out his steel axe, praising the level 22 martial artist's powerful control over his strength. With a single axe stroke, he chopped down on the man's neck. His head flew off instantly. Bang! The body fell down. The whole process was completed in one go. Defeated a level 19 talent warrior, HP plus 55. The remaining people finally dared not move, trembling as they looked at Lin Fan, their legs shaking. The man before them was now even more terrifying than the stone-armored Beast King from before. This can't be considered trash. Lin Fan. Brother Lin. We are all martial artists from Nanjiang City, please spare our lives. Yes, we didn't do it on purpose, it was all this woman's idea. Lin Fan, please, for the sake of us being fellow martial artists from Nanjiang City, spare us this once. The men immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Let you go. Lin Fan sneered, when you used me as bait just now, you didn't consider our shared connection as fellow citizens of Nanjiang City. Looking at the group of kneeling martial artists in front of him, Lin Fan's gaze gradually turned cold. I won't do it again, I really won't do it again. Some people were so frightened that their pleas for mercy grew louder. But some people, driven to the brink, conceived the idea of fighting back to the death. Damn it! Let's go for it! Boom! A martial artist unleashed his power, and bursts of lightning crackled across his body. E-rank lightning talent. Interesting, but too weak. Boom! Lin Fan delivered a punch that killed him. Killed a level 17 talent martial artist, HP plus 78. The health and mana gains from killing a talented martial artist are indeed much higher than those from a beast of the same level. With that in mind, Lin Fan stopped wasting words and attacked the others directly. He is not a madman who kills his own kind. But the premise is that others don't provoke you. Defeated a level 19 talent martial artist, HP increased by 88. Killed a level 15 talent warrior, HP plus 56. Zhang Hengxia stood at the very back. Watching others fall one by one into pools of blood, my heart was constantly being jolted. Since the introduction of the talent cultivation method, talented martial artists have become the center of martial arts cultivation. Not all martial artists can successfully have their talent detected. Even the lowest ranking F-level martial artist is 1 in 100 in the vast human federation. A dream that others can only dream of. As for ancient martial arts? Completely ignored, it has been relegated to the lowest rung of martial arts. Now, Lin Fan, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, has actually suppressed a group of talented martial artists so much that they can't even raise their heads. The scene before her eyes shattered Zhang Hengxia's worldview. It's your turn. Lin Fan's voice sent a shiver down Zhang Hengxia's spine. She looked around and found that in just a few minutes, all the other talented martial artists had died. Where on earth did this monster come from? Hehe. Great. Brother Lin Fan is indeed awesome. Zhang Hengxia forced a smile and started clapping. She casually unbuttoned 2 buttons on her chest. Suddenly, 2 lumps of white flesh became faintly visible. Brother Lin Fan, you are amazing. I was taken hostage by this group as soon as I entered the secret realm, and they even tried to force me to frame you. Zhang Hengxia spoke softly, yet she mustered the courage to hug Lin Fan's arm. She deliberately rubbed her breasts together with her soft breasts. She decided to use her tried and true method of seduction. After all, what he was most proud of, besides his C-level healing talent, was the 2 high F-level marks on his body. Do you think I'd believe your nonsense? Lin Fan's tone remained indifferent. Brother Lin Fan, what are you saying? I don't understand. But you saved someone's life, I really don't know how to repay you. Zhang Hengxia's hints are becoming increasingly clear. I wonder what position Lin Fan likes. But as long as it's Lin Fan, anywhere is fine. Lin Fan shook his head. I only want one thing from you. What? Before Zhang Hengxia could finish speaking, Lin Fan slit her throat. Defeated a level 17 talent warrior, HP increased by 89. 89 points of qi and blood, that's what I need. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Hengxia's body on the ground and shook his head. I don't like big breasts, otherwise I wouldn't be unable to accept the test. Martial arts elevate one's level of existence, which is essentially a struggle against the universe and all things. Even talented martial artists who cultivate rapidly cannot escape this rule. Aside from life or death tests, martial artists also face the temptation of beautiful women. In his previous life, Lin Fan lost his life in a great upheaval 50 years after awakening his talent. I have experienced many life or death trials. I've never encountered the hurdle of lust before. Lin Fan looked around and, after confirming that there were no martial artists lurking in the shadows, quickly collect the remaining crystal cores of the stone-armored beasts. We can't forget the most valuable thing. Because the stone-armored beast king's body was destroyed, Lin Fan spent a lot of time searching in the grass to find the crystal core. The emanating pure energy fluctuations are undoubtedly the crystal core of the stone-armored beast king. Lin Fan weighed it in his hand. The crystal core of the stone-armored beast is valuable to begin with. The value of items produced in secret realms will double. In other words, the crystal core of this single stone-armored beast king is worth 30 million. Lin Fan took stock of the other crystal cores stored in the ring. A total amount was estimated. The total value of all the crystal cores I currently possess is approximately 50 million. Lin Fan is very satisfied with the progress of this collection. Even if we stop now, once I get out, this money will be enough for me to live on for quite a while. There's about a week left before the secret realm ends. Let's try to earn a small goal first, 100 million star coins. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan cleaned up all the traces she had left behind and then quickly left the scene. The commotion here is too great, it might attract other martial artists. After getting away from that area, Lin Fan then opened the system panel. Deliberately unleashed punch, 1998/3000. As expected, killing talented martial artists is still the fastest way to replenish your health. There are only a little over 1,000 health points left before the second stage of the intentional strike punch effect is unlocked. Tenfold power boost. Lin Fan began to have some expectations. The fivefold amplification of the first-tier effectiveness of the deliberate strike punch is enough to shatter a level 26 stone armor beast king with a single punch. If the amplification were tenfold, wouldn't one punch turn everything to ashes? How about we just kill all the talented martial artists in the secret realm? The thought had just crossed Lin Fan's mind. They quickly rejected it. There are a large number of city guards stationed outside the secret city, and our current strength is not enough to contend with them. Besides, I am not someone who indiscriminately kills innocent people. Of course, if others knew what Lin Fan was thinking, those with exceptional martial arts skills, in particular, would be so angry they'd vomit blood. Because before the cultivation of innate talents became fully popular, there are actually many other cultivation methods besides ancient martial arts, such as mechanical ascension and biological grafting. Of course, there are differing opinions on the ceiling. But the floor tiles are undisputed ancient martial arts. Now, Lin Fan, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, is plotting to hunt down talented martial artists, a truly unprecedented idea. Chapter 11. After taking stock of our achievements, Lin Fan opened the lottery interface again. Before entering the secret realm, I had already accumulated over 400 self-discipline points. I've been completing tasks bit by bit over the past few days, I should be able to participate in the lucky draw by now. Really? When Lin Fan opened the system, he found that his self-discipline points had reached 500. Autonomous points, 534. Bronze treasure chest, 534/500. I can open another bronze treasure chest. I wonder what good stuff I'll get this time. Lin Fan's mind raced, and he immediately went all in on the lottery. Although the bronze treasure chest is the lowest tier among the 3 types of draws. But the advantage is that you can win 100% of the time, so you don't waste your self-discipline points. After all, in the early stages, it takes a period of time to accumulate 500 self-discipline points. Byte. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently participating in the lottery. Byte. Congratulations, host, you have won an ability type prize, the Energy Eye. Energy Eye, when equipped, it allows the host to observe energy information in the surrounding area. Note, using this ability consumes mental energy, the observable range increases with the host's cultivation level. Skill-based prizes. The previous 2 draws were for skill-related prizes, so finally something different is coming up. Claim your prize. Lin Fan immediately felt an extraordinary energy appearing in his eyes. Energy Eye, activate. Lin Fan closed his eyes and muttered to himself, then suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, everything in front of me changed. What was originally a realistic scene has been transformed into a grey backdrop. Within this vast expanse of grey, numerous points of light of varying colors are distributed, some dim, some dazzling. These points of light should represent the creatures within the secret realm, including warriors and strange beasts. The color and intensity of the light spots should be related to strength. Lin Fan looked further into the distance. Because of the great distance, the transmitted information was somewhat blurry. But he still saw a dazzling pillar of light shooting into the sky, far more powerful than any other point of light. That should be the lair of the Beast Lord. Lin Fan was somewhat amazed by this ability. With the Energy Eye, almost the entire secret realm is under my surveillance. This means that in future battles, we will have an advantage in terms of information. After all, whoever has more information has more initiative. Detect energy information within the area, and proceed according to normal cultivation. Previously, one had to become a level 100 martial artist to possess this energy. Lin Fan reviewed the entire cultivation system. Only after a martial artist breaks through level 100 will they have enough mental energy to specifically cultivate sensory supernatural abilities. Martial artists who specialize in sensory perception are called spiritual masters. Even for martial artists who are born with observation talents, the range of their perception is pitifully small before reaching level 100. In other words, I've already acquired abilities that most novice mentalists can't even achieve right at the beginning. No wonder the status of mentalists is higher than that of combat warriors in the Federation. Energy Eye. This ability is indeed a powerful tool. In her previous life, Lin Fan did not specialize in mental power because of her SSS talent. Now, he clearly understands the power of this kind of ability. Under the watchful eye of energy, no living being can escape its surveillance. Lin Fan uses his energy-powered clairvoyance. He looked around, trying to see if there was anything unusual about his surroundings. When he turned his head to look to his left, he was immediately attracted by a white spot of light. White generally represents monsters below level 10. There are quite a few of these kinds of light spots in the secret realm. But this white light spot in front of us is completely different from other similar light spots. The energy displayed is extremely pure. Upon closer inspection, one can discern its extraordinary nature. Strangeness. If this concept doesn't belong to living things, then, it's a treasure. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that the Energy Eye can detect more than just the energy fluctuations of living organisms. Treasures radiating energy in secret realms can also be detected. The energy it contains is so refined, it's clearly no ordinary item. Lin Fan immediately determined the location and prepared to head towards that place. He had just withdrawn his heavenly eye. I felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. Activating the Energy Eye requires mental energy. It seems that my current level is not enough to support the operation for an extended period of time. At the same time, outside the secret compound, in a temporary meeting room. At this moment, the temporary meeting space set up outside the number 996 secret compound was packed with people. The attendees at the meeting were all from the 3 cities participating in the secret realm trial. Looking back, Principal Lu and leaders from other universities in the 3 cities were all seated there. At the very front sat the directors of the martial arts bureaus of the 3 cities. The director of the martial arts bureau is the absolute top leader of a city. The presence of all 3 bureau chiefs demonstrates the high level of importance of this meeting. Commander Wang is actually coming in person, isn't that taking it far too seriously? Yes, secret realm number 996 isn't a high-level one. Commander Wang already made an exception by establishing the Warrior's Medal for this, and now he's even coming to oversee things personally. It seems that whoever can slay the Lord this time will gain the commander's favor and rise to great heights. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. They were all notified at the last minute and were waiting here for Commander Wang's arrival. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the meeting room. The commander has arrived. Immediately, the entire conference room stood up and fell silent. Commander Wang walked in from outside. Although he didn't speak, the worried look on his face showed that he was in a bad mood. He received a call from a high-ranking federal official today. During this year's martial arts grand examination, a prominent figure from the Federation will be coming to observe. The martial arts grand examination is held once a year. It is an inspection system established by the federal government to examine the governance performance of local commanders. If no outstanding martial artists emerge from this province during the major examination, or if their performance is poor, that's basically the end of my tenure as commander. Before that, we must select an outstanding martial artist to train. Therefore, Commander Wang treated this 996 secret realm trial as a talent selection process. Southern province is too poor, and its resource status is at the bottom of the ancestral planet. He originally intended to use Lin Fan as a political achievement and a stepping stone for his career advancement. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan abandoned his SSS talent, dashing all hopes. Now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to look for a replacement. Everyone, the secret realm trial is about to end. Whoever slays the Lord today will be personally awarded a Warrior's Medal by me. Furthermore, an S-level treaty will be signed with the government, and its affiliated universities and cities will receive preferential resource allocations. Commander Wang personally recounted the various preferential treatments. The people in the audience immediately became excited. Especially the leaders of Nanjiang City and Dahai City. Leaving aside the S-level treaty, which is a contract specifically designed to provide resources for nurturing geniuses. The fact that the winning martial artists' high school and city will receive preferential treatment in terms of resources is enough to drive them crazy. Southern province has only so many resources. For these leaders, the benefits of which cities receive key support are enormous. All of this demonstrates the unprecedented importance Commander Wang attaches to this trial. Yang Qingxiu, whether Tenglong High School can achieve great success this time depends entirely on you. Cao Meng, you'd better seize this opportunity and outdo the people from Nanjiang City. Of everyone present, Principal Lu and Fan Yang were the most excited. This year, only 2 S-level martial artists have emerged in the entire Nanjun province. Of course, there used to be an SSS level 1, but it's now obsolete. Therefore, the only ones most likely to kill the Lord in this trial are Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu. Similarly, this was also Commander Wang's plan. He wanted to take this opportunity to select a promising talent from Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu that he would focus on developing. Come in. At Commander Wang's order, a group of reporters and media filed in. During the last awakening ceremony, Lin Fan severed his own foundation, causing a huge uproar. It's incredibly embarrassing for someone to have something like this happen in their own jurisdiction. Even commanders from other jurisdictions would occasionally call to mock him. Now, Commander Wang wants to use this plan to create momentum online by showing himself personally awarding medals to the winners. Once the buzz gets out and the federal government finds out, it will be a significant political achievement. Damn Lin Fan! Commander Wang felt a sudden, inexplicable aversion when he saw Lin Fan's image in his mind. However, he then revealed a slight smile. But this time it's absolutely foolproof. Not only do we need to select promising talents to cultivate, but we also need to regain the face we lost last time. Chapter 12. That unusual energy fluctuation is not far ahead. This area is quite secluded, I never visited it in my previous life. 2 hours later, Lin Fan appeared in an area full of scattered rocks. Once inside, he became more vigilant, constantly aware of any potential dangers. After all, he had never been to this area before. However, judging from the environment, this place is full of scattered rocks. Forget about monsters, there were hardly any plants to be seen. It was clearly a barren land, so barren that even birds would avoid it. Fortunately, I drew the energy eye. Otherwise, I would have overlooked this place when I entered the secret realm this time. Reflecting on this, Lin Fan realized the importance of perception-related abilities. If I hadn't drawn the energy eye myself, I fear I will miss this potentially valuable treasure again in this lifetime. It should be just ahead. Lin Fan has activated his third eye once again. After pinpointing the exact location, they rushed over. Upon approaching, he discovered that a group of people were already present at the location indicated by the energy display. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Wang Qiang and his group. Get the hell out of here! We found this place first. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Wang Qiang, with a grim expression, led several martial artists to guard a cave, keeping another group of martial artists outside. Wang Qiang, you have a witness to this, and besides, we are all students of Tenglong University. Shouldn't the contents of the cave be divided equally, no matter what? Some people expressed their dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Wang Qiang sneered, splitting it evenly. Bah! You think you're worthy? The treasures inside the cave are naturally reserved for the strong. I'm now an A-level talent, and you bunch of small fry dare to talk to me about resource allocation. After Wang Qiang finished speaking, he gestured with his eyes to the martial artists behind him. Several people immediately stepped forward and drew their weapons. Upon seeing this, the opposing side immediately lost its momentum. Wang Qiang has an A-level talent, and the people behind him all have B-level talents. The highest rank among them was only B. If a fight really breaks out, we will naturally not gain anything. Wang Qiang, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later for your behavior. The other party could only utter a harsh remark before leaving dejectedly. Brother Qiang, that pool inside the cave is clearly no ordinary thing. Why don't you take a dip in it? It might be very beneficial to martial arts cultivation. Wang Qiang nodded, you guys stay outside and keep watch. I'll go in first and soak to see if there's any danger. The group dared not object and could only nod in agreement. Not far away, Lin Fan witnessed the entire scene. First of all, the things inside this cave must be extraordinary. Standing here, even without the energy eye, one can feel a remarkable energy fluctuation. No wonder Wang Qiang and the others were attracted here. Etc. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, after Wang Qiang emerged from the secret realm, his life level suddenly surged. This incident sparked considerable discussion at the time. Now it seems it's related to what's inside the cave. Even for a talented martial artist, significantly improving their life level in a short period of time is not an easy task. But Wang Qiang did it. It's clear that the treasures inside the cave are extraordinary. Luckily, we have the energy eye, otherwise we really wouldn't have discovered this opportunity. With that thought in mind, Lin Fan stepped out from behind the pile of stones and headed towards the cave. Stop! This place is ours to keep. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. The men guarding outside the cave immediately reprimanded them. What if I don't leave? Lin Fan stepped forward again. You effing, hey, you're a Lin Fan. Someone immediately recognized Lin Fan. Haha, so it turns out to be the great genius of our Nanjiang city. The man emphasized the word genius very much. Brother Tiger, it's best to stay away from him. I heard he has a mental illness. Yeah. The man called Tiger asked deliberately. That's what everyone's saying online. Besides, who in their right mind would give up an SSS level talent? Let's stay away from him, lest we pollute our intelligence. After a few laughs, the martial artist called Tiger waved to Lin Fan. This place is occupied by us guys, so if you know the rules, get out of here. Are you trying to talk to me about rules? Puff. Lin Fan swiftly swung his knife and severed Tiger's head. Bang. As the body fell, the remaining few people reacted in shock and took a few steps back. My rule is that I don't like others telling me the rules. Does anyone still want to talk to me about the rules? Lin Fan looked at the others. Those men didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the lesson of what happened before was still lying on the ground. What happened? Didn't everyone say he'd become a cripple? Who knows? We haven't seen it with our own eyes. However, some people still refused to believe it and used their innate powers to attack Lin Fan. Boom! The man's skin hardened and was even stained with a metallic color. Grade B talent, Iron Wall. Seeing this, Lin Fan threw a punch. Without using any skills to deliberately unleash a punch, he shattered the body solely with the physical strength of a level 22 martial artist. There are no techniques involved, it's pure physical strength that dominates. Overcome strength with strength. This scene terrified the remaining people. Overwhelming innate strength with physical power that's incredibly powerful. It's even more like a mythical beast than a real monster. Boom! Immediately, someone used their B-level talent, swift legs, and turned to run away without any hesitation. However, since Lin Fan has taken action, he will naturally not leave any survivors. Killed a level 15 talent warrior, HP plus 45. Defeated a level 17 talent warrior, HP increased by 68. In less than 10 minutes. Only corpses remained. Lin Fan brushed the dust off his clothes and turned to walk into the cave. The further you go in, the stronger the pure energy fluctuations become. Soon, Wang Qiang and Ying Dang's voices came from ahead. Ha 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 ha! This pool is truly a treasure. The energy it contains is actually enhancing my cell activity. Wang Qiang removed all his clothes and soaked in the pool water. Ha ha ha! Awesome! This is so awesome! Is it really that good? Who? Wang Qiang suddenly turned his head and found Lin Fan standing behind him. Lin Fan! Ha ha ha, this is truly a stroke of luck. I was still figuring out how to find you, but you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Wang Qiang was overjoyed and leaped out of the water. Lin Fan, what's wrong? It feels bad to go from being a genius to a good-for-nothing, doesn't it? Lin Fan didn't speak, but glanced at Wang Qiang's lower body. Sorry, I don't like people pointing guns at me, not even pocket guns. Well. Wang Qiang then realized he was completely naked and quickly put on his clothes. Being interrupted like this, he immediately became somewhat embarrassed and angry. Lin Fan, stop putting on airs like a genius. If you bump into my hand and want to leave, you'll have to follow my rules. Lin Fan, the person who was just talking to me about rules is dead. You want to try it too? You killed Ahu and the others. Only then did Wang Qiang realize what was happening, and a chill ran down his spine. Impossible! How did you do that? You guess. Get lost. Stop playing tricks and messing around with your mentality. Sizzle. Wang Qiang bit his tongue, blood spurting out, and a blood-red long sword materialized in the air. Chapter 13. The moment Lin Fan saw Wang Qiang display his talent, he sensed something was amiss. The opponent has an A-level talent ever-changing blood soldier. He can use his own blood essence to transform into various weapons, ranking among the top in combat talent. However, each time he uses his talent, it consumes too much of his own essence and blood, so he is classified as A-level. However, the energy fluctuations that Wang Qiang displayed at this moment made Lin Fan frown. Strange, why does the other party's talent contain some other energy fluctuations? Bang! Before Lin Fan could even think, Wang Qiang had already swung his blood-red blade and struck. Lin Fan raised his axe to block. With a clang of metal striking metal, the Vajra axe finally gave way and shattered on the ground. Hahaha! Lin Fan, you were once a genius, how did you end up like this? They don't even have a single decent weapon. Wang Qiang did not attack, but instead looked at Lin Fan with a mocking expression. He believed that the outcome was already decided by that one strike. My current strength is enough to easily defeat Lin Fan. Now, he needs to play with his prey like a cat before killing it. I originally wanted to settle the fight with weapons, but now it seems I can only use my fists. After several days of fighting with the Vajra axe, it was already on the verge of damage. Naturally, it could no longer withstand the attack of A-level talent power. Use your fists. Wang Qiang was initially surprised, then a surge of anger welled up inside him. Lin Fan, are you looking down on me? Humph! Do you still think you're some genius admired by everyone? You're too confident. Fine, today I'll make you see for yourself whether you're a genius or a slippery eel. Boom! More blood emanated from Wang Qiang's body, clearly indicating that he was truly enraged. He was willing to burn his life essence to kill Lin Fan with his strongest attack. I have never considered myself a genius, just as I have never regarded you as a rival. Lin Fan remained calm and composed, showing no fear. Lin Fan, I'm going to kill you. Bang! The blood-red blade in Wang Qiang's hand suddenly swelled up, actually condensing into a 10-meter-long blood-red greatsword. Blood surged, and the entire cave was covered in a hazy red. Lin Fan's expressionless face caused Wang Qiang to completely lose his temper. Lin Fan used to have SSS-level talent, so it's normal that others didn't think much of him. Now that the other party has lost their talent, they still look down on me. Wasn't my A-level talent awakened for nothing? Therefore, this is the reason why Wang Qiang lost control of his emotions. He is a very jealous person. Previously, Lin Fan was recognized as a genius, and he could not surpass him. Now that the other party has fallen, I must stomp on them hard to vent my anger. Boom! Wang Qiang's eyes were filled with madness as he slashed at Lin Fan's location with his knife. I am now an 18th level martial artist, and I also possess an A-level talent. What makes you think you can beat me? Whoosh! Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, he dodged the attack, and then arrived in front of Wang Qiang at an extremely fast speed, throwing a punch. How is this possible? Wang Qiang was shocked, and then it felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer, with blood bubbling up into his internal organs. Thump! His body was deeply imprinted into the stone wall. How is this possible? Your physical strength. As the bloodstains faded, Wang Qiang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan had overwhelmed him with just his physical strength. If that's the case, then the opponent's cultivation level has probably far surpassed that of an 18th level martial artist. Impossible. This is impossible. How could you break through so quickly without your talent? Wang Qiang clearly remembered that Lin Fan's cultivation level should only be level 18 martial artist. There are plenty of things you don't understand, so this one won't make a difference. Lin Fan stepped forward, ready to kill him with a single punch. But at that moment, Wang Qiang's aura suddenly changed, and the strange energy from before suddenly became more intense. Lin Fan was prepared and immediately distanced himself. Wang Qiang suddenly stood up from the ground, opened his mouth, and let out a roar like that of some strange beast. Immediately afterwards, his left hand shattered, and a ferocious beast claw grew out. "You're a member of the symbiosis cult." Based on her knowledge from her previous life, Lin Fan discerned the source of the energy within Wang Qiang's body. The symbiosis cult combines the genes of martial artists with those of exotic beasts, using the powerful genes of the beasts to enhance the martial artist's combat strength. It is a variant of the gene cultivation style. It was briefly popular before the introduction of the talent cultivation school. After its decline, it was taken over by a force that used the technology to establish the symbiosis cult. Later, the symbiosis cult's experiments became increasingly cruel, and it was listed as a cult by the Federation of Humanities. "Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me." Wang Qiang's smile grew even more sinister. "Ha, so what if you recognized me? In my eyes, power has no distinction between good and evil, only whether it can make me stronger." Roar! Wang Qiang roared, and the power of his blood and qi surged rapidly. In just a short while, he forcibly advanced several levels. "After transforming into a beast, my cultivation level can be raised to level 30. Lin Fan, our roles have reversed." He. In the next instant, Wang Qiang became a blur, using the beast arm that had grown out to blast Lin Fan with all his might. Level 30. Far surpassing Lin Fan's level 22. At close range with full force, Lin Fan had no time to react and was directly hit by Wang Qiang's punch. Boom! The noise was far greater than before, and even the entire cave shook a few times. He. "Lin Fan, I told you, you're going to die today." Wang Qiang laughed menacingly. He killed Lin Fan himself. He had finally crushed this fallen genius under his feet. "From this day forward, I will rise to prominence." Soaring into the sky. He. He began to laugh loudly, looking up at the sky. "Try making that standard villainous laugh again." Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. Wang Qiang was suddenly startled, and his face gradually filled with fear. He knew that voice that filled him with hatred all too well. It was definitely Lin Fan's. "How is this possible? That was my full force attack after I transformed into my beast form, there's no way you're still alive." The smoke and dust cleared. To Wang Qiang's horror, Lin Fan was standing right in front of him unharmed. "I've said it before, there are many things in this world that you don't understand." Lin Fan looked at the beast like Wang Qiang. Of course, he wouldn't tell the other party that he had just used a defensive skill, the Undying Golden Body. After casting, it can increase physical strength by 20 levels. It is naturally not something that can be broken through by a mere level 30 power. Oh, by the way, just a reminder. You're not the only one who can upgrade their power level. Boom! Lin Fan moved. The first level of the intentional strike punch's effectiveness increases physical strength 5-fold. That's equivalent to a level 60 martial artist. Faster. Even stronger. No. No. Don't kill me. Please, no. The fear in Wang Qiang's eyes spread, and finally, under Lin Fan's punch, his life was completely extinguished. Kill a level 30 talent warrior, HP plus 255. A level 30 martial artist, with just over 200 health points. Chapter 14. I never expected such a surprise. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. The system actually identified Wang Qiang as a level 30 martial artist and immediately reaped 255 points of health. It should be noted that Wang Qiang, as a level 18 martial artist, could only harvest a maximum of 50 points of health. That's several times more. This situation likely occurred after Wang Qiang transformed into his beast form. He briefly gained the strength of a level 30 martial artist, only to be killed by himself, so the system determined him to be a level 30 martial artist. In that case, an idea suddenly popped into Lin Fan's mind. Since the damage is doubled when the beast is killed, the health points harvested will be doubled. If I need health points again in the future, why not just kill the symbiotic cult members? Anyway, the symbiosis cult has been designated as a cult by the Human Federation. Even if you kill someone in the street, you will not be punished. This idea is very feasible. Lin Fan has temporarily set his sights on the lucrative symbiosis cult. After all, with his current strength, it would be very difficult to kill a true level 30 martial artist. However, if the opponent only temporarily gains the strength of level 30, that would make things much easier. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 2377/3000. I'm just over 600 health points away from unlocking the second stage of the deliberate strike fist. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. Originally, I thought that I would be lucky to unlock the first level of effectiveness when I entered the secret realm this time. I never imagined that even the second tier performance would be unlocked soon. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Wang Qiang. After all, he alone contributed more than 200 points of qi and blood. With that thought, Lin Fan silently expressed her gratitude to the surrounding air. His punch just now blasted Wang Qiang into dust. Strictly speaking, Wang Qiang now fills the entire cave. Looks like I need to step up my efforts and fully unlock the second stage of the Intent Blast Fist before leaving the secret realm. Lin Fan set out a plan. Then he turned his gaze to the pool of water in front of him. Judging from Wang Qiang's experiences in his previous life, it must have been the pool water here that elevated his level of existence. Splash! Lin Fan cleaned up the scene and covered up the hole. After making sure no one would come in to disturb them, they took off their clothes and entered the pool. The moment the skin comes into contact with the pool water, an extremely refined power surges into the body. Cell activity is really increasing rapidly. Lin Fan was greatly surprised. Increased cell activity usually indicates that a martial artist is about to break through their realm, symbolizing an improvement in their life level. And now, he has only just stepped into the water. Cell activity increased immediately, it was incredibly fast. And according to this region, the enhancement of cell activity seems to be only just beginning. Does this mean that as long as we stay in this pool of water, can cell activity keep increasing, and can one keep breaking through realms? Lin Fan was also a bit confused. What is the origin of this pool of water that it possesses such efficacy? If this were to happen outside, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout the entire Human Federation. After all, no substance in the entire history of human martial arts development has ever been created that can directly enhance cell activity. No wonder Wang Qiang never mentioned the reason behind his extraordinary encounter in his previous life. If others were to discover the secret of the pool, it would inevitably bring endless trouble. However, the energy contained in this pool of water should also be limited. Otherwise, Wang Qiang in his previous life would have become a dragon overnight. Soon. Only half an hour had passed. Host's life level has been upgraded, realm has broken through to level 23 martial artist. Tip: the energy around the host is extremely pure, performing tasks here will have remarkable effects. He broke through one level in just half an hour. The energy contained in this pool is too amazing. Even when I'm doing quests, I could never level up at this speed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan also noticed the system notification. Will doing missions here have amazing effects? Lin Fan immediately looked at the task panel. Today's task, push UPS, 2000/2000. Standard punch, 3000/3000. Frog jumps, 2000/2000. I haven't had time to do the tasks today, so I'll just have to see what kind of amazing effects they might have. Lin Fan started with push UPS. 1 2 3. I can do push UPS faster. No. My muscle explosiveness has improved dramatically. And I don't feel any energy consumption at all. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. He knew that this must be due to the energy in the pool water. In other words, given his current condition, he could probably finish today's tasks in 2 or 3 hours. In that case, wouldn't the evaluation be? Lin Fan no longer wastes time. 1 hour. In just 1 hour, he quickly completed 2000 push UPS. Another hour later, I successfully completed 2000 frog jumps. During these 2 hours, the energy in the pool continuously replenished Lin Fan's body. After completing the tasks for 2 hours straight, Lin Fan's breathing remained unchanged. All that's left is to throw punches. Bang! Lin Fan stood in the pool and began to throw punches with an extremely standard posture. This time it's even faster. It only took half an hour to complete the standard punching task. Bite! Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Calculation in progress. Reward, 445 experience points, 45 self-discipline points. Bite. Host has completed task, evaluation in progress. Considering factors such as task difficulty and completion time. Congratulations, host, for achieving an S-rank rating. You have received a 10-fold experience bonus. Congratulations, host, you have gained 4,450 experience points. Lin Fan immediately opened the system panel. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. Current level, 9/999. Level up 5 times in a row. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 4.1. Realm, level 32 martial artist. Strength, 2000 kilograms. Speed, 124 m/s. His cultivation level jumped 10 levels in a row. Seeing this, even the usually composed Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. What is a surprise? What the hell is a surprise? What the hell is this surprise? Lin Fan looked at the pool water at her feet. At this point, the pool water had turned completely black, losing its previous liveliness. Furthermore, the essential energy contained within it has also vanished completely. It has completely turned into a stagnant pool of water. Clearly, Lin Fan has absorbed all of this energy. In his previous life, Wang Qiang broke through 5 realms in a row in the secret realm, which caused quite a stir in Nanjiang City. In other words, the energy in this pool can only power me to break through 5 levels at most. But now I've leveled up 10 levels in one go. But Lin Fan knew that the pool water had doubled its effectiveness. It's not that my constitution is special, but rather the effect of the system. The experience bonus from the S-rank rating not only boosted the system level by 5, but also directly raised my cultivation level by 10. Today's surprise was absolutely amazing. It seems like my luck has become extremely good since I met Wang Qiang. With that thought, Lin Fan once again thanked the surrounding air. The next second, just as Lin Fan was about to emerge from the water, the system notification sounded again. Bite. The host completed the task extremely quickly, earning the achievement the fastest man in history. Reward, 1000 self-discipline points. Lin Fan was taken aback. Wait, there's a surprise. Chapter 15. 1000 autonomous points. Lin Fan's breath hitched. This was definitely the most self-discipline points he had ever earned so far. That's enough to open 2 bronze treasure chests. Wait, how about we save up and just open a silver treasure chest? Lin Fan started to have an idea. Silver treasure chest, 1053/5000. Prize is silver quality, 50% chance of winning. The prizes from the previous bronze treasure chest draws were all quite impressive. What if it were a higher tier silver treasure chest? Wouldn't the prizes be even more astonishing? But seeing the 50% chance of winning, Lin Fan hesitated again. These 1000 self-discipline points are not easily obtained under normal circumstances. It will take a long time to accumulate 5000 self-discipline points. If we win the lottery, that's fine, but if we don't, wouldn't all our hard work be for nothing? Lin Fan knew all too well what would happen to gamblers. Forget it, let's play it safe for now. I'll consider opening other treasure chests later when I level up and get more self-discipline points from mission rewards. Lin Fan eventually turned his attention to the bronze treasure chest. Although it is of low quality, but the advantage is that you're guaranteed to win. Go all in twice. Bite. Using 1000 self-discipline points to draw a bronze treasure chest. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 5 implosion tags. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have drawn, lightning element source *1. Implosion talisman. Could it be an attack talisman? And what is the lightning element source? Lin Fan clicked on the introduction. Implosion talisman, when thrown, it creates an explosive attack within a certain range, with considerable power. Lightning element source, the purest lightning elemental power, which can be combined with weapons to imbue them with lightning elemental power. These are all good things. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed. The implosion talisman goes without saying. Aura spells with area of effect attacks are sure to have unexpected effects in battle. Especially the lightning element source body, which can actually fuse with weapons. Weapons imbued with lightning elements must possess extraordinary power. Lin Fan knows. There are countless types of weapons in this world, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. However, weapons capable of unleashing elemental power are generally recognized as being among the strongest weapons. These types of weapons are collectively known as spirit weapons. In other words, with the source body of the lightning element, can I possess a spiritual weapon immediately if I so desire? Lin Fan's lips curled up in a smile. The source of lightning element has arrived just in time. His purpose in going to the Beast Lord's lair was to retrieve a weapon. Originally, I only wanted to take away the first weapon from my previous life. It seems that this time we can not only take the weapon, but also enhance its power to a new level. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was in a great mood and quickly walked out of the cave. After finding traces of myself in this place, he thanked Wang Qiang again, this time to the air. I feel like my luck has improved ever since I killed that person. After leaving the rocky area, Lin Fan continued walking towards the location of the Beast Lord. Along the way, most of the strange beasts fled as soon as they saw Lin Fan from afar. For these strange beasts, whose general level is only a dozen or so, the oppressive aura of a level 32 martial artist is no less than that of a humanoid lord. There are less than 6 days left before the secret realm closes. We must retrieve the weapons from my previous life before that. The closer you get to the core area of the secret realm, the more martial artists you encounter. Most of them are teaming up to kill alien beasts and collect crystal cores. Although the rewards for slaying the Beast Lord in this secret realm trial are very generous, but most people are aware of their own capabilities. The only 2 truly qualified to compete for the prize are Yang Qingxiu and Cao Meng. The other martial artists came to hone their skills or collect crystal cores to make money. Along the way, Lin Fan also received many invitations to team up. My friend, I advise you not to go any further. The Lord's lair is ahead, and we have no right to interfere. Someone kindly offered Lin Fan a piece of advice. Others around also chimed in. Yes, I wanted to go in and see what was going on, but I was stopped by the people from Dahai City. Hey, our level is too low, we don't even qualify to go in. I heard that 2 hotheads insisted on going in and got their legs broken. Lin Fan ignored the surrounding discussions. Head straight ahead towards a portal, this is the only way to enter the Lord's lair. They were stopped by 2 martial artists as soon as they got close. Get out of my way. Brother Cao ordered that no unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Get the hell out of here. Brother Cao, is that the third wheel? Lin Fan had a deep impression of this person. After all, that shiny bald head was practically a walking human light bulb. The two martial artists looked at each other, somewhat stunned. Upon hearing Cao Meng's name, the others had already obediently left. I never expected to encounter such a tough opponent for the first time. Had we encountered a master? The two men tensed up and frowned as they asked. May I ask who you are? Lin Fan. Lin Fan. The doubts between the two vanished, and joy immediately spread across their faces. Hahaha. You're that useless Lin Fan. Who do we have here? It turns out to be the famous celebrity from Nanjiang City. The two burst into laughter. Those around who witnessed this scene quickly realized what was happening. Lin Fan? It's him. He's insane. He has no talent and yet he dares to try to get in. Hey, he still dares to insult Cao Meng even without his talent, he's finished. Hehe, this is going to be good. A crowd gathered, ready to witness the former genius being humiliated. Click. The two martial arts guards clenched their fists and walked toward Lin Fan with unfriendly expressions. Lin Fan, how dare you insult our brother Cao? Are you trying to act like an elephant with a green onion stuck in your trunk? Damn it! Take this! Boom! The two immediately used their respective talents and attacked Lin Fan together. Lin Fan completed. Seeing this scene, the onlookers all had the same thought. After all, Lin Fan has lost his talent and has no chance against two talented martial artists. Moreover, both of these gatekeepers are at the 18th level and possess B-grade combat talent. Exceptional combat power. Previously, some unconvinced martial artists had stepped forward to challenge them, but they were all beaten to their knees and begged for mercy. Bang! Bang! The battle was about to begin, but it ended in an instant. What seemed like a foregone conclusion to everyone turned out to be a sudden reversal. Lin Fan remained standing in the same spot. It was as if nothing had happened. But the two martial artists had already foamed at the mouth and fainted. Furthermore, the joints of the hands and feet were bent in an odd position, clearly indicating that they were broken. What just happened? I don't know, I didn't see it at all. Why are these two lying on the ground? Are they trying to scam Lin Fan? At this moment, Lin Fan turned her head and looked around. One glance was enough to make everyone retreat in shock, the oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. Only then did everyone realize that Lin Fan's aura had suddenly become extremely fierce. This feeling is definitely not something that comes from innate strength. Rather, it's the pressure that originates from flesh and blood instinct. It was like a ferocious beast standing in front of me. Even if the opponent doesn't have innate strength, the raw and pure sense of power will still make your hair stand on end. This man is very strong. Everyone's throats bobbed and their legs went weak. Alright, it's time to take care of the last thing and retrieve my weapon. Lin Fan stepped forward and entered the portal. Chapter 16. At this time, inside the portal, Cao Meng, Yang Qingxiu, and the others were standing on a mountaintop. All around was an endless sea of clouds, vast and boundless. In mid-air atop the mountain, there was a restricted space where the level 35 alien beast lord was brewing its awakening. It's been 3 days, why hasn't this lord woken up yet? Cao Meng touched his bald head, his eyes fixed on the restricted space in mid-air. They arrived here 4 days ago. The Lord of the Beasts has been found. However, the other party remained asleep, surrounded by spatial restrictions that could not be broken. As the opening time of the secret realm passed day by day, their anxiety grew. Hehe, brother Cao, it must be that the Beast Lord saw you coming and is pretending to be asleep inside. Yes, brother Cao is an S-level martial artist, exuding an aura of dominance. Hahaha, I think so too. Upon hearing this, Cao Meng laughed loudly, making his bald head even shinier. These idiots! Not far away, Yang Qingxiu looked at Cao Meng and his group as if they were idiots. Captain, the energy fluctuations of the restriction have decreased again. Everyone, pay attention. This beast lord should be waking up soon. Yang Qingxiu gave the order. She and her team have been waiting for several more days. With the beast lord about to awaken, a great battle is imminent. Yang Qingxiu is representing the entire Nanjiang city in the competition, which puts her under a lot of pressure. But this attention also made her feel very satisfied. This honor should originally belong to Lin Fan. But fate is fickle, and heaven has taken a special liking to me. Lin Fan's image appeared in Yang Qingxiu's mind. She knew that Lin Fan had also entered the secret realm. But that doesn't matter anymore. Now, the other party doesn't even have the right to stand on the same stage and compete with me. As long as I defeat Cao Meng, that brute, I will be the undisputed #1 genius in Nanjun province. Lin Fan, it's a pity you can't see this. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably dead somewhere in the secret realm by now. Boom! Just then, the restricted space in mid-air suddenly fluctuated. The entire space shook as a result. Damn it! The Beast Lord is about to awaken. Cao Meng was overjoyed and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Yang Qingxiu also ordered her teammates to defend, while she secretly gathered her innate power, her whole body covered in a layer of frost. Her eyes were fixed on Cao Meng's direction. As soon as this Beast Lord awakens, I will kill Cao Meng immediately and eliminate this rival from the side. Unfortunately, the disturbance in the restricted space subsided completely. Nothing more has changed. This should be a sign that the Beast Lord is about to awaken. Everyone should remain vigilant. Yang Qingxiu dispersed her innate power and ordered everyone to be on alert. Everyone, assemble! Cao Meng also perked up and gathered the team members to prepare a speech. Hey! You brat, didn't you hear me call you to assemble? Cao Meng discovered that after he issued the order, there was still a figure standing still. How dare they disobey my orders? They must have a death wish. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Brother Cao, that doesn't look like one of our people, someone realized. Yes, I don't know him. I don't remember either. Seeing his teammates shaking their heads, Cao Meng was puzzled and turned to look at Yang Qingxiu. Could it be one of that BCH's people? Lin Fan? It's you. Yang Qingxiu recognized Lin Fan at a glance. The moment she saw the other person, she felt a burning sensation on her face. She had just been convinced that the other person was dead in the secret realm. Who would have thought that the other party would appear alive and well right in front of them the next second? This is utterly humiliating. You're Lin Fan. Cao Meng grabbed the bald man tightly. How did you get in? Didn't I send people to block the road? They were lying on the floor asleep when I came in. Lin Fan looked at the restricted space in mid-air. Familiar memories flooded my mind. That's right. That level 35 Beast Lord underwent its transformation here. His own weapon from his previous life was also hidden inside. Calculating the time, there are only 3 days left until this Beast Lord awakens. Sleep. Cao Meng immediately cursed, damn it, these two bastards dared to slack off. I'll skin them alive when I get out of here. He clearly believed that his two teammates were truly asleep. Lin Fan, this is not a place for you. Yang Qingxiu walked over and said in an icy tone. Which word here says that I, Lin Fan, am not allowed to enter? Lin Fan didn't look directly at Yang Qingxiu, his attention remained fixed on the restricted space. You. Yang Qingxiu was speechless, and a hint of anger immediately appeared on her face. Her previous icy demeanor had vanished completely. For some reason, whenever Lin Fan appeared, she would feel a surge of inexplicable anger. Especially since the other party had clearly become useless, yet still maintained that confident and assured attitude. This greatly displeased Yang Qingxiu. Ultimately, it all boils down to jealousy. Brother Lin is right. This place isn't up to you, his wife, to decide. Cao Meng suddenly spoke up for Lin Fan. Because he noticed that Yang Qingxiu seemed to have broken down after Lin Fan appeared. During their time in the secret realm, Yang Qingxiu's aloof and superior demeanor greatly displeased Cao Meng. Now that he has a chance to break the opponent's composure, he will make good use of it. Humph! Lin Fan, you'll regret this. Yang Qingxiu glared at Lin Fan with resentment and had no choice but to turn and leave. She certainly wouldn't fight Cao Meng prematurely for Lin Fan's sake. Besides, Lin Fan is already a cripple, staying here poses no threat whatsoever. A martial artist without talent is not much stronger than an ant. The opponent was lucky to survive in the secret realm, but if they stayed in the Lord's space, they would surely die. Captain, Lin Fan, Ignore him, he's a useless piece of trash and doesn't affect the overall situation. Cao Meng glanced at Lin Fan but didn't say anything more. He only used Lin Fan as a tool to annoy Yang Qingxiu, nothing more. In the past, someone with Lin Fan's SSS level talent would have been eager to curry favor with him. But now, Brother Cao, are we really going to let this kid stay here? Why not keep it? The only difference between him and a dead person is that he can still move. Hahaha. Clearly, both sides treated Lin Fan as nothing more than air, posing no threat whatsoever. According to my memories from my previous life, there are less than 3 days until the Beast Lord awakens. Nothing much happening during this time, perfect for doing some quests. With that in mind, Lin Fan started completing today's tasks. 1 2 3. Brother Cao. Look, that kid is doing push UPS. Holy crap, is he treating this secret realm like a gym? Hey, that's fun. Cao Meng touched his bald head and started doing push UPS as well. At first, he even sounded mocking. But gradually he discovered that Lin Fan not only performed the movements perfectly, but also had far greater stamina than him. That's not right. You don't even have the talent, how can you last as long as me? Cao Meng refused to believe it and started the competition. Go, Brother Cao. Brother Cao is awesome. Keep it up, everyone else. In the end, Cao Meng's face turned a deep purplish red, but he still couldn't beat Lin Fan. He couldn't save face, so he randomly grabbed one of the team members and started criticizing them. Damn it! It's all your fault for being so loud, you scared me half to death. Brother Cao, I didn't say anything. That's because the ground is uneven. Yang Qingxiu witnessed this scene from a short distance away. Although she was also surprised by Lin Fan's incredible stamina. But we also know that Lin Fan has adopted ancient martial arts, which is probably the way he cultivates. But can doing push UPS really make you stronger? Hehe, talent is the root of all power. Beyond talent, all are but ants. Chapter 17. 3 days have passed. The restrictions are about to be loosened. Lin Fan looked up at the sky. According to his memories from his previous life, today was the day this Beast Lord was to awaken. Sure enough, a fluctuation soon came from the restricted space. Rumble. The entire space began to shake violently again. Damn it, is it going to be another commotion followed by silence? Cao Meng was not prepared for battle, and Yang Qingxiu merely glanced up at him without showing any emotional reaction. After all, the restricted space had been fluctuating from time to time over the past few days, and everyone had gotten used to it. Lin Fan, however, deliberately chose a spot and stood behind a giant rock. He still remembers. When the restriction was broken in the previous life, it caused quite a commotion. Hey, Brother Cao, look at Lin Fan, he's hiding like a mouse in fear. Haha, it really is. Cao Meng looked at Lin Fan and assumed that the other party was scared. He claimed to be the #1 strongman in Dahai City, but he couldn't beat Lin Fan in push UPS, which made him lose face. Seeing Lin Fan's evasive behavior, I felt like I had finally gotten my revenge. Snort. What's the point of doing a lot of push UPS? Without talent, you can only hide like a mouse. Seeing this scene made Yang Qingxiu feel much better. So that's why he's been able to survive in the secret realm until now. It turns out he's Go Dao Liu. Everyone had different thoughts. But the change that happened the next second caught them completely off guard. Rumble. The fluctuations in the restricted space did not disappear, instead, they became even stronger. Boom. A beam of light gathered in midair before slamming into the ground. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, a heat wave swept across, and even the vast sea of clouds was dispersed. Brother Cao, save me! A martial artist from Dahai City was caught in the blast and was sent flying, falling into the abyss below the mountain. Seeing this, the others also fled in panic, fearing that they would be swept away by the next wave of impact. Boom! Soon another wave of energy poured down, followed by a continuous stream. In the blink of an eye, several more martial artists who couldn't dodge in time were knocked away and fell into the abyss. Damn it! How could this happen? Cao Meng was in a terrible state, lying on the ground with his mouth full of mud. Brother Cao, this is not the time to eat. Let's find a place to hide. Yang Qingxiu had lost her previous aloof demeanor and was now darting around like a startled rabbit. She initially mocked Lin Fan for being timid, but now she's the one in the most sorry state. The fluctuations emanating from the restricted space were too intense, and given its location atop a mountain, there was absolutely no way to escape except to take cover. Lin Fan? Yes, how come Lin Fan is all right? Yang Qingxiu looked around and, sure enough, saw Lin Fan's figure. The opponent was positioned in a blind spot of the energy impact. Wait, how did he know the safe location? But there's no time to worry about that now. Staying outside will only lead to being worn down and killed by constant attacks. Yang Qingxiu scrambled and crawled until she finally reached Lin Fan's side. How do you know it's safe here? Because I know. Lin Fan didn't explain much, and kept observing the situation in the restricted space. He knew that once this energy was released, the Beast Lord would fully awaken. That will be the time for me to retrieve the weapon from my previous life. Cao Meng was a little slow-witted. Seeing Lin Fan and Yang Qingxiu looking on with amusement, I realized that the place where the two were staying was safe. Damn it! Lin Fan, you dare to withhold information. Enraged, Cao Meng reached out and grabbed at Lin Fan. Roll. Lin Fan glanced at him and said only one word. A single word so cold it evokes no emotion. This caused both Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu to tremble in their hearts. What happened? Cao Meng was stunned for a moment. The glance the other person gave me just now carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. In an instant, he felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Although Yang Qingxiu did not directly confront this oppression. But I also felt it deeply, even if only for a moment. What happened? Lin Fan clearly has no innate strength whatsoever, so where did that damn oppressive feeling come from? Boom! With the release of the last burst of energy, the restricted space suddenly expanded and finally opened. A vast altar appeared out of thin air, occupying the sparse sea of clouds all around. In the center of the altar, a strange beast with 9 heads roared to the sky. Level 36 Beast Lord, 9-headed Xian Turtle. Lin Fan's blood surged, and he rushed straight towards the altar. His weapon from his previous life is among them. Damn it, you dared to get ahead of me. Cao Meng then snapped out of his daze. I was actually scared by a talentless good-for-nothing. Seeing Lin Fan get there first, he became even more furious and threw a punch at him. I said, get out. Bang! Lin Fan turned around and kicked Cao Meng in the head. Cao Meng's pupils dilated. He was shocked that he hadn't managed to dodge the kick. Even more astonishing was the sheer power of that kick. Powerful and heavy. Cao Meng is bad at math. But in his own words, his head felt like it had been hit by a tank traveling at 60 seconds per minute. Its head tilted to the side, and it flew straight out. It crashed into several boulders before finally stopping. I saw stars. Cao Meng felt dizzy, and a black shoe print appeared on his once bald head. What's going on? Yang Qingxiu was completely stunned. She was right there and saw everything that happened. The kick Lin Fan just made didn't contain any natural power at all. In other words, the opponent relied solely on physical strength. That's impossible. If we're talking about physical strength, wouldn't Lin Fan's level of cultivation far surpass Cao Meng's? Cao Meng, like himself, was a level 20 martial artist. No matter how high Lin Fan's level is. Level 21? Or is it level 22? Is it still level 25? Keep in mind that it's only been less than a month, and Lin Fan is a talentless good-for-nothing. How could his breakthrough in cultivation level be so rapid? Boom! Lin Fan defeated Cao Meng and then turned and entered the altar. Lin Fan actually kicked brother Cao away. Wow, so he'd been playing dumb all along, hiding his true strength. Cao Meng has S-level talent, while Lin Fan doesn't even have talent. How did he manage to do it? Are you really going to rely on push UPS? That's ridiculous. Listening to the whispers around me, Cao Meng's anger burned even more intensely. He's at least a man who takes his shit in the outhouse with his face facing outwards. I need noodles. Now that he's been kicked into such a sorry state by Lin Fan, how can he face the people of Dahai City? Okay. Lin Fan, so you've been hiding your true strength all along. No wonder you have such powerful physical strength. But you've forgotten that talent is the fundamental factor that determines everything. Boom! Cao Meng touched his forehead, and his whole body was immediately filled with golden light. Bang! His shirt suddenly burst open, revealing his ever-expanding muscles. At the same time, his skin changed, spreading a layer of greasy gold. S-rank strength talent. Innate supernatural power golden-bodied Arhat. Lin Fan. I want you to die. Chapter 18. Holy crap! Brother Cao used his innate supernatural power. Brother Cao is awesome. This is an S-level talent ability. That Lin Fan is doomed. It seems that kick just now directly ignited Cao Meng's blood rage. Wasn't that going too far in dealing with a talentless piece of trash? Everyone was discussing it, but regardless of their opinions, they all agreed on Lin Fan's fate. That means Lin Fan's life is over. Golden Arhat. This is an S-rank innate divine ability, although it has not yet been fully mastered. But using it to deal with Lin Fan is clearly overkill, more than enough. That brute Cao Meng actually used his innate power to kill Lin Fan. Yang Qingxiu was shocked. Aside from being surprised by Cao Meng's reckless behavior, what surprised them even more was the extraordinary talent he displayed. A martial artist's innate supernatural abilities generally require a long period of time to gradually condense and develop through talent cultivation. The higher one's natural talent and the stronger one's innate ability, the shorter the time it takes to condense one's innate divine power. In fact, before entering the secret realm, Yang Qingxiu had already begun to condense her innate divine power. This is also her trump card. What she didn't expect was that Cao Meng had also developed his innate supernatural abilities ahead of time. Lin Fan is doomed this time. The strength of a gifted martial artist lies not only in the speed of cultivation, but also in the power of their innate supernatural abilities. Once this innate divine ability is unleashed, it can kill an enemy who is 2 levels higher. Yang Qingxiu's gaze sharpened, and she leaped into the altar. I must witness Lin Fan being killed with my own eyes. That's the only way to completely resolve your inner conflict. Come on, let's follow them. Hehe, watch brother Cao crush the newbies. The other warriors also rushed forward and entered the altar. The space inside the altar is very spacious. Lin Fan continued to approach the level 35 nine-headed Xian turtle. Deliberately unleashed punch, 2377/3000. I'm just 600 HP away from unlocking the deliberate fist. I wonder how many I can get by killing this beast lord later. But just then, Cao Meng's shout suddenly came from behind. Lin Fan, you stop right there. Lin Fan turned around. They discovered a figure radiating golden light chasing after them. Troublesome flies. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. It seems I must deal with Cao Meng and the others first, so that my later actions will not be disturbed. Hahaha, Lin Fan, you actually dare to stop. At this moment, Cao Meng's muscles were swollen to their maximum, making him look like a giant. Since you've asked so sincerely, then I'll mercifully tell you. Lin Fan? Etc. Who asked you? You guessed right. This is Lao Tzu's innate divine power. After casting, it can increase physical strength by 3 levels. Now I'm equivalent to a level 23 martial artist, hahaha, what do you have to fight me with? Cao Meng burst into laughter. He felt he had broken through Lin Fan's mental defenses. There's no way around it, that's the power of a gifted martial artist. Once the innate supernatural power is unleashed, all that awaits the opponent is despair. Lin Fan done. Yang Qingxiu and the others arrived at this moment and watched this scene from afar. I wouldn't say I'm scared, but you've definitely made my mouth water. Lin Fan looked at the other person's bulging muscles, covered with a layer of golden yellow. It looks exactly like a freshly fried chicken. You'd better die. Enraged once again, Cao Meng tensed his arm muscles and threw a punch directly at Lin Fan. After activating the golden body Arhat, his physical strength is equivalent to that of a level 22 martial artist. This punch of mine has the force of 1,100 kilograms. What are you going to use to block this? 1,100 kilograms? Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 4.1. Realm, level 32 martial artist. Strength, 2,000 kilograms. Speed, 124 m/s. 2,000 kilograms. The strength is a full 900 kilograms higher. This is ridiculous. Lin Fan also threw a punch, neutral and even, without using his full strength. Bang! The next second, a figure flew out. The mockery on everyone's faces instantly turned into horror, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Because the figure that flew out was none other than Cao Meng. How so? I refuse to accept this. Cao Meng's defenses were completely breached, and his entire body shone with golden light once again. He spared no effort in using his potential, forcibly raising his physical strength by 2 levels. Level 25 martial artist. That brute Cao Meng has really gotten angry. Yang Qingxiu stared intently. Can Lin Fan withstand the physical strength of a level 25 martial artist? Although it was Cao Meng who was knocked away, Yang Qingxiu also began to feel afraid. Lin Fan, this genius who should have fallen into oblivion, has actually grown to an extremely terrifying level. The emergence of such an unstable factor would make anyone wary. Again. Cao Meng then leaped forward and charged. Will it succeed? Everyone held their breath, a sense of tension rising within them. Bang! Lin Fan moved. He took the initiative and didn't want to waste too much time and effort on Cao Meng. It was still purely physical strength, no other methods were used. First, their fists collided, and the powerful force penetrated Cao Meng's arm, causing it to bend at a 90-degree angle. Ah! My hand! It's all right, and your legs are fine too, Lin Fan said casually, before delivering another sweeping kick that broke both of Cao Meng's legs. Click. Each crisp crack of bones breaking was accompanied by Cao Meng's groans. Please, please let me go. I'll never do it again. Cao Meng was scared. A deep-seated fear. This man in front of me is really too fierce. He actually tore apart his proud innate supernatural power with just pure physical strength. Is this even human? This is a human being, I'd eat it. Bang. Finally, Cao Meng collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, his limbs broken. You're lucky to have escaped death today. Lin Fan said coldly. Cao Meng's eyes were filled with terror, and he dared not utter a sound. He saw murderous intent in Lin Fan's eyes. If the other party were willing, I'd already be a dead man. For some reason, the other party did not kill him. Lin Fan glanced at Cao Meng with some regret, then turned and continued walking deeper into the altar. Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu are currently receiving a lot of attention. In full view of everyone, they died by their own hand, causing endless trouble. With its current strength, it is not yet able to oppose the official forces. If you're going to kill someone, you have to find the right opportunity. Brother Cao. Brother Cao. How are you? Are you still alive? No. Don't move. It's broken. All 4 limbs are broken. Cao Meng foamed at the mouth and spoke incoherently. Quickly, quickly carry me away. Cao Meng had him carried away and chose to leave the place. He figured it out, Lin Fan was also after that beast lord. The opponent's strength completely exceeded his expectations. If you continue to stay here recklessly and truly anger Lin Fan, there will only be one outcome, death. Yang Qingxiu, I'm giving you the spot to slay the beast lord. Haha, if you're lucky enough to fight for it, then go ahead. After saying that, Cao Meng and his group hurriedly left the place, not wanting to be even a second too late. Screw the warrior medal. To hell with the commander. Compared to his own life, Cao Meng could clearly distinguish which was more important. This. Yang Qingxiu looked at Lin Fan's back and her throat involuntarily moved. She was scared too. Chapter 19. Captain, should we leave too? The remaining martial artists looked at each other, their legs trembling slightly. Lin Fan's fighting prowess was absolutely ferocious, tearing apart a talented martial artist. Moreover, he is a martial artist who uses innate supernatural abilities. Even if they were mentally challenged, they had to realize at this moment that Lin Fan's level of enlightenment far surpassed all of theirs. Including Yang Qingxiu, who is considered a core combat force. What's going on? Didn't Lin Fan lose his talent? This is completely against common sense. Without any talent for cultivation, how could his strength have increased so quickly? Yes, even novels wouldn't dare to write something like that. Everyone felt uneasy and began to consider retreating. But since Yang Qingxiu was the team leader, no one dared to leave without her order. This. Yang Qingxiu was also somewhat hesitant at this moment. Honestly, she was confident she could defeat Cao Meng if they were to clash. But that comes at a price. It was definitely not as easy as Lin Fan's method, where he crippled Cao Meng's limbs in just a few moves, like beating a dead dog. Should we just give up like this? Yang Qingxiu felt a surge of resentment. Since Lin Fan's genius aura faded, she finally accepted all the status he used to enjoy. Now, all he needs to do is successfully kill this beast lord, and he can soar to new heights. I'm not reconciled. The fear in Yang Qingxiu's eyes subsided. No matter what, he is the only S-level talent martial artist in Nanjiang City. Even if I were to fight Lin Fan, at worst I wouldn't be as pathetic as Cao Meng. Right. Even S-level talents have varying strengths. Cao Meng is just a brainless brute. I can't let his fate affect my mindset. With this in mind, Yang Qingxiu quickly followed Lin Fan. Let's keep going. Despite their fear, the others had no choice but to follow. Roar! The moment Lin Fan appeared in the center of the altar, the nine-headed black tortoise spotted him. The Beast Lord immediately launched an attack on the invading foreigners. Boom! One of the snake heads suddenly attacked Lin Fan. The nine-headed black tortoise, each snake head represents a life. To kill it, all 9 of its heads must be destroyed. Bang! In the past, one would have been extremely careful around a level 35 Beast Lord. But now Lin Fan has broken through to level 32. Even without using any skills, by going all out, one can still kill the nine-headed tortoise in front of them, even if the opponent is 3 levels higher. Only by using a deliberate, explosive punch can it be extremely easy. I had made a plan specifically for you, but now it seems it's completely useless. Lin Fan charged at the flying snake head. Roar! Lin Fan punched the charging snake head, deflecting it, then leaped up and stood directly on top of it. The snake's head hissed and thrashed wildly, trying to throw Lin Fan off. You beast, refuse to surrender. Bang! 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 Lin Fan's punches were as swift as the wind, each strike landing like a raindrop falling from the sky, hitting the snake's head without missing a single one. The once ferocious snake head suddenly let out a series of mournful howls and fell heavily to the ground from mid-air. The nine-headed black tortoise was dumbfounded. The power unleashed by this tiny human being before me is astounding. He spent 3 whole years transforming himself within the restricted space. Have humans already evolved to such a powerful state? The nine-headed black tortoise was somewhat dazed after being hit. This is like someone who secluded themselves at home for 3 years to cultivate their skills, thinking that even if they were not invincible, they would at least be a master in their own right. But unexpectedly, it was killed by a human who treated it like a monster. Roar! The nine-headed tortoise was enraged, and the remaining snake heads flew up, all attacking Lin Fan together. Perfect timing! Lin Fan, however, did not shy away and continued to face him head-on. He did not use a deliberate punch. After advancing to level 32, he urgently needed an evenly matched opponent to hone his combat skills. Bringing in a punch with 10 times the power without thinking is certainly less troublesome. But Lin Fan didn't want to lose the original fighting techniques of a martial artist. Having experienced the turmoil and disaster of the previous life. In this life, he will become stronger in every aspect. Roar! Finally, Lin Fan seized the opportunity and tightly gripped the head of one of the exhausted snakes. Then, using the strength of the waist, it was suddenly pulled upwards. You beast, I'll borrow your snake head for a moment. Get up! Lin Fan shouted. Tear! Roar! The snake head of the nine-headed tortoise was actually torn off, with strands of flesh still attached. The scene was extremely brutal. I'm totally fed 360 degrees. His strength could uproot mountains, and his spirit could cover the world. Slaying the dragon. Yang Qingxiu and the others arrived at that moment and were shocked to see the scene. Some martial artists were even ignited by the intense scene and couldn't help but cheer and encourage the crowd. The ultimate primal power. Any martial artist would feel their blood boil upon seeing it. Which side are you on? Yang Qingxiu glared at everyone before she could finally calm the situation down. Although she was shocked, she also understood that this Beast Lord was probably no match for Lin Fan. If no action is taken soon, the first kill will be lost right before our eyes. This operation has failed, and all future glory will vanish. You, go and hold off Lin Fan. Yang Qingxiu looked at one of the martial artists. The martial artist was immediately stunned, and after a long while, he hesitated and said, Hey? Me? What, you dare disobey my orders? Yang Qingxiu's expression was unfriendly. No. The man was on the verge of tears, unsure of what to say. Should I make myself hold off Lin Fan? This is akin to a newbie who just left the beginner's village wielding a kitchen knife to fight a top-tier boss. That's like trying to light a lamp in a latrine, it's suicidal. The rest of you, prepare to follow my orders. Anyone who dares to back down today, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Qingxiu started putting pressure on her other teammates again. She planned to use these teammates to wear down Lin Fan's stamina. Lin Fan's combat power is simply too much. He didn't dare to force it. Damn it! Who let Lin Fan in? Such combat strength, can it be below level 23? But just as they were about to take action, another strange movement occurred. Roar! The nine-headed Xian turtle roared angrily towards the sky, and 8 beams of energy shot up, directly cleaving open a space in mid-air. Suddenly, the dark room became confusing, and some kind of creature was about to emerge from it. I didn't expect this guy to have started the second stage. Lin Fan was surprised. In my previous life, I exerted a great deal of effort and even suffered serious injuries. Only then did they manage to bring the nine-headed Xian turtle to the second stage. Unexpectedly, in this life, I forced this guy to reveal his trump card as soon as I made my move. It seems this beast is getting desperate. Lin Fan guessed correctly. The nine-headed black tortoise was indeed in a hurry. With its head, a symbol of power, severed, it is willing to unleash its full power to kill the human before it. Clang! Lin Fan made a grabbing motion in the air and took out an alloy longsword from his spatial ring. A war of attrition is inevitable. Really? The next second, a large number of small nine-headed black turtles surged out from the void in the sky, opened their blood-red mouths, and attacked all the martial artists present. This is formed from the essence and blood of the nine-headed black tortoise. Despite its small size, it possesses 2/3 the combat power of its original form. And its advantage lies in its sheer number. Ordinary martial artists would be worn down and killed if they came. And being inside the altar, there was nowhere to hide, the only option was to tough it out. According to the original plan, Lin Fan was prepared to rely on his physical strength to withstand this attack. But now, Lin Fan suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his lips. I almost forgot, there are still 5 implosion tags left. I'll use them to test their power. Whoosh! A bomb talisman was thrown out and accurately hit a group of flying monsters. Boom! With a deafening explosion, bolts of lightning were unleashed. The horde of strange beasts in that area was instantly cleaved into dust. Slay the nine-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 33. Slay the nine-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 45. Slay the nine-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 55. A single implosion talisman can instantly harvest so much health points. Among the group of summoned beasts that were blasted to death, the lowest one still lost a full 33 points of health. If that's the case. Lin Fan looked at the skill panel. Deliberately unleashed punch, 2544/3000. If we kill all these summoned beasts, wouldn't we be able to unlock the second stage of the deliberate blast fist on the spot? This is a golden opportunity. You should know that there aren't this many monsters outside the secret realm that you can easily hunt down. Furthermore, a high density of summoned beasts can significantly increase the efficiency of the implosion talisman. With this in mind, Lin Fan immediately took action. Everyone, stay still. I, Lin Fan, will take care of all these summoned beasts. Chapter 20. What? He's going to kill all the monsters in the area by himself. Everyone was stunned. But considering the scene of Lin Fan tearing the snake's head apart, no one at the scene had any doubts. Captain? Then we'll step aside and use these strange beasts to wear down Lin Fan's stamina. Yang Qingxiu began to make plans in her mind. She thought Lin Fan was too arrogant, thinking he could wipe out all the summoned beasts by himself. Humph! Lin Fan, being overly arrogant isn't a good habit. Yang Qingxiu naturally saw the implosion talisman that Lin Fan had just thrown out and realized the preciousness of this kind of destructive talisman. The explosion and lightning just now all demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this talisman. Even in the martial arts market, it would fetch an astronomical price. Therefore, she believes that Lin Fan must only have one such talisman. After all, the other party has been abandoned by various forces and is limited in obtaining resources, making it impossible for them to purchase rare treasures. To her surprise, the next second, Lin Fan took out another treasure charm. Besides, Yang Qingxiu was dumbfounded. Boom! Another implosion tag exploded in the horde of monsters. After the raging lightning subsided, Lin Fan's mind was filled with system notifications. Slay the 9-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 44. Slay the 9-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 33. Slay the 9-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 55. Slay the 9-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 29. It really works wonders. The speed at which it collects blood and chi is incredibly fast. At this rate, we'll unlock the second stage of the deliberate punch's effectiveness soon. Each of these summoned beasts possesses 2/3 of the combat power of the 9-headed Xian turtle. Although it poses no threat to Lin Fan. But they couldn't overcome their numerical advantage. If relying solely on manpower, it would certainly be quite costly. Moreover, the 9-headed tortoise's true form is right there, so it certainly won't let you hunt small monsters in peace. Therefore, the advantages of the implosion talisman become obvious. Its powerful area of effect damage can help you quickly deplete health points. With that thought in mind, Lin Fan increased the speed of his movements. The power boost from a deliberate, explosive punch is definitely his biggest trump card right now. The sooner it's fully unlocked, the better. 2 talismans, should we have used them all up by now? Just as Yang Qingxiu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Fan pulled out another implosion talisman. No, there's more. Are you doing wholesale here? Yang Qingxiu was stunned. He currently enjoys the highest level of resources and benefits in the entire Nanjiang city, but until now, he has not even come into contact with a basic noble phantasm. Not to mention the talisman in Lin Fan's hand that contains elemental power. Damn it, where did he come from? A flicker of jealousy crossed Yang Qingxiu's face. Seeing Lin Fan casually toss out another ignition talisman as if it were free. Seeing the other party's arrogance, Yang Qingxiu still felt a pang of heartache even though it wasn't hers. What a waste! How can such a precious offensive item be used to hunt down weak monsters? It should be used as a trump card. The other martial artists gasped in astonishment at the sight of such extravagance. Only Lin Fan would be so extravagant as to use top-tier items like basic attacks. Captain, this. Some people turned their gaze toward Yang Qingxiu. The meaning is obvious. They can casually throw out top-tier items, and they're incredibly strong. How can we possibly win? Boom! Another flash of lightning, and Lin Fan emerged from a group of summoned beasts. The thunder-gathering talisman truly lives up to its reputation as a monster-clearing artifact. Amazing efficiency. There's only one card left. I need to use this to clear out all the other summoned beasts to avoid trouble later. Lin Fan held the last implosion talisman in his hand, but instead of using it, he turned and rushed into the horde of summoned beasts. This action immediately attracted the other summoned beasts to gather together. Then, at the right moment, Lin Fan threw out the last implosion talisman. Boom! The summoned beasts were all wiped out. Slay the 9-headed Xian turtle summoned beast, HP plus 55. Bite. Qi and blood collection reached 3000, successfully unlocking the second stage of the charged fist's effectiveness. Deliberate blowing punch, 3000/3000 phase 2. Note, after using this skill, physical strength can be increased by up to 10 times. 10 times the physical strength. My current physical strength is 2000 kilograms, and 10 times that will be 20,000 kilograms. Physical strength of a martial artist of level 100 or above. Lin Fan was also shocked by this data. A force of 20,000 kilograms. What does this mean? Take this level 35 nine-headed Xian turtle as an example. With the force of 20,000 kilograms, the combat of a martial artist of level 100, one finger can compress him into a cube. Second stage effectiveness of the deliberate strike punch. Looking at the nine-headed Xian turtle in front of him, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Hehe, I really can't wait to try it out. Roar. The nine-headed black tortoise naturally didn't understand what had happened. The fact that all its summoned beasts had been destroyed made it even more furious. The remaining snake heads, their eyes glowing red, lunged fiercely at Lin Fan. This can't go on any longer. I have to take action. Yang Qingxiu shouted, and layers of frost rose from her body, revealing her innate talent. At this moment, she unleashed her innate supernatural power, risking offending Lin Fan to kill the nine-headed Xian turtle. Because she realized that this beast lord was probably no match for Lin Fan. If Lin Fan steals the first kill, all the glory I crave will be forfeited. The first kill must be mine. Boom! A wave of energy emanated from behind Yang Qingxiu, where a large amount of innate power gathered. Gradually, a giant sword formed from frost slowly solidified in mid-air. The captain has used his innate supernatural power. Such powerful energy fluctuations. Much stronger than Cao Meng's. As expected of an S-rank elemental talent, a top-tier combat talent, to be able to unleash such a powerful divine ability. Captain is awesome. With this innate ability revealed, even Lin Fan doesn't dare to make a move. Everyone looked excited. The gloom that had previously shocked Lin Fan has dissipated considerably. Sensing the surge of energy brought by her innate divine power, Yang Qingxiu regained her proud demeanor. Talent is the source of all power. Frost Divine Sword, strike! Yang Qingxiu gritted her teeth, exerted all her strength to mobilize the innate power within her body, and lifted the Frost Great Sword to fiercely slash at the nine-headed Xian turtle. She was very confident that her sword strike would surely kill the nine-headed tortoise. The scene of Lin Fan tearing apart the head of the nine-headed tortoise with his bare hands inexplicably gave Yang Qingxiu confidence. The opponent can do it with physical strength. The power of one's own innate supernatural abilities will only increase. Lin Fan, see my innate power. You'll then understand how ignorant it was to give up your SSS talent back then. Yang Qingxiu saw that Lin Fan was standing still and did not react. He assumed that the other party was shocked by his innate supernatural abilities. This level of power is not enough to kill the nine-headed Xian turtle. Lin Fan shook his head. The reason he didn't make a move was based on his experience from his previous life. Yang Qingxiu's current innate abilities are completely ineffective against the nine-headed Xian turtle. Boom! The frost-covered great sword cleaved down, instantly freezing the entire area, and a chilling aura spread. The nine-headed tortoise transformed into a large ice sculpture. The Beast Lord is dead. He's really dead. Captain is awesome. It seems that Captain Yang's talent is truly amazing. The crowd cheered. Yang Qingxiu stood proudly, looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the first kill of this Beast Lord should belong to me. But before she could speak, she heard the sound of ice breaking behind her. Yang Qingxiu's expression immediately froze, and she hurriedly looked back. Roar! At this moment, the nine-headed Xian turtle shattered its frozen state, and one of its heads bit Yang Qingxiu, swallowing her whole. Chapter 21. The captain is gone. Captain Yang has been eaten. We're doomed. Run, run! Yang Qingxiu was swallowed whole by the nine-headed Xian turtle, and the other martial artists were immediately terrified. What terrified them even more was that the innate abilities of S-rank martial artists were completely ineffective against this level 35 Beast Lord. How incredibly powerful is this? They immediately regretted not leaving the secret realm earlier like Cao Meng and the others. Roar! Even the nine-headed black tortoise knows to pick the softest persimmons. Lin Fan didn't dare to confront him head-on for the time being, but the other martial artists were like rations, crunchy and delicious. Ah! Help! Before a martial artist could even cry for help, he was bitten into a bloody mist by the nine-headed black tortoise. The remaining warriors scurried around like headless flies, unable to mount an effective defense against a level 35 beast. After all, even Yang Qingxiu was swallowed whole. After several more martial artists died tragically, the remaining martial artists realized what was happening and began to ask Lin Fan for help. Brother Lin! Uncle Lin, please, for the sake of us martial artists from Nanjiang City, save our lives. Yes, it's all Yang Qingxiu's doing targeting you. We never had any intention of harming you. Please, please save our lives. Lin Fan ignored these pleas for help. They didn't know they were wrong, they just knew they were about to die. However, we really need to finish this quickly. Lin Fan sensed that the energy fluctuations in the secret realm were gradually weakening. This means the secret realm can only last for less than a day. If we couldn't get out before then, we would be stuck in this space forever. Perfect timing, I can also test the power of the second-tier effect of the deliberate blast punch. With this thought, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his blood and qi surged, and he unleashed a devastating attack on the nine-headed Xian turtle. Combat skill, deliberate blowing punch. Roar! The nine-headed tortoise reacted, and one of its heads instantly attacked Lin Fan. And it opened its blood-red maw, intending to swallow Lin Fan in one gulp, just like it swallowed Yang Qingxiu. Pity! Boom! Just one punch. The moment Lin Fan's fist touched the head of the nine-headed tortoise, it exploded into a cloud of blood and foam. Again. Lin Fan kept punching, and soon he had thrown several punches. Each punch unleashed a force so powerful it nearly distorted space itself. Each time the fist landed, one of the nine-headed tortoise's heads would explode open. Despite being a level 36 beast lord, Lin Fan treated him like a game of whack-a-mole. The few martial artists who were fortunate enough to survive were deeply shocked by what they saw. The scene of Lin Fan displaying divine power will be deeply rooted in their hearts, becoming an insurmountable mountain in their martial arts mindset. Call. The second-tier effect is indeed very powerful, but it consumes too much stamina. Lin Fan appeared imposing in public, but his back was already soaked with sweat, and his breathing was unsteady. The second level of the deliberate punch is indeed incredibly powerful, but it also consumes physical strength very quickly. In just 10 minutes, Lin Fan was almost exhausted. It seems that if I want to use the deliberate punch as a normal attack, I need to improve my skill level for a while longer. Lin Fan stopped the attack. Emerge from the exhilarating state of crushing the opponent. This kind of sheer force overwhelms the body, resulting in a massive adrenaline rush. Roar! The nine-headed black tortoise's cries were almost wails. Only a head remained, drooping, clinging to its last breath. This human is too cruel. Comparable to the 10 most ferocious clans of ancient times. If time could turn back, the first thing the nine-headed black tortoise would do is give the position of Beast Lord to Lin Fan. Alright, it's time to end this. After recovering for a while, Lin Fan approached the core area of the altar again. The energy fluctuations in the secret realm are becoming increasingly unstable, and it can only sustain its opening for a few more hours. We must act quickly. I'll use the weapon from my previous life to finish you off. Whoosh! Lin Fan arrived at the depths of the altar, where, in the very center, stood a rusty spear. In my previous life, he exerted all his strength, and by a twist of fate, he finally managed to kill the nine-headed tortoise by using this spear. However, in this life, he came only for weapons. Old man, you've been waiting for me here for a long time, haven't you? The spear seemed to tremble slightly. Buzz! Draw your gun! Lin Fan leaped onto the back of the nine-headed tortoise and, with all his might, thrust the rusty spear down. The mournful cries of the nine-headed tortoise gradually weakened. The rusty spear also revealed its true form. It was a long, white spear, gleaming with a cold light. The energy within the nine-headed Xian turtle's crystal core is the key factor in awakening the spear, which is why Lin Fan didn't kill it immediately. Just like in the previous life, I'll call you White Horse treading on snow. Lin Fan was in a good mood after retrieving the weapon from her previous life. Furthermore, he also possessed a lightning element source body obtained through a lottery. The White Horse treading on snow is a divine weapon in the world. After being fused with lightning element, its power will surely be even more extraordinary. Rumble. At that moment, the secret realm began to flicker. Secret realm number 996 is dissipating quickly, we need to get out of here. Seeing this, Lin Fan put away his weapon, spotted a gap in the space, and went inside. When the secret realm is about to dissipate, a gap connecting it to the outside world will appear. This way, you can return to the outside world without having to go back to the original starting point. But if you miss this opportunity, you'll be stuck in the secret realm forever. Looking at the weapon White Horse treading on snow and a large number of high-value crystal cores inside the spatial ring. And on the system panel, there was the deliberate strike fist, which he had upgraded to the second tier. Lin Fan felt she gained a lot from the experience. Hehe, the harvest in my previous life was nowhere near as bountiful. Inside the altar, the few martial artists who were lucky enough to survive also had to flee. But one of them vaguely heard a familiar cry for help. Listen, it sounds like Captain Yang's voice. Are you seeing a ghost? The captain is already dead. We need to escape. No. It's Captain Yang's cry for help. The group looked at each other, then looked at the corpse of the nine-headed tortoise and found a human-shaped ice sculpture at its anus. It was none other than Yang Qingxiu. It turned out that after being swallowed by the black tortoise, Yang Qingxiu had a quick thinking and froze himself into an ice sculpture. This stimulated the black tortoise's stomach, causing it to excrete her as if she were feces. I'm exhausted, please think of a way to break the ice. Yang Qingxiu's weak voice came through. I'll take it. My talent is B-level heating. A martial artist placed his hands on the ice sculpture, and the temperature instantly rose to over 1,000 degrees. The ice sculpture was quickly scratched away. Yang Qingxiu escaped successfully. Why are you covering your noses? Do I smell bad? Captain, you don't smell bad, you just have a slightly unpleasant odor. Yes, yes, yes. The group instinctively moved a little further away from Yang Qingxiu. After all, the other party had just been expelled from the anus of the strange beast, so it would have some residue on it. Captain, the Beast Lord has been killed by Lin Fan. What do we do now? Yang Qingxiu frowned, but she couldn't find a solution for the moment. The secret passage is about to close, let's get out first. You should know what to say after we get out, right? Yang Qingxiu's slightly threatening voice rang out, and the others immediately nodded vigorously, promising not to say anything out of line. Captain, don't worry, we will absolutely not tell anyone about your backdoor admission. An S-level genius, and also a cold and aloof school beauty in public. However, they had to disguise themselves as excrement and expel it from the anus of the strange beast in order to save their lives. What's the difference between rounding and rounding up? If the outside world finds out, his public image completely collapsed. Chapter 22. At the same time, outside the secret zone number 996. Look. The entrance to the secret realm has changed. The entrance to the secret realm is about to close, it seems this trial is coming to an end. Holy crap! The energy dot marking the Beast Lord has disappeared. The Beast Lord has been slain. Upon hearing this, everyone else turned to look at the screen that was detecting the energy of the secret realm. One glance was enough to set the entire audience into a frenzy. Secret realm number 996 is an observable secret realm. The device can detect the energy fluctuations of all the strange beasts within the secret realm. The disappearance of the light spot representing the maximum energy fluctuation means that the Beast Lord has been successfully killed. This was a level 35 Beast Lord. Who was the genius who killed it? Who else could it be but Cao Meng or Yang Qingxiu? Let me tell you something you don't know. Indeed, among the martial artists who have entered the secret realm, only Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu possess such strength. Of course. After all, they are the only 2S level martial artists in Nanjun province this year. All eyes in the room turned to Principal Lu and Principal Fan. After all, Yang Qingxiu and Cao Meng came from the same school as the two of them. Everyone knew perfectly well that this trial was essentially a contest between Yang Qingxiu and Cao Meng. Whichever side wins will not only propel their respective schools to new heights, but the entire city will also soar to new heights. Hehe, Principal Lu, it's probably Cao Meng who killed the Beast Lord this time. Fan Yang looked confident, having great faith in Cao Meng's abilities. Principal Lu was not to be outdone and immediately retorted. Principal Fan, opening champagne at halftime is not a good thing. The two were at loggerheads, both brimming with confidence in their respective students. As for the others, they were just there to make up the numbers. At the very front, the two martial arts bureau chiefs from Nanjiang City and Dahai City also began to tense up. The commander takes this trial very seriously. The final outcome can directly determine the future fate of a city. The results are finally in. On the high platform, Commander Wang looked completely relaxed. Regardless of whether Yang Qingxiu or Cao Meng wins, he will get the result he wants. The martial arts examination is approaching, and the federal inspection is imminent. He needs a genius to replace Lin Fan in order to maintain his record of governance. Therefore, Commander Wang specially arranged for numerous media outlets to be present at the scene. It's all for the purpose of creating hype. Create a new genius for South County. While maintaining their own political achievements, they can also use this opportunity to rise in rank and improve their status within the Federation. Although the commander was a powerful regional official whom everyone envied. However, there are also differences in status among the commanders, depending on the area they govern. The southern province is poor in resources and has a low strategic position, far inferior in status to the commanders of wealthy regions. That idiot Lin Fan almost ruined my plans. Humph, if you don't want to be a genius, I have plenty of other candidates. Commander Wang looked at the entrance to the secret realm, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Buzz. Just then, Cao Meng and his group appeared at the entrance. Click click click. The media at the scene immediately started snapping photos. Look! Cao Meng is out. Cao Meng was carried out. That's quite the show of power. Could it be that Cao Meng was the one who killed the Lord? The great city is going to be booming. Immediately, all the leaders and audience members of Dahai City erupted in cheers. They all raised their arms and shouted to Cao Meng. Champion! Champion! Commander Wang breathed a sigh of relief. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense for so long, can finally be put at ease. He waved his hand, preparing to award Cao Meng the Warrior Medal. Brother Cao, what's going on? Yeah, what are they so excited about? Cao Meng and his group were dumbfounded. As soon as they came out, they were surrounded by deafening shouts, and they didn't even know what was going on. Cao Meng was even more puzzled. Who I am? Where am I? What are they up to? Cao Meng, you did a great job. Principal Fan was so excited that he rushed over without regard for his image. Hahaha, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're Cao Meng? Not bad, you do have a sunny look. Commander Wang walked over with a pleased smile. Cao Meng was still completely bewildered. No, I've been beaten up like this, can't you see? Cao Meng, the commander is asking you a question, aren't you going to stand up? Principal Fan thought Cao Meng was blinded by joy and immediately reminded him. Upon seeing this, Commander Wang frowned slightly. There was a slight displeasure in my heart. No, are all young people these days so arrogant? If you like being praised, that's fine. You won't come down even when you see me. No. No, Commander, it's me, I can't get up. Can't get up? What's wrong? At this moment, Commander Wang and Principal Lu noticed that Cao Meng's limbs were dangling, presenting an extremely strange and twisted posture. It's clearly broken. Cao Meng, what's wrong with you? Principal Fan was stunned. Cao Meng is an S-level martial artist, yet he was injured like this. Cao Meng, what's wrong with you? Commander Wang also realized that something was wrong. He was prejudiced and mistakenly believed that Cao Meng was the one who killed the Beast Lord. Therefore, they did not notice anything unusual about the other party immediately. If that's the case, then this is a misunderstanding. I accidentally fell and got hurt like this. Cao Meng's voice was weak and barely audible. There were so many eyes watching, and even some media outlets taking photos. He didn't want to say that he was beaten up by Lin Fan, otherwise he would be extremely embarrassed. He fell. A dignified S-rank martial artist, turned into this by just taking a fall. Was it really a fall? Principal Lu looked at the people around Cao Meng. Principal, brother Cao really fell by accident? Yes. Having been threatened by Cao Meng beforehand, the group naturally wouldn't reveal the truth. Forget it, we'll discuss this later. You may leave. With countless eyes watching and numerous media outlets present, it was inconvenient to investigate the truth of the matter. It wasn't until Cao Meng was carried away that everyone realized it was all a misunderstanding. If it wasn't Cao Meng who slew the Beast Lord, then it must have been Yang Qingxiu. That's right, this trial is a contest between the two of them. If it's not Cao Meng, it must be Yang Qingxiu. It seems that Tenglong High School is the ultimate winner. In the crowd, Principal Lu patted his chest, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He had just seen Cao come out first, and his heart sank. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. Hahaha, Principal Fan, how about that? Tenglong High School still had the last laugh. Snort. Principal Fan looked as if he had swallowed a fly. The thought that Tenglong High School would forever trample on him caused him a pang of heartache. But he also understood that only Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu had the strength to kill the Beast Lord. If it's not Cao Meng, then it must be Yang Qingxiu. Principal Lu, congratulations. Yes, I hope you'll take good care of me in the future. The principals of other schools, now believing the situation was settled, flocked to curry favor with the authorities. Hehe, no problem, no problem. Principal Lu lost himself amidst the flattery of the crowd. Please don't let anything go wrong. Commander Wang felt a vague unease for some reason. Other martial artists began to emerge from the entrance to the secret realm. This naturally includes Lin Fan. The moment Commander Wang saw Lin Fan, his brows furrowed sharply, and a feeling of disgust welled up inside him. Lin Fan, that idiot, ruined his SSS talent and disrupted all his subsequent plans. But a hint of surprise also flashed through his mind. Despite losing their talent, the opponent was still able to survive in the secret realm. They truly are an unkillable cockroach. But a cockroach will always be a cockroach. No matter how tenacious life is, it cannot transform into a true dragon. Shortly after, Yang Qingxiu appeared at the entrance. She lowered her head, trying to avoid everyone's gaze, and quietly left the stage. But the next second, snap! A bright spotlight shone directly on her. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome today's ultimate champion. Immediately, major media outlets rushed forward, pointing their microphones at the bewildered Yang Qingxiu. Yang Qingxiu, please tell us. Tell me about your experience of fighting your way in and out of the secret realm 7 times, finally slaying the Beast Lord. 7 in and 7 out? Yang Qingxiu was full of questions. All she knew was that she had struggled and writhed 49 times inside the Beast Lord's intestines. He survived several near-death experiences before finally managing to escape. Chapter 23. Champion? When did I become a champion? Why didn't anyone tell me? Yang Qingxiu stood there, stunned, clearly at a loss for words in the face of the cheers from the crowd. Click click click. Numerous media outlets immediately swarmed around. As the shutters flashed, reporters handed out microphones one after another. Yang Qingxiu, what are your thoughts on killing the Beast Lord? Could you describe how you killed the Lord? Yang Qingxiu, you are about to receive the warrior medal. How do you feel? Kill the Beast Lord? Faced with the reporters' questions, Yang Qingxiu was even more bewildered. Hehe, Yang Qingxiu, this time you've really done a great job for our Tenglong High School. Oh no, it should be said that it brought glory to the entire city of Nanjiang. Principal Lu, beaming with joy, quickly stepped forward to offer his condolences. He deliberately stood next to Yang Qingxiu, basking in the flash of the cameras. I was incredibly excited. It seems that starting tomorrow, my position as the principal of Tenglong High School will be promoted again. Is this going to be another misunderstanding? Commander Wang did not rush to speak, but carefully looked him up and down. Legs, normal. Hand, normal. Head, normal. Wow, those breasts are huge. Oh no, they're normal. There shouldn't be any problems. The only strange thing was that he had a strange, unpleasant odor emanating from him. Oh well, I guess it's just body odor. Commander Wang then stepped forward, took the warrior medal, and pinned it on Yang Qingxiu's body. Yang Qingxiu, you did a great job. This medal of honor is bestowed upon me personally by the commander, and it is well deserved. As soon as Commander Wang finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Even martial artists from other cities applauded enthusiastically. Regardless of one's inner thoughts, one must still give a commander sufficient face. At the scene, only Cao Meng remained unusually quiet. When he saw Yang Qingxiu's bewildered expression, he immediately understood everything. That 9-headed black tortoise was definitely not killed by Yang Qingxiu. Instead, Cao Meng slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Fan not far away. Lin Fan happened to glance at him at that moment. The moment their eyes met, Cao Meng shuddered in fright. This reminded him of the scenes of being dominated by Lin Fan. Quick! Carry me away! This left a deep scar on Cao Meng's heart. At this moment, in the stands, Yang Qingxiu, in front of everyone, please share your thoughts on this trip. Commander Wang looked at Yang Qingxiu. His plan is progressing smoothly. He intends to use this opportunity to create a new genius for South County. Looking at the chaotic scene, Yang Qingxiu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and she remained silent for a long time. Yang Qingxiu, hurry up and tell us. Principal Lu urged. But Yang Qingxiu still couldn't utter a complete sentence. The crucial point is that I didn't kill the Beast Lord myself. I can't exactly tell people about my escape through my anus, can I? That would be incredibly embarrassing in front of so many media outlets. Yang Qingxiu, is there some hidden story behind this? Commander Wang noticed something was amiss. The once lively scene gradually quieted down as everyone noticed that Yang Qingxiu's expression was strange. Facing the gaze of everyone present, Yang Qingxiu finally spoke in a barely audible voice. Actually, the one who killed the Beast Lord, wasn't me. What? Boom! The entire audience was instantly terrified. The first person to react was Principal Lu, who felt as if the sky had fallen. The person who killed the Beast Lord was not Yang Qingxiu. Who else could it be? Instantly, all the honors that Principal Lu was about to enjoy turned into bubbles in the rain, shattering completely. What did you say? Commander Wang was also somewhat bewildered. Of all the martial artists who entered, only Cao Meng and Yang Qingxiu possessed S-level talent. If it wasn't just these two who slew the Beast Lord, then who else could it be? The one who slew the Beast Lord was actually someone else. No, are there hidden geniuses? Could they be from Jiangbei City? The others at the scene immediately started discussing it. Tell me, who is it? Commander Wang pressed Yang Qingxiu for answers. He no longer cared about his image, the unease in his heart grew stronger. Yang Qingxiu pursed her trembling lips and remained silent, instead slowly turning her gaze to a figure not far away. Everyone followed the gaze and discovered that the figure was none other than Lin Fan. 1 2 3 Lin Fan was taking stock of the crystal cores in his spatial ring when he suddenly froze. He looked up and found that all eyes in the room were on him. Stunned, surprised, regretful. These gazes were filled with a mix of complex emotions. Lin Fan. How could it be Lin Fan? Commander Wang's head suddenly exploded. He never imagined that the one who slew the Beast Lord would be Lin Fan. How is this possible? That guy is a complete waste of talent. It's a miracle he even survived the secret realm, let alone killed a Lord-level beast. Thinking of this, Commander Wang felt a sharp pain in his face. When Lin Fan squandered his talent, he personally issued a ban, stating that Lin Fan was a complete waste. But now, the other party. Commander Wang felt that the slap in the face had come far too quickly. Lin Fan? It's actually Lin Fan. After confirming the facts repeatedly, Principal Lu had no choice but to face reality. The more he felt remorse, the stronger it became. If I hadn't fired Lin Fan, if I had still supported her, if everything could be done over again, things would never have turned out this way. I can still enjoy the honor brought by Lin Fan. Unfortunately, there's no going back in life. Even if Principal Lu regrets it deeply, he can't change the established reality. As for the others at the scene, they were mostly shocked. After all, as far as they knew, it could be a level 35 Beast Lord. Lin Fan had no talent, let alone the ability to use innate supernatural powers, so how did he manage to kill him? Lin Fan. Could it be that he killed the Beast Lord with just his physical strength? Impossible. Only martial artists below level 23 can enter the secret realm. How could they possess such formidable physical strength? What exactly happened? We need an explanation. No one could possibly imagine how a martial artist with no talent could have accomplished all of this. At this moment, Lin Fan sensed that something was wrong. They had already left the scene with the spoils they had obtained from the secret realm. Quiet. Sure enough, Commander Wang, who had just come to his senses, ordered the city guards to seal off the scene. All recording equipment on site was confiscated, and a gag order was issued. In particular, all the major media outlets have signed confidentiality agreements. Anyone who leaks what happened today will be punished for betraying the Federation. Commander Wang was filled with resentment. This plan has been ruined by Lin Fan again. He meticulously planned this trial and specially invited numerous media outlets to create momentum. But unexpectedly, everything he had planned turned into a stage for him to slap himself in the face. Lin Fan, the student whom he himself labeled as a waste, actually killed a level 35 alien beast lord without any talent or power. Such outstanding achievements make him an absolute genius even in the entire human federation. But now, Commander Wang felt his spirits sink to rock bottom. No. I cannot let this matter escalate, it must not come to the attention of the federal leadership. Chapter 24. Inside a villa in the suburbs of Nanjiang City. So many days have passed, I wonder how the young master is doing. Uncle Fu paced back and forth in the living room, his hands behind his back. During the days Lin Fan participated in the trials, he had been taking care of his businesses. Although their young master had said before entering the secret realm that he would hunt for exotic beast cores to alleviate the family's financial pressure. But he knew in his heart that Lin Fan had lost his talent. Entering this secret realm, it will probably be quite an achievement if we can even protect ourselves. As for hunting a large number of alien beast cores, it is highly unlikely that this will be accomplished. So these past few days, Uncle Fu has been developing his businesses and trying to raise more funds for the young master's cultivation. Of course, some changes also occurred. Uncle Fu. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Uncle Fu turned his head and his face immediately lit up with joy. Young master, you're finally back. How is everything at home while I was away? Good. All is well. Young master, please rest assured. Uncle Fu stepped forward and looked Lin Fan up and down, worried that his young master might have been injured in any way. After repeatedly confirming that Lin Fan was all right, Uncle Fu finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Young master, I'm relieved to see that you're all right. Uncle Fu, you underestimate me. This time, my gains in the secret realm far exceeded my expectations. As he spoke, Lin Fan extended his divine sense into the secret realm. The next second, a pile of alien beast crystal cores appeared on the ground. There are estimated to be about 100 of them, all of which are level 15 beast cores. This. Before Lin Fan could speak, Uncle Fu immediately said in a surprised tone. Young master, did you kill all of them by yourself? Uncle Fu stared at the pile of level 10 plus alien beast cores on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. You should know that before entering the secret realm, the young master's cultivation level was only level 18 martial artist. And given his young master's personality, it's highly unlikely he'll team up with others. Moreover, given that he has ruined his own talent, it's highly unlikely that anyone would choose to team up with the young master. In other words, Lin Fan hunted down over 100 level 15 beasts all by himself without any teammates. This combat power is way too far beyond what's expected. Secret realms are dangerous, even observable secret realms are not something ordinary martial artists can easily handle. Hunting monsters in secret realms without teammates is a huge test of a martial artist's stamina, tactics, and other qualities. Young master, did you hunt all of these by yourself? Although Uncle Fu already had the answer in his heart, he still asked. Of course, I hunted them all by myself. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu was initially shocked, but then became excited. Young master, you are indeed exceptionally talented. Let's see who dares to talk about you behind your back now. Even without using his talent, my young master far surpasses most so-called talented martial artists. All right. Lin Fan calmed Uncle Fu down and pointed to the pile of strange beast cores on the ground, saying. Uncle Fu, could you help me with this pile? Young master, I understand. I'll put these crystal cores away now and take them to the market to trade tomorrow. Uncle Fu carefully stored these crystal cores as if they were treasures, preparing to put them in a safe. Although the quality of these crystal cores is not particularly good, even on the market, a single one would only fetch tens of thousands of star coins at most. Furthermore, even if some of them are sold, there's no guarantee that any merchants will be willing to buy them. But these are symbols of their young master's power. In Uncle Fu's mind, this alone was worth a fortune. After all, which novice martial artist could achieve such a dazzling record in the secret realm on their own? Uncle Fu, you've misunderstood. Lin Fan was somewhat amused and exasperated. What I mean is, these crystal cores are all defective products that I selected, and I wanted you to dispose of them. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's smile froze instantly. Shock mingled with a sense of bewilderment. Young master, what did you say? You heard me right, what we're selling are these carefully selected premium items. As he spoke, Lin Fan waved his hand, and another batch of crystal cores appeared from his spatial ring. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire living room was enveloped in various colors of light, so bright that it made Uncle Fu's eyes dazzle. This is... After his eyes adjusted to the light, Uncle Fu was able to see the scene before him clearly. It turned out to be a bunch of level 20 monster cores. Among them are even some top-grade exotic beast cores of level 25. Light scattered everywhere, and its brilliance shone brightly. The powerful energy contained within these crystal nuclei made Uncle Fu unable to stop swallowing. He roughly counted them, and there were no fewer than 200 such crystal cores in total. With this kind of quality, the lowest price would probably be over 1 million. But all of these were hunted down by their young master alone. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's mind went blank for a moment. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Fan even carried a hint of wariness. You, who exactly are you? What have you done to our young master? Lin Fan smiled helplessly. Uncle Fu, you don't need to worry, I'm still me. How can you prove it? Uncle Fu pressed on. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, it was just that everything before his eyes seemed too unreal. When you were young, you pretended to be blind and ran a massage parlor. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu blushed and immediately believed it. He only told his young master about this. All right. Young master, I'll secretly dispose of these crystal cores tomorrow. Uncle Fu did not press his young master about how he had obtained these crystal cores. Having worked as a housekeeper his entire life, he knew when to ask questions and when not to. They also understood that the batch of crystal cores that the young master had hunted must be handled in secret. We absolutely must not let anyone trace it back to the young master, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, I trust you to handle things. Lin Fan nodded and didn't say anything more. Uncle Fu is an elderly person who lives with my parents, so I trust him to handle things. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, she suddenly noticed that Uncle Fu's walking posture was a bit strange. His left foot seemed injured and he was a little unsteady. Although the other party tried to cover it up, Lin Fan still managed to catch it. Uncle Fu, what happened to your foot? Uncle Fu was momentarily stunned, and nothing, haha, I just fell and took a nap. Is that really true? Lin Fan sensed something was wrong. Uncle Fu, I don't like hiding things. You watched me grow up, you should know my personality well. Uncle Fu stood there for a long time without saying a word, as if he was hesitating about something. Lin Fan didn't urge him, patiently waiting for his return. Hey, young master, I know your personality. I just didn't want you to get involved. Uncle Fu, feeling helpless, finally explained. While you were in the secret realm, I've been trying to raise funds using my businesses. But one day a group of martial artists arrived and started fighting without saying a word. We couldn't raise the money, and now our business has come to a standstill. Luckily, young master, you brought back these crystal cores, otherwise, we would have faced financial difficulties for quite some time. So the injuries on your body were inflicted by those people. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Who sent them? He understood that someone must be behind this. Those people made it clear that they were sent by the Lin family. Lin Ruhe. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. It seems it's time for Nanjiang City to shed some blood. He has lived 2 lives and has a clear understanding of everything. Although Lin Ruhe is related to me by blood. But as long as they turn their blades on you, they are the enemy. He deserves to die. Chapter 25. Young Master, you. Uncle Fu felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the faint killing intent emanating from Lin Fan. Our young master is only 18 years old, but he seems to have an aura far beyond that of his peers. But he still felt uneasy. After all, Lin Fan had just gone through a change. With our foundation still unstable, if we rashly take action against Lin Ruhe, the trouble it might cause could be considerable. Uncle Fu, just do as I tell you. You don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his expression remaining calm and composed. But Uncle Fu wanted to say something more. But the next second, they were completely shocked by the fluctuations in blood and qi emanating from Lin Fan. Boom! When the blood and qi fluctuations of a level 32 martial artist were released, Uncle Fu trembled all over. As an elder of the Lin family, he knew Lin Fan's situation all too well. When they first entered the secret realm, their young master was only an 18th level martial artist. In just 13 days, he suddenly rose to the level of a level 32 martial artist. What an incredible improvement! Wrong. This can no longer be described as defying the heavens. It's like they're rubbing God's head in the dirt. If his young master still possesses the SSS talent, then everything can still be explained by talent cultivation. After all, the biggest characteristic of talent cultivation is that it allows for rapid improvement in one's realm. While it wasn't as exaggerated as leveling up 14 levels in 13 days, it was still somewhat explainable. The key issue is that my young master has no talent at all, he follows the path of ancient martial arts cultivation. Oh, right. Ancient martial arts training. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu was shocked again and looked at Lin Fan with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. When did ancient martial arts training reach such a terrifying speed? Although the speed of cultivation in ancient martial arts and the various limitations of cultivation are regarded as a dead end by modern people. But there is one point that no one objects to. That is the realm of refinement and improvement through ancient martial arts, a real and substantial improvement in the level of life. To put it simply, at the same level, ancient martial arts practitioners are invincible. Young master. Uncle Fu became more and more excited as he thought about it. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Our young master cultivates ancient martial arts, yet he is able to break through obstacles and his realm improvement far surpasses that of talent cultivation. Wouldn't it be quick enough to sweep across the entire human federation? If that's the case, then the Lin Ruhe lineage is indeed nothing. She doesn't even have the right to carry her young master's shoes. Screw your contempt. Screw the Lin family. To hell with Commander Wang. Compared to their young master's extraordinary talent, they are all just chickens and dogs. Lin Fan remained silent. Uncle Fu has already had a brain OM. Young master, we'll do whatever you say. Uncle Fu didn't say anything else, he understood everything just from the fluctuations in blood and qi that Lin Fan deliberately displayed. Everything is under the control of our young master. As for how Lin Fan broke through the curse of ancient martial arts and improved his realm so rapidly, he didn't ask any questions, which is a proper sense of propriety a butler should have. Give me the address, and I'll personally deal with those troublemaking martial artists. Lin Fan nodded. What he admired most, besides Uncle Fu's superb massage skills, was the man's quick wit and ability to understand things immediately. After Uncle Fu left, Lin Fan glanced at the sky outside the window, deciding to figure things out before making any plans. Buzz! The next second, he made a grabbing motion in the air and took out the white horse, treading snow, from his spatial ring. In my previous life, this gun accompanied me in battle until the very last moment. In this life, I will make you even stronger. As he spoke, Lin Fan opened his left hand, and a ball of light containing lightning appeared in his palm. Lightning element source. Once fused into the gun body, it will immediately become a spiritual weapon. Spirit weapons. In my previous life, I only ever saw them in the hands of powerful figures at the highest levels of the Federation. Lin Fan vaguely remembered that it was an iron fan containing the element of fire. At that time, the powerful figure merely waved his iron fan, and the raging sea of fire burned thousands of strange beasts to ashes. That scene was deeply etched in Lin Fan's mind. Now, I too will possess such a divine weapon. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little excited. They collected the origin body and weapons and headed towards the second floor room. He planned to use the remaining time to try to fuse the two and truly forge the spirit weapon. At the same time, Lin Mansion, Tianhai City. In a study, Lin Ruhe was pacing anxiously back and forth. Oh dear, why hasn't my son Xiao Tian come back yet? Not everyone is qualified to observe the trials in the secret realm. Lin Ruhe could only wait at home. When we set off, Xiao Tian said that he would deal with Lin Fan within the secret realm. They should have succeeded by now, so why haven't we seen anyone yet? Lin Ruhe was puzzled. He was extremely supportive of his son's plan to deal with Lin Fan. Although the other party is now a useless person, at least he was once a genius of the Lin family, appearing only once in a century. As long as Lin Fan is alive, he and his son can never sleep soundly. Master! Something terrible has happened. Half an hour later, a guard rushed in with a panicked expression. UBD! Lin Ruhe's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately launched into a tirade. UBD! How many times have I told you? From now on, when reporting matters, you must not use such unlucky words, replace them with words of congratulations. Congratulations! The guard's face turned grim. But sir! There are no buts. What I say goes. Oh well. The guard swallowed hard and tentatively asked. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Young master may have met with misfortune. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruhe felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had been punched hard, and almost vomited blood. My son is dead. How is that possible? Before setting off, Tian'er specially brought a team of elite disciples from the clan. How could something have happened to her? Lin Ruhe felt like his head was about to explode. Speak. Tell me everything you know. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Bang. Lin Ruhe kicked out and yelled, I'll FG kill your mother's head. The guard felt wronged. Didn't you tell me to say that? Even if I told you, you wouldn't agree. Master, I'm gathering information outside the secret realm. Everything was fine at first, but then something happened. A large number of city guards cordoned off the scene, something serious seemed to have happened. The site was later reopened, but everyone who came out remained silent. Unable to obtain any information and unable to spot the young master, I had no choice but to continue waiting. But later, when they learned that the secret realm had completely closed and disappeared, the young master still hadn't come out. According to the staff, if they haven't come out by this time, it's basically... The guard didn't dare say anything more. But Lin Ruhe also knew that the secret realm had closed and they hadn't come out yet. Even if they're not dead, it's no different from being dead. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lin Ruhe plopped down on the ground, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness and darkness. The sky has fallen. Her only son is dead. Impossible. If Tian'er were still alive, how could she not have made it out of the secret realm? Tian'er has definitely been murdered. She's been brutally attacked. Speak. Who do you think killed my son? Lin Ruhe grabbed the guard's collar, acting like a madman. I don't know, sir. The guards were clearly terrified. Right. Lin Ruhe's expression suddenly turned fierce. You're right. It's definitely Lin Fan. It's definitely Lin Fan. No, when did I say that? The guard didn't dare to breathe loudly. Lin Ruhe's eyes were bloodshot, and he even dug a deep scratch into the ground. Lin Fan. You just wait. I'll take your life. Chapter 26. Late at night. Lin Fan's room. Control the source of the lightning element and fuse it with the weapon. This would allow the weapon to possess elemental power, becoming a spiritual weapon with elemental might. Buzz. Inside the room, Lin Fan tossed the lightning element source body into the air, where it came to a steady stop. Then, after putting the white horse on the ground and letting it take a breath, the next steps began. The first step is fusion. Lin Fan manipulated the source body in mid-air, slowly moving it towards the white horse Ta Shui on the ground. According to the system description, as long as the lightning element source is fused with the weapon, a spirit weapon can be obtained. However, it was not mentioned whether the integration process might fail. If I fail, my weapon will be destroyed. Lin Fan was still a little uneasy. Buzz. As the lightning element source material came into contact with the surface of the gun, ripples immediately appeared, with lightning flashes dancing within them. Changes are beginning to occur. Lin Fan held his breath and concentrated. The ball of lightning elemental energy began to spread like liquid. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire gun barrel. Sizzle. Immediately following this was the continuous sound of thunder, with occasional flashes of lightning leaping out from the gun. The gun body, which was originally gleaming and shiny, began to show countless patterns. It looks like someone is using tools to carve it little by little. Furthermore, Lin Fan discovered that the lightning elements that were originally gathered in the source body were now stored in these patterns. But Lin Fan could only watch from the sidelines as everything changed afterward. Let's wait and see the final result. Finally, an hour had passed. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly rang out from the white horse treading on snow. Startled, Lin Fan immediately looked at the gun and his eyes lit up. The white horse treading on snow-covered spear body, although the overall design remains unchanged, still looks the same as before. But the aura they exuded was quite different. In the past, the white horse treading on snow could only be described as a fierce and ominous weapon. Now, it truly is an unparalleled spiritual weapon, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Buzz! Lin Fan reached out and grasped the gun that was hovering in mid-air. The moment their palms touched, an extremely powerful surge of lightning erupted, undulating like ocean waves. This energy seems to be responding to my thoughts. Lin Fan was startled. This magical feeling is like an inanimate object being given life. This is exactly what the white horse treading through the snow looks like at this moment. Lin Fan could clearly feel the surging energy of the gun echoing his thoughts. Go! Lin Fan looked out the window, focusing on a large tree in the yard. But his arm did not move, and he did not exert any force on the white horse treading on the snow. But the next second... Whoosh! Boom! The white horse treading on snow in Lin Fan's hand flew out on its own. It went straight through the window and plunged into that big tree. Then, the lightning crackled from the gun barrel, instantly turning the entire tree into charcoal. Sizzle! The sharp lightning bolts blasted the surrounding land into darkness. Elemental attack. Definitely a spirit weapon. White horse treading on snow. It really can understand what I'm saying. Lin Fan was thrilled. This is what makes spirit weapons so extraordinary. Besides being far more powerful than ordinary weapons, the most crucial thing is that it can understand its master's commands. What's the difference between this and a living, breathing person? And he was also a loyal person. No wonder spirit weapons can become the absolute weapon of the human federation. Besides their power, there is another factor at play. With this in mind, Lin Fan simply reached out to the white horse treading on snow downstairs. With a whoosh, the spear flew back automatically. After several more trials, Lin Fan had new doubts. Since white horse treading snow can now communicate with me, doesn't that mean it can understand and execute all my commands? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan immediately began to try it out. He held the gun horizontally in front of him and then gave the command. White horse treading on snow, go to the kitchen and make me a bowl of fried rice with eggs, but without eggs or rice. A few seconds passed, but the white horse treading on snow did not react. White horse treading on snow, I command you to strike the spear shaft 100 times. I know it's difficult, but it's an order. Seeing that the white horse still didn't react, Lin Fan tried one last time. White horse treading on snow, I command you to go to school, and then get into Tsinghua and Peking University Martial Arts School. The result remains the same. All right, it seems that after White Horse treading on snow became a spirit weapon. Although it can communicate with me, it can only understand simple instructions. I just don't know if it can be improved further, or if a highly intelligent, artifact spirit can be conceived. Lin Fan's interest waned considerably. He took out his phone, logged onto the martial arts forum, and prepared to collect information related to spirit weapons. After all, this was the first time he had ever possessed a spiritual weapon. Lin Fan wanted to see how his spiritual weapon differed from those of other martial artists. After reviewing the documents several times, he did indeed discover a problem. That is, in various materials, the descriptions of spirit weapons are mainly based on powerful elemental attacks. Various types of elemental weapons have detailed descriptions. But there's one point that wasn't mentioned in any of the materials. No other spirit weapon can understand its master's commands like the White Horse treading on snow. Even if it's just some simple attack commands. Lin Fan then realized, it seems that my spirit weapon is unique. And far superior to other spirit weapons. To verify this hypothesis, Lin Fan pretended to post a question on the forum. Dear experts, since spirit weapons are so powerful, can they understand their master's commands? Within minutes, someone commented. The Snow White weapon, it understands its master's commands? Are you treating this weapon like an artificial intelligence? Superman strong, understand the instructions? You're overthinking it. Only a newbie would ask that question. Fifei, a weapon that can understand commands must at least possess a low-level weapon spirit. A spirit weapon simply possesses elemental power. Kongda, everyone come and laugh, there's a newbie here. Hiss. My spirit weapon is indeed different from other spirit weapons. Lin Fan felt inexplicably superior. It feels like everyone is using the same system, but you have an extra function. But what is the reason? Could it be due to the lightning element source body? Or is Bai Ma Ta Shui himself somewhat extraordinary? Lin Fan prefers the latter. Because in his previous life, he had sensed the origin of the White Horse treading on snow, which was very likely to be of great importance. This is no ordinary object. But the turmoil in my previous life came too quickly, and I died before I could investigate this matter. But in this life, it seems there's time to figure it out. Lin Fan, holding a white horse treading on snow, brandishes his spear towards the sky. Boom! Gunfire billowed into the night, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Rumble! Thunder roared throughout Nanjiang City, and also echoed outside a window of the commander's palace. The lightning illuminated Commander Wang's profile, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Commander! Not long after, Yang Qingxiu walked in, trembling. After a long while, Commander Wang sighed, looked up at Yang Qingxiu, and said, I'm really angry right now. Chapter 27. Commander. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the room, Yang Qingxiu became increasingly nervous. She had previously received orders that the commander wanted to see her in person, which seemed to be something important. This made her feel uneasy the whole way. What could possibly be so important that I have to get involved? Since the end of the 996th Secret Realm trial, the atmosphere throughout Nanjun province has become unusually strange. The Secret Realm trial that was originally touted by various media outlets. But it was as if nothing had happened, they completely disappeared without a trace. All related news has been censored. No one dared to ask. No one dared to say it. The sky above the entire southern province was as if shrouded in dark clouds, brewing a thunderous roar that would make everyone's heart tremble. And this dark cloud was none other than Commander Wang himself. As a high-ranking official in charge of a region, he was the god of Nanjun province. The emotions of all forces are swayed by him alone. Yang Qingxiu tightened his clothes when he heard the phrase I'm very angry right now. Does the commander want me to sit down? Commander Wang issued the order. He was filled with extreme resentment. Lin Fan, the person whom he publicly regarded as a piece of trash. Not only did they ruin their own plans, but they also slapped themselves in the face with their own strength. What's most infuriating is that I can't easily kill him to vent my anger. On the surface, the southern province is calm and peaceful. But in reality, countless eyes are secretly watching Commander Wang's every move. Once he killed Lin Fan, the fragile stability that has been achieved is likely to be subject to further fluctuations. Tell me the key points about your time in the secret realm. Yes. Yang Qingxiu knew. The so-called key point is about Lin Fan. She dared not hide anything and told them everything she knew. From Lin Fan defeating Cao Meng to severing the head of the nine-headed Xian turtle with his bare hands. Of course, she selectively concealed the fact that she escaped through her anus. Hiss. After hearing this, Commander Wang couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Unexpectedly, Cao Meng's limbs were broken by Lin Fan. And this was done while his innate supernatural abilities were activated. No wonder when I sent someone to the hospital to inquire about Cao Meng, the person went crazy and started shouting as soon as they heard Lin Fan's name. He was diagnosed with intermittent psychosis by the hospital. So he's been traumatized by Lin Fan. Defeating Cao Meng is one thing. Although it's a bit beyond the standard, it can at least be explained by natural talent. After all, he is a genius whose SSS level talent has been tested, so it is normal for him to perform exceptionally well. To be able to crush a level 35 nine-headed tortoise with bare hands, that's definitely beyond the realm of possibility, isn't it? You saw this with your own eyes. This student would never dare to deceive the commander. This. Commander Wang was dumbfounded. Where did this prodigy come from? Without any talent for cultivation, he was able to forge such a powerful physical body. It's definitely a symbol of ancient martial arts practitioners. Ancient martial arts? Could it be that he really mastered them? Or does the other party retain the bloodline of some ancient star race? Commander Wang remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was shocked several times. Although he harbored deep resentment towards Lin Fan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation for her talent. He was well aware of the power of ancient martial arts. I just don't think Lin Fan can break free from his limitations and truly embark on the path of ancient martial arts training. But now it seems that the other party has already succeeded. This talent even surpasses many geniuses personally trained by the Federation. No wonder they look down on SSS level talents. Commander Wang felt a surge of regret. If I hadn't personally banned Lin Fan back then, would I be in this dilemma today? Well, since things have come to this, there's no going back. Lin Fan, even if you are truly a unique genius, it cannot affect my career advancement. Commander Wang had no intention of backing down. He once personally banned Lin Fan, but now he's reviving her. If word gets out, it's bound to make the federal leadership doubt their own abilities. The Federation has no shortage of geniuses, and this opportunity for promotion is one I'll miss forever. With that thought, Commander Wang's gaze returned to Yang Qingxiu. Do you know who won this secret realm trial? Yes. Yang Qingxiu tentatively asked. It should be Lin Fan. No. Commander Wang immediately rejected her, then pointed with his large hand and said, "You are the one who slew the Beast Lord and won the championship in this trial." It seems that Yang Qingxiu has been busy with training and her mind is a little muddled. It's me. Yang Qingxiu stood there, stunned. Am I the one who won the championship? When did this happen? Yang Qingxiu, I've looked up your file. You're quite gifted, you should be able to understand what I'm saying. Commander Wang awaited Yang Qingxiu's reaction. Yang Qingxiu's mind raced. The commander's intention was clear, he wanted me to take Lin Fan's place as champion. Few people knew the inside story, apart from the media, almost all of them were government and school officials. With the power of Commander Wang, it is indeed possible to do so. But is it really appropriate for me to replace the champion? Yang Qingxiu was caught in a dilemma. Once I agree, I'll be tied to Commander Wang. Once the truth comes out, he will inevitably be the first to be sacrificed. But the benefits are also significant. If I agree, I can gain the favor of a commander. They're being groomed as the face of a prodigy in Southern County. The resources, benefits, status, you can have anything you want. The more Yang Qingxiu thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Ultimately, she made a decision. Thank you for reminding me, Commander. I did indeed forget. Ha 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 ha. Commander Wang laughed heartily. Yang Qingxiu, I know you are wary of Lin Fan's strength. But rest assured, I assure you that from now on, all martial arts resources in Nanjun province will be supplied to you without limit. Talented cultivation is known for its speed, and with the massive resources provided by this commander. Don't worry, you'll soon surpass Lin Fan and leave him far behind. The student kneels to express gratitude to the commander. Yang Qingxiu was extremely excited. Looks like I made the right bet. The benefits of getting on Commander Wang's ship will be enormous. Even if Lin Fan cultivates ancient martial arts, his level of skill can only improve rapidly, and that improvement is ultimately limited. With an S-level talent to begin with, and a massive influx of resources, wouldn't his cultivation level skyrocket? Alright, you can go now. Don't make a fuss yet, let me arrange everything. Yes. Yang Qingxiu stepped back in excitement. Commander Wang looked out the window at the night sky, feeling somewhat uncertain. I hope I won't misjudge someone again. For some reason, he had a vague premonition. Even so, Yang Qingxiu may not be able to surpass Lin Fan. The idea was absurd, but Commander Wang couldn't shake it off. With the resources of the entire province for irrigation, even a pig should grow into a martial arts master. Moreover, Yang Qingxiu possesses S-level martial arts talent. Commander Wang felt that the reason he had this idea was because. It might be because, Lin Fan is just too amazing. Crushing a level 35 beast lord with his bare hands. Is that something a novice martial artist could do? The level of shock is comparable to a legend about a martial artist named Third Brother who rd a giant lizard. Although I can't follow Lin Fan for the time being. But with this child's aptitude, we absolutely cannot allow him to fully mature. Chapter 28 Lin Family Villa, Nanjiang City. Uncle Fu, I'm going out. After giving instructions to Uncle Fu, Lin Fan walked towards the door. He was going to Fu Bo's businesses to deal with the martial artists sent by Lin Ruhe. Young master, please be careful in your actions. If anything happens, be sure to call me. Lin Fan nodded and asked Uncle Fu to help him sell all the crystal cores today. The family's funds are running low, so we need to sell the crystal cores as soon as possible and exchange them for a large amount of star coins. Today's task. Running, 0/15 km. Push UPS, 0/2000. Sit UPS, 0/2000. I haven't had much time to do quests these past few days, so I have to start leveling up again. There are still 50 years before the cosmic upheaval arrives. Before that, you must upgrade the system to level 999 to unlock the final reward. Lin Fan did a simple warm-up. I ran all the way out of the residential area. Uncle Fu's business is a massage parlor located in the city center, and it's quite large. I can run there and also complete a daily task. Several hours passed quickly. Bite. Today's running task completed. Push UPS, 0/2000. Sit UPS, 0/2000. It's quite a large scale. Lin Fan entered the mall and discovered that the entire floor was occupied by Uncle Fu's massage parlor. Strangely, when I went into the store, I didn't see a single employee. But what's going on? Even though there are fewer customers during the day, surely there should be at least a front desk? Is anyone there? Welcome, please visit. A pretty receptionist timidly peeked her head out from behind the counter. Sir, are you here for a massage? The receptionist looked around and said, I'm sorry, our store is experiencing some special circumstances lately. For your safety, please choose another location. What happened? Lin Fan sat on the sofa and picked up a cup of tea to sip. The receptionist sighed upon hearing this. A group of martial arts practitioners recently came and clear the place out every night without fail. Not only did they scare away other customers, but they also extorted money from our boss, demanding exorbitant protection fees. Lin Fan nodded after listening. I understand. I came here specifically to handle this matter. You? The receptionist was clearly taken aback. You're the thug our boss hired. My boss did call this morning and said someone would come and handle it. They didn't give any specific details, only saying that once the person arrived, he should follow their instructions completely. She had assumed the boss would hire a group of thugs. But to my surprise, the student who arrived looked to be no more than 20 years old. Although he's fairly handsome, has a good physique, and well-defined muscles. But no matter what, it seems they can't possibly defeat those fierce-looking martial artists, right? May I have your name? Me. The receptionist snapped out of her daze and immediately replied, My name is Xiao Fang. My boss instructed me to follow your orders completely. Good to know. Lin Fan stood up. From now on, I'll tell you what to do, and you just need to do as I say. Xiao Fang nodded immediately. First, find me an open space where I can unleash my power. That's easy, we happen to have a spare room in our shop. Xiao Fang immediately led the way. Lin Fan entered the room, and sure enough, there was nothing inside. Mr. Lin, should we set up an ambush inside the room next? Or perhaps we could send 100 axemen to lure the martial artists into a trap, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop? Let me tell you first, I can be responsible for seducing you. Xiao Fang seemed a little excited, proudly puffing out her chest. At the same time, I felt relieved. No wonder Lin Fan came alone, it turns out she planned to outsmart him. You're overthinking it, but there is something I do need you to do. What? Stand at the front and wait for those martial artists to arrive, then bring them to see me. That's it. Then what are you going to do? Lin Fan took off his coat, warmed up, and said, I'm going to do push-ups. Don't come in and bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. Push-up? What does this have to do with dealing with those martial artists? Xiao Fang was taken aback. Lin Fan then lay down on the ground and started doing push-ups. 1 2 3. Wow, but to be fair, that push-up was actually pretty good. Xiao Fang was surprised. She has been proficient in massage techniques since childhood and is very familiar with the structure of the human body's meridians. Lin Fan's every push-up is executed with precise control of his muscles and joints, without the slightest error. How many push-ups must one do to get to this level? Hey! Wrong! Even if you do push-ups perfectly, you still can't handle those fierce martial artists, right? Xiao Fang realized what was happening. But he had no choice but to leave, unable to comply with Lin Fan's orders. Well, if a fight breaks out later, it's none of my business. Fine, considering how handsome you are, I'll call the police for you. Inside the room, Lin Fan continued completing tasks on his own. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Reward, 554 experience points, 54 self-discipline points. The system is currently evaluating. Congratulations, host, for achieving an A-level rating and receiving a 5 times experience bonus. 5 times the experience points. 2770 experience points. Bite. Experience points have reached the limit. Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 10/999. The system has been upgraded. With the system upgrade, my cultivation level will likely rise as well. Lin Fan then looked at his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 4.3. Realm, level 34 martial artist. Strength, 2200 kilograms. Speed, 136 m/s. His cultivation level has increased by 2 levels. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. Previously, the ratio of advancement in realm to advancement in the system was consistent. In other words, if the system level increases by 1 level, the martial arts realm also increases by 1 level. And now, the system upgrades by 1 level, and the cultivation level increases by 2 levels directly. In other words, as the system continues to upgrade, this proportion will become higher and higher. Perhaps in the later stages, with each level the system advances, your cultivation level can directly increase by 100 levels. In that case, upgrading will really be no different from taking an airplane. But Lin Fan understands. In the later stages, the experience points required for system upgrades will definitely double. You need to complete more demanding and difficult tasks to gain enough experience points. Bang! At that moment, the door was kicked open violently. Is that BD inside? Mr. Linear, they've arrived. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a group of fierce-looking martial artists blocking the entrance. Xiao Fang stood timidly to the side, barely daring to breathe. So you're the helper that old man Fu found? Hahaha, with such a small frame, it's not even enough for us brothers to beat up. Are you kidding me? Sending a student to deal with us? You don't think you'll get extra credits, do you? Ha 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 ha. After sizing up Lin Fan, the group of martial artists burst into laughter. Mr. Linear. Xiao Fang turned pale with fright. Ordinary people are no different from ants in front of martial artists. She gripped her phone tightly in her pocket, intending to call for emergency medical assistance immediately. Otherwise, Lin Fan alone would probably be beaten to a pulp in just a few punches. Forget about calling the police. Xiao Fang tried it last time. As soon as she made the call, one of the martial artists' phones rang. Kid, tell me, do you want your arm or your leg broken first? One of the martial artists, with a mocking expression, placed his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. Take your hand away. Haha, you said. Bang. Before the man could finish speaking, Lin Fan kicked him. Thump. A human-shaped figure was pierced through the wall, and the martial artist was imprinted inside it. Chapter 29. What's going on? The group of martial artists blocking the entrance were stunned. Lin Fan looks like a student, yet he can unleash such formidable combat power. Brother Dao, we've probably run into a tough opponent. The leader of this group of martial artists was a fierce man known as Brother Dao. With the strength of a level 60 martial artist, he recruited a group of henchmen to act as thugs for other forces. Looking at his underlings who were vividly imprinted into the wall, Brother Dao couldn't help but feel uneasy. The other person looked very young, but I never expected him to be able to unleash such powerful physical strength. Why have I never heard of this formidable person in Nanjiang City? What kind of gang are you from? Brother Dao asked tentatively. Urxian Bridge, Chinjua Avenue. I didn't ask which street you live on. Don't play dumb with me, what's your name? Brother Dao was furious when he realized he had been tricked. My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan? You're that Lin Fan? Before Dao Ji and the others could speak, Xiao Fang was the first to react. So you're the genius who awakened SSS level talent but then gave it up. It caused quite a stir on the martial arts forum back then, and I never expected to meet the real person today. Lin Fan? Upon hearing this, Brother Dao and his companions realized what was happening. Hehe, so you're that Lin Fan? I was wondering when Nanjiang City produced such a young master. Turns out it's that good-for-nothing who squandered his talent a while ago. Brother Dao felt much more at ease. Although Lin Fan's display of strength just now was indeed quite amazing. However, given that he has awakened an SSS level talent, it is somewhat normal. But the other party has lost all talent and is now just a student who has just begun cultivating. Even if he had high aptitude before, could he possibly defeat a level 60 martial artist like myself? Obviously not. Kid, I admit you have some skill. But if you want to fight me, you're still too green. Boom. As he spoke, Brother Dao unleashed the power of his internal energy, revealing his level 60 martial artist status. Not only that, his arms suddenly swelled up. It's like a balloon that's being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the thickness of a thigh. C-rank talent, giant formation. Great! Brother Dao has made his move. Hahaha, with Brother Dao personally taking action, this kid is doomed. A crippled genius dares to swagger in front of Brother Dao. That's right, Brother Dao is awesome. He avenged us. Brother Dao, kill this kid. Seeing their leader preparing to make a move, the other martial artists naturally felt more confident and cheered him on from the sidelines. Mr. Linear. Xiao Fang's face was filled with tension again. Although she didn't understand martial arts, she knew the importance of talent for a martial artist. For some reason, Lin Fan gave up his talent. Although his natural talent was undeniable, he was ultimately at a disadvantage when fighting against a talented martial artist. Moreover, the guy in front of me, Brother Dao, is clearly from the underworld, and I don't even know how many lives he's taken. In terms of combat experience alone, none of them can compare to Lin Fan, a newcomer who has just started out. Snort. Brother Dao gave Xiao Fang a greedy look. After I take care of this kid, I'll have some fun with you. Boom. The next second, Brother Dao made his move without any warning. He turned around and threw a punch at Lin Fan's temple. The first move is the best defense. Seeing this, the smiles on the faces of the other martial artists became even more unrestrained. Xiao Fang turned her head away, afraid of seeing the bloody scene of Lin Fan's head being smashed open. Brother Dao also gave a cold laugh. Although it is shameful to preemptively attack a child when he is not prepared. But he just wanted to teach this so-called genius a lesson in what tactics are. Whoosh! However, to Dao Ji's surprise, Lin Fan easily dodged the attack, causing him to miss his target entirely. What's going on? Dao Ji was secretly surprised and was about to throw another punch when Lin Fan made his move. One punch per person, it's my turn. Boom. A deliberate punch. 10 times the power. Crack. Where Lin Fan's fist passed, even the air was compressed to the extreme, producing a violent roar. Dao Ji's pupils dilated suddenly, he clearly felt the terrifying power of that punch. That's not right. This isn't right. How could someone who has just started cultivating possess such terrifying physical strength? Bang! But it was too late for him to be terrified. As Lin Fan unleashed his punch, he instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even the blood mist evaporated because the room temperature rose sharply due to the fluctuations in qi and blood. Dao Ji has vanished into thin air. A ghost, a ghost. Brother Dao was blasted to ashes with a single punch. His underlings were the first to erupt in chaos, staring at Lin Fan with trembling eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Our own boss, a level 60 talented martial artist. After more than a decade of struggling in the underworld, he was blasted to pieces by a single punch from a student. The visual impact was so strong it almost scared them to death. Did Lin Ruhe send you? Lin Fan stepped forward, and the aura he exuded completely intimidated the remaining people. It was Lin Ruhe. It was Lin Ruhe who ordered us to do it. That's right. We're just doing our jobs for money. It's Lin Ruhe who wants to kill you. Please, please let us go. The group turned pale with fright. It really is Lin Ruhe. Lin Fan thought to himself. It seems that dealing with these guys is not enough, we must uproot Lin Ruhe completely, otherwise the consequences will be dire. I can release you, but you have to agree to one condition. What are your conditions? Tell me, and we'll agree to everything. You must keep everything that happened today a secret forever. Okay. We agree. The group felt as if they had been granted a pardon and turned to leave. Clang. The next second, Lin Fan summoned the white horse treading on snow. Boom. A flash of gunfire, and the people in front of them were instantly cleaved into a pool of black dust. Ah! My leg! Only one person was unlucky enough to be right on the edge of the lightning strike and only had their lower body severed. He was clinging to life by frantically secreting adrenaline. You broke your promise. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Lin Fan approached the man with his gun. You mustn't do it. I'm calling the police. If you come here to play again, you'll have to report it. Puff. Lin Fan cleaved it in two with a single shot. Killed a level 32 talent martial artist, HP plus 88. Deliberately unleashed a powerful punch, 3378/10,000. 6622 HP points are needed to unlock the third tier of the intentional strike fist's effectiveness. Third tier efficiency, maximizes physical strength by 20 times. Third order efficiency. 20 times the physical strength. It's a pity that I'm still short by more than 6,000 points of health and mana. To collect so much chi and blood, it seems I'll need to find some time to enter the secret realm and grind monsters after dealing with the current matters. The difficulty levels of the secret realms vary. To collect 6,000 health points at once, one must choose a high difficulty dungeon. Fortunately, White Horse treading snow has now advanced to the level of a spirit weapon, which is enough for me to protect myself in some high difficulty secret realms. After gathering her thoughts, Lin Fan looked at Xiao Fang beside her, intending to give her some instructions. Unexpectedly, the other party knelt down with a thud. Mr. Linear, could you please let me live and keep this a secret? Chapter 30. To live and keep a secret. Lin Fan couldn't help but find it amusing to see Xiao Fang's panicked expression. Mr. Linear. Xiao Fang was trembling all over, her face contorted with grief. Lin Fan's decisiveness and cold-bloodedness in eliminating these martial artists deeply shocked her. One second he was a young boy with an innocent face, and the next second he could so decisively kill Brother Dao and his group. The contrast before and after is just too great. Xiao Fang felt as if she were in heaven one second and had fallen into an endless hell the next. Clang! Lin Fan raised his gun and pressed the tip against Xiao Fang's chin. Feeling the coldness, Xiao Fang shuddered and closed her eyes, ready to face death. In her view, since Lin Fan wanted to keep the secret, she would definitely be the next person to be killed. However, to her surprise, the chill disappeared the next second. Tell all employees that business can resume as normal. Besides, you know the consequences if word gets out about what happened today. After the matter was resolved, Lin Fan prepared to leave. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will not reveal a single word about what happened today. Xiao Fang finally let out a long breath and kept making promises to Lin Fan as he walked away. Lin Fan originally didn't intend to kill her. After all, he was Uncle Fu's employee, so he was considered one of his own. Even if the other party betrays you, there is nowhere to escape. Late at night, Lin Fan returned to the villa and, as usual, enjoyed Uncle Fu's massage and medicinal bath. Young master, about the massage parlor. Everything has been resolved, but Lin Ruhe is the mastermind behind it all. We need to find a way to deal with him, otherwise this isn't over. As Lin Fan spoke, he inquired about the crystal core. By the way, Uncle Fu, how's the progress on that batch of crystal cores I asked you to sell? Young master, everything went smoothly. The batch of crystal cores you hunted were of extremely high quality, especially those from level 20 and above beasts. Several groups of people even raised the price to buy it. In short, everyone made a move. Uncle Fu counted on his fingers. This batch of crystal cores sold for a total of 400 million star coins. However, due to the large amount, the transfer process will take several days. 400 million. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. This amount was a full 100 million higher than I had originally expected. A simple, observable secret realm can generate a revenue of 400 million. It seems that farming star coins in dungeons is indeed a considerable source of income. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's lips twitched. Young master, this must be you. Like other martial artists of the same level, they need to stick together to protect themselves once they enter the secret realm. Where is there anything like you? In the end, Uncle Fu still didn't say the words defying the heavens. Although this description is somewhat disrespectful. But there's no better word to describe their young master than defying the heavens. Among martial artists, there are indeed those who earn profits by clearing secret realms. These people are collectively known as mining groups. However, all members of the mining team will gather all their members and make thorough preparations before venturing into the dungeon. Finally, the profits from selling the crystal cores will be distributed among everyone. Who would have thought that their young master, all by himself, had earned a whopping 400 million star coins just by clearing a single secret realm? If the veterans of those mining groups found out, they'd be furious to death in the secret realm in no time. Young master, I think we should wait until this money arrives in the account. We should hire some martial arts bodyguards in case of any emergencies, Uncle Fu suggested. Lin Fan nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. With only himself and Uncle Fu in the entire villa, the safety level was indeed too low. It was fine before. Now that they are being watched by Lin Ruhe, he will inevitably take action in secret. Uncle Fu, you're right, this is indeed something we have to deal with. Young master, be careful. Bang! Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Uncle Fu suddenly pounced on her and pinned her down. Puff! The next second, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out. Uncle Fu! Lin Fan immediately realized that someone was lying in ambush outside the window. He rolled over and got up, and the first thing he saw was an arrow stuck in Uncle Fu's shoulder. If Uncle Fu hadn't stopped him, that arrow would have been aimed at the back of his head. Thank God, the opponent's shot missed. Uncle Fu clutched his wound, wincing in pain. Court death. Lin Fan looked out the window. In the distant, dark forest, a figure leaped down from a tree branch and fled. The opponent clearly used some kind of special weapon to launch this arrow from an extremely long distance without any fluctuation of energy. And if they miss, they quickly retreat without hesitation. He's clearly a professional assassin. Young master, please be careful and don't worry about me. Uncle Fu knew that the assassin was clearly after his young master. The other party was in the dark and had no idea whether they had any accomplices. Uncle Fu, find a safe place to stay. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and went outside. If the murderer escapes today, it will be very difficult to catch him in the future. For an ordinary martial artist, such a distance is quite far. Even if you catch up, the other party will have already moved, and you won't be able to catch a trace of them. But Lin Fan is different, he can use a reconnaissance skill energy eye. Trying to escape? I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. Buzz. The energy eye is activated. Lin Fan looked toward where the murderer had fled and indeed spotted a rapidly moving point of light. Judging from the energy emanating from the light spot, it should be a martial artist around level 80. He is undoubtedly the murderer. During the insurance period, he also searched all the surrounding areas. Seeing that there were no accomplices lying in ambush, they took a shortcut to intercept and kill the enemy based on his escape route. At this time, deep in the desolate forest, there were few and far between. Call. A figure completely covered in black ran from a distance. After looking around, he took off his mask and gasped for breath. Running nearly 60 kilometers in one go expended a lot of energy. By running to this god-forsaken place, we should be completely free from the danger of being exposed. Damn, that kid's pretty tough to kill. Next time I'll have to find a way to get close. Black Demon leaned against the tree, muttering to himself. He is a professional assassin. It ranks among the top 100 on the official bounty list. Definitely a repeat offender. The failed assassination attempt tonight left him feeling utterly humiliated. Damn it, I should have been more careful. Just charge in and cut that kid's head off. A quick and decisive victory. If we had done this earlier, we wouldn't have failed on a doll. As usual, Black Sha lit a cigar. He exhaled a deep puff of smoke. I wish that kid would appear in front of me. But he also knew that it was just a joke and could never be realized. After all, he was able to rank among the top 100 assassins thanks to his A-level talent stealth. Leaving aside the power of innate supernatural abilities. His basic talent alone is enough to make some level 100 martial artists unable to detect his presence at all. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have already squeezed into the top 10 of the assassin list. It could even be in the top 3. Just because someone is a Lin Fan, does that mean they can catch up with me? It's better to believe that Ultraman really exists. I will grant you this wish. Suddenly, a soft voice came from above Black Demon's head. Who? Black Demon was so frightened that his hand trembled. Forgetting his burning cigar, he immediately drew his sword to fight. Who the hell is up there playing tricks? Look, I actually came, but you're still not happy about it. Lin Fan leaped down and stood steadily in front of He Sha. You're Lin Fan. Black Demon was immediately stunned. How did you get here? Wait. How did you manage to find my trail? Chapter 31. Black Demon was shocked. They even doubted at one point that the person in front of them was not Lin Fan, but Lin Fan's twin brother. After all, Lin Ruhe had given them information about Lin Fan before they came. It clearly states above that Lin Fan is only an 18th level martial artist. Although his talent was almost supernatural, he was found to have an SSS level talent. However, the other party actively refused to awaken, becoming the fastest falling genius in history. In Black Fiend's eyes, a level 20 trash is not much stronger than an ant. But now, the ant has actually discovered its own tracks and successfully followed them. Are you really a Lin Fan? Black Fiend's eyes narrowed to slits. Don't try to fool me, sir. I know that there are talents in the world of disguise. He still wanted to believe that the person in front of him was a true Lin Fan. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked at him as if he were an idiot. If I had the talent for disguise, my first choice would be to impersonate your father. You. After releasing his spiritual power and detecting that Lin Fan showed no signs of talent fluctuations, He Sha finally chose to believe him, and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Fan, you are indeed a genius. Even without your talent, just being able to keep up with me is enough to make you stand out from the crowd. Black Fiend managed to get into the top 100 most wanted assassins. It relies not only on assassination skills, but more importantly on the A-level talent stealth. Although he did not use his innate supernatural powers, he only relied on his basic innate abilities to conceal his presence during the retreat. But that's something that ordinary martial artists can't discover. But Lin Fan did it. No wonder the other party was able to detect an SSS talent that is 1 in 10,000. But this qualification alone is enough to explain everything. I thought killing you tonight would be just a piece of cake. But now it seems that you do deserve my attention. Buzz. As he spoke, Black Demon pulled out a nearly transparent curved blade from behind his back. Hehe, this is called the Shadowless Blade. It took me several years to barely gather the best materials to forge this top-grade weapon. I rarely draw my sword, unless I encounter an opponent I value. Black Demon held a knife in one hand, his expression extremely arrogant. He looked at the shadowless blade in his hand, extremely satisfied with the weapon he had painstakingly crafted. Kid, witnessing my ultimate weapon is the greatest honor of your life. But unfortunately, once the shadowless blade is drawn, blood must be drawn. Seeing that Lin Fan kept staring at his shadowless blade, He Sha assumed that the other person was being envied. But that's normal. After all, Lin Fan is just a newcomer to martial arts, so it's normal that he hasn't seen much of the world. Moreover, the shadowless blade he forged himself, although not as good as a super-standard weapon like a spirit weapon. However, in the hands of ordinary forces, it would definitely be a treasure. Weapons? I happen to have some too. Lin Fan originally intended to use a deliberate punch to instantly kill his opponent. But seeing that the other party had brought out his weapon, he decided to take this opportunity to train the newly forged spirit weapon, White Horse Snow Treading. Although He Sha is an 80th level martial artist, but he has a defensive skill, the indestructible golden body. Even after increasing his physical strength by 20 levels, there is still a gap between him and his opponent's realm, but at least his life can be guaranteed. Hahaha, what kind of worthless soldiers can you possibly produce? He Sha instinctively wanted to laugh, but the weapon that appeared in Lin Fan's hand the next second made his eyelids twitch. It was a long, pure white spear. Judging from the material of the spear alone, and the slight chill emanating from its body, it is definitely not an ordinary item. At least, far superior to the shadowless blade in my hand. However, what horrified Black Fiend the most was the lightning that kept flashing and jumping on the tip of the spear. That's clearly elemental power. Moreover, it is the lightning element, which is the most violent of the 5 elements. You're not going to scare me with a stun gun. I'm not easily intimidated. He Sha tried to remain calm, but his trembling eyes betrayed his inner shock. Boom! Lin Fan casually swung his gun, and a large swath of trees not far away was blasted into dust by the thunder. Damn! It really is a spirit weapon. Damn Lin Ruhe, he actually gave me false information. Black Demon harbored resentment, but he didn't care about being angry at the moment. He transformed into a blur, wielding the Moon Shadow Blade, and attacked Lin Fan. Since we are at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, we can make up for it with combat strength. Boy, you're still too young to handle a spiritual weapon. Take your uncle's advice and let me keep it safe. Whoosh! The shadowless blade moved in Black Fiend's hand as if it were invisible, only the sharp sound of the wind could be heard, but no trace of the blade could be seen. This is the function of the shadowless blade, it makes it impossible for enemies to track its trajectory. With a single move, they can firmly seize the initiative in the battle. Prepare to die. Black Fiend said with a ferocious expression. He was confident that with Lin Fan's skill level, he wouldn't be able to break through the shadowless blade's attack at all. Boom! Lin Fan danced as a white horse treaded on snow, and his body was instantly surrounded by lightning, with thunderclaps resounding. The shadowless blade is indeed very troublesome. At his current level, he indeed cannot break through this attack. But Black Shark forgot one thing, he possessed a spirit weapon, so he didn't need to crack it at all, he could just unleash his attacks without thinking. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out and struck He Sha, causing him to let out a wail on the spot. Boom! Then another bolt of lightning struck He Sha's body precisely, turning him completely charred from head to toe. Only then did he realize that his shadowless blade was completely outmatched by spirit weapons. Lin Fan, if you've got the guts, don't use your spirit weapon. Let's have a one-on-one fight. Alright, then let's have a one-on-one duel. Really? He Sha was overjoyed. He had only meant to provoke her, but he hadn't expected Lin Fan to actually fall for it. As expected, when dealing with young people, the tactic of provocation is the most effective. As long as Lin Fan dares to withdraw his spiritual weapon, I am confident that I can kill him within a few breaths. A one-on-one fight is possible, but the person you'll be fighting won't be me. Not you. Then who else could it be? Could it be a spirit weapon? I will grant you this wish. What? Under Hahaha's astonished gaze, Lin Fan softly called out to the white horse treading snow in her hand. Go, and fight him. Buzz. The white horse treading on snow, its spear spirit trembled, then it took flight on its own, charging towards the black demon in front of it. What the hell is going on? This scene terrified the souls of the dead beneath the black shadows, who frantically tried to dodge and avoid the sharp edge of the spirit weapon. Why can your spirit weapon be controlled by voice? If this isn't a spiritual weapon, then what kind of weapon is it? Black Demon was stunned. He was knowledgeable and experienced, so he naturally knew the power of spiritual weapons. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen Lin Fan so panicked after unleashing his spirit weapon. However, he still had some confidence because Lin Fan's cultivation level was too low, and he was afraid that he could not unleash the true power of the spirit weapon. This is why Black Demon dares to retaliate. But to his utter surprise, Lin Fan's spirit weapon could be controlled by voice. This is unheard of. Opinions vary regarding the power of spirit weapons. But I've never heard of a spirit weapon that can obey its master's command and attack on its own. This is no longer a spiritual weapon, calling it a celestial weapon would be an understatement. Damn Lin Ruhe! I'll come back to you for the money after I survive this. Black Fiend was in a sorry state at this moment. He dared not fight the spirit soldier one-on-one, and was injured in an instant, suffering considerable damage. Even so, he still has ways to save his life. Innate divine ability, vanishing without a trace. Hehe, Kid Lin, we'll settle our score another day. Buzz. After a spatial fluctuation, the Black Fiend vanished into thin air. It couldn't even detect the slightest fluctuation in blood and chi. The white horse, treading on snow, suddenly lost its target and hovered aimlessly in mid-air. To vanish without a trace, to conceal one's presence is one thing, but this innate ability can actually make one disappear into thin air. Chapter 32. No wonder I didn't notice the arrows just now. It turns out they were using the stealth talent. Lin Fan retrieved the white horse treading on snow. The opponent's innate supernatural ability could disappear into thin air without a sound. This is somewhat similar to some spatial talents I've seen in my previous life. A high-level spatial talent allows one to instantly travel tens of millions of miles. Black Fiend's innate supernatural ability, though not as powerful as spatial displacement. However, its ability to completely conceal one's aura and disappear into thin air is truly ingenious. The only difference is that the other party obviously can't teleport instantly, they must still be nearby. If that's the case, then these methods are completely inadequate for me. With this thought, Lin Fan opened and closed his eyes, reactivating his energy eye. Upon noticing the change in his surroundings, he immediately spotted a conspicuous point of light not far away. Although he couldn't see what Hahaha looked like at that moment, he knew that the point of light was where the other party was. Although Black Fiend has concealed all his energy, as long as he hasn't truly disappeared, he can't escape the detection of the energy heavenly eye. In this way, the opponent's so-called concealment ability will be rendered useless. Being in front of me is no different than being completely naked. Lin Fan smiled as she looked at the point of light in front of her. Hehe, confused now? Stunned. Hahaha looked smugly at Lin Fan not far away with a mocking gaze. I was able to escape from a level 100 martial artist back then because of this innate ability of mine. The opponent was merely a novice martial artist, making it even more impossible for him to discern the truth. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill that brat? Just as Hahaha was about to act, he suddenly stopped. Looking at the white horse treading on snow in Lin Fan's hand, he revealed deep apprehension. A spirit weapon with voice control is extremely strange and its origin is unknown. They barely managed to escape by using their innate supernatural abilities. If I act rashly, who knows what might happen? Forget it, let's retreat here and take revenge another day. Just as He Sha turned to leave, he suddenly noticed that Lin Fan had a strange smile on his face. Wait! What's that kid laughing at? And why was he laughing right at me? Could it be a coincidence? He Sha was stunned. I can see you, so show yourself. Don't waste your talent. You're talking nonsense. Black Demon immediately retorted in his mind. His innate divine ability could even deceive the senses of a level 100 martial artist. How could a mere brat see through it? Damn it, you dare to bluff me? I almost fell for your trick. Black Demon turned and continued walking. Don't go, I told you I could see you. Quiet. Black Fiend's foot, which had only taken a few steps, froze in mid-air. What happened? How could he possibly see me? Seeing that Lin Fan was actually walking towards him, He Sha immediately panicked. That's impossible. He's definitely bluffing me. He just happened to guess the right direction. I absolutely can't fall for it. With this thought, the Black Demon changed its position and moved in another direction. But to his dismay, Lin Fan moved along with him, in the exact same direction. Panic. From that moment on, he completely panicked. Damn it, Lin Ruhe is a beast. I will tear this BD to pieces. Saying Lin Fan is just a good-for-nothing who squandered his talent. A martial artist who possesses a spiritual weapon at the age of 18, is he some kind of trash? Just as various thoughts were swirling in He Sha's mind, Lin Fan spoke again. Don't you have any other means? That would be too boring. We finally encountered an 80th level martial artist and thought we could play for a while longer. Having said that, Lin Fan raised his spear, and a bolt of lightning was brewing at the tip. There are still more than 6,000 health points needed to unlock the third stage of the intentional strike fist. Kill a level 80 martial artist. You should be able to gain a lot. Run. At this moment, Black Demon had only one thought in his mind. He wasn't sure if Lin Fan was really bluffing him. But he knew that if he didn't run, he would be struck dead by the lightning on the tip of the spear. Boom. Unfortunately, his aim was a bit off. Although the lightning he unleashed affected He Sha, it still failed to hit him directly. Run. Hat, when you came to assassinate me, you didn't expect to become the prey yourself, did you? Boom. Lin Fan used his energy eye to lock onto the Black Fiend, then brandished his spiritual weapon and gave chase. Anyone who gets close to the Black Demon will be struck by lightning. After several rounds, He Sha was severely injured and no longer resembled a human. The elemental attacks of the spirit weapon were something that an 80th level martial artist like him couldn't withstand. Boom! With the final lightning strike, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and revealed his true form. Let me go. Please, let me go. I'll exchange intelligence. I can exchange important intelligence. At this moment, He Sha was no longer the top 100 assassin on the leaderboard, he had been completely driven to the brink of despair. If only God could give him another chance. Let alone assassinating Lin Fan, he would stay far away from even the entire South County. Unfortunately, God is on Lin Fan's side right now. The other party obviously wouldn't grant him this wish. Oh, what intelligence! Upon hearing this, Lin Fan became interested. You have to promise me first, and if it works, you'll let me go. Okay, I promise you. Lin Fan replied without hesitation. The person who killed you was Lin Ruhe, you should know that. I arranged a meeting place with him. After it's done, I'll bring him your head there. And the location was very secluded, in a cave in the suburbs. If you plan to kill him there, no one would be able to trace it back to you. After listening to Black Shark's words, Lin Fan fell into thought. It was inevitable that he would kill Lin Ruhe. But under normal circumstances, it would indeed be quite tricky. Because of his cautious nature, Lao Deng rarely left Nanjiang City, let alone the city government. If we cannot draw it out, the commotion will inevitably alarm the city's official forces, causing endless trouble. If we can lure Lin Ruhe to the suburbs, it would indeed be a rare opportunity. How was it? Was my information useful? He Xia observed Lin Fan's micro-expressions and felt that this was a sure thing. Young martial artists like Lin Fan are at an age where they are full of passion and care the most about so-called promises. Since the other party has agreed, they will definitely let me go. But he forgot that opening champagne at halftime is always a big no-no. Sorry, your information is useless to me. Puff. A single shot was fired. Black Demon died on the spot, filled with resentment. Slayed an 80th level talent warrior, HP plus 598. Let you go. You were about to kill me, and I still let you go. Then why did I get reborn? Buzz. Lin Fan stored the spirit weapon in his spatial ring. 598 points of health and mana were stolen. As expected, killing a talented martial artist yields the most health points, far exceeding those collected from beasts of the same level. Wait, if we kill Commander Wang, how much vital energy can we collect? This question suddenly popped into Lin Fan's mind. After all, a commander must be at least at level 300 or higher. Lin Fan shook his head, dispelling the inexplicable thought that had surfaced. If others knew about this idea, they would probably be shocked. A novice martial artist with no talent dares to regard a provincial commander as prey. Their ambition is bigger than the sky. A shadowless blade, a bow, an arrow, a bank card. Lin Fan searched for spoils on the corpse of the Black Fiend. Suddenly, a magical artifact resembling a token was unearthed. This is a disposable communication tool, used exclusively by professional assassins. It's obviously for contacting Lin Ruhe. Lin Fan gripped the communication token, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Lin Ruhe, it's time for you to go. Chapter 33. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Fan returned home. Young master, you're back. Uncle Fu treated his wounds briefly and stood weakly at the door, waiting anxiously. Uncle Fu, how's your wound? Young master, don't worry, it hasn't caused any serious damage. The medicine will heal after a while. By the way, that murderer. I killed the murderer, it was Lin Ruhe who ordered him to do it. As she spoke, Lin Fan took the spoils out of her spatial ring. This is a gold-grade weapon. Uncle Fu spotted the shadowless blade among the pile of items at a glance, his eyes wide with shock. Although he was not a martial artist, he had served the Lin family his whole life and was quite knowledgeable. Martial arts weapons can be broadly categorized into the following three types. They are bronze, silver, and gold grades, respectively. The weapons used by the newly trained martial artists are almost all bronze grade, with nothing special about them. Some advanced martial artists, in pursuit of ultimate combat power, will devote all their efforts to forging gold-grade weapons. Even among gold-grade weapons, there are differences in strength. But this scimitar is probably considered top-tier even among gold-grade weapons. Uncle Fu held the shadowless blade in both hands, looking at Lin Fan with an almost incredulous expression. Young master, did you really kill this person? Uncle Fu was not only surprised by the quality of the shadowless blade, but also shocked by his young master's exaggerated combat power. A martial artist who possesses such a weapon, even if not a level 100 martial artist, is comparable to someone at the level 100 realm. Such experts, if they want to escape, are so powerful that ordinary people wouldn't even be able to catch up with them, let alone find a trace of them. Not only did his young master catch up with the opponent without hesitation, but he also killed him on the spot. Such an outrageous kill beyond one's level made Uncle Fu wonder if his young master had been possessed by some powerful being. Young master, you wouldn't happen to be a powerful being who has been reborn, would you? Or perhaps you have a ring, inside which lives a mysterious old man. A reborn powerhouse? A mysterious old man? Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. Uncle Fu, you should read less novels. Uncle Fu shook his head, dismissing these absurd thoughts from his mind. Although she had many doubts and surprises in her heart, she was still genuinely happy about her young master's strength. When he left the Lin residence, he decided to follow Lin Fan. Many people have tried to comfort me, saying things like Lin Fan is already a useless person. Seeing his young master fall from grace, Uncle Fu felt a pang of sorrow. But now, all those rumors and gossip from the outside world will be crushed by the powerful rise of our young master. Young master, what should we do with these spoils of war? Keep the shadowless blade, sell the rest on the black market, and exchange them all for star coins. Uncle Fu accepted the order and withdrew. Lin Fan returned to his room and took out the communication token. He had seen this type of communication token in his previous life. The method of use is very simple, just crush it, and the other person holding the corresponding token will immediately feel it. There's no time to lose. We'll devise a plan to lure Lin Ruhe out tomorrow. The opponent is at least a level 52 martial artist. Killing him should yield a considerable amount of health points. Lin Fan put away the token and opened the system panel. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 10/999. Skill. Deliberately unleashed punch, 4120/10,000. Indestructible golden body, increases physical strength by 20 levels. Energy I, capturing energy fluctuations. In less than a month, the 100 refinements to Godhood System has already reached level 10. Although there's still a considerable distance to go before reaching level 999, at this rate, the Godhood reward will be unlocked in just a few years. In Lin Fan's mind, plotting to kill Lin Ruhe was no small matter. He has not forgotten his true goal in this life to unlock the system's ultimate reward and become a cosmic god. The turmoil that occurred 50 years after my previous life was truly devastating. The deaths of countless prodigies shattered Lin Fan's pride and joy in his talent and cultivation. Therefore, even without a system, he will steadfastly cultivate ancient martial arts in this life. The emergence of the 100 refinements to Godhood System undoubtedly accelerated this process. By the way, I still have a little over 5,000 points of Qi and blood collection left for the third stage of the deliberate strike fist. After dealing with Lin Ruhe, let's find a secret realm to grind monsters. Everything is arranged. Lin Fan washed up and went to bed. Late at night. In a dark space beneath Namjiang City, Namjiang Province. The person still hasn't been found. A middle-aged man, his face obscured by a red robe, said in a gloomy tone. This location is situated within a drainage space underground in Namjiang City. Aside from filthy rats, no other martial artists would venture into this place on ordinary days. Thus, this place became the secret stronghold of the Symbiosis Church in Nanjiang City. Reporting to Deacon Zhang, according to our investigation, since Wang Qiang entered the secret realm, he never came out again, and what happened in between is impossible to find out. However, something strange happened after the secret realm trial ended. The scene was cordoned off for a period of time, and those who experienced it remained silent, as if something had happened. Upon hearing this, the man in the red robe gestured for him to step back. All things coexist. The man bent down, shouted a slogan, and then retreated into the shadows. Wang Qiang, my good disciple, it seems you have met with misfortune. But who exactly killed you? The man in the red robe began to murmur. Despite being wanted by the federal government, the symbiotic cult secretly recruits disciples in various places every year. However, the symbiosis cult does not select disciples based on talent. They will infiltrate medical institutions to obtain the genetic information of new martial artists and understand their genetic compatibility. Wang Qiang was the new martial artist with the highest genetic match that he had selected during this period. After the other party agreed to join the symbiosis cult, he successfully accepted them as his disciple. But before we could even cultivate it, the other party died mysteriously. Who exactly is it? Could it really be that young man named Lin Fan? The man in the red robe recalled that before entering the secret realm, Wang Qiang had been shouting that he wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson. I hadn't really taken it to heart. After all, Lin Fan has squandered his talent, making him no different from a useless person. Besides, just to be on the safe side, he had already injected Wang Qiang with symbiotic genes. In beast form, killing enemies 5 levels higher is not a problem. Even if something unexpected happens, it shouldn't be enough for him to be killed by a Lin Fan who has fallen into oblivion, right? But now the only suspect is this kid named Lin Fan. Fine, just to be on the safe side, we should send someone to test this person. With that thought, the man in red robes gave an order to a shadowy spot. Red Bull, you haven't been out for some fresh air in a long time, have you? Here's a task for you, go and test that kid named Lin Fan. If he is truly involved in Wang Qiang's death, regardless of whether he was the mastermind, he should be executed without exception. Moo roar. No sooner had the words been spoken than heavy breathing and the roar of some strange beast came from the shadows. Bang! The next second, an extremely large body shot out. It moved very fast, only a red afterimage could be seen before it disappeared into the deep underground passage. Hee, no wonder it's my proudest work, it's so full of life. Chapter 34. The next morning arrived. Today's task. Push UPS, 0/2500. Pull UPS, 0/2500. Standard kick, 0/2000. Work from the moment you open your eyes every day. Lin Fan was woken up by the system notification sound. He glanced at the time and found that it was only 6 o'clock. After activating the 100 refinements to Godhood, the system reminds me promptly at 6 o'clock every morning. I've gotten used to it. Lin Fan went downstairs to the living room and found Uncle Fu sitting on the sofa changing his dressing. Uncle Fu, why are you up so early today? Young master, I'm worried there might be another murderer, so I stayed up all night guarding downstairs. This. Lin Fan felt a warmth in her heart. Uncle Fu, the housekeeper, was truly extremely responsible. Don't worry, tonight is Lin Rui's turn. Uncle Fu was taken aback, realizing that the young master intended to take action tonight. He was worried, but just as he was about to suggest acting together, Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder and refused. Uncle Fu, you just need to take care of things at home. Killing, you're not good at it. Uncle Fu then gave up the idea of following him. After all, she was not skilled in martial arts, and it would be bad if she dragged her young master down. I went out to exercise. After having a quick breakfast, Lin Fan went to the courtyard. As Uncle Fu watched his young master's retreating figure, he felt a surge of emotion once again. Young master is becoming more and more like the head of the family back then. The head of the family he mentioned was naturally Lin Fan's father, Lin Chongshan. Back then, Lin Chongshan was not only the #1 martial arts master in the Lin family for 100 years, but also the strongest martial artist of the same level in the entire Nanjun province. It brought countless honors to the Lin family. Unfortunately, such a powerful figure perished on the battlefield of deep space. Uncle Fu believed that his young master's achievements would surely rival those of the family head in the future. Wrong. It has reached a level that even the head of the family cannot reach. Inside the courtyard at this moment. 95, 96. Lin Fan was doing push UPS on the ground. He took off his shirt, leaving his upper body bare, yet every up and down movement remained perfectly executed. With his well-defined muscles, he's practically the epitome of a muscular male god when he's online. It lasted for a full 2 hours. Lin Fan enters half-time. He took a sip of his nutritional supplement and casually opened the martial arts forum to check the recent political climate in Nanjun province. He had heard a little about how Commander Wang had sealed off the scene after he left. Given the strange atmosphere surrounding this situation in Nanjun province, the authorities, or rather Commander Wang, will inevitably take some action. Breaking news. The winner of this year's 996 Secret Realm trial has been announced. Lin Fan saw the report and immediately clicked on it. According to the rules, the winner should be himself, but Commander Wang obviously wouldn't let his name appear in the public eye. Sure enough, when Lin Fan clicked in, she found that the champion's name was Yang Qingxiu. According to official verification, the winner of this battle against the Beast Lord is Yang Qingxiu. In addition, Lin Fan also saw several official announcements. Announcement from Nanjiang City Martial Arts Bureau. There are many rumors circulating about the champion rankings of the 996 Secret Realm. Anyone found spreading rumors will be prosecuted for treason against the Federation of Humanity. Inspection bureaus across Southern Province collaborated on a case, arresting several individuals who fabricated and spread rumors. Ji Bakang, I heard before that the champion was Lin Fan, but it turns out it was just a rumor. Ji Bo's short comment, you believe such a low-level rumor? Lin Fan doesn't even have the talent, how could he possibly kill a Beast Lord? Black General, exactly. I believe Lin Fan is the champion for life. Handsome guy, Yang Qingxiu is the undisputed new queen of Nanjun province. I think those who spread rumors are just jealous of my goddess. A confused person's pen, I'm a prophet, and I think Lin Fan has the makings of an emperor. Lin Fan continued scrolling down. Without exception, these were all cases where the Southern Province government was cracking down on so-called rumors. Hehe, this so-called rumor must be referring to me. Lin Fan knew that Commander Wang's intentions were quite clear. The goal is to forcibly support a genius to prepare for the upcoming martial arts examination. As for why he doesn't acknowledge his championship status? Naturally, this Commander Wang was afraid of losing face and even more afraid of leaving a stain on his political record. After all, the other party had just publicly declared himself a piece of trash and a traitor to the Human Federation. However, he himself killed the Beast Lord shortly afterward. For Commander Wang, it was no less than a slap in the face. But it's all right, the plan to enter the secret realm has been fully completed, and the gains have been considerable. As for the empty title of champion, I'm too lazy to argue about it. Lin Fan put down her phone and went back to her daily training. Night fell. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. Reward, 499 experience points, 54 self-discipline points. System evaluation in progress. Bite. Congratulations, host, for achieving an A-level rating. You have received a 5 times experience bonus. 5 times the experience points. 2496 experience points. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 11/999. The system has been upgraded again. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 4.5. Realm, level 36 martial artist. Strength, 2,400 kilograms. Speed, 148 m/s. His cultivation level has advanced 2 more levels. A level 36 martial artist is about to reach the level 50 mark. Lin Fan knew that martial artists would undergo a complete evolution once they reached level 50. Generally, martial artists only begin to cultivate martial arts skills and improve their combat abilities when they reach that stage. Perhaps it's time for me to prepare a suitable martial arts manual. In my previous life, I cultivated based on innate talent, so my experience in this area is not applicable. It seems I'll have to choose a different martial art in this life. Lin Fan then looked at the lottery interface. Autonomous points, 455. If I complete the task again tomorrow, I can participate in another lottery. Lin Fan is very satisfied with his current cultivation progress. Less than a week after the last upgrade, I've leveled up twice more. If things continue to be stable, I should be able to break through to level 50 martial artist by the end of the month. 50 levels in 1 month, 100 levels in 2 months, and so on. Lin Fan started counting on his fingers, at least 600 levels a year, which means I can solo Commander Wang in just 1 year. Hiss. When you calculate it this way, my cultivation speed is simply terrifying. Although Lin Fan didn't know why she had been subconsciously comparing herself to Commander Wang lately. But he had a premonition that a conflict would break out between him and Commander Wang sooner or later. The opponent is a martial artist far exceeding the level of 100. This subtle pressure forced Lin Fan to work hard to improve his skills. A dark and windy night is the perfect time to commit murder and draw blood. Lin Ruhei, it's time to send you on your way. Take a short break. Lin Fan took the communication token and left the residential area. Having learned his lesson from last time, he was much more cautious this time. After activating his energy sensing ability to make sure no one was following him, he headed towards the Lin family mansion. At this time, the Lin residence, study. Damn it! Why is there still no news about that assassin called Black Fiend? Could it be that he took my money and ran away? Just as Lin Ruhei was getting anxious, his heart suddenly trembled, as if he had received some kind of signal. He was overjoyed and took out the communication token from his pocket. The communication token is emitting a bright light at this moment, clearly indicating that it has received a signal. Hahaha. Lin Fan, you're finally dead. Xiao Tian. Wait, your father will offer Lin Fan's head as a sacrifice. After a burst of wild laughter, Lin Ruhei quickly ordered a carriage to be prepared and hurriedly left the Lin residence. Outside the Lin residence, Lin Fan, who was hiding in the shadows, saw this and immediately set off to follow them. Chapter 35. Old Deng did indeed head towards the outskirts of the city. Lin Fan followed behind the vehicle Lin Ruhei was in. With the physical strength of a level 36 martial artist, he steadily followed behind Lin Ruhei. Lin Ruhei was indeed naturally cautious and did not drive directly out of the city. Instead, it drove aimlessly around the city, and only after confirming that no one was following it did it leave the city and head towards the suburbs. Old Deng is indeed cautious and suspicious. Lin Fan emerged from the shadows at the street corner and followed them again. Late at night. Suburbs. All right, let's stop here. Lin Ruhei got out of the car, had several bodyguards guard the entrance, and then walked inside alone. Black Demon, I've brought the reward. Where's Lin Fan's head? Lin Ruhei seemed somewhat excited, turning his head to look around. Bang! Suddenly, a black package was thrown from behind. This is... Lin Ruhei was startled. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a round package with some bloodstains on it. Could it be Lin Fan's head? Hahaha. As expected of a top 100 assassin. He's incredibly efficient. Lin Ruhei was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the package on the ground. Sure enough, there was a human head inside. Hahaha, Lin Fan, you never thought you'd end up like this, did you? Wait a minute. Why does she look a little different from Lin Fan? Lin Ruhei wiped away the bloodstains and immediately noticed something suspicious. The face of the person in front of me looks quite different from Lin Fan's. It's clearly not him. You. Just as Lin Ruhei was about to speak, a cold spear tip was pressed against his throat. His heart tightened, and when he looked up, he was immediately terrified. Linear. Lin Fan. It's you. Under the cold moonlight, that stern face was none other than Lin Fan. What, are you surprised to see I'm still alive? Lin Fan said with a joking expression. Lin Ruhei was a smart man, and he understood everything in an instant. If Lin Fan is still alive, then the head in my hand will most likely belong to He Shat. That's an assassin at level 80. Lin Fan just cut off his head like that. Lin Ruhei was immediately horrified. Lin Fan seemed to have grown to an extremely terrifying level. Just a few weeks ago, the other party was a good-for-nothing with no talent at all. How did you do that? Instead of asking this, I suggest you focus on your current situation. Someone come quick! Someone come! Lin Fan tightened his grip, and the tip of the gun slightly pierced Lin Rui's skin, startling him so much that he immediately called for help from the bodyguards on the outside. Stop shouting, old deng! I took care of all your men a minute ago. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Now that it's just the two of us, why don't we have a proper chat? Lin Rui was so frightened by the pervasive killing intent that his face turned deathly pale, and he trembled all over as he said. Xiao Fan, we're all family, what's the meaning of this today? So you hired someone to kill me? Lin Fan sneered, haven't you always wanted to find your son? To tell you the truth, I killed Lin Xiaotian. I'll go all the way today and take you to see him. Call. Stop. Wait a minute. Just as Lin Fan was about to make a move, Lin Rui shouted to stop him. If you spare my life, I can exchange information for you. Don't worry, this information will definitely be useful to you. Lin Rui grasped at the last straw. Although he knew that his son had indeed died at Lin Fan's hands, he dared not show the slightest emotional fluctuation at this moment. The saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. It doesn't matter if my son dies, but I, as his father, cannot die too. Intelligence? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan stopped what she was doing. More intelligence? The information provided by He Shi had enabled him to successfully devise a plan to capture Lin Rui. What benefits can Lin Rui's intelligence bring me now? You only have 1 minute. Lin Fan became interested. Lin Rui immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as you probably know, since the last awakening ceremony. Commander Wang then issued a blacklist order against you, and you must harbor resentment towards him. So I have some inside information about Commander Wang that you'll definitely find interesting. After listening to Lin Rui's explanation, Lin Fan understood what had happened. It turns out that after the Lin family grew in power, they became Commander Wang's front man. He had been secretly doing dirty work for Commander Wang. And the most secretive thing is that Commander Wang has been in secret contact with the symbiosis cult. It seems the two sides reached some kind of agreement, but I was only responsible for facilitating the meeting and don't know the specifics. If you spare my life, I'll immediately tell you where this information is hidden. Lin Rui firmly believed that this intelligence would definitely attract Lin Fan. As long as Commander Wang is in Nanjun province, Lin Fan will never be able to turn things around. No martial artist could accept this. His intelligence provided Lin Fan with great help in his later rebellion against Commander Wang. Where is this intelligence hidden? Lin Fan asked directly. He naturally recognized the importance of this intelligence. After undergoing the awakening ceremony and the trial in the secret realm, Commander Wang's resentment towards himself must have reached its peak. He might be secretly trying to get rid of himself. If we can obtain this intelligence, we can firmly grasp the initiative in any confrontation that is highly likely to occur in the future. Secretly colluding with the symbiosis cult. This alone is enough to condemn Commander Wang to eternal damnation. I told you, you have to promise to let me go first. Puff. Lin Fan thrust his gun into Lin Rui's thigh, and under the impact of the lightning element, the opponent immediately cried out in agony. The initiative is in my hands, you have no right to negotiate with me. Seeing that Lin Rui still wouldn't open his mouth, Lin Fan raised his gun to stab his other leg. Lin Rui finally got scared and quickly said, I can speak first, but you have to promise to let me go after you hear it. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. I hid that intelligence in the tunnel under my bed in the bedroom. It's in a safe, the combination is 1122. After Lin Rui finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fan and asked, all right, can I leave now? Certainly. Lin Fan put away his gun. Lin Rui was overjoyed. Ignoring his injured thigh, he quickly got up and limped out. As he turned around, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes, almost imperceptibly. Hehe, young people are indeed naive. Tiener, I will definitely avenge you next time. However, just as Lin Ruhe thought he had escaped a disaster, he heard Lin Fan's countdown voice behind him. 10, 9, 8. Wait. What are you counting? Lin Ruhe immediately sensed something was wrong. Speak up. What exactly are you counting down to? 7, 6. Lin Fan continued counting down on his own. Alarm bells rang in Lin Ruhe's mind, and he quickly quickened his pace, dragging his injured leg and stumbling forward. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan was so studious that she would be reviewing math late at night. 3, 2, 1. The countdown has ended. Lin Fan looked at Lin Ruhe not far away and shook his head slightly. I've let you go for 10 seconds, but you still couldn't escape. Buzz. Go. Lin Fan gave a soft call, and the white horse treading on snow in his hand shot towards Lin Ruhe, who was not far away, carrying with it a thunderous roar. Boom! In an instant, dust returned to dust, and everything vanished. Hey, I gave you a chance, but you still couldn't do it. Chapter 36. Slayed a level 56 martial artist, HP plus 455. Come back. Lin Fan raised his hand, summoned the white horse Ta Shui back, and then put it into his spatial ring. 455 points of qi and blood? Not bad. It seems this old man has been consuming plenty of medicinal herbs to maintain his vital energy. Despite neglecting his cultivation for so many years, he can still harvest so much vital energy. Deliberately unleashed punch, 4570/10,000. We're still far from unlocking the third tier performance. After dealing with the Lin family, we need to find a secret realm to farm points as soon as possible. Lin Fan inspected the scene and left only after confirming that no traces had been left. He left the suburbs and rushed to the Lin residence overnight. The best time to infiltrate the Lin residence is while the Lin family is still unaware of Lin Ruhe's death. Once news of the other party's death is revealed, and with all parties paying attention, it will not be so easy to infiltrate the Lin residence again. Old Deng's bedroom is in the inner courtyard. Lin Fan bypassed the guards at the entrance, scaling walls and rooftops until he reached the door of Lin Ruhe's bedroom. Squeak! The exquisitely carved wooden door was pushed open. They're in. Lin Fan lifted the bedroom curtain, about to take some action, but was stunned by what she saw. Before him lay a huge bed, a full 18 meters long, which almost covered the entire room. But what surprised Lin Fan was not the large bed, but the incredibly erotic scene on it. 18 curvaceous young women lay asleep on the bed. Besides their stunning figures, these girls also have a variety of clothing styles. Bunny girls, nurses, flight attendants. All kinds of sexy lingerie are available. Some weren't even wearing anything. This. Lin Fan turned to look at his side and noticed some medicine on the cabinet. Upon closer inspection, I discovered they were all medications like Shenbao tablets and Viagra. Combined with what he was seeing, he immediately understood everything. That old BD Lin Ruhe is really a cunning old man trying to seduce a young woman, he's got quite the flair for it. Lin Fan felt a slight shock. Oh, it's Master who's back. A young girl rolled over in her sleep, her white legs stretching out and just touching Lin Fan's thigh. These are all troubled girls. Does this mean I'm triggering a side quest to save them? 1 hour later. Lin Fan appeared in the basement below the bedroom. As soon as you enter, the lights automatically turn on, illuminating the space. There really is a safe. It seems the information Lin Ruhe mentioned is inside. The password is 1122. Lin Fan entered the password, but it showed an error. Strange, could it be that I remembered it wrong? Lin Fan tried several more times, but the error persisted. That old BD Lin Ruhe is indeed cunning, he didn't tell me the correct password at all, but that won't stump me. Lin Fan reached out and took the white horse treading on snow from his spatial ring. The lightning energy contained within the spiritual weapon should be able to disable the safe's security system. The next second, Lin Fan thrust out the spirit weapon in his hand. A surge of lightning immediately swept out, engulfing the entire safe. Sizzle! The next second, amidst the chaos of the equipment, the security system automatically executed the door-opening procedure. Clang! The door opened. Old Deng has quite a lot of treasures hidden away. The first thing Lin Fan saw was piles of priceless treasures. Among them was even a fist-sized luminous pearl, taken from a mythical deep-sea creature, dazzling and clearly no ordinary item. These treasures have an unknown origin, I need to take them back and investigate them thoroughly. Lin Fan activated his spatial ring, sweeping away all the piles of treasures. Finally, this is the intelligence. Lin Fan approached a stack of sealed documents. Upon opening it, I found that it was indeed a document concerning Commander Wang's collusion with the symbiosis cult. The agreement signed between Commander Wang and the symbiotic cult was prominently transcribed. No wonder the symbiosis cult, which has been repeatedly banned in other provinces, has disappeared in Nanjun province. It turned out that Commander Wang had signed an agreement with them, exchanging martial arts resources for peace. Southern Province provides a certain amount of martial arts resources each year to prevent the symbiotic cult from operating openly. After watching it, Lin Fan felt like he had a nuclear bomb in his possession. If this matter is brought to the forefront, it will definitely cause a huge public outcry. It's horrifying that a commander from one side would collude with the symbiosis cult. However, there's no rush to confront Commander Wang right now. I need to keep this intelligence. If they ever turn against me in the future, I'll have leverage over them. Buzz. Lin Fan raised his hand and stored the information in his spatial ring. Lin Ruhe kept this intelligence, probably to leave himself a way out for the future. After all, as a front man, he might be purged by Commander Wang at any time. But all the evidence Lin Ruhe painstakingly compiled ultimately benefited me. Take care of everything. Lin Fan then left the Lin residence. As dawn broke, Uncle Fu stood anxiously waiting at the door. Only after seeing the figure in the distance did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Young master, you're back. Yes, Lin Ruhe has been dealt with. It won't be long before the Lin family finds out. During this time, try to avoid contact with anyone from the Lin family to prevent unnecessary trouble. Lin Fan gave instructions. After all, Lin Ruhe is Commander Wang's front man, so he will definitely send someone to investigate. By the way, Uncle Fu, find a reliable channel to sell these things. Buzz. With a spatial fluctuation, a pile of treasures appeared on the ground, almost blinding Uncle Fu. Young master, did you get all of these from the Lin family? Legally looted, Lin Fan added. As for which law is in accordance? Of course, it's the natural law of survival of the fittest. Uncle Fu was speechless. These treasures are priceless at first glance. Take that fist-sized luminous pearl for example, it's conservatively estimated to be worth over 1 billion. Any other item would cost at least 10 million star coins. Even for Uncle Fu, who had lived most of his life, this was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. Young master, it will probably take some time to sell these things. But that luminous pearl, I doubt many in the black market could afford to swallow it. It's all right, we don't need the money right now, we have plenty of time. It was already the next morning. Lin Fan decided not to sleep and started doing daily tasks. Today's task. Push UPS, 0/2000. Frog jumps, 0/2000. Running, 0/20 km. I always get push-up assignments. Looks like if I want to get stronger, I have to start with daily push UPS. After taking an energy booster and briefly replenishing his energy, Lin Fan turned around and resumed his training. Does doing push UPS mean I can become as strong as the young master? Uncle Fu murmured to himself as he watched Lin Fan's retreating figure. The next second, he also tried to do push UPS on the ground. 1. Click. A crisp sound rang out, and Uncle Fu immediately began to wail incessantly. Ah! My old back! Evening. Lin Fan completed the last kilometer of his run around the entire neighborhood. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Reward, 334 experience points, 66 self-discipline points. System is currently evaluating. Bite. Congratulations, host, for achieving an A-level rating and receiving a 5 times experience bonus. 5 times the experience points. 1670 experience points. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 12/999. The system has been upgraded. Without a second thought, Lin Fan immediately looked at his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 4.7. Realm, level 38 martial artist. Strength, 2,600 kilograms. Speed, 160 m/s. Just as I expected, after the upgrade ratio increased. As long as the system upgrades by 1 level, your martial arts realm will directly increase by 2 levels. Lin Fan looked at the self-discipline point again. Autonomous points, 571. Just enough time to draw a bronze treasure chest. Bite. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently drawing from a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 37. Bite. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the title reward, Dragon Slayer Warrior. Dragon Slayer possesses a deterrent effect on dragon-like beasts, reducing their combat power by 100% and increasing their fear by 100%. Note, once the level difference exceeds 20, the title's effect gradually weakens, down to a minimum of 10%. There are even title rewards. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. It seems that the treasure chest lottery offers a wide variety of items, and what you get depends entirely on luck. Dragon Slayer, it seems this is a buff specifically designed for dragon-type beasts. Combat power decreases by 100%, meaning that as long as the difference in cultivation level does not exceed 20 levels. For me, dealing with dragon-like beasts is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. For levels above 20, the title's effect will decrease to 10% with each subsequent level. After a moment's thought, Lin Fan felt that this title reward had come at the perfect time. Dragon-like mythical beasts rank among the top of all kinds of mythical creatures. Even among the 10 most ferocious beasts of ancient times, the dragon race had a place. Therefore, the greatest gains in health points and crystal cores come from slaying dragon-like beasts. However, any kind of dragon-like beast, even with a diluted bloodline, can unleash exceptionally ferocious combat power. Even experienced high-level martial artists wouldn't dare to venture out alone. But now that I have the title of Dragon Slayer, I'm completely unafraid of dragon-like beasts. The mere fact that my combat power has decreased by 100% is enough to make me run rampant. Therefore, Lin Fan made a decision. My next secret realm will be a place where dragon-like beasts exist. This allows you to utilize the title effect to maximize your health gain and successfully unlock the third tier effect of the Intent Fist. Deliberate Blowing Punch, 4570/10,000. I'm still short by more than 5,000 points of chi and blood. It would have taken quite a bit of effort beforehand. But with the Dragon Slayer title, finding a suitable secret realm and collecting enough health points is just a matter of minutes. Does the host possess the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior? Wear it. Bite. This title has been successfully equipped, its effects have been activated automatically. Lin Fan carefully sensed the energy in her body. Indeed, an inexplicable pressure was emanating from within. He understood that this was the effect of the title. I should take advantage of my free time to check the official website of the Secret Realm and see if there are any suitable secret realms. Lin Fan took out his phone and logged onto the Secret Realm website. In recent years, numerous secret realms have emerged throughout the ancestral planet. Unable to manage the situation effectively, the federal leadership established the official website for the Secret Realm, allowing all martial artists to search for secret realm trials. After all, if these secret realms are not cleaned up, the strange beasts inside will run out and cause trouble in the outside world due to the unstable energy fluctuations. We need to filter the newly released dungeons. The older dungeons have all been cleared by others, so we can only pick up what others have left over. Lin Fan entered keywords to search, and several results actually popped up that matched his criteria. In comparison, he chose the most suitable secret realm. Lava Cave. Level, unobservable. Danger level, 4 stars. Time of occurrence, last week. Recommended entry level, level 60 martial artist. Exploration status, preliminary exploration. Description: a large cave filled with lava, inhabited by groups of fire dragons, and possibly containing a lord-level beast. The lava cavern. I choose you. Lin Fan immediately clicked to make an appointment. First of all, this secret realm respawned very recently, just last week. If something hasn't been fully explored, it means the treasure hasn't been hunted yet. More importantly, the lava caverns are inhabited by dragon-like beasts, led by the Earth Fire Dragon. This perfectly corresponds to the effect of the title Dragon Slayer Warrior. You have successfully booked the lava cave. Entry time, 9 AM next Monday. Please sign the liability waiver. Please pay the entry fee for the secret realm, 4 million. A waiver agreement is mandatory. Once inside the secret realm, life and death are no longer the responsibility of the authorities. As for the fee of 4 million star coins, this is because entering a secret realm requires the use of a teleportation array, and the martial artist must cover these costs themselves. The fees vary depending on the specific secret realm. Entering a secret realm once costs 4 million star coins, which is really not something that ordinary martial artists can afford. Fortunately, I made several 100 million last time, otherwise I would have been in a real predicament. Lin Fan paid promptly. For martial arts practitioners, money is merely an external thing. Alright, now all we have to do is wait for Monday next week to enter the secret realm. During this time, I need to calm down and focus on completing the quests. Night. Nanjiang City. Inside a training base, the lights were still on. Yang Qingxiu stepped out of a device, and various needles fell off her body, releasing white mist. As expected of the purest energy potion on the market, cell activity has increased 5 times compared to normal. Yang Qingxiu looked satisfied. Since joining Commander Wang's plan, she has enjoyed countless precious cultivation resources. Even the daily training plan is guided by a renowned coach. Take energy potions as an example. The one she's currently injecting is the purest one on the market. One of them costs as much as 7 million star coins. Other martial artists, even those from wealthy families, would only receive injections once a month at most. But Yang Qingxiu did it once a day. The difference is obvious. With all these enormous resources at my disposal, I can clearly feel my cultivation speed accelerating during this period. Yang Qingxiu couldn't wait to walk to the testing station. After scanning, the screen displays the following data. Name, Yang Qingxiu. Life level, 3.9. Realm, level 30 martial artist. Level 30 martial artist. In just a few days, I broke through to level 30 martial artist. Yang Qingxiu was overjoyed. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, the shadow of Lin Fan in her heart was instantly swept away. Without considering resources, his cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. At the previous pace, it would take at least half a year to break through to level 30 martial artist. And now? It's been shortened by more than half. Hehe, this kind of treatment should originally have been given to Lin Fan. But he stubbornly gave up, and in the end it was my turn. It seems that fate is ultimately on my side. Yang Qingxiu's proud expression reappeared. Even if I kill the Beast Lord, so what if the title of number 1 genius is fake? With the support of these massive resources, I will eventually grow to a level that no one dares to question. As for Lin Fan, you can only leave them far behind. Yang Qingxiu, how's your cultivation progress these days? Commander Wang suddenly entered. Reporting to Commander, I am now a level 30 martial artist. Level 30. Commander Wang nodded repeatedly, Hahaha, very good, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. He reached out and grasped Yang Qingxiu's smooth chin. Hehe, but we need to hurry up with the training ahead. I'm promoting you to be a genius, so you'd better live up to that. The martial arts competition is just around the corner, you must perform well. If anything unexpected happens. Commander Wang snorted coldly and did not continue speaking. Yang Qingxiu immediately held her breath and whispered. Commander, rest assured, I will definitely defeat Lin Fan, and there will be no unexpected events. In her view, the only threat in the entire South Province was Lin Fan. But Commander Wang gave a cold laugh. Lin Fan. Humph, don't worry, I've already issued a blacklist order against him. He's not qualified to participate in a martial arts competition of this caliber. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingxiu's eyes lit up immediately. She almost forgot about it. Lin Fan is blacklisted, so he's not qualified to participate in this kind of provincial competition at all. And I even considered Lin Fan a rival. It seems he's not even qualified to be my opponent anymore. Chapter 38. In the blink of an eye. It's the weekend. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Reward, 446 experience points, 77 self-discipline points. System evaluation in progress. Bite. Congratulations, host, on achieving an S rank rating. You are rewarded with 10 times the experience points. S rank rating. 10 times the experience bonus. Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly, this was his first S-level evaluation in a long time. If it's a 10-fold experience critical hit, then the total would be 4,460 experience points. Lin Fan quickly looked at the system panel. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 14/999. The system has been upgraded 2 levels. At the current upgrade rate, that means your martial arts realm will advance 4 levels in a row. Really? When Lin Fan looked at his personal panel, his cultivation level had already soared to level 42 martial artist. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 5.1. Realm, level 42 martial artist. Strength, 3000 kilograms. Speed, 184 m/s. His cultivation level has increased by 4 levels in a row. That's too fast. Even in my previous life, with an SSS level talent, to achieve this, it would probably take a massive amount of resources to barely achieve that. Even if one manages to achieve this, one will still experience weakness in chi and blood, and an unstable foundation. Lin Fan feels her own body. Under the system's permanent certification, even if you advance 4 levels in a single day, there will be no negative effects. Is this what they call becoming a god through 100 refinements? At this rate of cultivation, reaching level 999 and unlocking the ultimate god reward is just around the corner. Lin Fan felt the power within his body increase. He turned around and went to the living room, turned on the TV, and tuned it to the Nanjiang City channel. Something big happened these past few days. That is, the news of Lin Rui's death has finally been revealed. First, the people in the Lin family noticed something was wrong. Lin Rui had disappeared and hadn't returned home for several days and nights. Then it was reported to the Nanjiang city government. After a series of investigations, Lin Rui's body was not found. But ultimately, based on various indications, Lin Rui was pronounced dead. This caused an uproar not only at the Lin residence, but throughout the entire city of Nanjiang. The Lin family is one of the most prominent families in Nanjiang City, with a rich history and profound heritage. But despite being such a behemoth, Lin Rui, the head of the family, died under mysterious circumstances. This undoubtedly increased the public's fear. People began to doubt the safety of Nanjiang City, and all sorts of rumors spread. At this time, on the television, the presenter is giving the latest news report. Hello everyone, here is the latest news regarding the Lin Rui case. The official investigation team discovered a peculiar weapon in Lin Rui's bedroom. An investigation revealed that his name was Shadowless Blade, and he was among the top 100 assassins. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at the Shadowless Blade that appeared on the screen. This was naturally something he left intentionally. After all, he had only been away from the Lin family for a short time, and it was inevitable that some people would connect Lin Rui's death with himself. He left behind a Shadowless Blade. Even if they cannot successfully mislead official investigators, they can still confuse them. Moreover, Lin Rui is secretly one of Commander Wang's men. With his death, Commander Wang will surely keep a close eye on things. Once suspicion is directed at Lin Fan, many troubles are bound to arise. Leaving the Shadowless Blade at the Lin residence was like adding an extra layer of insurance. Go ahead and investigate thoroughly. Wait until Commander Wang focuses his attention on me. By then, I must have fully matured. The plan I set up has taken effect. Lin Fan then prepared to turn off the TV. But the very next second, another report popped up. Shocking! Officials have unexpectedly discovered that several members of the Lin family are suspected of colluding with a symbiotic cult and operating illegal businesses. The commander was furious and sentenced all those involved to death. An unexpected discovery? Should they all be executed? After reading it, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seems that my decision to deliberately leave behind the Shadowless Blade to confuse the public was the right one. This Commander Wang is truly a ruthless and vicious person. The Lin family colluded with the symbiosis cult to operate illegal businesses. Outsiders can't understand it. But Lin Fan knew perfectly well that Lin Rui was just acting as a front for Commander Wang. If these charges are investigated thoroughly, they can only be traced back to Commander Wang. As for why the relevant personnel were executed so quickly? Naturally, it was Lin Rui's mysterious death that made Commander Wang worry about being exposed, so he eliminated witnesses in advance. If I hadn't left the Shadowless Blade behind, allowing Black Fiend's identity to remain a mystery. If Commander Wang becomes suspicious of me, then the trouble will be immense. Although Lin Fan has the 100 refinements to Godhood System. But a level 600 commander is someone he can't contend with right now. Although he had the evidence of Commander Wang's crimes. However, to successfully expose it, one needs to have strong capabilities. Otherwise, you'll be pinned down before you even open your mouth. So, I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Fan felt a sense of urgency. Commander Wang's ruthlessness forced him to accelerate his process of becoming stronger. Because Lin Fan had a vague premonition. A conflict is inevitable between me and Commander Wang. I must improve my strength as soon as possible before this conflict occurs. The next morning, Lin Fan arrived at the Secret Realm Management Bureau in the city. Today is the day to reserve entry into the Secret Realm. Enter the teleportation array and wait. Following the staff's instructions, Lin Fan stepped into the teleportation array. As a blinding white light rapidly expanded, he entered a place resembling a hall in the next second. This should be the team-up lobby. Lin Fan glanced around and found a place to sit down. To enter the secret realm, you must use 2 teleportations. The first teleportation takes you to the team lobby. This place is a gathering place for martial artists from all over the ancestral star who want to enter the secret realm. Warriors can freely form teams here, reducing the risk of entering the secret realm. Wait until the designated time arrives. Everyone in the team lobby will then undergo a second teleportation. Finally, they entered the chosen secret realm. Miss Tang, for this operation, you only need to observe from the sidelines. The task of clearing out the strange beasts is all on us. Then we'll have to thank young Master Zhao the most. Miss Tang, you're too kind. It's my honor to be of help. Soon, another group of people were teleported in. The girl in the lead had exquisite features and elegant manners, clearly indicating that she came from an extraordinary background. Another boy surnamed Zhao was all smiles, clearly trying his best to please the girl called Miss Tang. Several guards followed behind the two, and judging from the fluctuations in their aura, they were all of high cultivation levels. Miss Tang, what did my father say last time? Zhao Rilong wanted to say something, but Tang Shuang deliberately looked away and didn't respond. Hey, what's this? Tang Shuang was suddenly drawn to Lin Fan, who was doing push UPS in the corner. After all, the other martial artists were either in teams or polishing their weapons. The only young man in front of me was focused on doing push UPS. Has this person awakened some kind of special talent that requires push UPS as a form of training? Tang Shuang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Seeing this, Zhao Rilong immediately waved his hand and said, Miss Tang likes to watch people do push UPS? That's easy. Someone, bring that person over here and make him do push UPS in front of Miss Tang. Yes. Immediately, someone stepped forward and came to Lin Fan's side. Hey kid, my young master wants you to come over. Lin Fan ignored him. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Lin Fan treats it like air. Hello. Wait. Zhao Rilong, feeling embarrassed, personally stepped forward and said. Kid, you dare to act like a cool and aloof god in front of me. I am Zhao Rilong, a member of the Zhao family of Kyoto. What's your name? Tell me. Zhao Rilong? Lin Fan was taken aback, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. You're asking me? Hehe, my name is Lin Rishan. Chapter 39. Damn it! You dare to mess with me! Zhao Rilong heard the low laughter coming from around him and immediately felt like he was being played. What? You're allowed to have sex with dragons, but I'm not allowed to have sex with the sky. Lin Fan subtly suppressed the corners of her mouth. He is a professional martial artist and doesn't easily burst into laughter unless he can't help it. The main problem is that Zhao Rilong's name is really quite shocking. Sun Dragon? Who's the kind person who gave you this name? Damn it, UBD. Zhao Rilong's face was grim, and his body surged with energy, as if he was about to use his innate power. In Kyoto, who doesn't know the Zhao family's name? Even high-ranking officials have to give him some face when they see him. Moreover, his name was given to him by the ancestor of the Zhao family. Others hope their sons will become successful. And he himself longed for his son to rise to prominence. Only in this way can the grandeur of the Zhao family be displayed. Wait! Just as the two sides were about to clash, Tang Shuang, who was not far away, immediately spoke up to stop them. Miss Tang, don't worry about it. I, Zhao Rilong, am going to teach this kid a lesson today. Young Master Zhao, we have an agreement that you will follow my orders in all actions. If you don't keep your promise now, don't come into the secret realm with me. Hehe, Miss Tang, don't be angry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rilong's momentum immediately deflated. He returned to Tang Shuang's side as if trying to please her. Mr. Linear. Rishan, my friend was a bit rash, please forgive him. My name is Tang Shuang, and I come from the Tang family in Kyoto. Tang Shuang gestured with her hand. Lin Rishan. Lin Fan simply nodded in acknowledgement. Since we've already come up with this name, we might as well stick with it. Rishan, that name really is domineering. Tang Shuang suppressed her thoughts and tentatively asked. Mr. Lin, do you have a team ready yet? No, I'm all alone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rilong and his companions, who were not far away, immediately laughed. Going into a secret realm alone? You don't think this is child's play, do you? That's right, this secret realm is of the unobservable level, 4-star difficulty. Even a level 80 martial artist wouldn't dare to act alone here. What, you think you're stronger than an 80th level martial artist? Haha, coming to raid the dungeon all by yourself? What kind of reckless fool are you? It's all right, just be more careful in your next life. The others present also secretly shook their heads, feeling that the young man in front of them was too arrogant. Mr. Lin, since that's the case, why don't you join us? Tang Shuang extended an invitation. The woman's intuition told her that the young man in front of her was no ordinary person. The fact that the other party dared to enter the secret realm alone is not due to arrogance, they likely possess extremely strong abilities. Although Tang Shuang herself couldn't explain the reason. But from childhood to adulthood, her intuition has never been wrong. Miss Tang, inviting him to join? Wouldn't that be giving this kid a free ride? Zhao Rishan immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. This kid looks like a novice martial artist, he'll only be a burden if he joins. I said, I'm in charge of everything. Tang Shuang suppressed Zhao Rilong again, then turned her head to look at Lin Fan. Despite the other party's earnest invitation, Lin Fan still waved her hand and declined. He never intended to form a team. What I really want is to farm monsters and collect health points all by myself. Moreover, with the title of Dragon Slayer, Lin Fan doesn't need to use combat skills like the deliberate punch or the indestructible golden body. With the title's effects alone, one can easily navigate the lava caverns. Oh well. Seeing this, Tang Shuang did not press the matter further. Zhao Rilong breathed a sigh of relief. I am the eldest son of the prestigious Zhao family in the capital. Teaming up with Tang Shuang would be a perfect match. Teaming up with someone who comes from some backwater village is an insult to one's own status. Moreover, Lin Fan looks like an extremely arrogant and reckless young man. I bet they were torn to shreds by the Earth Fire Dragon as soon as they entered the secret realm. The secret realm teleportation is about to open. Warriors, please teleport into the secret realm in turn. As the announcement sounded, the warriors in the team-up hall lined up to enter the teleportation array. Each time a martial artist is teleported, their corresponding cultivation level will be displayed. It was finally Lin Fan's turn. We're about to go in, we can finally harvest the vital energy. Lin Fan stepped into the teleportation chamber. With a flash of white light, it disappeared into the formation the next second. At the same time, the large screen also displays the corresponding information. Transferring warrior number 23. Life level, 5.1. A life level of 5.1. A level 42 martial artist. Zhao Rilong immediately showed a mocking expression. Miss Tang, am I right? This person is an arrogant and conceited new martial artist. He dares to solo a 4-star secret realm at only level 42. He's either mentally ill or something is wrong with him. Yes, our young master Zhao is a level 75 martial artist, many times stronger than this kid. Fortunately, young Master Zhao saw through everything, otherwise Miss Tang would have been deceived by this man. The other guards who accompanied them also began to flatter them. The other martial artists in the hall shook their heads and found it amusing when they saw this scene. Most of the martial artists who entered earlier were level 60 or above. Without exception, they all entered the secret realm in groups. And now, a mere level 42 newbie dares to solo a 4-star difficulty dungeon? Where did that kid named Lin Rishan come from? He doesn't even know basic common sense. He's probably just a greenhorn. It's alright, he'll show his true strength once we enter the secret realm. Haha, does he think he's some kind of grandmaster? Soloing a dungeon at level 40, he might just attract unwanted attention. Hehe, you've reminded me. How about we go loot that kid later? The others whispered among themselves, and some even started to have designs on Lin Fan. This is why people form teams. Sometimes the threat in a secret realm isn't a strange beast, but rather one of your own kind. Miss Tang, aren't I right? That kid is just a good-for-nothing hothead. Zhao Rilong was smug in front of Tang Shuang, but she retorted with a question. How old were you when you became a level 42 martial artist? Miss Tang, why are you asking this? Just tell me what I'm asking, Tang Shuang said firmly. Zhao Rilong said hesitantly, it's only about 18 centimeters. I asked about age. Tang Shuang said, her face darkening. 23 years old. Then recall how old that martial artist named Lin Rishan was. Hiss. Zhao Rilong fell into thought. That kid named Lin Rishan does look very young. He looks to be only 18 or 19 years old. He became a level 42 martial artist at the age of 18. What incredible talent! His cultivation speed is unbelievable. Now do you know why I invited them? Tang Shuang rolled her eyes at her bunch of useless teammates. She was very confident in her intuition. Lin Fan is absolutely amazing. However, there was one thing she didn't understand, even if Lin Fan was highly talented, he was only at level 42 at the moment. How could he be confident in soloing a 4-star difficulty secret realm? This is perhaps a bit of a stretch. Sha, so what if someone's talented? Zhao Rilong was still stubborn, he's only level 42 now, isn't he? What normal person would dare to solo a secret realm at this level? Forget it, let's hurry up and enter the secret realm. Tang Shuang waved her hand, not intending to argue with Zhao Rilong, that idiot. At this moment, within the secret realm, Lin Fan, holding a white horse treading on snow, stands on a cliff. Below, lava churned and flames soared into the sky. Numerous fire dragons are soaring up and down in the scorching lava. Excellent, the number of fire dragons here perfectly meets my needs. After saying that, Lin Fan drew his gun and leaped down to kill. Awakening, the hunt is on. Chapter 40. Roar. The earth fire dragon below sensed the human intrusion and immediately roared as it charged forward. But as soon as they got close to Lin Fan, they suddenly felt a powerful pressure. In an instant, the attacking fire dragons let out terrified howls and ran away without looking back. As a result, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. Countless fire dragons flew out of the lava, but scattered in all directions just as they were about to approach Lin Fan. Even Lin Fan's body appeared extremely small in front of these fire dragons. But these fire dragons fled as if they had seen a colossal beast, clearly terrified. It must be the tidal effect that's at work. Puff! Lin Fan swung his gun and casually killed the nearest earth fire dragon. Slayed a level 52 beast, HP plus 199. Deliberately unleashed punch, 4769/10,000. The fire dragons in front of them were almost all around level 50. The gap in skill level between him and Lin Fan was no more than 20 levels. The effects of the Dragon Slayer title were fully unleashed. With the double buff of 100% decrease in combat power and 100% increase in fear. Killing these fire dragons is as easy as sweeping away fallen leaves in autumn or cutting melons and vegetables. Puff! Lin Fan casually killed another earth fire dragon. At this moment, he had already arrived deep inside the earth fire dragon's lair. This place is home to a large number of elderly earth fire dragons, as well as newborn earth fire dragon cubs. Faced with Lin Fan's indiscriminate killing, they could only wait for death with eyes full of fear. Faced with these aging creatures, and the young earth fire dragons, Lin Fan stopped, gun in hand. Don't be afraid. I never kill the old or children, even if they are strange beasts. Lin Fan looked at the elderly earth fire dragons, but it's a pity you're not children. He then looked at the newborn earth dragon cubs, and you are not old either. So, I have no choice but to continue my killing spree. The baby fire dragon. The aged fire dragon. No, wait. I have a feeling that something is wrong. Who taught you to calculate it like that? Buzz. The tip of the white horse's spear crackled with lightning. With a single sweep of the spear, a bolt of lightning was instantly unleashed. Boom! Deep within the lair of the earth fire dragon, vast swathes of life were swiftly harvested. Defeat level 55 earth fire dragon, HP plus 98. Defeat level 53 earth fire dragon, HP plus 99. Defeat level 12 earth fire dragon, HP plus 52. Defeat level 15 earth fire dragon, HP plus 66. How come you only harvested so little health points? Lin Fan was puzzled, but then she realized what was going on. Killing these old or newly hatched earth fire dragons won't yield much health. Only by killing those earth fire dragons that are in their prime and at the peak of their combat power can you harvest normally. It seems we still need to kill the strong fire dragons on the outer perimeter. With that thought, Lin Fan turned around and continued his attack towards the outside of the lair. Seeing their cubs being slaughtered, the fire dragons turned red with rage and charged back. However, when they got close to Lin Fan, they were immediately suppressed by the tidal effect, and their combat power plummeted to 0. Puff! In just a moment, Lin Fan casually killed more than 10 earth fire dragons. Go! Later on, Lin Fan even got a little bored with the fighting and simply started directing his spirit soldiers into battle. Unfortunately, these fire dragons are suppressed by the tidal's effect and cannot exert any combat power at all. Mindless massacres may feel satisfying. But after a while, it can become boring. Defeated a level 56 earth fire dragon, HP increased by 335. Defeated a level 50 earth fire dragon, HP increased by 278. Defeated a level 60 earth fire dragon, HP increased by 367. As you continue to harvest, the amount of health points required to unlock the third stage of the intentional fist's effectiveness is also decreasing. How lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Fan even had the leisure to hum a song. But he wasn't idle either. He selected crystal cores of sufficient quality from the side and then collected them using his spatial ring. It cost a full 4 million to enter the secret realm. We need to break even, no matter what. Unfortunately, the earth fire dragon's core is worthless. Even the best quality ones only cost around 100,000 star coins on the market. The main reason is that creatures like the earth fire dragon are quite special, and the crystal core has very little use, so the market price is not high. Although the earth fire dragon crystal core is of low value, it is abundant and can quickly harvest vital energy. However, after we've finished hunting down these earth fire dragons, we still need to find some exotic beasts with high value crystal cores. Puff! Slayed a level 61 earth fire dragon, HP plus 399. Finally, White Horse treading snow slayed the last earth fire dragon. The ruins scattered everywhere made the entire lava field resemble a purgatory. All done killing? That was pretty quick. Lin Fan opened the system panel. Intentional blow, 10,000/10,000. Bite. The host has successfully unlocked the third stage of the deliberate fist's effectiveness. Activating this skill can increase physical strength by up to 20 times. 20 times the physical strength. My current pure physical strength is 3,000 kilograms. If it were 20 times that, that's 60,000 kilograms. A full 60,000 kilograms. Lin Fan suppressed his surprise and recalled, if I remember correctly, the physical strength of a level 100 martial artist is 11,650 kilograms. 60,000 kilograms, that's more than 5 times the physical strength of a level 100 martial artist. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's no exaggeration to say that, relying on deliberate, powerful punches, I'm no longer afraid of level 100 martial artists, and I even have the strength to challenge those above level 100. This is already incredibly powerful. It's equivalent to a level 100 martial artist standing here. If we rely solely on physical strength, Lin Fan can kill him even though he's 60 levels higher. Terrifying. However, despite her excitement, Lin Fan shook her head. Of course, this is just an ideal situation. Regardless of the fact that a deliberate, powerful punch consumes a great deal of physical strength and can only be used as a trump card, it's best to leave aside the fact that such punches are extremely energy-consuming. Even a level 100 martial artist, the power they unleash with their martial arts skills is by no means child's play. The scene was cleaned up. Lin Fan left the area. Just unlocked the third tier of effectiveness, really want to test its power. On a lava plain, Lin Fan cracked his knuckles, searching for a target. But on the vast plain, not a single trace of the strange beast could be seen. Even the most numerous earth-fire dragons have disappeared from this place. The entire lava cavern seemed to consist of only this one area, which was a complete wasteland. Something's not right, absolutely not right. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks, just about to use his energy eye to investigate. But then they saw a group of figures appear not far ahead. Hey, brother chicken, aren't those hotheads in the lobby? Hey! It really is that hothead. Haha, this kid really is all alone. He'll have to experience the wickedness of humanity now. Several men with ill intentions approached Lin Fan and surrounded her. Ha, kid, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The man in the lead, named Shanji, sneered. What do you mean? Lin Fan looked at the group with interest. What's the meaning? The pheasant chuckled lewdly a few times. What do you think we brothers mean? Of course it's about robbing them of their money, not about robbing them of their virtue. Ha 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 ha. The others all burst into laughter. Lin Fan's lips curled up, still displaying an expression of keen interest. What if I say no? Hehe, that's the second option. The pheasant said cryptically, then you'll have to play a game with us. The rules are very simple. We'll each punch you first, then you take turns punching us. But the prerequisite is that you have to withstand the first wave of attacks. As they spoke, each of them unleashed the fluctuations of their internal energy and blood. Without exception, they were all martial artists of level 60 or above. What, you dare to play? Pheasant's face was sinister. He believed that as long as Lin Fan wasn't a fool, he would obediently hand over the valuables. After all, how could a mere level 42 martial artist possibly withstand the physical strength of several level 60 martial artists? But unexpectedly, Lin Fan's answer was surprising. Hehe, I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Chapter 41. Ha, you're afraid? Wait. What did you say? Good news. Chicken and the others were taken aback, looking at Lin Fan with slightly shocked expressions. No, are you sure this is a good thing? We're robbing you, not giving you a handout. Brother Chicken, could this kid be mentally ill? I think so too. I guess he escaped from some mental hospital. Not necessarily. What if he has SM tendencies? Hey! The group frowned and took a few steps back in unison. Damn it, what bad luck, turns out he's a complete idiot. The pheasant spat, but I can't come for nothing, you still have to play this game with me. Since entering the secret realm, Pheasant and his companions have been constantly chased by the Earth Fire Dragon. Now I can finally find someone to bully. Even if he's a fool, it's better than nothing. However, the rules of the game need to be changed. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then continued, I'll give you a punch first. If you can catch it, then it's your turn. Kid, you think you can negotiate with anyone? Someone was about to stop them, but the pheasant stopped them. Fine. I'll grant your request this time, you idiot. Otherwise, it would be rather boring to just beat you to death. Brother Chicken cares for intellectually disabled children, he's so kind-hearted. The henchman then showered him with praise. You. Play with this idiot for a bit. The pheasant randomly pointed to someone. The martial artist immediately stepped forward, looking at Lin Fan with a fierce expression. Kid, hurry up and get started, don't waste time. Don't worry, I'll send you all on your way today. A strange smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. The one named by Shanji was a level 60 martial artist. It is obviously impossible to defeat the opponent by relying solely on physical strength. But don't forget, you have the skill of intentionally throwing punches. To deal with a martial artist of this level, simply using 5 times the power of the first tier effect is more than enough. Lin Fan stopped in front of the martial artist, staring at him as he unleashed his deliberate strike fist skill. Instantly, his aura surged. Pheasant and the others were far enough away that they did not sense it. However, the martial artist standing in front of Lin Fan did indeed deeply sense the changes in Lin Fan. Unconsciously, his thighs trembled uncontrollably. What happened? This kid is only at the 42nd level of cultivation. Why does this feel even more terrifying than level 82? Haha, BioZ's acting is pretty convincing. You'd think he was really scared. Yet, when it comes to teasing idiots, BioZ is the best. Chicken and the others couldn't stop laughing. Only the martial artist named BioZ was completely bewildered. No, I wasn't acting. This kid. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan threw a punch at him. Boom. 5 times the power. 15,000 kilograms. The immense force was unleashed at the tip of his fist, instantly turning the martial artist named BioZ into a bloody mist. Clearly, given his physical condition, he simply couldn't withstand the power of that punch. Quiet. The air froze instantly. Chicken and the others stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Brother Chicken, did you see it clearly just now? BioZ is gone just like that. This is unbelievable. He's only level 42. How could he instantly kill a level 60 martial artist? BioZ, stop playing hide and seek with us, come out now. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts pounding with shock. Even the pheasant at the head of the pack felt a chill run down its spine. Just now, this young man in front of him, whom he had taken for a fool, actually used a single punch to send a level 60 martial artist to the next level. Sublimation in a physical sense. The impact of this image is simply too great. Pheasant clenched his fists tightly, his heart clenching as if he had been punched hard. The ferocious scene just now completely shattered his psychological defenses. Damn it! This kid was hiding his strength. We've really messed up. Brother Chicken, what should we do now? The men were ashen-faced, clearly terrified by what they had just witnessed. All right, who's going to play now? Lin Fan clenched his fist, a playful look in his eyes. Warm-up complete. He planned to test the effectiveness of the 3rd level of the deliberate bombardment. Brother Chicken, why don't you go for it? Damn it! You bunch of idiots, do you really want to go up there and deliver yourselves into the abyss? A sinister glint flashed in the pheasant's eyes as he said with exasperation. I don't believe that his ability to kill opponents of higher levels can be without any side effects. Let's attack together, maybe we can wear him down. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up. That's right. This kid was able to kill someone of a higher level, he must have used some kind of trump card. Let's attack together and wear him down until he dies. That's right, Brother Chicken has a sharp eye. The group composed themselves and prepared for a do-or-die battle. It's good that we all come at once, it will save me energy. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, an unexpected change occurred. Rumble. The ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently, causing the earth to shake violently. What happened? It seemed as if something was about to surge out from underground. With this in mind, Lin Fan did not hesitate and decisively activated the energy eye. He saw a dazzling point of light moving rapidly underground. This energy fluctuation, a level 90 beast. Lin Fan frowned. He now finally understood why there were no other strange beasts active in this area. Because this vast lava plain is entirely the territory of this level 90 beast. Now, the strange beast seems to have been awakened by the commotion. Wait, a level 90 beast, I should be scared. Why am I so eerily calm inside? Lin Fan believes it's the sense of security brought about by the third stage effect of the deliberate punch. After all, the physical strength far exceeds that of a level 100 martial artist, which is something a level 90 beast cannot withstand. Bang! Just then, the strange beast from underground finally emerged and revealed its true form. Lin Fan took a closer look. It was a strange beast covered in smooth scales, shaped like a giant python, and with 2 horns on its head. Turn over the earth dragon. Judging by this size, it's probably already an adult. Its cultivation level is no lower than level 90. This is it, we're all going to die here. Damn it, Earthshakers are rare to begin with, and adult Earthshakers are even rarer, and of all people, we just happened to run into one. Chicken Brother and his men were in utter despair. If they encounter Lin Fan, they are confident that they still have a glimmer of hope. But now it's a level 90 demon. There was absolutely no chance of survival. The only thing that could comfort them was that Lin Fan would die with them. An adult earth-turning dragon? Great, I actually ran into one. Lin Fan's eyes then lit up, and his face showed excitement. Besides being rare, the most valuable thing about adult earth dragons is the fire crystal naturally formed inside their bodies. Fire crystal. That's one of the materials used to forge fire elemental weapons. A dragon of this size must contain an extraordinary fire crystal. Although Lin Fan already has a lightning elemental weapon. But the spirit weapon is incredibly powerful. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have one more? The only pity is that although the earth-turning dragon has the word dragon in its name, it is not a dragon-type mythical beast. In other words, the suppression effect of the Dragon Slayer title is ineffective against him. The earth-turning dragon is a type of snake-like mythical beast. Upon reaching adulthood, they undergo a transformation. If the transformation is successful, it can evolve into a dragon and instantly leap to a level of over 100. However, the transformation will consume the fire crystals within its body. This earth-turning dragon is currently close to its molting stage, and the fire crystals within its body have clearly not yet been consumed. Such good fortune, once missed, will never come again. Buzz! Lin Fan reached out and grabbed at the air, and the white horse treading on snow appeared in his hand out of thin air. Hey, Hajaran, I want the fire crystal inside you. Chapter 42. Roar. The earth dragon rose from the ground, flew into the air, and roared at the intruders below. Brother Chicken, what do we do? We're doomed. Wah! I knew I shouldn't have come. Now we're all doomed. Oh no, I haven't deleted my browser history yet. I can't die. Goodbye, Mo-chan, Nana-sensei, Hashimoto-sensei. Faced with the earth-shattering dragon that blotted out the sky, the group felt utterly hopeless. Enough. Be quiet. The pheasant gritted its teeth and said, now that things have come to this, we can only leave it to fate. We'll scatter and escape, whoever gets out alive depends on their luck. After saying that, Chicken and the others each chose a direction and then ran away. Damn legs, faster! The pheasant didn't even dare to turn its head. Just as he was running with all his might, a figure went against the current and brushed past him. Upon closer inspection, the pheasant realized it was Lin Fan. Hey, this kid's pretty fast. Wait. Did he go the wrong way? Chicken confirmed again that Lin Fan had indeed run towards the direction of the earth-turning dragon. What happened? Did this kid get scared out of his wits by the earth-shattering dragon and go the wrong way? Brother Chicken, why did that kid run towards the earth-turning dragon? Wow! It's true. Has he always been this brave? He's even holding a gun. Could he be planning to solo a level 90 Earthshaker dragon? Not only Shanji, but others also noticed Lin Fan's unusual behavior. Killing a level 60 martial artist is one thing, but it's another. Are we going to have to kill a level 90 beast again? Has the world finally gone this mad? Very good. The pheasant's shock turned into ecstatic joy. This kid is courting death, let him go. With him buying us time, our chances of escaping are much greater. Haha, Brother Chicken is right, let's run for our lives. With that in mind, Pheasant and the others sped up again. Boom! At this moment, the battle between Lin Fan and the earth-turning dragon had already begun. Several bolts of lightning shot out from the tip of the spirit weapon, shattering all the earth spikes summoned by the earth-turning dragon. Boom! Lin Fan seized the opportunity and sent out another bolt of lightning. Seizing the opportunity, it accurately hit the flying dragon in mid-air. The immense power of the lightning directly blasted away most of the scales on its body. Roar! The earth-turning dragon let out a mournful howl, but it was also completely enraged. Suddenly, its remaining scales burst open and shot towards Lin Fan. These scales are the hardest parts of the earth-turning dragon's body and can also be used as weapons in battle. Each scale can easily cut through most special steels. Puff! Lin Fan accidentally cut his arm, and immediately activated the lightning contained in his spiritual weapon, forming a lightning barrier in front of him. Without a doubt, these scales couldn't penetrate the barrier's defenses at all. Level 90 beasts are indeed powerful. But against spirit weapons, it's like a dimensional reduction attack. Luckily, I forged the spiritual weapon in advance, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack just now. After all, his only defensive skill was the undying golden body. And it can only increase physical strength by 20 levels. It's no match for a level 90 Earthshaker. It can only be sliced into mincemeat by the flying scales. But what I need to do is not kill this earth-turning dragon. Instead, they completely removed the fire crystal from its body. The power of the spirit weapon is immense. If we shatter the fire crystal within it, all our efforts will be in vain. Therefore, Lin Fan quickly adjusted his strategy. First, try to get close to the earth-turning dragon. Then unleash a deliberate, powerful punch, a single, fatal blow. However, the prerequisite is that we must first force the earth-turning dragon to the surface. Only those who cultivate to the level 100 martial artist possess the unique ability to fly. Prior to this, aerial combat had always been a weakness for low-level warriors. I wish I could fly right now. Lin Fan's spiritual weapon swept across, unleashing another bolt of lightning. Boom! This lightning bolt was even more powerful than before, directly snapping the enraged earth-turning dragon back to its senses. His originally bloodshot eyes instantly became crystal clear. Woof woof woof! After wailing for a while, it turned around and burrowed back underground. If it had known this would happen, it would have continued to pretend to be asleep. Why would you provoke such a powerful humanoid creature? Did you become a coward? Lin Fan looked at the ground, which had returned to silence, and suddenly plunged the spiritual weapon in his hand into the ground. Come on! Spirit weapon technician, give our guest electrotherapy. Upon receiving the command, the spirit weapon was immediately surrounded by electric sparks and crackling sounds. A large amount of lightning element gathered on the gun body, forming a high-voltage lightning zone. They were then released quickly, rushing all of them underground. Boom! 100,000 volts. The lightning struck the underground dragon, forcing it to emerge. Roar! But the earthworm has learned its lesson. Instead of hiding underground, it uses its burrowing ability to emerge from all directions and launch attacks. Are you playing whack-a-mole with me? If that's the case, then I'll have to use cheat codes. Lin Fan stood still and simply closed her eyes. Then the energy eye was opened. Even with his eyes closed, all the energy fluctuations around him were now clearly visible in his mind. Meanwhile, the light spot representing the earth-shattering dragon was moving rapidly underground. Lin Fan smiled calmly, I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one. A deliberate punch. Lin Fan suddenly turned around and threw a punch behind him. This punch happened to meet the earth-shaking dragon that was preparing to attack. Precise headshot. Boom. Blood mist filled the sky. The headless earthworm lay on the ground. Lin Fan controlled the force perfectly, preserving the body of the earth-turning dragon and preventing the fire crystal from being affected. Puff. Lin Fan dissected the body of the earthworm and found a fiery red crystal in the center. This is the fire crystal. One of the materials for crafting fire elemental weapons. Fire crystal is extremely strong and yang. Rare fire crystals can even nurture a trace of true fire within them. Lin Fan dared not touch it directly, but instead enveloped it with his qi and blood. After confirming that everything was correct, I carefully placed it into my spatial ring. With this fire crystal, I can go back and look up the guide on how to forge fire elemental weapons. Spirit weapons are incredibly powerful, even low-level martial artists wielding them dare to challenge high-level martial artists. Every spiritual weapon is a treasure and is highly valued by the Federation. Others can be invincible with just one weapon, but what if I collect all 5 elemental weapons? This astonishing idea popped into Lin Fan's mind. However, having a fire crystal would allow us to begin realizing this idea. At this moment, not far away. Snap! 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 Thunderous applause erupted. Chicken and the others stood there dumbfounded for a long time before they finally started clapping. They all witnessed what just happened. I was so shocked that I forgot to run away. He smashed the head of a level 90 demon with a single punch. Dude, are you the reincarnation of One Punch Man? Bioz deserved to die, with such ferocious strength. Even a deity would have to shed their skin before they could leave. The pheasant's Adam's apple bobbed as it struggled to swallow, its whole body trembling like a leaf. Brother Shan! Brother Shanji, he's coming! Someone said in a trembling voice. After dealing with the earth dragon, Lin Fan walked towards them. If I remember correctly, your name is Pheasant. Bang! The pheasant's legs buckled, and it knelt down. No, you can just call me Little Chicken. Chapter 43. The game isn't over yet. According to the rules, we have to continue. Lin Fan's tone was completely devoid of emotion. But to Chicken and the others, it sounded like thunder, making their livers and gallbladders tremble. The group exchanged glances, completely panicked. Want to keep playing? Joke. That's a being that can smash a level 90 beast in the head with a single punch. Who would dare to continue playing this game? You're joking. According to the rules, you've already won this game. The pheasant mustered its courage and said in a trembling voice. According to the rules. Lin Fan shook his head and said, throughout my life, I have only acted according to my own rules. The last person who talked to me about rules is now a year old. Thump. Upon hearing this, Chicken and the others immediately knelt down, desperately begging for mercy. Please let us go. We'll never do it again. I have money, lots of money. I can give you all of it. The group wept bitterly, filled with remorse. If you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. We used to always pick on the weak, but now we've finally managed to pick on the iron alloy. The one who regretted it the most was none other than the pheasant. My grandfather always warned me since I was little that I should never mess with people with surnames like Lin, Shi, and Xiao. I should have listened to him. Alright, it seems you really can't continue playing the game. Lin Fan looked at them coldly, his interest completely gone. Buzz. A white horse treading on snow appeared from the spatial ring. Go. 10 minutes later. Lin Fan left this lava plain. What remained, besides the headless corpse of the earth-turning dragon, were the lives of the mountain chicken and others. He is not a soft-hearted person. Those who harbor ill intentions towards you must be eliminated. Those things that cannot be eliminated for the time being will be eliminated when the opportunity arises in the future. What can't be eliminated now, we'll eliminate later when we become stronger. These 3 principles are my own rules. But it seems we need to add another clause, those who force themselves to follow the rules must also be eliminated. After leaving the lava plain, Lin Fan learned from his experience, became more vigilant, and activated his energy eye. He needed to be familiar with his surroundings in case a powerful demon like the earth-turning dragon suddenly appeared. Furthermore, having just repeatedly activated his spiritual weapon in battle, and finally used the 3rd-tier power of the intentional strike fist, he had exhausted more than half of his stamina. It would be bad if someone took advantage of his weakness now. Wait. What is that place? Lin Fan used his energy eye to observe the east and discovered that in the core area of the secret realm, there was a bright green spot shining. This light spot is different from other energy fluctuations, it is not a living being, but rather the energy fluctuation emitted by some kind of treasure. There's another surprise. Lin Fan's breath hitched. I thought that encountering an adult earth dragon and obtaining a rare fire crystal would be the biggest extra gain of this trip. After all, the main task of coming to this secret realm is to collect chi and blood to fully unlock the deliberate fist. Unexpectedly, I've encountered treasures one after another. Around the green light, there are many energy points representing martial artists moving around. It seems I'm not the only one who's noticed this treasure. I need to hurry over there, or someone else will get there first. With that thought, Lin Fan retracted his heavenly eye and quickly moved toward the marked location. At the same time, the area where the treasure is located. Zhao Rilong, you lead the men to resist the flying dragon beast on the right. Leave the pressure on the right to me. Boom. Tang Shuang's expression was solemn as she drew her bow and killed a flying dragon beast that had come close to her. However, he was caught off guard and attacked by another flying dragon, scratching his back. Miss Tang. Zhao Rilong was heartbroken, but he couldn't spare the time to help at the moment, as he also had several injuries on his body. Damn it! I underestimated the beasts in this secret realm. There are so many flying dragons here. Flying Dragon Beast, a level 80 mythical beast. It resembles a bee and is smaller than most mythical beasts. However, they have high attack power and come in large groups. Even an experienced team of martial artists would find it difficult to defeat. Not to mention the lone warriors, who were simply surrounded and killed. Ah! After being surrounded for a long time, one of the martial artists was seriously injured. Hold on! Don't break formation! Buzz! Tang Shuang gathered a stream of blue energy and casually injected it into the injured martial artist's body. Immediately, the injuries on the martial artist's body healed visibly. S-rank talent, Healing Beam. If this continues, we'll definitely be dragged down to our deaths. Tang Shuang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Although he is an S-rank healer, if the battle lasts too long, even if you're a G-cup, you'll still have your milk completely drained. What should we do? We need to think of a solution quickly. Just as Tang Shuang was pondering, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure not far away. It's Lin Rishan. He's here too. Tang Shuang looked doubtful and immediately reminded him loudly. Mr. Lin, let's go. Lin Rishan. Zhao Rilong turned around abruptly. It really is that ignorant brat who has managed to survive until now. Lin Fan heard Tang Shuang's shouts. But he came for the treasure, so naturally he wouldn't leave. As for the level 80 flying dragons in front of them, they pose no threat under the suppression of the tidal effect. Roar! Sure enough, the flying dragon beast was attacking Tang Xuang and the others. Upon spotting Lin Fan in the distance, they immediately dispatched a group of soldiers to attack him. The pressure on Tang Xuang and the others immediately eased. Very good. Zhao Rilong was overjoyed, this is truly heaven's help. Miss Tang, let's take advantage of the reduced number of flying dragon beasts and break through quickly. Yeah, isn't that kid awesome? Let him fight these flying dragons by himself. Haha, yes, let's listen to young Master Zhao and hurry up and go. The others echoed this sentiment. No. Tang Xuang flatly refused, Zhao Rilong, others are one thing, but our elders both served the Federation, how could we abandon our own kind? This. Zhao Rilong immediately retorted, Miss Tang, we didn't force that kid to come over. He acts all high and mighty, maybe he'd even be happy to stay here. Young Master Zhao is right. That kid acts all high and mighty, he deserves to be taught a lesson by society. Yes, he needs to be taught a lesson. This is a good thing. Besides, this kid is only level 42. Even if we save him, he'll only be a burden. Everyone else naturally spoke up for Zhao Rilong. Mr. Lin, come over here quickly. Tang Xuang shouted that it would be too late for her to go and provide assistance now. This woman is quite interesting. Lin Fan was quite surprised. Tang Xuang is simple-minded and clearly a well-bred young lady who has been protected since childhood. Miss Tang, you don't need to worry. These strange beasts pose no threat to me. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Pfft! Zhao Rilong immediately lost his composure. No, is this kid really stupid or just pretending? At a time like this, you're still trying to show off in front of girls? Hey, this guy's willing to risk his life just to show off. The others found it amusing. Even Tang Xuang hesitated. Could it be that the other side has some amazing trick up their sleeve? But looking at Lin Fan with his hands in his pockets, looking completely nonchalant, he doesn't seem like he's about to unleash a powerful move, does he? But the next second, they were all dumbfounded. The flying dragons that had rushed towards Lin Fan seemed to be frightened and scattered in all directions. Even if a few individuals attacked Lin Fan, they were easily slapped to death by the other party. The ferocious dragon beast that was just now as fierce as a tiger has become a coward in front of Lin Fan. What the hell is going on? Zhao Rilong was dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. The kind that's as big as a clay pot. Dude, so you're playing creative mode. Chapter 44. Puff. Lin Fan casually killed a flying dragon beast. These flying dragon beasts are generally at level 80, and some have even reached level 85. It far surpasses the level 20 perfect effect of the Dragon Slayer title. Therefore, it cannot completely suppress these flying dragon beasts. The effect was greatly reduced. This resulted in some elite flying dragons being able to withstand the suppression effect and continue to attack Lin Fan. However, even with the reduced suppression effect, these attacks still pose little threat. Snap! Lin Fan casually swatted away another fish that had escaped the net, just like swatting a mosquito. This. Looking at how relaxed Lin Fan is. Tang Xuang and the others were utterly shocked. The more relaxed Lin Fan appeared, the stronger the contrast became. They had used every ounce of their strength to fight those flying dragons, and they were almost wiped out. But in Lin Fan's hands, these ferocious beasts were like mosquitoes, easily killed. The before and after comparison creates a huge visual impact. Is this really just a level 42 martial artist? Tang Xuang and the others stood there dumbfounded, watching Lin Fan approach. But Lin Fan ignored them. He activated his energy eye on his own. Yes, that's right, the treasure is in that area ahead. After determining the location, Lin Fan didn't linger and immediately left. Mr. Lin, are you also here to collect jadeite crystals? Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Tang Xuang quickly brought up a topic. Jadeite crystal ore? Lin Fan was taken aback. No wonder Tang Xuang and her group came straight here, they must have known what the treasure ahead was all along. However, he had never heard of this jadeite crystal mine before. Mr. Lin, it seems you are unaware of the existence of jadeite crystal mines. Tang Xuang was about to explain when Zhao Rilong instinctively stopped her. Jadeite crystals are extremely valuable. These are materials needed to forge spiritual weapons, and they are extremely precious. Furthermore, the two of them learned by chance that this secret realm contained jade crystal mines. Therefore, neither side informed anyone of their team's arrival. It's all right, judging from Mr. Lin's expression. Even if they didn't know there was a jadeite mine ahead, they would have probably already noticed it. Tang Xuang waved her hand and patiently explained. Lin Fan did not possess a spirit weapon in his previous life, so he was unaware that jade crystal ore was one of the materials for refining spirit weapons. Moreover, the forging of spirit weapons is different from that of other weapons, and has its own unique secret methods. These secret techniques, whether they fall into the hands of powerful families or the Federal High Command, are all subject to change. They will all be kept secret and will not be made public. The jade crystal mine we're looking for is a key ingredient needed to refine fire elemental weapons. So that's how it is. After Tang Xuang explained, Lin Fan finally understood everything. I originally thought I could try it out by following the folk methods of forging spiritual weapons. However, it now appears that these refining methods are still incomplete. To be on the safe side, we'll need some secret techniques. He can transform a white horse treading on snow into a lightning elemental weapon. It relies on prizes drawn by the system. The range of prizes available is just too wide. The reason I was able to draw the lightning element source last time was purely due to luck. Who knows when we'll be able to obtain a fire elemental weapon? There are many methods for refining spiritual weapons that are popular among the people. Some of them are fictional. Some are incomplete. For example, Lin Fan wouldn't have known about jadeite crystals if Tang Xuang hadn't explained it. Miss Tang, as a token of my gratitude, I can take you there. Lin Fan said. Since the other party has taken the initiative to clarify the matter, I don't mind taking them away from this place. Great. Let's hurry over there, lest something go wrong. Zhao Rilong was overjoyed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't have Lin Fan's special abilities. There are still many flying dragons along the way. If we stay here, we will only be worn down and die. Besides, even if Lin Fan knew there was a jade crystal mine ahead, so what? Forging spiritual weapons requires specific secret techniques, otherwise, the success rate is virtually zero. Moreover, to forge a fire elemental weapon, one also needs the fire crystals nurtured within the body of an adult earth-turning dragon. Earth-turning dragons are rare to begin with, and after reaching adulthood, they hide deep underground to molt. Once the transformation is successful, the fire crystal will be gone. Could it be that Lin Fan just happened to discover a ground dragon? And coincidentally, this earth-turning dragon was an adult. And it just so happens that it has not yet undergone a transformation. And then he just happened to be killed by Lin Fan? Zhao Rilong didn't believe in such a coincidence, unless the world had gone mad. Hehe, brother Lin, it really is true that we became friends after a fight. Zhao Rilong put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder and made a move to walk forward. However, Lin Fan remained standing still. I mean only Miss Tang, other people are not within my consideration. You're only bringing Miss Tang. Zhao Rilong and the others stood there, stunned. The guards, in particular, immediately changed their expressions. Everyone knows now that staying here means certain death. Miss Tang, please, I beg you. Please, in consideration of our loyal protection all the way, take us with you. Tang Xuang was in a dilemma. she would naturally not abandon Zhao Rilong and the others. But Lin Fan disagreed, and he couldn't force him. Mr. Lin, are you sure you can't bring them along? That's a different price. Lin Fan made it clear directly. I brought Tang Shuang along to repay a favor. As for others, he has no obligation to help them. Of course, unless it's in one's own interest. I have money. Zhao Rilong wasn't stupid, he immediately understood what Lin Fan meant. I can pay 10 million star coins if you take us there. Oh no. 60 million. So, Brother Lin, is this deal worthwhile? After speaking, Zhao Rilong looked slightly smug. He believes Lin Fan must have been shocked by such a large sum. Throughout Kyoto, who doesn't know that the Zhao family is powerful and wealthy? They have nothing else but money. You only have 1 minute to present a deal that satisfies me. Lin Fan remained unmoved. He has no shortage of star coins. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rilong then offered other conditions. A wide variety of top-tier cultivation resources for you to choose from. Lin Fan shook his head. Top-tier martial arts technique. Lin Fan shook his head again. Top-tier weapon. Kyoto residency. Top-tier maid. Zhao Rilong rattled off more than a dozen names in one breath, but Lin Fan remained unmoved. You only have 10 seconds left. Lin Fan glanced at his watch. Zhao Rilong was extremely angry. In his view, Lin Fan had simply taken them there casually. There is absolutely no extra cost involved. Any one of the conditions he set could buy a life. This is such a highly profitable business, yet the other party won't do it. You have 3 seconds left. Lin Fan then turned to leave. Whether Tang Shuang follows or not is her own business. Since I've already expressed my willingness to help, I've repaid this favor. No, Brother Lin, if you won't agree to any of the conditions, then what exactly do you want? You can't possibly tell you the secret method my Zhao family uses to forge fire elemental weapons, can you? Secret techniques for crafting fire spirit weapons? Lin Fan was taken aback. He immediately stopped and went to Zhao Rilong's side, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Very good, I'm very satisfied with this condition." "No, I didn't." Zhao Rilong was about to explain when he was interrupted by Lin Fan's cold gaze. "The greatest joy in my life is helping others, but if someone makes me unhappy, then I also know a little bit of martial arts. Young Master Zhao, you wouldn't want me to be unhappy, would you?" Zhao Rilong swallowed hard. Who the hell would dare say no? Chapter 45. I suddenly don't want your help anymore. Zhao Rilong swallowed hard, but when he saw Lin Fan's cold eyes, the words stuck in his throat. He was, after all, from a prominent family and had seen the world. He had seen Lin Fan's eyes before, on every martial artist whose hands were stained with blood. It was an extremely similar and chilling feeling. This kid has definitely killed someone. And there's more than one. But is that right? The guy in front of me, named Lin Rishan, looks to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, he's only a level 42 martial artist, he probably hasn't even practiced any martial arts techniques yet. It's already gotten to the point where their hands are stained with blood. When I was that age, I was still trying my best to please the school's most beautiful girl. Zhao Rilong's intuition told him. We mustn't mess with this young man. After some internal struggle, Zhao Rilong finally spoke. Brother Lin is truly handsome and kind-hearted. Since you've already asked, I can't very well refuse. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang and the others were also surprised. Zhao Rilong actually agreed to this condition? Although the other party did not say it explicitly. But since he accepted Lin Fan's help, he had already implied that he had agreed. After all, the secret techniques for forging spiritual weapons are considered a fundamental asset by any power. If Zhao Rilong were to explicitly agree, even as the eldest son of the Zhao family, he would still be dealt with according to the clan rules. Very good. There is no one in this world that I, Lin cannot help. Lin Fan withdrew her cold gaze and replaced it with a smile. The threatening meaning in his words was also very clear. There is no one I cannot help. Similarly, there is no one I cannot kill. Although this kind of coercion of others is sinful. But what does this have to do with me, Lin Fan? My current identity is Lin. Alright, in that case, let's hurry up and get going. Lin Fan led the way, walking ahead of everyone else. Sure enough, there were countless flying dragons lurking ahead, but under the suppression of the title, they all scattered like birds and beasts. Stay close to me, and try not to be more than 50 paces away. Lin Fan reminded him. The effects of the title Dragon Slayer Warrior are also limited to a certain range. Okay, Mr. Linear. Tang Shuang was already following behind Lin Fan. Now that the group has shrunk and she's even closer, she immediately feels the reassuring aura emanating from Lin Fan. This caused a slight ripple in her heart. He's different from other boys. Damn it! I should be the one protecting Miss Tang. Zhao Rilong, walking at the back of the group, revealed a hint of resentment in his eyes. It had only just begun when Lin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He lost both his wife and his army, not only ruining his leading man storyline, but now he can't even protect the clan's secret method for forging spiritual weapons. Young Master Zhao, are you really going to give the secret technique to this person? A guard asked in a low voice. What, are you trying to teach me how to do things? I wouldn't dare. Zhao Rilong snorted coldly. He's rich, but not stupid. Although he had agreed to use the secret technique in exchange. But is it absolutely necessary to give it? The beast ahead must be even more ferocious. It's only level 42, so if it gets killed by the beast, how will it ask me for the secret technique? Although the possibility is somewhat low. But even if they did give it to me, so what? Having a secret method doesn't guarantee you can forge a spirit weapon. Various materials are also crucial. At least for forging fire spirit weapons, in addition to jade crystal ore, fire crystal is also an essential material. I refuse to believe you're so lucky as to get your hands on the fire crystal too. The crafting of spirit weapons is complicated and has an extremely low success rate. From the time the Zhao family obtained the secret technique until now, successive heads of the family have tried, but most have failed. It's either a lack of materials or an accidental failure during the refining process. After generations of hard work, they finally managed to forge a spiritual weapon that barely scratched the surface. Therefore, Zhao Rishan felt. Lin Fan stumbled upon the jadeite crystal mine in this area by sheer chance. If you even collect all the fire crystals, that person truly lives up to their name, they've really screwed over the heavens. Mr. Lin, you must be younger than all of us, right? To have cultivated to level 42 so quickly, you must have at least S-ranked talent, right? On the road. Tang Shuang finally couldn't hold back any longer and broke the silence first. He was genuinely curious about what kind of talent Lin Fan possessed. I have no talent. If you have no talent, are you perhaps following the path of ancient martial arts? Tang Shuang failed to control her expression and exclaimed in surprise. Everyone knows that ancient martial arts training is slow and has long been abandoned by the times. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan not only chose ancient martial arts, but also mastered it so quickly. To break through to level 42 martial artist at the age of 18 or 19 is already beyond the reach of most talented cultivators. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the other party wanted to hide their strength and therefore said this on purpose. Between the two possibilities, Tang Shuang prefers to believe the latter. If ancient martial arts could truly possess such a cultivation speed, it could very well trigger a cataclysmic change in the era. The status of innate cultivation methods is about to be overturned. Mr. Lin, may I ask one more question? These flying dragons seem to be very afraid of you. How did you manage that? It's just a special method, there's nothing mysterious about it. Lin Fan, of course, wouldn't reveal the system. So that's how it is. Tang Shuang nodded, her head bowed in thought. Then, the entire group fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, each person was lost in their own thoughts. Among them, Zhao Rilong was the one with the most intense psychological activity. He was pondering the veracity of Lin Fan's first statement. Is the opponent truly a martial artist without any talent? Zhao Rilong believes that Lin Fan is definitely lying and simply doesn't want to reveal his true talent. This can be proven by looking at his cultivation speed alone. Ancient martial arts are also known as turtle training. If you cultivate to level 42, the other person will be at least in their 40s. After all, the talent cultivation method was originally created by the Federation to popularize martial arts. Even with the worst physical genes, one can still at least match an F-level talent. It's just that no one would invest resources in cultivating these low-level talents. The odds of being born without any special talents are lower than winning the lottery. Of course, there is another possibility. That means the other party awakened a top-tier talent, but voluntarily gave it up and turned to cultivate ancient martial arts. That's even more impossible. Talent cultivation is the strongest path in this world. No normal person would give up on it, right? But why won't this kid tell you? Talent is unique. Even if he has SSS level talent, I still can't steal it. Ultimately, Zhao Rilong felt there was only one possibility. That's because Lin Fan's talent is relatively low, and he's too embarrassed to admit it, so he made up this excuse. Yes. That must be it. I'm a genius. Tang Shuang and I both have S-level talent, so his must be lower than ours. So, out of pride, they were unwilling to say it. Perhaps this kid's only talent is to dispel these flying dragon beasts. Upon realizing this, Zhao Rilong's expression towards Lin Fan instantly changed. The fear in my heart disappeared. Once this is resolved, I'll turn my back on you. You want my Zhao family's secret techniques? I have an S-rank talent, you'd better be hiding your true strength. The journey is not yet over. Tang Shuang and her group's thoughts began to change. Lin Fan walked in front, still without looking back. He knew what these people were thinking. But he didn't care. Chapter 46. 1 hour later. The group finally completed the journey. The area ahead should be where the jade crystal mine is located. Tang Shuang looked excited, victory was in sight. She couldn't help but turn around and look behind her, her expression changing. Behind them, there were countless flying dragon beasts. Like a dark curtain that blocks out the sky, it makes people feel suffocated. Without Lin Fan, she wouldn't know how she would have gotten through this journey. Mr. Lin, if it weren't for you, we would probably all be corpses by now. Miss Tang, don't be afraid. I didn't perform well just now, but don't worry about me from now on. Zhao Rilong stepped forward to comfort him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after safely navigating the journey. Brother Lin, don't worry. I'll give you the secret technique as soon as this operation is over. Although Zhao Rilong had already planned ahead, he did not intend to actually hand over the secret technique. But thinking that when the operation ends, Lin Fan will have to cross this route again. They didn't rush to break off relations. It's all right, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Fan knew the other person had something on their mind, but she didn't point it out. Faced with overwhelming power, any petty schemes seem utterly ridiculous. Zhao Rishan had been scheming all the way, but he still hadn't truly figured it out. He underestimated Lin Fan's abilities. They mistakenly believed it was a transaction between them and the other party. In fact, with Lin Fan's abilities, he could have just stolen it. It seems that these people don't have complete information either. To be on the safe side, I'll use my energy eye to observe first. Lin Fan paused and activated his energy eye to scan the area. Sure enough, the area ahead was not peaceful either. Previously, due to the great distance, only the energy points of the jade crystal could be perceived. The situation is somewhat ambiguous for other cases. Now Lin Fan sees that in addition to the energy of jade crystal mines ahead, there is another energy spot that is similar to crystal minerals, but with some differences. It's a strange beast. Based on past experience, Lin Fan immediately made a judgment. The reason this strange beast possesses the same energy fluctuations as crystal ore is because there are probably two possibilities. One possibility is that they have lived around crystal mines for too long and have picked up a similar aura. The second type is this strange beast, which is a companion beast born from the jade crystal mine. For example, a mythical beast egg might just fall into a jade crystal mine. After being stimulated by the energy of crystal ore for a long time, the genes of these strange beasts will change. Although the probability is extremely low. But once it is successfully conceived, its strength will far surpass that of other strange beasts, and it will spontaneously become the guardian of the treasure. Brother Lin, don't be afraid, this is my home turf from now on. When Zhao Rilong saw Lin Fan stop, he mistakenly thought that the other party was scared. He patted his chest confidently and took the lead, walking forward. Hehe, it's all right, level 42 is indeed a bit low. If anything unexpected happens later, just hide behind me, I'll protect you. After saying that, Zhao Rilong looked at Tang Xuangshuang again. Hehe, Miss Tang, you're the same. He then laughed and walked forward. Tang Xuangshuang looked at Lin Fan apologetically, then pointed to her head. Lin Fan nodded, it's okay, I understand. That's all. Zhao Rilong led several guards to clear the way ahead. Lin Fan and Tang Xuangshuang walked behind. During this time, Tang Xuangshuang kept intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to Lin Fan. After several repetitions, Lin Fan suddenly said, Miss Tang, I have a way of killing people when I walk. You must be careful to keep your distance, otherwise I might instinctively kill you, mistaking you for an assassin. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Tang Xuangshuang immediately jumped and moved 2 meters away from Lin Fan. Finally, the group arrived at a huge cave. I'll go in and scout ahead. Without hesitation, Zhao Rilong walked straight inside. Mr. Lin, it seems the jadeite crystal mine is inside. Tang Xuangshuang's face lit up with joy, believing that the operation had been a success. Be careful, there's another beast inside. Lin Fan gave a reminder and then followed them into the cave. Tang Xuangshuang was secretly puzzled. Why is Lin Fan so clear about the situation inside? But in the end, he suppressed his doubts and followed them. Haha, Miss Tang, there are so many jade crystal mines here. When we get back, won't those old fogies in Kyoto be furious? Before Lin Fan and the others even got close, they could hear Zhao Rilong's excited laughter from afar. This is a jadeite crystal mine. Lin Fan looked around. As far as the eye could see, there were green crystals everywhere, varying in purity and quantity. In a few extreme cases, they have even intertwined to form a small hillside. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! There are so many jadeite crystal mines. Just seeing one is enough to make my life worthwhile. Tang Xuangshuang completely disregarded her image, jumping up and down on the spot. His face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with extreme excitement. The 2 nascent mountains in front of him swayed up and down with his body. Compared to the others, Lin Fan appeared somewhat calm. After all, he didn't know much about jadeite crystals. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I got a little excited just now. Tang Xuangshuang realized what was happening and quickly explained to Lin Fan. It turns out that jadeite crystals are not only rare, but they almost always grow in isolation. For 2 to be born at the same time, Bian is already incredibly lucky. And now, Tang Xuangshuang's throat bobbed, the scene before her eyes could no longer be described as a miracle. No wonder Zhao Rilong said that those old guys in Kyoto would be furious if they saw this. Jadeite crystals were once extremely rare and hard to find. Here, however, they're everywhere, as if they were free. Etc. Tang Shuang seemed to suddenly realize something, and said breathlessly. According to ancient records, if Jadeite crystals appear in pairs, one of them will have a purity far exceeding the other, and will be called the King of Jadeite. There will definitely be a King of Jadeite crystals here. And with such a large quantity of Jadeite crystal mines, the quality of the Crystal King that is born will likely be the highest in history. That's right. Zhao Rilong also became extremely excited. The group quickly searched around and, sure enough, found a unique jade crystal mine in the center of a small hill. It is emerald green all over, without the slightest impurity. Its shape closely resembles a lotus flower. The energy fluctuations emanating from within even stimulated the blood and qi within everyone's bodies. This pure energy, as if nurtured by the heavens and earth, is instinctively accepted by the human body. Hahaha. This jadeite crystal is absolutely the highest quality one ever made. Zhao Rilong laughed almost maniacally. Tang Shuang was breathing rapidly, but she still didn't forget to explain to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin should know that the success rate of refining spiritual weapons is extremely low. However, the higher the quality of the materials, the higher the success rate. Take this Jade Crystal King in front of us, for example, it can increase the success rate by at least 30%. 30% success rate. This is an unprecedented level of achievement in the crafting of spiritual weapons. Even for aristocratic families, this 30% probability is enough to be worth the hard work of several generations. Hahaha. Heaven has eyes. With this Jadeite King, my Zhao family will soon possess a truly spiritual weapon. Zhao Rishan completely lost his mind. The others also had burning eyes. Only Lin Fan remained unusually calm at this moment. He hadn't forgotten that when he used his energy eye to investigate earlier, there was a companion beast here. But now there's no sign of it. Just as Lin Fan was about to open his energy eye and observe again, suddenly, a gigantic, blood-red eye opened in the darkness behind Zhao Rilong. Chapter 47. Companion Beasts. Lin Fan stared intently at that blood-red eye. The other person's feelings have always been hidden there. However, this companion beast did not reveal its full body, nor did it release its aura, so it was impossible to determine its cultivation level at the moment. However, judging from the energy fluctuations observed with the heavenly eye, it is at least above level 100. Strange, where is this guy's body? Lin Fan murmured. In that shadow, only one blood-red eye was open, but the body of the companion beast could not be seen no matter what. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Tang Shuang noticed Lin Fan's unusual behavior and followed her gaze. One glance was enough to freeze the blood in my body. My God, what is this thing? Tang Shuang's terrified expression caught the attention of the other guards. When they saw the blood-red eye, their fanaticism vanished instantly, and they were so frightened that they could barely hold their swords. Young Master Zhao, come back quickly. At this moment, Zhao Rishan was still in a state of extreme excitement and did not notice the changes in everyone else. Ha 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 ha. Hey? Why are you all looking at me like that? Zhao Rilong held the jade crystal and laughed for a long time before realizing something was wrong. Zhao Rilong, come back quickly. Tang Shuang spoke urgently, but tried to keep her voice down, afraid of disturbing the existence of that blood-red eye. No, Miss Tang, are you playing a don't laugh challenge? We've found the legendary Emerald King. Even those old guys in the Federation would be grinning from ear to ear if they were having their period. Zhao Rilong looked relaxed, but he felt a cool sensation on the back of his neck. Young Master Zhao, there's a strange beast behind you. A strange beast? Zhao Rishan said with a disdainful look, you've come at the perfect time. I was just worried about not being able to kill a few strange beasts. Miss Tang, don't be afraid. Just watch me make my move. Let me see where that damned beast is. Zhao Rilong was still trying to save face in front of Tang Xuang. After all, those flying dragons had left him in a sorry state, and now he had to regain some dignity. Besides, it's just a dilapidated cave. Although it's a bit big, could there be a level 100 monster among them? Thinking of this, Zhao Rilong turned around unintentionally. Upon suddenly seeing that scarlet pupil, I was so frightened that I almost peed myself. What the hell is this thing? Rumble. Just then, the blood-red eye finally moved. The entire cave began to shake. As the shaking continued, the areas where jade and gold deposits once existed began to slowly rise. Pang! With a loud crash, a ferocious claw slammed into the ground. In an instant, the scene inside the cave has changed. Tang Xuang and the others were horrified to discover that most of the piles of jadeite crystals that had appeared were actually scales from the growth of this strange beast. There are only 3 genuine jadeite crystal mines. One of them was none other than the king of jadeite crystals. Roar! The accompanying mythical beast roared angrily to the sky. It was enormous, taking up most of the cave space. So this beast's true form is actually so enormous, no wonder we couldn't spot it before. Lin Fan then suddenly realized what was going on. The half-bodied beast before us is likely a variant of the flying dragon. Influenced by jadeite crystals, not only has its shape changed, but its size has also increased. More importantly, the aura it emitted far surpassed that of any other flying dragon beast in the outside world. This aura. Tang Xuang took out the detector and shone it on the light, then exclaimed in horror, level 110. Damn it, there's a level 110 companion beast here. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits sank to the bottom. The highest level among our group is only level 80, and our companion beasts are only level 110. How are we supposed to fight them? Phew, thankfully it's only level 110. Of everyone, only Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the nourishment of treasures, it is possible for a companion beast to break through level 200. Fortunately, the strange beast before us has clearly not yet reached a higher level. Level 110 represents a vast difference in cultivation level. The suppression effect of the title is now so weak as to be negligible. But the deliberate strike fist has already been unlocked to the 3rd level, and its physical strength is equivalent to that of a level 120 martial artist. As long as we can land a single, decisive blow, killing this symbiotic beast will be no problem at all. While others were still in a panic, Lin Fan had already devised a plan to kill the companion beast. The most panicked person at the scene was Zhao Rishan. He boasted when he arrived that he would take care of the strange beasts behind him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a level 110 companion beast. But there was no way around it, the boast had already been made, and in front of Miss Tang, I had to bite the bullet and go for it. Everyone, don't be afraid. Just hide behind me. Although Zhao Rilong said this, he was clearly not very confident. Damn it! At this point, we have no choice but to use our innate supernatural abilities. Buzz! A flame appeared in Zhao Rilong's palm. Then his entire body was covered in flames, leaving only his eyes visible, and he turned into a stick figure. S-level talent, Stickman Warrior. That's wonderful. Young Master Zhao has used his innate supernatural power. An S-rank innate divine ability should be able to burn this companion beast to death. Seeing Zhao Rilong use his trump card, the pressure on the others was greatly reduced. Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry. Although Zhao Rilong is unreliable, his extraordinary abilities are renowned among the younger generation in Kyoto. While killing it is unlikely, we should be able to severely injure the beast and force it to escape. Tang Xuang turned to comfort Lin Fan. Although the other party has good aptitude, they are only at level 42 after all. It's normal to feel afraid when facing a level 110 demon. Furthermore, there is only one jadeite crystal mine, which will inevitably lead to allocation issues. If Zhao Rilong resolves the crisis, he will be able to gain more say in the matter. Compared to the flying dragons outside, dealing with this companion beast would obviously bring more influence. I don't think the situation is optimistic. Lin Fan observes the battle situation. Zhao Rilong had already begun fighting with his companion beast. Although the opponent's combat power was significantly enhanced after turning into a stick figure, they still did not gain the upper hand. If things continue like this, failure is inevitable. Mr. Lin, there's no need to worry. Zhao Rilong is just testing the waters. He hasn't even used his true supernatural powers yet. As soon as Tang Shuang finished speaking, Zhao Rilong, who was not far away, unleashed an extremely strong energy fluctuation. Rumble. Endless flames erupted from its body, instantly turning its surroundings into a sea of fire. Damn beast, taste the divine power of my innate abilities. Brilliant big day. Boom. The flames intensified. Zhao Rilong raised his right hand, and a fireball condensed above it. The fireball grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed to the same size as the companion beast. Its color also changed from flame color to bluish black. At first glance, it really does look like a blazing sun that burns everything. This talent, although it looks somewhat comical after transformation. But after unleashing his supernatural powers, his abilities are indeed quite formidable. Lin Fan nodded slightly. On the battlefield, Zhao Rilong's energy finally reached its peak. Die! Boom! The fireball was unleashed, engulfing the accompanying beast and completely engulfing it in endless flames. Until there was no sound. You won! He directly killed someone of a higher level. Young Master Zhao is mighty. Several guards burst into cheers. Tang Shuang was also surprised. Originally, it was thought that they could only drive away this strange beast, but Zhao Rilong performed beyond his usual ability and directly killed it. Hey! That's it! Zhao Rilong himself was quite surprised and overjoyed. In this way, I would be the #1 contributor to this operation. Wouldn't that top-grade jadeite crystal be rightfully mine? And more importantly, Zhao Rilong glanced at Lin Fan, thinking, after I demonstrated my supernatural power, this kid shouldn't dare ask for the secret technique anymore. This is killing two birds with one stone. Zhao Rilong, you are simply a genius. Just as everyone was excited, Lin Fan quietly activated his energy eye. He couldn't believe that his companion beast would die so easily. Sure enough, when he looked at the sea of fire with his heavenly eye, the energy dots representing the accompanying alien beasts were still clearly displayed. Chapter 48. Hahaha. So what kind of companion beast is this? It's nothing special. Zhao Rilong put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. But to others, it seemed rather comical. From their perspective, all they see is a stick figure engulfed in flames, with long, thin hands sticking out of it, and laughing loudly with a match head on its head. This is also why Zhao Rilong doesn't easily transform. His transformed appearance is simply not befitting of the dignified young master of the Zhao family. Alright, I think it's time for us to discuss the ownership of the Jadeite King. Zhao Rilong stared intently at the Jadeite Crystal King, clearly determined to obtain it. Among those present, only Lin Fan could compete with him for the title of Crystal King. And now, he has successfully killed the companion beast. Lin Fan's influence was naturally far less than his own. Brother Lin, what's your opinion? My advice is, look behind you. Lin Fan stared intently at the ball of fire. Behind me? Zhao Rilong scoffed, "Ha, is Brother Lin trying to scare me? I've already killed the companion beast, so can I watch an ad to revive it?" Roar! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a furious roar echoed throughout the cave. Zhao Rilong's face turned deathly pale. No, he really, he really came back to life after watching the ad. Boom! The companion beast's enormous body reappeared, and with a single sweep of its tail, it sent Zhao Rilong, who had been reduced to a stick figure, flying. Young Master Zhao! Young Master Zhao, are you all right? Several guards rushed forward. Zhao Rilong, exhausted, exited his transformed state. That one strike had already drained all its power. Everyone retreat! Tang Shuang immediately issued the order. Jadeite crystals are indeed precious, but you also need to be alive to get them. Yes. Several guards supported the weakened Zhao Rilong and turned to run towards the cave entrance. Those flames can hold off the companion beasts for a while, now is the best time to escape. Mr. Lin, our operation has failed, we cannot linger here. Hey? Mr. Lin, where are you? Tang Shuang then realized that Lin Fan had not only not fled, but had instead headed towards the place where the symbiotic beast lived. Mr. Lin, danger! A level 110 beast, while Lin Fan is only level 42. If this gets attacked, it'll turn into skin fragments in no time. Zhao Rilong also noticed Lin Fan's actions and shouted to Tang Shuang. Miss Tang, let's go quickly. Let that kid covet the Jadeite mine, let him covet it. He doesn't care about his life, but we need to save ours. This. Mr. Lin, please take care. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lin Fan, Tang Shuang had no choice but to retreat first. The situation is critical, every person who can escape is a chance. Since Lin Fan has chosen to stay here, all I can do is pray that she is safe and sound. Although the probability is so low as to be almost zero. Humph. It's a good thing that you're so reckless. Zhao Rilong thought to himself. If Lin Fan dies inside, I won't have to worry about handing over the secret technique. Ah, it's just a pity about that Jadeite Crystal King. Such purity is absolutely a once-in-a-century find. It's such a pity I'm not lucky enough to have it. Zhao Rilong glanced at it reluctantly, then turned and ran. During this time, he complained that the two guards were too slow in helping him, so he simply carried the two guards on his back and ran wildly. Mr. Linear. Tang Shuang was still worried and turned to look at Lin Fan. Suddenly, a strange scene was discovered. Lin Fan did not linger in front of the Jade Crystal King, but continued walking forward. His target is the companion beast. Tang Shuang exclaimed. She originally thought that Lin Fan was bewitched by Jing Wang and was unwilling to leave. But to everyone's surprise, the other party's target was actually that companion beast. What? Does he intend to challenge the companion beast? Zhao Rilong was shocked when he turned around and saw this scene. But his thought process was peculiar, he believed that Lin Fan's actions were a sign of looking down on him. Depend on. A level 75 martial artist, was defeated, and you, a level 42, still dare to attack. Isn't it obvious they think I'm not good enough? A level 42 warrior challenging a level 110 beast, commendable courage indeed. This kid is the most arrogant person I've ever met. At this scene, Tang Shuang and the others momentarily forgot about escaping and stopped to watch. Roar! The companion beast broke free from the sea of fire and entered a state of complete berserk rage. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she raised her jade-like foot and stomped forward. Bang! Lin Fan dodged and avoided being crushed into a meat patty. In the subsequent attacks, Lin Fan rarely attacked, remaining in a state of evasion. It's all physical strength from beginning to end. Tang Shuang was surprised. While it is indeed impressive to perfectly dodge the attacks of a level 100 beast using only physical strength, but this also reveals a problem that the other party really has no talent. After all, which talented martial artist fights without even using their innate strength? So, this kid has no talent but still dares to press forward. Zhao Rilong was horrified. Where did this incredible person come from? It's one thing for a level 42 character to fight a level 100 beast. He really is a talentless person. I suspected this kid was hiding his strength, but now it seems he had no strength to hide at all. We need to find a way to get close to this beast's belly. It's not covered by crystal armor there, and it's the most vulnerable part of its body. Boom! After more than 10 rounds, the abdomen, which the symbiotic beast had been fiercely defending, finally showed a weakness after an attack. A great opportunity. I'll just slide tackle. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, dodged the attack, and slid into the heart of the symbiotic beast. The companion beast made him feel a tightness in his chrysanthemum, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Relax, dying is normal. Boom! Lin Fan suddenly exerted his strength, aimed at the soft belly of the companion beast, and threw a punch. The third level of the intentional strike punch's effectiveness. This punch has the power of 60,000 kilograms. Can you handle it? Bang! When Lin Fan's fist touched the body of the companion beast, Tang Shuang and the others' expressions went from confusion to shock, and finally, every cell in their bodies seemed to explode. Under the force of this punch, the enormous companion beast arched its entire body like a shrimp. This scene was absolutely stunning. A level 42 martial artist actually used only his physical strength to turn a level 100 giant monster into a shrimp. This scene is no less impressive than an ant throwing an elephant over its shoulder. And it happened repeatedly. Boom! The companion beasts were clearly unable to withstand such terrifying power. The body was cracked, even the hardest part of its armor, the crystal armor, was cracked inch by inch. As for the inside of the body, needless to say, it's just a mass of flesh and blood. Bang! The corpse of the companion beast fell from mid-air, completely extinguishing its life force. Call! Lin Fan exhaled, feeling slightly dizzy. Deliberately throwing punches consumes too much energy. He used his highest power twice in the secret realm, and he's already somewhat overdrawn. This is the first time I've killed a companion-type alien beast. I wonder what its core is like. The next second, Lin Fan found the crystal core inside the cracked body of the companion beast. Pop! A lava-colored crystal core slowly floated in mid-air. It is clearly influenced by the jadeite crystal mine at this moment. On the surface of this crystal nucleus, many tiny emerald green crystals have also grown. These chips and crystal nuclei coexist, seemingly forming some kind of mysterious state. This is... Before Lin Fan could see clearly, Tang Shuang, who was in the distance, recognized her first. This is genuine jadeite. Its market value is worth billions. Chapter 49. Is this genuine jadeite crystal? A value of tens of billions. Upon hearing this, even Lin Fan was secretly shocked. I never expected that the crystal core of this companion beast would be so valuable. The crystal cores of ordinary mythical beasts are usually worth tens of thousands of star coins on the market. Some of them are of low value and are not even worth a few thousand star coins. A typical high-level alien beast costs around a few 100,000 star coins. Only a small percentage of crystal cores are worth millions. Those martial arts teams that specialize in hunting exotic beasts can usually earn around 10 million in rewards from a single run of a secret realm. Even so, we still need to deduct the several million star coins fee for each entry into the secret realm. The rest also needs to be distributed among everyone, and each person won't get much. In other words, and I only possess the crystal core of a companion beast. They earned more than other martial arts teams could earn in a lifetime of grinding through secret realms. Furthermore, with these billions of star coins as a foundation, I won't have to worry about the cost of teleporting to any secret realm I want in the future. Lin Fan's breath hitched. Billions of star coins. Even if you soak in the finest medicinal baths 3 times a day, it would be more than enough to last you a lifetime. This way, your physical skills will recover faster. This means that it will take less time to complete daily tasks, and efficiency and quality will also improve. Once these aspects are improved, the system's evaluation of task completion will also increase. Right now, I'm getting mostly A-level ratings, but maybe I'll be promoted to S-level in the future. An S rank rating means a 10-fold experience boost. Your cultivation level will only increase faster. A storm of thoughts swept through Lin Fan's mind. The crystal core in front of you is worth billions of star coins. It brings more than just economic benefits to oneself. More importantly, it can promote a virtuous cycle in one's cultivation process and accelerate the speed of advancement in one's realm. Wealth, companions, laws, and land. No wonder the ancients placed wealth first. It seems that martial arts cultivation still requires a tiny bit of effort. With that thought, Lin Fan put the jade crystal into her spatial ring. Only then did the others come to their senses and withdraw their burning gazes. Gentlemen, I think it's time for us to discuss the ownership of this Emerald Crystal King. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the entire room before he gently placed his hand on top of the Jade Crystal King. His meaning was quite clear. I'll keep this jadeite crystal for myself. Anyone who objects will be met with the same fate as the companion beast behind them, which will be smashed into a pulp. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. Let alone offering suggestions, no one even dared to look Lin Fan in the eye. In Tang Shuang's eyes, Lin Fan was a humanoid monster at this moment, the kind that could kill with just a glance. Off the field, Zhao Rilong was probably the most flustered. Looking back on the journey, I felt a chill of fear as I realized how close I had come to conflict with Lin Fan, unaware of my own impending doom. Damn it! That's a ruthless person who can kill a level 100 companion beast with a single punch using only his physical strength. I'm afraid even a single finger could crush me hundreds of times. His proud S-level talent was nothing but a clumsy attempt to teach a fish to swim. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a complete amateur. Thinking of this, Zhao Rilong secretly rejoiced. Phew, I was just trying to renege on my promise and not give them the secret technique. Luckily, they didn't say it outright, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. Lin Rishan, with such strength. He said he really did seduce the heavens, and I still believe it without a doubt. Tang Shuang glanced cautiously at Lin Fan, then looked at the corpse of the companion beast. She was filled with horror. The scene just now was so intense. If other martial artists see a companion beast and manage to escape alive, they'll definitely boast about it to the other martial artists. I've seen companion-level alien beasts. But it's a completely different story when it comes to Lin Fan. If the companion beast manages to return alive, it will boast to the other beasts. I've met Lin Fan. As for the shock felt by the other guards, it goes without saying. In just a few seconds, 1,000,000 alpacas had already galloped past. Since no one is speaking, then this jadeite king is mine. After I finish speaking, who agrees? Who disagrees? Lin Fan raised his hand and put the crystal king into his spatial ring. There are a total of 3 jadeite crystals on site. 2 ordinary grade, 1 crystal king grade. I am not greedy, I only want the highest quality crystal king grade. But what if someone objects? Then don't blame yourself for not eating beef. The crystal king naturally belongs to Mr. Lin, we didn't contribute much along the way. We would be incredibly grateful to receive 2 jade crystals as well. Tang Shuang was the first to speak in agreement. The others nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at rice. Although ordinary jadeite crystals are far less valuable than the king of jadeite crystals, you could say they are 2 completely different varieties. After all, the fact that it can increase the refining success rate by 30% is something that no amount of ordinary crystal ore can match. Phew, that's great, thankfully I still managed to get 2. Zhao Rilong dared not refute, only feeling happy that he could still have a sip of soup. He knew it in his heart. If you upset Lin Fan, you won't get to drink the soup, and your bowl will be smashed. Aren't you going to thank Mr. Lin? Zhao Rilong kicked several of the guards. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan waved his hand. Now that the resources have been allocated, there's just one last thing to do. Young Master Zhao, don't you agree? Thump. Caught off guard by being called out by name, Zhao Rilong's heart skipped a beat. Hehe, Mr. Lin, of course I remember. Zhao Rilong took a deep breath and came to Lin Fan. He had already mentally prepared himself. Even if he is punished when he returns, he will hand over the secret technique. He didn't seem to care much about the difference between punishment and losing his life. Buzz. Zhao Rilong activated the shielding device, and a light screen immediately enveloped the two of them. Mr. Lin, please forgive me, but the Zhao family's secret techniques are classified. Although I'm doing this in exchange, I still need to be careful that others don't overhear. Lin Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. Zhao Rilong then produced a jade seal the size of a thumb. The secretary who crafted the fire spirit weapon is engraved inside. Of course, with my limited access, this is just a photocopy. You can only watch 5 times. I've already watched once, so I have 4 more chances. After looking around and confirming that there was no danger, Zhao Rilong handed the jade seal to Lin Fan. Although no one is foolish enough to dare to make a move in front of Lin Fan. However, the secret techniques are of great importance, considered as the foundation of a force's strength, so no amount of caution is too much. Since I still have 4 chances, I'll take a look first. Lin Fan stroked the jade seal in his hand, still intending to inspect it first. Of course, Mr. Lin, please make yourself at home. Buzz. Following the instructions, Lin Fan concentrated his physical senses and focused all his energy into the jade seal in his hand. The next second, the scene around him changed. Of course, only he could see this change. Is this the entire process of forging a spiritual weapon? Lin Fan found himself in a space where tools could be crafted. At this moment, a phantom figure in this space is demonstrating the process and details of refining spiritual weapons one by one. Moreover, each time the figure takes a step, explanatory text automatically floats beside it. Among them were even the insights gained from the past patriarchs of the Zhao family who had attempted to refine the technique. The demonstration was incredibly detailed, almost like crushing each grain of rice and feeding it to the mouth. Excellent, this secret technique is very comprehensive. It even filled in the gaps in my understanding, putting everything else aside, it at least saved me from taking a lot of detours. For example, there are several materials used to forge fire spirit weapons that I don't know about. As for the refining methods and insights, there's no need to mention them. These fruits of hard work and experience are absolutely incomparable to any treasure. After all, every single sentence recorded within could represent the culmination of a lifetime's worth of trials and tribulations by some unparalleled expert. Lin Fan was keenly aware of the preciousness of this jade seal. In order not to waste this opportunity to watch the movie, he stared intently at every step of the process of creating the human figure, trying not to miss any detail. A full hour. The screening had just ended. Lin Fan exited the illusion. This first-hand experience sparked his keen interest in the secret techniques for crafting other elemental weapons. If you want to collect all 5 elemental weapons, the relevant secret techniques are absolutely indispensable. So, he smiled and looked at Zhao Rilong, saying, Young Master Zhao, do you know any other families with secret techniques for forging spiritual weapons? If you have the means, you could help me make the connection. I, Lin, would be more than happy to help them. Chapter 50. Help? That would be worse than just robbing someone. Zhao Rilong harbored his suspicions, but dared not reveal them openly. After all, he was forced to accept help once, in which he gave away the secret method for refining spiritual weapons. That's a spirit weapon forging method that's considered the foundation of a clan. He didn't know how to explain things to those old guys in his clan when he got back. Moreover, if this gets out, he will inevitably be ridiculed in Kyoto's social circles. They went out to raid a secret realm and came back to find their entire family's heritage gone. Hey! Wait a minute. If other families also give away their clan's secret techniques, then I won't be an isolated case. Kyoto is not the only place where the Zhao family possesses secret techniques. Some other powerful clans also possess secret methods for crafting other elemental weapons. And I know all of these people. Upon realizing this, Zhao Rilong chuckled wickedly. Hehe, Mr. Lin, this is easy to discuss. Let me add you on the contact list first. When the opportunity arises in the future, I'll help you introduce those young people. Haha, great! Lin Fan smiled and patted Zhao Rilong on the shoulder. It seems that I will definitely have to visit Kyoto someday if I have the chance. The spiritual weapon possesses immense power. In order to strengthen oversight, the federal government forcibly relocated all these powerful clans to Kyoto. It seems we want to obtain the crafting methods for other spiritual weapons. I really need to check out this hidden gem in Kyoto. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rilong gasped. Kyoto, that's the headquarters of the entire federation. Martial arts masters, powerful families, they are as numerous as hairs on a cow. You can hit anyone on the street and it could implicate some big shot. However, this place is so deep that it could drown any martial arts genius. This man in front of me actually dares to treat it as a secret realm and even thinks about going there to explore it. This is just, way too domineering. Mr. Lin, you are simply my idol. Zhao Rilong was instantly captivated by Lin Fan's personal charm and became a devoted fan. He grew up in Kyoto and had long been subjected to various constraints. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, he has far less freedom in his life than ordinary people. They were not only subject to family control. They will also receive close attention from the federal government. Such high pressure was nothing short of torture for Zhao Rilong. He had long wanted to cause a huge disturbance and turn Kyoto upside down. But I never had the courage to do it, I could only try it in my dreams. And now, the person who has the ability to help him realize this crazy idea is right in front of him. Miss Tang, what are they laughing at? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Because of the barrier, Tang Shuang could not hear the two people's conversation. But judging from their malicious smiles, she always felt that something was not good. After all, when two men are together, a brilliant idea will inevitably emerge. One who dares to dream. The other one dared to do it. Soon, Lin Fan and Zhao Rilong's secret conversation came to an end. Brother Lin, you must come soon. I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto forever. Old Zhao, don't worry, I won't break my promise. The two chatted and laughed, like brothers who had been separated for many years. Tang Shuang was completely dumbfounded when she saw this. No, what exactly happened between the two of you? In just 1 hour, their relationship had heated up to this extent. Anyone who didn't know better would think you two had a paternity test done. The relationships between boys are really hard to understand. Alright, we've taken what we were supposed to take, it's time for us to leave. Lin Fan led everyone back the way they came. This time, he returned from clearing the dungeon with a full load of loot. Soon, the group returned to the team lobby through the exit of the secret realm. Mr. Lin, may I ask where on your ancestral planet you come from? Seeing that Lin Fan was about to be teleported, Tang Shuang quickly mustered up her courage and asked. Nanjun Province, and also, my name isn't Lin Ri. However, before Lin Fan could finish speaking, he disappeared within the teleportation array. Nanjun Province. Tang Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, finally knowing where Lin Fan came from. I just didn't hear the last sentence clearly. What was my name again? Never mind, as long as I know where Mr. Lin is from, that's enough. Tang Shuang was unwilling to say goodbye to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's talent was unmatched by any other scion of a prominent family in Kyoto. Such a person is bound to become a genius who dominates the region. If I miss this opportunity to meet them, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Brother Lin, you must come early. What's the point of my life in Kyoto without you? Zhao Rishan suddenly let out a loud howl, his face full of reluctance. Young Master Zhao, that person has already left, you don't need to act anymore. One of the guards offered a warning, but was immediately kicked by Zhao Rishan. Get lost. Lin and I are real brothers. The remaining guards exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Oh no, has the young master gone mad? It's possible. Perhaps they were bewitched by that Lin guy. Tang Shuang didn't pay much attention to Zhao Rilong's performance. Men, you know, always have some strange thoughts and behaviors. Phew, I'm finally back. Lin Fan returned to Nanjiang City. I glanced at the level information for registering to enter the secret realm, and 3 days had already passed. Let's go back and see what Uncle Fu is up to. I haven't seen him for 3 days, and I really miss his medicinal baths and massages. Without lingering, Lin Fan went to the outside of the villa. Greetings, young master. As soon as Lin Fan approached the gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. Several pairs of men in black were seen standing guard and patrolling both inside and outside the villa. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled into the territory of some gangster boss. Young master, you're back. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Fu quickly ran out to greet him. After checking that Lin Fan was unharmed as usual, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Young master, as you previously instructed, I will wait until all the money has been received. They hired a group of bodyguards, all of whom were martial artists above level 60, and each one was a veteran of countless battles. More importantly, these people's backgrounds. I've personally inspected them, they're perfectly clean, without a single problem. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. Uncle Fu always considered things thoroughly, which saved him a lot of energy. By the way, Uncle Fu, when I entered the secret realm this time, I've acquired many more crystal cores. As before, help me sell them secretly. Hehe, it seems the young master has gone to the secret realm to purchase goods again, Uncle Fu chuckled. When others enter the secret realm, they fight to the death. Regardless of the potential profits, the most important thing is the constant risk of losing one's head at any moment. And what about their own young master? Once inside the secret realm, it felt just like being in your own backyard. Hunting all kinds of strange beasts is as easy as stepping on an ant. How does one of the lyrics go again? She was completely at ease and handled everything with ease. $1 million can be easily evacuated. No problem, young master. How much are you planning to dump this time? This time, a little more. Lin Fan took out the items from the spatial ring, there are probably over 10 billion in total. Ah! Uncle Fu was so startled that he fell to the ground with a thud and exclaimed. 10 billion. Young master, you haven't been robbing a bank these past 3 days, have you? We can't do something that could cost us our lives, young master. Young master, please stop. There are police everywhere outside. Chapter 51. Robbing a bank? Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. Uncle Fu, what are you thinking about? I don't have any plans to rob the Federal Reserve Bank right now. Young master, you really didn't rob a bank. When Uncle Fu saw that Lin Fan's expression was genuine, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although their young master was blacklisted, cutting off his chance to be selected and developed by the Federation. But at least there's no danger to their lives, and they can still cultivate freely. But if you rob a bank, that would be a serious crime under federal law, punishable by death. But young master, how exactly did you acquire this 10 billion? Lin Fan did not answer, but instead handed the jade crystal to Uncle Fu. Hiss! This is... Uncle Fu frowned immediately, a question forming in his mind. The object in his hand was clearly a crystal core of a strange beast. However, it is very different from ordinary crystal nuclei. This is the crystal core of a companion beast, influenced by jade crystal ore. The crystal nucleus mutated into a genuine jadeite crystal, and its market value is estimated to be in the tens of billions. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu's hands trembled as he carefully held the fist-sized jade crystal, his breathing becoming tense. He didn't know anything about jadeite crystal mines, but he did know about the mythical beasts that lived alongside them. These kinds of strange beasts are extremely rare. The value of the crystal nuclei it contains goes without saying. That's an astronomical price. Young master, rest assured, I guarantee that this jade crystal will be sold safely. Such a treasure entering the market will likely cause quite a stir. Uncle Fu carried the jade crystal away, fearing that something might go wrong. This fist-sized jade crystal felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, causing his wrist to ache. After all, that's 10 billion. It is said that martial artists make money quickly, but most martial artists struggle their whole lives and still find it difficult to accumulate a fortune of tens of billions. After giving all the instructions, Lin Fan got up and went back to her room on the second floor. Buzz! A crystal radiating intense heat floated in mid-air. This is the fire crystal that Lin Fan took out from the body of that dragon that had grown to adulthood. And this too. The next second, the emerald green jade crystal appeared in Lin Fan's palm. The crystals are crystal clear and extremely pure. There wasn't even a speck of dirt the size of a hair. Unlike the scorching heat of the fire crystal, the appearance of the Emerald Crystal King filled the entire room with a gentle power. The original heat was somewhat diluted. The Jadeite Crystal King has a suppressive effect on fire crystal, presumably to prevent it from doing so during the refining process. The fire crystal's energy is unstable, leading to refining failure. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan picked up paper and pen. I plan to record the materials, process, and related details for crafting the fire spirit weapon from my memory. After all, the Imperial Seal only has 3 opportunities to be shown in the film. It is best to avoid using it before officially starting the refining process. Let me think about it, the core materials for forging fire spirit weapons. Besides jadeite crystals and fire crystals, we also need. At the same time. Sosei, Kyoto. Inside a heavily guarded mansion. Grandpa. I'm back. Tang Shuang, her face beaming with excitement, pushed open the door to a study and ran straight inside. Hehe, is Shuang back? Tang Yuliang put down the documents in his hand and looked at his granddaughter who ran in with loving eyes. What's wrong? You usually ignore that kid from the Zhao family. Why did you sneak into the secret realm with someone else this time? You didn't even say hello to Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm going there on important business. Tang Shuang waved her hand, feigning mystery, and said. Grandpa, guess what I gained from this trip to the secret realm? Love. Tang Yuliang stroked his beard and smiled, that's good then, it's time for you to settle down and start a family. You rejected every single suitor who came to propose marriage in Kyoto, driving them all away. That Zhao boy is strong and sturdy, with you by his side, he can withstand a beating. Grandfather. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang grabbed her grandfather's beard. She only let go when Tang Yuliang bared his teeth and surrendered. Then the jadeite crystal was taken out. Humph! I brought this jade crystal out of the secret realm. Jadeite crystal ore. Tang Yuliang picked up the jade crystal and examined it carefully from top to bottom. Only then did he look at his granddaughter with disbelief. Shuang, how did you get this? He worked for the federal government, so he certainly understood the value of jadeite crystals. Those are essential materials needed to forge any kind of spiritual weapon. In addition, there is its inherent scarcity. Even martial arts masters are not easy to find. The Human Federation's treasury contains a piece of jadeite crystal that is currently the most valuable. It's almost as big as an adult. Second only to the legendary Jadeite King. Compared to his granddaughter's Jadeite crystal, although its purity was far inferior. But it far surpasses other Jadeite crystal mines that have emerged. Shuang, I'm afraid this isn't something you and that kid from the Zhao family can get, is it? Tang Yuliang understood the implications. The land where jade crystals are mined is bound to be extremely dangerous. Although his granddaughter has an S-rank talent, it is a healing talent and does not provide any combat power bonus. As for that boy from the Zhao family, although he has good talent, but it's still too immature, and the level of understanding isn't high enough. Grandpa, you guessed right. I was able to get a share of this jadeite crystal mine entirely thanks to the young martial artist I happened to meet. That's how Zhao Rilong and I were fortunate enough to get a share of the profits. That young martial artist, although younger than me, possesses astonishing combat strength, and is also quite handsome. Stop! Tang Yuliang immediately stopped his granddaughter from swooning. What young martial artist? Tell Grandpa the important part. Next, Tang Shuang recounted how Lin Fan killed various strange beasts. However, it was not revealed that the other party had obtained the Jadeite Crystal King. After all, the Jadeite King is extremely valuable, and once it becomes known to the outside world, it will inevitably have a negative impact on Lin Fan. What? This child is such a monstrous talent? After listening to his granddaughter's story, Tang Yuliang sat back down heavily in his seat. As he stroked his beard, his two deep pupils trembled. He killed a companion-level alien beast with his physical strength alone. Whose subordinate is this? So incredibly brave. Since the implementation of the talent law, heroes and young people from all over the world have emerged like a surging tide. But this one alone can be called the strongest. After holding back for a long time, Tang Yuliang finally gave this evaluation. Even Tang Shuang was surprised. Can he be called the strongest? Since she could remember, this was the first time she had ever heard her grandfather give her such high praise. Shuang. Do you know this person's name and background? Tang Yuliang seemed impatient. He even lost interest in the jade crystals on the table. No matter how rare and precious jadeite crystals are, they are ultimately just inanimate objects. All that can be changed is the creation of one or two weapons. But if such a gifted young man were to truly grow up, he would change the entire era. And the Human Federation Empire, whose situation became increasingly precarious throughout the era. This person is from Nanjun Province, and his name is Lin Rishan. Tang Yuliang was taken aback, then clapped his hands and said, "What a fine name! It exudes an extraordinary air, one can tell from it that this is no ordinary person." He waved his hand, picked up the red landline, and dialed a number. "Hello, I am Tang Yuliang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Connect me to the Information Department immediately and have them find a young man named Lin Rishan within 10 minutes. Chapter 52. Hang up the phone. Tang Yuliang finally let out a heavy sigh, easing the inexplicable tension that had arisen in his heart. Nanjun Province. If I remember correctly, that should be under Wang Zhong's jurisdiction. The document approving his appointment as the commander of Nanjun Province was signed by me back then. Now it seems my decision was definitely the right one. In just a few short years, such a monstrous young man has emerged in this kid's territory. Tang Yuliang squinted. When Wang Zhong was appointed as the new commander of each province, he was one of those whose appointments he personally approved. Now that the other party has achieved remarkable results in governance, we also feel proud. It seems we need to find an opportunity to properly publicize Wang Zhong's governance achievements. Let the commanders of other provinces learn from this. At this moment, Tang Shuang suddenly interjected. Grandpa, I remember that the resource reserves of Nanjun Province don't even rank among the top 100 on our ancestral planet. Under such conditions, it's incredible that such a genius could still be cultivated. Tang Yuliang nodded, that's the most valuable part. The birth of a genius is often related to fate. But for a martial artist to truly grow, the most crucial element is their mindset. This child's talent is almost demonic. The fact that he can kill strange beasts with his physical strength alone is enough to demonstrate his extraordinary combat power. Furthermore, having emerged from a resource-scarce region, their character is unlikely to be flawed. Shuang, you'd better seize this opportunity. Oh, Grandpa! The usually assertive Tang Shuang became somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Oh, by the way, you just said this kid has no talent. Yes, what's wrong? Tang Shuang was certain that she had never seen Lin Fan use his innate power. Impossible. Tang Yuliang immediately denied it, saying, this child is so young, yet his physical strength is already so terrifying. This does not conform to the characteristics of ancient martial arts practice, so it's highly unlikely that this person is a practitioner of ancient martial arts. But if the other party has awakened a strength-based talent, then everything makes some sense. Clearly, Tang Yuliang still didn't believe it. It's incredible that someone so young can rival those who have cultivated for many years in ancient martial arts. Then why didn't I sense any fluctuations in my innate power? This indicates that this child's talent is quite special. Tang Shuang had a discussion with her grandfather. 10 minutes later, the secretary knocked on the study door. Disciplinary Committee Secretary Tang, here is the information you requested. The secretary placed a stack of documents on the table. The people in the information department said that there are several people with the same name in Nanjun province. They didn't know which one you were looking for, so they sent all the information over together. Tang Yuliang waved his hand, signaling his secretary to leave. Grandpa! Look at the first document. Tang Shuang's eyes lit up, showing that she couldn't wait. Although Tang Yuliang's expression remained calm, he quickened the pace of flipping through the pages. Let's look at the first one. File. Name, Lin Rishan. Age, 30. Biography, he grew up in a mountain valley in Nanjun province. This age doesn't match. Tang Yuliang then turned to the next page. Name, Lin Rishan. Age, 18. The age matches. It should be him. Tang Shuang and her companion quickly looked down, only to be stunned. Life story: at 1 year old, he stole money from a beggar. At 3 years old, he peeked at a widow bathing. At 4 years old, he rode an old lady across the street. An 18-year-old was sentenced to prison for harassing the prettiest girl in his class. This. Tang Yuliang and his granddaughter exchanged a surprised glance. This is definitely the reincarnation of a demon. He's definitely a prodigy. Let's look at the next file, a woman. No. Let's look at the next one. And so, the two of them went through several more documents. But in the end, no matching file was found. Shuang, what's going on? Could it be that you've misremembered this person's name or the location? No way. I remember it very clearly. Tang Shuang was depressed, and her mood plummeted. Seeing this, Tang Yuliang couldn't help but sigh. There are only 3 possibilities for this situation to occur. Either the other party concealed their name, or Lin Rishan was just using an alias. Either the other party concealed their location and was not from South County Province. To be even more ruthless, the other party even lied about their own granddaughter's name and location. Mr. Lin, how could you do this? Tang Shuang's expression at this moment was as if she had been deceived by a scumbag. Shuang, don't worry, I will definitely find this kid. Tang Yuliang comforted his granddaughter. Regardless of whether the other party is called Lin Rishan or not, or whether they are from Nanjun province. At least the other party's almost monstrous talent is definitely real. No matter what, I must discover this young genius. The Federation desperately needs this kind of fresh blood. Shuang Shuang, since this young man said he came from Nanjun province before he left. Whether it's true or false, this is currently the only lead we have. The annual martial arts competitions are about to be held in various regions, and all discipline inspection commissions are required to go down to supervise them. I'll immediately apply to the higher UPS to change my oversight location this year to South County Province. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang's eyes immediately lit up. Grandpa, I want to go too. Tang Yuliang nodded, then picked up the red phone again. But before that, I need to make a call to old man Ge. This old ghost has always been obsessed with ancient martial arts, he'll definitely take an interest in this kid. The call was connected quickly. Hey, old man Ge, I have some news that you'll definitely be interested in. Oh, tell me about it. Then, Tang Yuliang recounted the whole story. Hiss. Old man Tang, is everything you're saying true? On the other end of the phone, Ge Anchan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Hehe, Homan guarantees a replacement. It's a pity we can't find that child now. I was thinking of taking advantage of this provincial martial arts competition. I'll make a special trip to Southern County Province to see if I can find any clues. Go. We absolutely have to go. I wholeheartedly agree. Old Tang, you finally found the child. You are the Federation's #1 hero. Ge Anchan was talking non-stop on the phone, almost to the point of ecstasy. He was very excited, far more excited than Tang Anchan had anticipated. Hang up the phone. Ge Anchan shed 2 streams of tears and choked out. Great, the plan can finally proceed smoothly. He had a secret mission assigned by the Federation, Project Radiant Weapon. The secret plan is simple, to revive the fallen ancient martial arts practice. A year ago, a group of talented martial artists from the Federation who had reached the pinnacle of their abilities perished on a battlefield deep in the starry sky, killed by alien races. Federal officials, fearing it would cause panic, tightly suppressed the news. However, doubts about the talent for cultivation also arose within the upper echelons. Can the talent cultivation of mass-produced high combat power warriors truly help humanity resist those alien races from outer space? Ge Anchan seized the opportunity and made many efforts. Finally, he got the approval of the higher UPS and was given the important task of secretly carrying out the Guangguo plan. Despite the continued opposition, he persevered, determined to prove the value of ancient martial arts to the world. And now, the hope that we've waited a lifetime for has finally arrived. This kid named Lin Rishan has such powerful physical strength, he's practically a natural talent for cultivating ancient martial arts. Lin Rishan, as long as we can find this person. Don't even mention sleeping with this guy, you could sleep with me. I have a feeling that only this person can bring ancient martial arts back to prominence. Chapter 53. Late at night. Lin Family Villa, Nanjiang City. Phew, finally finished writing. Lin Fan put down his pen and looked at the papers spread out in front of him. At this point, the surface was covered with densely packed text. The process of refining the secret technique is not complicated, but there are just too many details involved. And every point is important and cannot be ignored. I currently possess Fire Crystal and Jade Crystal King, but I wish to forge a Fire Spirit weapon. Other materials are also needed, each of which is quite valuable. Lin Fan casually searched for a few materials online, and was immediately amazed by their value. Leaving aside the core materials, just those 10 basic materials alone have a market value of at least tens of millions of star coins. The cost of forging spiritual weapons is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Even if all the materials were gathered, the extremely high failure rate would still be unbearable. The financial burden alone is something only aristocratic families could afford. The only advantage is that although these basic materials are expensive, they can all be bought with money. However, there are still 3 core materials, and it will take some effort to obtain them. Lin Fan looked at the list of core materials, which included Fire crystal, jadeite crystal ore, mutton fat flame jade, red soul grass, meteorite. Of these 5 core materials, I already have the most difficult to find, fire crystal and jadeite crystal ore. Mutton fat jade and meteorite are not rare treasures. You should be able to find acceptable quality ones even if you spend several times more. The only slightly troublesome thing is this crimson soul grass. After Lin Fan finished searching for information about the crimson soul grass, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Because this crimson soul grass disappeared as early as the last century. There is absolutely no supply available on the market. To obtain it, one must venture into the depths of space, facing a near-death experience. Aside from aimless searching, the only source is those forces that still cultivate crimson soul grass. Some factions, by sheer coincidence, managed to preserve a few crimson soul grass plants before its extinction. The value of Vinyang now cannot be measured in monetary terms. It seems that getting the crimson soul grass will require some effort. Fortunately, the jadeite crystal can bring in billions in revenue. Other materials that can be obtained with star coins are not a big problem. The only troublesome thing is the crimson soul grass, which is something that money can't buy. The next morning arrived. Today's task. Push UPS, 0/3000. Frog jumps, 0/3000. Standard punch, 0/10,000. As my cultivation level has increased, the difficulty of the missions has also increased. I haven't done any missions for a few days, and I'm actually starting to miss them. Lin Fan's warm-up introduction. As usual, let's start with 1000 standard push UPS to warm up. 1 2 3. Although the number of tasks has increased, Lin Fan's muscle strength is at its peak because he hasn't done any tasks for a few days. Despite the increased number of tasks, he actually became more and more enthusiastic about practicing. Wow, at this rate, we definitely have a chance to get an S rank rating. S rank rating, 10 times the experience bonus. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt an inexhaustible source of energy. He completed his task of doing 3000 push UPS just before noon. Forget it, I'm not taking a break today, I'm going straight to grinding the 3000 frog jumps. Before I knew it, most of the afternoon had passed. With some time left before sunset, Lin Fan didn't stop and started practicing his standard punches 10,000 times. 9,999, 10,000. Bang! As Lin Fan threw his final punch, his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. I looked up at the sky. The setting sun hung obliquely on the horizon. Yes, just as expected, we managed to complete the mission before sunset. Bite. Congratulations, host, for completing today's task. Reward, 456 experience points, 87 self-discipline points. The system is currently evaluating. Bite. Congratulations, host, on achieving an S rank rating. You will receive a 10-fold experience bonus. Reward, 4,560 experience points. A 10-fold experience point boost. That should level up the system by at least 2 levels. At the current upgrade rate, your cultivation level can be raised by 4 levels. Lin Fan immediately looked at the system panel. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 17/999. He advanced 1 level more than expected, his cultivation level must be. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 5.7. Realm, level 48 martial artist. Strength, 3,600 kilograms. Speed, 220 m/s. Level 48 martial artist. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. In less than 2 months, I'm about to reach level 50. If it were someone of the same age, it would take them at least a few more years of hard work to achieve this speed. Level 50 is a major hurdle for martial artists in the early stages. Once a martial artist successfully reaches level 50, their life level undergoes a qualitative change. Having more vital energy and blood allows one to cultivate martial arts techniques and other deadly moves. Other martial artists have to pay a huge price to break through level 50. But I have a system to assist me. As long as I meet the experience requirements, I can progress smoothly through any realm. With level 50 within reach, Lin Fan's drive has only grown stronger. I'm really hoping the system will refresh the tasks so I can keep doing them. By the way, now that I'm about to break through level 50, it's time to choose a suitable martial art. Killing someone with a single punch is certainly convenient, but a true martial artist. At the very least, one should possess a martial arts skill that they can be proud of. Oh right, how about we try our luck with the lottery first? Lin Fan opened the lottery interface. Autonomous points, 554. Luckily, I managed to get a bronze treasure chest. I wonder what I'll draw this time. Bite. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently drawing a bronze treasure chest. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have won a special prize. Mysterious note *1. Adventure prizes, a new type of prize has been introduced. A mysterious note? What is this? Click to view the prize details. Mysterious note, a challenge left by Lady Luck, those who complete it will receive a reward. TCH, it's just a challenge mission. Instead of beating around the bush, just give me the prize directly. After seeing the introduction, Lin's fans, who had initially been looking forward to it, immediately lost interest. I came here to win prizes, but now it feels like I'm being forced to do something. Never mind, I've already drawn the card, so I'll just see what kind of challenge it is. Mysterious note. Challenge mission, kill any creature within 3 days and collect 10,000 health points. Progress, 0/10,000. Note, this is a time-limited challenge, starting from the day it is released. Time remaining, 7 to 3 days. Collect 10,000 health points. This challenge is way too difficult. Previously, it took me about a week to unlock the 3rd stage of the intentional blast fist. I even had to complete a 4-star difficulty dungeon before I could finally unlock it. With only 3 days left, raising a full 10,000 health points is no less difficult than hell. This challenge is pure torture, even a dog wouldn't. But when Lin Fan saw the rewards section, her complaints stopped instantly. Prizes, 50,000 experience points, 1 mystery grand prize. Snatch the young master. 50,000 experience points. Plus a mysterious grand prize. Lin Fan immediately made the decision, if the dog won't do it, I will. Do it. We must do it. I, Lin Fan, take on challenges. Chapter 54. Collect 10,000 chi and blood points within 3 days. Although this challenge is very difficult, the rewards are equally generous. Putting aside what the mysterious grand prize is, just for the 50,000 experience points alone, I have to accept this challenge. Lin Fan did some mental calculations. Currently, each system upgrade requires approximately 4,000 experience points. With 50,000 experience points, conservatively speaking, the system can be upgraded by 12 levels. At the current stage, the ratio of realm upgrades is roughly 2 levels for every level the system upgrades. If the system levels up by 12, then the cultivation level will directly increase by 24 levels. Lin Fan's current level is 48 martial artist. If you can successfully level up 12 times in a row, you'll be a level 60 martial artist. They directly skipped the level 50 hurdle and advanced another 10 levels. Even compared to cultivating with SSS level talent, I've saved half a year. As for other talented martial artists, needless to say, they'll at least avoid taking 5 years of detours. Therefore, Lin Fan believes that this challenge is worth taking on. It must be completed. Although the challenge is high, all things considered, it's definitely a worthwhile deal. I don't know what this mysterious grand prize is, but I imagine it must be something good. And from another perspective, it's like spending 500 self-discipline points but winning 2 prizes. But after the initial excitement, Lin Fan had to consider what to do next. The mission has already started its timer, there are less than 3 days left. How can I accomplish this? At present, it seems that only by running another round of dungeons can we possibly gather 10,000 health points. But choosing a suitable secret realm is another major problem. We must ensure a stable collection of 10,000 units of qi and blood within 3 days. That night, Lin Fan stayed up all night. I left home just as dawn was breaking. He ultimately decided to go and farm the dungeons. The only source that can provide 10,000 units of qi and blood is the secret realm. Monsters from the outside world are hard to find. Although killing a talented martial artist yields far more health and vitality than killing a monster of the same level. But with 10,000 health points, it's not just a matter of killing a few talented martial artists, it's likely to cause a shocking bloodbath. But if it's killing members of the symbiosis cult, then there's no problem. Hunting down symbiotic cultists is not only not illegal, but it is also not illegal. The amount of health and mana gained after transforming into a beast is extremely high. Wang Qiang was the best example last time. But then Lin Fan shook her head. However, the symbiosis cult is universally condemned and its whereabouts are elusive. How could I possibly run into something like this so easily? It's not like it's going to fall from the sky. Bang! A loud bang followed, and dust billowed up. No, something really did fall from the sky. Looking ahead, Lin Fan saw a figure whose entire body was covered by a cloak. It fell from the sky and blocked the way. Hehe, I was originally thinking about how to lure you out, but I didn't expect you to come out on your own. The other party said slyly. Have you been following me all this time? Lin Fan was puzzled. If the other party has been following you for a while, you should have noticed it. After all, under the power of the energy eye, nothing can be hidden. Upon hearing this, the other party let out a sneer. You're not worthy of my following. I've wanted to test you for a long time. It's a pity you just happened to enter the secret realm, which is why I only had this opportunity today. This person is Red Bull. Ever since being sent out by Steward Zhang, I have been investigating Lin Fan. After Lin Fan emerged from the lava cave, he followed Deacon Zhang's instructions and came to test the other party's skills. However, Red Bull showed little interest in Lin Fan. I initially thought he was a formidable opponent, but after investigating his background, I discovered he was just a newbie. Red Bull thinks that he can handle a newcomer like this with just his little finger. Even one more would be a waste. He really couldn't understand why Deacon Zhang cared so much about such a newbie. Speak, who sent you? Lin Fan had a vague guess that the other party might have been sent by Commander Wang. After all, Lin Ruhe had been eliminated by him. The only potential enemy is Commander Wang. Who am I? Hehe, I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. The other party sneered and said, word by word. I am a disciple of the symbiosis cult. Hehe, kid, how about that? Scared the crap out of you. Red Bull thought Lin Fan would be scared. After all, the name of the symbiosis cult still carries a certain deterrent effect. To his surprise, Lin Fan was not afraid at all, on the contrary, she was secretly delighted. Hehe, I'm so lucky, I actually ran into one. Hey kid, are you scared out of your wits? Red Bull was surprised. He himself was a notorious symbiotic believer who committed all sorts of evil deeds. The other party wasn't afraid at all. Does this kid think he's playing a role-playing game? Were you sent by Commander Wang? Lin Fan got straight to the point. He knew that Commander Wang was secretly colluding with the symbiosis cult. The coincidence of the symbiosis cult's appearance this time is so striking that it inevitably raises some questions. Commander Wang? What the hell is that? Red Bull retorted, you should know Wang Qiang, right? Did you kill him? Answer my questions properly, and I might make your death easier. So it was about Wang Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately understood. It seems that the other party was not sent by Commander Wang, but rather suspected him because of Wang Jiang's death. However, the other party arrived at just the right time. I was precisely looking for a way to collect qi and blood. Moreover, judging from the other party's tone, it is clear that there are people from the symbiosis cult behind them. If I could dig them out together, wouldn't I be able to get rid of these 10,000 health points? Thinking of this, Lin Fan's anticipation grew even stronger. Then you've really come to the right person. I killed Wang Jiang. To be honest, it was much more satisfying to kill people like you symbiotic cult members. I really miss it. Humph. Arrogant brat. Red Bull was angered by Lin Fan's arrogant attitude. With a whoosh, the cloak was ripped open, revealing her true appearance. Humph. Red Bull breathed through his nose, his entire body was red, he had 2 horns on his head, and even his facial features had become beast-like. Its body is robust, and it looks exactly like a bull. This is the beast form. Lin Fan finally showed a look of surprise. Snort. Red Bull scoffed, beasts? Those are just tactics used by low-level symbiotes. And I have long since achieved true symbiosis. The power I possess is eternal. Boom. A powerful surge of energy emanated from his body. A level 100 martial artist. Lin Fan recognized the true level of the opponent's cultivation by observing the deliberately displayed fluctuations in their qi and blood. It's level 100. The health points collected from killing symbiotic cultists far exceed those from other sources. Level 100. How many levels is that? Moreover, there are clearly other members of the symbiosis cult behind the other side. If we follow the clues, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to complete my quest for 10,000 health points? Hahaha, kid, now you're scared. Too late. Red Bull's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed wildly. It's okay, it's normal to be scared. After this period of investigation, I know you inside and out. He was just a talentless, level 40 newbie who had only just entered the world of martial arts. I really don't know how Wang Jiang died at your hands. The fact that you can say that proves you don't know me well enough. What's the meaning? Take this. Boom. Lin Fan remained silent, only silently unleashing a deliberate, powerful punch. Chapter 55. Arrogant. Humph. A greenhorn like me dares to lay a hand on me? He's courting death. The Red Bull twitched its nose and suddenly exhaled a burst of hot air. I am an elite disciple of the symbiosis cult. With a 90% genetic affinity with alien beasts, it can maintain its beast-like state as a normal state. Compared to the disciples who need to unleash their power, transform their voices, and take on beast forms, their combat strength is worlds apart. It's certain that Deacon Zhang wouldn't value it so much. And now, this newbie who is only level 40 is so arrogant that he thinks he is a monster. Humph. Kid, today I'll show you what happens when you mess with your grandpa Red Bull. Red Bull? Is it braised beef noodles? You're asking for it. You're asking for it. Boom. Red Bull stomped the ground, leaped into the air, and threw a punch at Lin Fan as well. Bang. Their fists collided instantly. The crushing defeat Red Bull had anticipated did not occur. Instead, he felt a tremendous force suddenly penetrate his body through his fist. Puff! Before Red Bull could react, he was sent flying, bleeding profusely. Red Bull was stunned. They looked at Lin Fan with suspicion and uncertainty. The opponent is clearly a level 40 newbie, so how did they unleash such powerful strength? It's pure physical strength. Red Bull was embarrassed, knowing that he had the genes of the golden-backed wild bull fused into his body. That's the genetic power of a level 100 beast. That means the opponent defeated a level 100 monster using only their physical strength. Humph! The Red Bull suddenly spewed hot air from its nose. He suppressed his disdain, adjusted his chi and blood to their peak state, and endured the pain within his body, saying, "Humph! Kid, is this all the strength you have? If so, then it's probably not enough. Then you guessed wrong again. That was just a warm-up." Lin Fan, of course, did not go all out, controlling the power amplification of his intentional punch. With a deliberate, full-force punch, he could instantly kill a level 120 martial artist, so dealing with Red Bull would be a piece of cake. But killing them now would be too much of a loss. The other symbiotic followers behind Red Bull are the most important to satisfy the collection of chi and blood. Let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness. Boom! Moo! The Red Bull raised its head and bellowed, producing a sound like a bull mooing. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to penetrate into the soul, making people tremble involuntarily. Buzz! The next second, Red Bull's muscles bulged high, and with his blood and energy surging, his skin became even more blood red. He unleashed the genetic power of the golden-backed wild bull. He didn't believe Lin Fan could withstand the peak condition of a level 100 beast. Boom! Red Bull punched Lin Fan again. He became stubborn and insisted on overwhelming Lin Fan with physical strength. All martial arts skills and combat experience were thrown to the back of their minds. Looks like I'll have to cripple you first before I can proceed with the rest. Lin Fan shook his head and unleashed another deliberate, powerful punch. A deliberate, forceful punch consumes a great deal of physical strength. This time, he needed to control his strength so that while rendering his opponent unable to fight, he would still have a breath left. Boom! Another fierce exchange of blows. Soon, another figure flew out and crashed into a dead-end alley next to it, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was Red Bull. Cough cough. How could this happen? Red Bull wasn't just spitting out fresh blood anymore, he was vomiting mouthfuls of blood. The force of that punch was terrifying, it displaced and disrupted my internal organs. Even the tendons, bones, and meridians in the body were mostly severed. As for the arm that clashed with Lin Fan, it goes without saying that it was no different from a lump of rotten flesh, a bloody mess. Little calf, how are you feeling? Hehe, now it's my turn to ask you questions. As the smoke cleared, Lin Fan's figure, looking down, was revealed. Red Bull's pupils trembled violently, the fear spreading through his heart even overshadowing the physical pain. No, are kids these days all this amazing? It seems I won't be able to take any more orders from kindergartens. Red Bull couldn't understand it even if it racked its brains. I had clearly investigated Lin Fan beforehand, and he hadn't even reached the level 50 threshold. Crushing someone is no easier than stepping on an ant. But now. But this is definitely not the place to talk. Lin Fan glanced at the sky. The sky was already glowing red, and it would soon be broad daylight. Although this place is some distance from the main urban area, it would still cause trouble if someone saw it. Lin Fan reached for the Red Bull, intending to take it away. No. Don't. The bloodshot light in Red Bull's eyes faded, and fear spread. Bang! Lin Fan raised his hand and elbowed the man in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. When Red Bull woke up again, he was in a basement. He was completely bound and restrained to the seat, unable to move. Where am I? Welcome to my home. Mr. Lin Fan was accompanied by several bodyguards in black. Humph! Are you trying to interrogate me? Red Bull immediately retorted defiantly, I'm telling you, even if you kill me. And don't expect to get any information about the church. Coexistence of all things. Lin Fan shook his head as he watched Red Bull shouting church slogans. Who said I'm here to interrogate you? Someone, do as I just instructed. No sooner had he finished speaking than several bodyguards in black rushed in. One of them took off the Red Bull's sock and stuffed it into the other person's mouth. Finally, they used layers of tape to seal Red Bull's mouth shut. The others pulled out stun guns. Sizzle! As soon as the power was turned on, a burst of electric light surged from the muzzle of the gun. This is a weapon specifically designed to subdue large monsters, and it comes with a hefty price tag. The released high voltage, though not fatal, can paralyze a level 100 monster, causing it immense pain. The only one in history to withstand this type of weapon was a psychic from another star system named Wu Jin, whose willpower was incredibly strong. Go ahead and do it, until he tells you. Lin Fan sat back down and casually crossed his legs. Wah-ah-ah. Red Bull's mouth was firmly sealed shut. He had barely uttered a sound when he was struck by several surging bolts of lightning. Hiss! Wah-ah-ah. The entire basement was instantly filled with the aroma of meat. Lin Fan took a sniff. It smells like braised beef. Red Bull immediately let out a whimpering howl. The wounds that had begun to heal were torn apart again by the electric current, causing secondary damage. Even more seriously, the body's internal organs were on the verge of being roasted alive under the impact of several electric currents. Buzzing! Half an hour later, several click guns entered charging mode. Then, at Lin Fan's instruction, he repeatedly administered electric shocks. They're still stubbornly refusing to speak, so continue the electric shocks. Lin Fan waved his hand. The electric shocks, which had already gone through countless rounds, continued. Wah-ah-ah. Red Bull's psychological defenses were completely broken down. In fact, during the first round of electric shocks, he wanted to confess everything. But his mouth was sealed shut, and he couldn't make a sound at all. No. I confess. I'll confess to everything. Let me say something. Red Bull stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with pleading. The young man's personality and methods sent chills down his spine. No matter how hard your head is, the other party has a way of smashing it. Therefore, they had no choice but to bow their heads. All right. Lin Fan waved his hand gently, and several bodyguards in black left the basement. Hiss! Lin Fan ripped the tape off the Red Bull's mouth. Come on, tell me everything you know. Chapter 56. I absolutely will not tell you. Red Bull spoke listlessly, his head drooping. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately frowned. Red Bull's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately quickened his pace. I will absolutely not tell you that our symbiosis cult has a stronghold in Nanjiang City. I will absolutely not tell you that this hideout is located in an underground passage in the city center. I absolutely will not tell you that besides Deacon Zhang, there is another person in this underground passage. Before Lin Fan could ask, Red Bull confessed everything. He used the names of all the symbiotic cult members within the stronghold as punctuation marks, blurting them all out at once. When Red Bull joined the church, he swore never to betray the symbiosis church. But Lin Fan's ruthlessness forced him to back down. This is the only way I can deceive myself. Deacon Zhang, it's not that I'm weak. The enemy's methods are simply too brutal. Hehe, it would have been better if we had done this earlier. Look at the mess this has made. Based on Red Bull's testimony, Lin Fan gained a clear understanding of the symbiosis cult's stronghold in Nanjiang City. This outpost is small, with about 60 members of the symbiosis cult. Apart from Red Bull, an elite disciple at level 100, the other members' cultivation levels were all around level 70. The only troublesome one is that old fellow named Deacon Zhang. The opponent's exact cultivation level is unknown, but it seems they are close to reaching level 200. To deal with a level 200 martial artist, simply relying on a deliberate punch is not enough. Even with the use of spiritual weapons, the odds of winning are not optimistic. After all, Lin Fan is only level 48, and the gap between them and an old fox from the symbiosis cult is still too big. It seems we can't rashly enter this secret realm, we'll have to take some measures. Lin Fan had already considered everything in his mind. I've said everything I needed to say, can you let me go now? Let you go? Lin Fan suddenly smiled slightly, if I were in your hands today, would you let me go? Glug. Red Bull swallowed hard, not daring to answer. The answer is obvious. Once martial artists start fighting, it's a fight to the death. Buzz. The next second, the white horse treading on snow appeared in mid-air. This is a spirit weapon. Red Bull's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with turmoil. The weapon before me, crackling with electricity, is none other than the legendary spirit weapon. Who are you? Red Bull asked in alarm. The fact that someone can casually pull out a spiritual weapon at such a young age means they must have an extraordinary background. Perhaps he is the biological child of some important figure within the Federation. Having provoked such a being, you still expect to live? You'll be lucky to even have a whole corpse left. Hahaha. Deacon, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Red Bull finally resigned itself to its fate and stopped hoping to save anyone's life. I was filled with regret for provoking Lin Fan, this big shot. The small city of Nanjiang is surprisingly full of hidden talents, including the formidable Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't waste any more words on a dying person. Puff. The spirit weapon was activated, ending the opponent's life. Slaying a level 100 martial artist grants plus 1200 health points. 1200 chi and blood points. This is the advantage of hunting down symbiotic cultists, talented martial artists of the same realm. There's simply not enough chi and blood points to collect, let alone comparable level beasts. Lin Fan glanced at the task progress. Mysterious note. Challenge mission, kill any creature within 3 days and collect 10,000 health points. Progress, 1200/10,000. Note, this is a time-limited challenge, starting from the day it is released. Remaining time, 65 hours. One symbiotic cult member is 1,200, and there are more than 60 symbiotic cult members at that stronghold. While it's unlikely that every single one will yield this many, collecting 10,000 chi and blood points is more than enough. We just need to find out more about that Deacon Zhang. Lin Fan turned his gaze back to the Red Bull's corpse. Sure enough, a token was found at the waist. Upon inspection, it was indeed a pass to enter the base. The fact that they placed this item in such an obvious position clearly shows their extreme confidence in this operation. I never imagined I'd be counter-killed. Since that's the case, a bold idea formed in Lin Fan's mind. He might be able to use the pass to infiltrate the symbiosis cult's secret stronghold in Nanjiang City. Then find out about the so-called Deacon Zhang. Even if things really don't go well, I can still kill some symbiotic cultists before retreating. Given the current situation, they are in the open, while the symbiosis cult is in the shadows. After confirming that Red Bull had nothing else on him, Lin Fan walked out of the basement. Young Master. At this moment, Uncle Fu also returned from outside. Young Master, the genuine jade crystal you asked me to sell has already been put up for auction on the black market. They were snapped up so quickly that the final transaction price was 12 billion, and it was all deposited into the account. 121. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This is 2 billion more than the estimated price. Uncle Fu, I'll give you a list. Please help me purchase the items according to the instructions above, using the money in my account. The higher the quality, the better. Lin Fan handed the list to Uncle Fu. The above are all the materials needed to forge spirit weapons. Apart from the crimson soul grass, everything else can be purchased with money. After all, he has over 10 billion yuan sitting in his account, so it would be best to solve the problem with money. Young Master, these materials all seem to be quite valuable. Uncle Fu glanced at it. He had been frequenting the black market recently, and had heard about some of the materials there. Lin Fan waved his hand. Money is not a problem, spend it however you want. The most important thing is the quality of the materials, the higher the quality, the better. Uncle Fu nodded, indicating that he would definitely do it properly. Lin Fan then began planning the subsequent infiltration operation. He first gave Uncle Fu a signal receiver. If something happens to you inside the base, you will press the switch. After receiving the signal, Uncle Fu led his men to the pre-arranged location to provide support. This was a backup plan left by Lin Fan, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Young master, are you traveling alone? Should we bring some more people with you? Uncle Fu said with concern. No need, too many people would just be a burden. The bodyguards in this house are probably no match for those symbiotic cult members. Finally, to avoid any unforeseen complications, Lin Fan chose to act tonight. The time in between is just enough to complete one daily quest. Daily tasks. Push UPS, 0/3000. Frog jumps, 0/3000. Pull UPS, 0/3000. Let's grind to become gods. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. Night. After completing his task, Lin Fan glanced at the time and decided to take action. He first changed into a Red Bull cape, gave Uncle Fu some more instructions, and then went out into the night. The symbiosis cult has mastered the art of blind spots under the lamp very well. Their base in Nanjiang City was located in the busiest downtown area. Of course, these symbiosis cult guys dare to be so unscrupulous. This is also related to Commander Wang's secret collusion. Finally, Lin Fan arrived at her destination. This is an abandoned dead-end alley, filled with junk. A few cockroaches crawled across the ground from time to time, showing that few people usually come here. According to Red Bull, the entrance is located under a manhole cover. Lin Fan turned around and looked around, and sure enough, he saw a manhole cover in the corner. Lift it open. He turned and jumped in. Experienced players, I'm here. Chapter 57. Bang. It was very deep underground, pitch black. Lin Fan silently counted for a full 10 seconds before he felt the impact of the ground beneath his feet. There was actually a handrail leading down, but Lin Fan chose to jump down to save time. Besides, this height wouldn't cause any harm. According to Red Bull, you should go to the right. Lin Fan simply activated his energy eye. There are countless martial artists in Nanjiang City, and too many other energy fluctuations interfere, making it difficult to distinguish the specific energy type. Now that we know the exact location, searching becomes much easier. Sure enough, there are dozens of energy fluctuations ahead, all belonging to martial artists around level 60. This must be the stronghold of the symbiosis cult. Having determined the direction, Lin Fan reached out towards it. The martial artist, with a high level of life, quickly adapted to the darkness underground. After walking for only 10 minutes, a figure darted out from the darkness ahead. Stop! The person was also concealed by a large robe, clearly a disciple of the symbiosis cult. Flying armor of Dragon Gate, report back. Flying swords of Dragon Gate? Lin Fan was taken aback, but immediately realized that this must be the password for entering the base. The problem is, I didn't know it. After all, passwords change frequently, and Red Bull gave instructions before he died, so he himself didn't know them. Thinking of this, Lin Fan deliberately waved to that person. The symbiotic cult member was taken aback, but still stuck his head over. Jie! I'll curse your ancestors! Bang! Lin Fan's attack was ruthless, killing the victim with a single blow. Perhaps because no one had ever invaded before, the other party was completely unprepared. Moreover, he is only 12 levels higher than me. A slight exertion of the power of a deliberate, forceful punch is enough to kill. Killed a level 60 martial artist, HP plus 512. More than 500 units of qi and blood. These symbiotic cultists are indeed highly sought after. Lin Fan dragged the body back to its original position and pretended it was standing. His main task now is to find out the specific details about that Deacon Zhang. Prematurely launching a killing spree and exposing oneself is not a wise move. Moreover, this is only the first outpost, we haven't even gotten close to the core area of the stronghold yet. Sure enough, Lin Fan continued walking for another half hour. They were stopped by two figures that suddenly appeared. However, this time Lin Fan was smarter and spoke first. Flying armor of Dragon Gate. The two men were clearly taken aback for a moment, exchanged a glance, but still spoke. Then you'll know whether it's true or false. Seeing this, Lin Fan's lips curled up, and she stepped forward to try and get information out of him. Brothers, I've been away on missions for a while now. Is everything at our base running smoothly? One of them chimed in, Shah, our stronghold is impregnable, what could possibly happen? Hehe, yeah, could it be that someone has infiltrated and is trying to wipe us out? Hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Fan remained unfazed. After a few more pleasantries, he steered the conversation toward Deacon Zhang. After being away for several days, I have finally completed my mission and must report to Steward Zhang immediately. Hey, no rush. The steward is currently in a molting period and will probably be in seclusion for a few more days. Molt? Humans need to shed their skin. Lin Fan was slightly shocked. If I'm not mistaken, this Deacon Zhang should have genes from some kind of serpentine beast. Although the specific species cannot be determined, snake-like mythical beasts all share a common characteristic. That means there will be a molting period. After each molt, the skin becomes stronger, but the period between molts is the most vulnerable. Lin Fan realized this was a golden opportunity. Deacon Zhang is currently in the molting stage, so his physical functions are definitely not as good as before, and his combat ability is limited. If I can seize this opportunity, I might be able to kill the opponent. This is truly a stroke of luck. After this molting, the Deacon's cultivation level will surely rise to another level. Yes, I'm so envious. That's right, it's just too difficult for low-level genes like ours to evolve. The two complained for a few moments, then looked at Lin Fan and said. Hey bro, what kind of primarch are you? Lin Fan waved his hand, I just have low-level genes. It seems that within the symbiosis cult, there are differences in the quality of genes resulting from the combination of various members. We're both in the same boat. The two sighed to each other. Eternal coexistence. Lin Fan raised his hands and suddenly shouted. This is the slogan of the symbiosis cult, and other members must respond upon hearing it. Eternal coexistence. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the two believers immediately raised their hands in response. Buzz. A white horse appeared, treading on snow, and instantly ended the lives of the two men. They were moving too fast, and with their hands raised high, they didn't even have time to resist. Killed a level 65 martial artist, HP plus 587. Killed a level 62 martial artist, HP plus 543. That's so fast. In the blink of an eye, I have more than 1,000 health points. Lin Fan looked at the task panel. Challenge mission. Progress, 2842/10,000. As expected of a symbiotic cultist. I've only killed 3 people, yet I've already collected nearly 3,000 health points. If you choose to farm in the secret realm, you'd have to slay countless beasts to collect 3,000 health points. In the final analysis, we should thank Wang Qiang for all of this. Lin Fan felt that if he hadn't killed Wang Qiang, he wouldn't have been targeted by the symbiotic cult. Therefore, there is no opportunity to collect so much qi and blood. To repay Wang Qiang's kindness, we must kill a few more symbiotic cult members. Whoosh! Lin Fan discards his disguise, revealing his true colors. Now that we know Deacon Zhang's information, there's no need to pretend anymore. The plan is simple. Deacon Zhang was at his weakest during the molting period. We charged straight in. Take advantage of their illness. It will cost him his life. Go. Today, let us wash this place in blood. Lin Fan mobilized his spiritual weapons, no longer concealing his aura, and began to slash at anyone he saw. They were blinded by rage. The outer perimeter was guarded by low-level believers. Their cultivation levels are generally between level 60 and 70, which is not much different from Lin Fan's own cultivation level. With just a flick of a spirit weapon, they can be easily annihilated. Ancient records say that there was a martial arts master in a foreign realm of space. Even at a young age, he displayed extraordinary fighting prowess. So much so that it was recorded separately. The title of the ancient book seems to be From the 100 Herb Garden to the 3 Flavors Study. Lin Fan's current state is exactly the same as that of this powerful figure from another world. Puff! In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan activated his spirit weapon and killed another symbiotic cultist. Killed a level 66 martial artist, HP plus 656. Killed a level 67 martial artist, HP plus 698. Killed a level 70 martial artist, HP increased by 765. Killed a level 69 martial artist, HP plus 723. Meanwhile, the amount of health points collected during the mission is also constantly increasing. Lin Fan broke through the outer perimeter and penetrated the stronghold in an instant. At this point, the symbiosis cult stronghold was already in complete chaos. Various members transformed into beasts and came to intercept and kill Lin Fan. Some beasts transform into spiders, not only growing several long, thin legs, but even able to shoot spider silk from their palms. Some of them had their entire heads transformed into wolf-like forms, becoming exceptionally ferocious. The entire symbiosis cult stronghold was thrown into chaos by a sudden horde of demons. Those who know it are aware that it's a stronghold of the symbiosis cult, but those who don't might think it's an underground den of demons. But you've all arrived just in time, saving me the trouble of looking for you all. Lin Fan brandished his spiritual weapon, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Then he charged into the enemy ranks alone. At this moment, in a secret room within the stronghold. Rumble. Who's causing trouble at my sex stronghold? In a vat of viscous green liquid, Deacon Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 58. Whoosh! Deacon Zhang rose from the slime, his body covered in crimson blood. At this moment, some parts of his body looked as if his skin had been peeled off. Not only was fresh, tender flesh exposed, but if you looked closely, you could also see clearly visible blood vessels pulsating. It's like someone has been skinned alive. This is the molting characteristic unique to snake genes. Just like a woman's period, it comes once a month. However, molting occurs once a year, and for some genetic progeny, it may only happen once every few years. Each shedding of old flesh and blood represents an elevation of one's life level. But this kind of improvement is more significant than the effects of normal cultivation. However, the side effects are also obvious. That is, during the molting period, the body's defenses are weakened, making it almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. At this point, you could probably kill a martial arts master with just a kitchen knife. However, Deacon Zhang's molting was not entirely successful. Not only has a new skin not grown, but the old skin has not completely shed either. Someone come here! Deacon Zhang scoffed under his breath, his anger rising within him. During the molting period, the worst thing is for someone to interfere. Sir! A symbiotic cultist knelt on the ground. What's happening outside? Reporting to Your Excellency, a young martial artist has barged in from outside. He was incredibly brave, charging all the way into the stronghold with a long spear in hand. But don't worry, sir, we've already sent men to intercept and kill them. Upon hearing this, Deacon Zhang was immediately enraged. A bunch of useless idiots. I set up so many sentry posts. Despite layers of security, they still managed to break in. Are the genes in your bodies all from pigs? As it concerned his own molting, Deacon Zhang felt uneasy. After a reprimand, he asked. Where's Red Bull? Sir, Red Bull went out on a mission some time ago and has not yet returned. Useless. All of you are useless. I only asked him to deal with a kid named Lin Fan, and he still hasn't finished the task after all this time. Upon hearing this, Deacon Zhang's anger intensified. However, doubts also arose in my mind. Red Bull has always been loyal and will never slack off. Taking advantage of this mission, they slack off and cheat outside. They haven't returned yet, which most likely means something unexpected happened, or even an accident. What unexpected thing might happen? Red Bull is a genetically engineered warrior that it personally oversaw. Even at church headquarters, they would be among the top elite disciples. What could possibly happen to them? Deacon Zhang ruled out Lin Fan first. After all, that kid named Lin Fan was just a novice martial artist who had just started practicing martial arts. He doesn't even have any talent, calling him a piece of trash wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. I sent Red Bull there simply so it could get some fresh air. They didn't take Lin Fan seriously at all. But looking at the entire Nanjiang city, who else can silently take down Red Bull? Deacon Zhang couldn't figure it out, but the current situation didn't allow him to think about it too much. Immediately mobilize the elite disciples of the stronghold and make sure to defend it. We absolutely cannot allow the enemy to approach in this direction. Yes. The cult member immediately left. Could something really have happened to Red Bull? Otherwise, how could the location of their base have been exposed? But who did it? Could it be that old BD Wang Zhong, who discarded us after we'd served our purpose? Deacon Zhang recalled the time before when Commander Wang's office took the opportunity to purge the Lin family. This feeling of worry couldn't help but rise in my heart. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? It just so happens to happen during my shedding season. But the most important thing right now is to stop this person. I'm in the process of molting and must not be easily interrupted. That's all. Deacon Zhang slowly lay down in the vat, letting the viscous liquid cover his head, silently accelerating the shedding process. Outside at this moment. Just who is this kid? His combat power is ridiculously exaggerated. It won't work. It can't hold up at all. All of you, charge. Damn it, why don't you go and do it yourself? Why are you making us brothers do it? Outside the stronghold, no one could stop Lin Fan's killing spree. The ground was littered with the corpses of symbiotic cultists. Even Red Bull was wiped out by Lin Fan, so it goes without saying that these martial artists, who are generally at level 60 or 70, are even less likely to be killed. With a magical weapon, Lin Fan fought his way in and out 7 times. Spiritual weapons and deliberate punches are good, but ultimately they are not the source of energy. There are limitations. I still need to increase my own strength. Boom! As the spirit soldier cleaved and killed the last symbiotic cultist in front of him. Finally, there was no resistance. Challenge mission. Process, 8996/10,000. Time remaining, 32H. I only have less than 2,000 health points left. Once I kill that Zhang steward, I'll have enough. Lin Fan headed straight for the core area of the stronghold. After confirming with the energy eye, the location was finally pinpointed to the door of a secret room. 2 symbiotic cult members were standing in front of the door at that moment. Is that your steward Zhang inside? Lin Fan slowly approached, gun in hand. Who exactly are you? The 2 guards were so frightened by the commotion outside that their legs went weak. Upon seeing Lin Fan arrive, he couldn't even muster the courage to transform into a beast. We absolutely will not tell you that the butler is inside. After saying this, two symbiotic cultists attacked with knives. Then, just as he was about to approach Lin Fan, he brushed past her and ran away without looking back. Go! Having already caught his prey, Lin Fan wasn't about to let it escape. With a soft call, the white horse treading snow took to the air and intercepted the two men not far away. Boom! Lin Fan then punched open the door to the secret room and walked straight in. This is... As soon as Lin Fan entered, he saw a large vat in front of him. A little green liquid seeped out. Is this the restroom? Did I go to the wrong place? Just as Lin Fan was wondering what was going on, the large vat in front of him suddenly started to move. Steward Zhang slowly stood up from among them. Is this what it looks like during the molting period? Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Zhang the deacon's physical condition. At this moment, the other person's entire body was completely unharmed, and he could not be recognized as a human at all. While gene symbiosis cultivation can greatly enhance combat power, one might easily suffer a backlash from the alien beast genes within the body if not careful. Who are you? Looking at Lin Fan in front of him, Deacon Zhang felt a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he exclaimed in surprise. You're that kid named Lin Fan. Hehe, it seems you still recognize me. Where's Red Bull? What did you do to him? Deacon Zhang had a bad feeling, but he refused to believe it. Hehe, you mean that Red Bull? He's dead. If you're in a hurry, I can take you to see him now. Lin Fan raised the long spear in his hand. Dead. A storm raged within Zhang the deacon. According to the information he had, Lin Fan was only a level 30 martial artist. Red Bull is a level 100 martial artist, the genetic seed of the golden-backed wild bull. How could he possibly be wiped out by a greenhorn? Could it be that by simply shedding my skin, the other party has transformed from a novice into a martial arts master? If that's really the case, then the other party is just too incredible. It's an absolutely rare genetic seed. Deacon Zhang was completely stunned and still couldn't believe it. Ha, you little punk, you dare to bluff me. Still laughing? I'm here to take you in. Lin Fan stepped forward, gun in hand. Chapter 59. Wait. When Deacon Zhang saw Lin Fan approaching with a gun, he immediately spoke up to stop him. Although he didn't believe the other party was really capable of killing Red Bull, he was currently in a special period of molting. Fighting during this period would only greatly diminish the effectiveness of level improvement. Furthermore, if one is injured during this period, it will inevitably damage the foundation of one's martial arts. Therefore, Deacon Zhang decisively backed down, wanting to appease Lin Fan first. Kid, regardless of whether you actually killed Red Bull. But to have made it this far, such talent is indeed rare. How about this? I'll give you a stroke of luck, how about that? There's no blood feud between us. Martial arts cultivation is inherently perilous, why fight to the death? Opportunity? Lin Fan stopped in her tracks, a hint of curiosity rising within her. Oh? Then tell me about it later, what exactly is this opportunity? This opportunity is, to become a core disciple of my symbiosis cult. As long as you are willing to submit, with your qualifications, you can enjoy the highest level of resources and treatment. After speaking, a confident look immediately appeared on Deacon Zhang's face. He believed that Lin Fan would definitely not refuse. After all, the other party has already given up on cultivating his talent and has no powerful backing. Without resources, future cultivation will become increasingly difficult. The symbiosis cult's influence is widespread across the ancestral planet. Although he is wanted by the federal government, he does not lack various cultivation resources. Deacon Zhang looked at Lin Fan and patiently guided her. Kid, I know you don't have any talent right now. But that's all right, I can take you as my personal disciple. It will help you fuse with the genes of high-level exotic beasts, so you won't be weak in talent or cultivation, and might even be stronger. Deacon Zhang does indeed want to take Lin Fan as his disciple. After all, Lin Fan's ability to fight his way to this place without any special talents or powers is almost monstrous. If we can subdue it, we can wait for it to grow stronger in the future. He will surely become an elite disciple who far surpasses Red Bull. As for the symbiotic cult members who died tragically outside the door, Deacon Zhang didn't care at all. To sacrifice for the church is their honor. Join us. Lin Fan smiled calmly. So how much is your monthly salary? Salary? Joining the symbiosis cult is an honor for you. Does it include the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Before Steward Zhang could finish speaking, Lin Fan continued to press for answers. Our church explicitly prohibits the use of social insurance and housing provident fund. Does it have weekends off? Do you leave work on time every day? Will we be required to rotate through different positions at the grassroots level? Lin Fan fired off a barrage of questions and followed up with several more. Deacon Zhang was stumped by the question. No, are you reinforcements sent by the monkeys? Ordinary people are already incredibly lucky to be selected for the symbiosis cult, so why are you making so many demands? Buzz. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan pointed her gun at Steward Zhang. Haha, no salary, no social security, and we still have to be on duty 24 hours a day. This is truly the biggest cult in the world. Watch me, Lin Fan, rid the people of this scourge today. Boom. Lin Fan mustered his strength and charged forward with his spear. He could tell that Steward Zhang was in a weakened state. In this situation, the original gap in their cultivation levels was largely leveled out. Kid, don't push your luck. Humph. You really think you've got me cornered today? Buzz. The next second, a suit of armor appeared out of thin air and automatically covered Deacon Zhang. The entire body was wrapped up. Kid. You really think I have no backup plan? This defensive artifact can withstand the physical strength of a level 100 martial artist. Let's see how you manage to jump around now. Zhang Zhai's Hang leaped out of the vat and flew towards Lin Fan. Originally, seeing that the other party was decent, I even wanted to point out a bright path for them. Although I am extremely vulnerable during the molting period. But Lin Fan, a novice martial artist, is not someone who can pose a threat. Furthermore, the defensive magical artifacts covering his body can withstand the physical impact of a level 100 martial artist. What can Lin Fan possibly break through? Since the other party refuses to submit, the only option is to take their genes. This tortoise shell you're wearing won't save your life. Boom. A deliberate punch. Lin Fan aimed at Zhang Ji, who was charging towards him, and punched him in the armor. Humph. You think you can even think of? Deacon Zhang had just revealed a mocking expression when he immediately sensed something was wrong. His armor shattered inch by inch under Lin Fan's punch. This. Deacon Zhang stared at Lin Fan in astonishment, his mind momentarily blank. Bang. Soon, the armor on Deacon Zhang's body shattered, revealing his vulnerable skin. But what terrified him even more was that after the force shattered the armor, it did not diminish in the slightest. All of it was poured into Deacon Zhang's body, causing his skin to crack instantly and his blood and qi to become extremely disordered. Thump. Deacon Zhang was sent flying backward, bleeding profusely. However, with the foundation of nearly 200 levels, although his body was severely damaged, he still managed to save his life. As expected, even with the maximum damage of the deliberate strike fist, it still couldn't kill a level 200 martial artist. Looking at the still living Steward Zhang, Lin Fan felt an even stronger urgency to become stronger. As his skill level improved, his previously invincible deliberate punches began to show their limitations. As for the indestructible golden body, it was rendered useless long ago. It should be noted that Deacon Zhang was in a weakened state at the moment, but relying on his level 200 foundation, he still managed to withstand the deliberate punch. If level 200 is like this, then what about Commander Wang, who is at level 600? Cough cough. Now I believe you, kid, you really did kill Red Bull. Hat, looks like I misjudged you. I've offended someone as formidable as you. Deacon Zhang finally believed that Red Bull had perished at the hands of Lin Fan. As for Wang Qiang, needless to say, he will surely die at the hands of the other party as well. And next, it will be my turn. But he didn't understand why Lin Fan, who was only a level 48 martial artist, possessed physical strength far exceeding that of a level 100 martial artist. This power is far superior even to disciples within the sect who have integrated advanced genes. Why is that? What kind of cultivation path are you following? Hat, I'm just following the path of ancient martial arts cultivation. However, compared to others, there is a slight difference. Clang. Lin Fan walked in with a gun, intending to end the other party's last breath. A level 200 experience pet can definitely exceed the task requirements. Hehehe. But at that moment, Deacon Zhang let out a standard villainous laugh. That sound. Lin Fan had a bad feeling, the other party was clearly about to unleash their full power. Boom. Sure enough, the next second, a surge of energy and blood, far more powerful than before, suddenly erupted within Deacon Zhang's body. He didn't hesitate to burn his life essence in order to forcibly activate his beast form during the molting period. Hahaha. Kid, you forced me to do this. Since you insist on fighting to the death, then I will grant your wish. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my very essence, I will annihilate you right here. Ah! Deacon Zhang roared to the sky. Its body was violently stretched and changed rapidly. First, its tongue became thin and forked, its eyes turned into green vertical pupils, and two sharp teeth emerged. Its body was already covered in scales, and its legs had transformed into a thick tail. This is a colossal python that devours the heavens. Lin Fan recognized it immediately, never expecting that the other party had combined the genes of the devouring python. No wonder he was able to withstand a full force, deliberate punch even in such a weakened state. After all, even in its juvenile form, the devouring python is still a level 300 giant monster. Even if you add 10 times the power to a deliberate punch, it still won't be enough. Fortunately, I have a spiritual weapon. Chapter 60. Lin Fan sensed the fluctuations in Zhang the Deacon's aura. Under the forced beast transformation, the opponent's cultivation level jumped several dozen levels. But Lin Fan knew that although the other party looked fierce, but its foundation has long been damaged, and now it is only relying on burning its essence and blood to temporarily gain a burst of power. As long as you use spiritual weapons, it won't be difficult to turn the tables. Die! Hiss! After transforming into a beast, even Deacon Zhang's voice became sinister. He first swept his tail at Lin Fan, then swung his scale-covered hands at Lin Fan. Aside from low-level martial artists who don't know how to practice martial arts, those who practice symbiotic beliefs based on genetic seeds will never learn martial arts. Their life's work revolves around continuously utilizing the genes of alien beasts within their bodies to enhance their life's strength and level. Boom! Lin Fan dodged the finishing blow. The wall behind them cracked extensively, and most of the underground space collapsed instantly. Bang! Lin Fan dodged behind him and raised his gun, blocking the sharp claws that Zhang the Deacon was about to unleash. The opponent's beast-like power was so overwhelming that it caused Lin Fan's hand to ache and tear open. He crashed into the wall behind him. The power of a level 200 martial artist is indeed formidable. Lin Fan deliberately resisted her feelings. If it weren't for the spiritual weapon blocking his way, his physical body would have shattered long ago. Continue. Deacon Zhang was clearly in a killing frenzy, relentlessly attacking Lin Fan. But he was equally puzzled, his snake-like eyes fixed on the white horse treading on the snow. What kind of weapon is this? It actually withstood my attack without breaking. The opponent's strength was unpredictable, and their weapon was also extremely impressive. Just who is this damn kid? No, my vital essence is almost depleted, I must finish this quickly. Hiss. Deacon Zhang spat out a clump of dark blue blood, which floated in his hand, ready to be injected into Lin Fan. This is the venom of the devouring python, its toxicity enough to obliterate a level 100 martial artist. The probing is over, it's time to use the spiritual weapons. Boom! Lin Fan released his grip, and the spirit weapon automatically floated in mid-air. Rumble! The tip of the spear crackled with lightning, brewing a bolt of thunder that struck Zhang the deacon's snake body directly. It was immediately chopped until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the outside fully cooked and the inside precisely cooked to medium rare. It's so light that you can eat it directly with just a sprinkle of seasoning. It smells so good. Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow. You have a spirit weapon. At this moment, Steward Zhang disregarded his charred body and stared in disbelief at the white horse Ta Shui floating in mid-air. This surging lightning element, what is it if not a spirit weapon? Even a novice martial artist can easily identify the characteristics of a spirit weapon. Because the materials used in other weapons simply cannot withstand elemental energy. Damn it! Who on earth set me up? When Deacon Zhang saw the spirit weapon appear, he assumed that Lin Fan was a disciple of some powerful family. I went out to gain experience, treating myself like a monster to be defeated. Otherwise, how could a mere greenhorn possess such a powerful weapon as a spiritual weapon? If the other party has an extraordinary background, then all unreasonable situations can be explained. It's ridiculous to think you can subdue the other party. I've been set up by capitalists. Deacon Zhang activated his beast form, as the lightning from earlier had already shattered his last bit of life essence. You were indeed set up, but not by the financial side, but by me. Puff. Lin Fan mobilized his spiritual weapons and swung them directly at the dying Steward Zhang. Kill him on the spot. Killed a level 200 martial artist, HP plus 2230. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the challenge. Reward, 50,000 experience points. With the infusion of 50,000 experience points, the system is rapidly improving. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 37/999. Level 37. Lin Fan recalled that the previous system level was level 17. In other words, these 50,000 experience points are a full 8 levels higher than the originally expected 12 level increase. This was an unexpected surprise. Quickly check the progress in cultivation level. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 9.7. Realm, level 88 martial artist. Strength, 9,250 kilograms. Speed, 610 m/s. This. Seeing the data on the panel, Lin Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Level 88. He actually leveled up 40 levels. From the original level 48, he's almost at level 100. This cultivation speed is, too heaven-defying. At this moment, even Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. There's a full 40 level difference between level 48 and level 88. This is no simple number. In the realm of martial arts, it represents almost half a lifetime of hard work and dedication for an ordinary martial artist. Even for a top-tier SSS level martial artist, it would take at least a year. And what about myself? His cultivation level skyrocketed like a rocket. In the past, when I advanced 1 or 2 levels, I already felt that my cultivation was progressing very quickly. But I never expected that I would only truly experience the incredible power of the system now. After a long while, Lin Fan gradually calmed down. Bite. Challenge complete. Mystery prize awarded. Oh right, I almost forgot about this mystery prize. Lin Fan looked at his inventory and found that there was indeed a new mysterious treasure chest. Would you like to activate it now? Forget it, it's not convenient to stay here any longer. Let's wait until we get home before we drive. Lin Fan has given up for now. After all, Commander Wang was secretly colluding with the symbiotic cult, and who knows if cleaning up this stronghold would attract their attention. But we can't leave empty-handed, let's quickly loot everything. Lin Fan left the secret room and began to explore other areas. Some of these spaces are densely packed, resembling prison cells. The place reeked of a foul stench, and some areas were even piled high with white bones. Some of the skeletons were very strange, twisted and not human-shaped. It's clearly a failed product of the symbiotic cult's secret capture of innocent citizens for use in gene-binding experiments. It's no wonder that such behavior has led to them being wanted by the Federation of Humanity. This outpost does indeed have an area for storing supplies. Unfortunately, most of them were essential survival supplies. Martial arts resources are extremely scarce, and there are no large reserves in this area. This is too poor, they can't even make a little profit. Just as Lin Fan was complaining and thinking of leaving, she suddenly discovered a hidden little room. Pushing the door open, I found myself in a study. These are correspondence. Lin Fan flipped through it and roughly understood the contents. It turns out that the supplies for this base are secretly transported in by warriors dispatched by the symbiotic cult headquarters. An extra portion of the supplies transported in would be given to Commander Xiao Wang. There are even instances of such favoritism and bribery within relationships. Lin Fan became interested and looked through the recent communication records. To her surprise, she found that there was indeed a shipment of supplies that was about to be delivered. The delivery time was listed as Sunday evening of next week, and the location was a deserted forest near Nanjiang City. In addition, a long list of supplies was also included. Looking at them from top to bottom, Lin Fan found that they were all consumables for martial arts training. This is Crimson Soul Grass. The last line of extra marked supplies made Lin Fan's gaze suddenly stop. Please double check. It really is Crimson Soul Grass. And it was specially bribed to Commander Wang by the symbiotic cult. Crimson Soul Grass *1, special supply for Commander Wang, delivery must be flawless. If that's the case. Lin Fan's eyes darted around, and a plan immediately came to mind. Chapter 61. It's truly a stroke of luck. I had no idea where to find this Crimson Soul Grass, and now it's been delivered right to my doorstep. Lin Fan decided to swallow the Crimson Soul Grass. After all, the red soul grass is so rare now that you really can't buy it even if you have money. If we miss this opportunity now, we may never find any trace of the Crimson Soul Grass again. Lin Fan was eager to forge another spiritual weapon and naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Now that we know the time and place of the transaction, perhaps we can launch an ambush and wipe out all these resources in one fell swoop. I've made up my mind. Lin Fan put the document away. After quickly looting the other areas and finding no other resources, they left. Bang! Lin Fan emerged from the sewer, it was already broad daylight. After carefully concealing his tracks, he headed straight home. This trip was very rewarding. Not only did they successfully complete the challenge, they also unexpectedly obtained clues about the Crimson Soul Grass. Incidentally, the predicament of forging spiritual weapons was also resolved. Kill two birds with one stone. This Crimson Soul Grass was marked separately and used as a bribe to Commander Wang. It seems the symbiosis cult put in a lot of effort, but everything they did benefited me. Lin Fan was in a good mood. He wasn't a robber. But having such a treasure right in front of you is nothing short of a blatant provocation. If we don't grab it, it's simply impossible to see the point. We must not forget those who dug the well when we drink the water, we still need to thank Wang Qiang. Ever since I killed him last time, I feel like I've been stumbling upon one opportunity after another. I'm home. Young master. Uncle Fu flew up and gave Lin Fan a thorough checkup. Only after confirming that there was no problem did he reluctantly let go. He waited anxiously all night, and only now can he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The young master has returned safely, it seems he's gone to buy goods again. Uncle Fu, the plan is complete. You should get started in the next few days and try to purchase the materials I asked you to provide earlier. Lin Fan was referring to the materials for crafting spiritual weapons. I don't lack money now. Aside from Crimson Soul Grass, anything that can be solved with money is worth it, even if it costs several times more star coins. Don't worry, young master, I'll get to it right away. Uncle Fu was a true workaholic, having not slept a wink all night, he went out to run errands again without stopping. I went upstairs and returned to my room. Lin Fan opened the system panel. I haven't used the mystery prize yet, I wonder what good stuff I'll get. Shall we unlock the mystery grand prize? Open. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have won a martial arts prize dancing youth. Martial arts. Excellent. It seems our luck is indeed very good today. Now that I'm an 88th level martial artist, I do indeed lack suitable martial arts techniques. I didn't expect the system to randomly select it, saving me the trouble of choosing. After all, the martial arts skills rewarded by the system are definitely more powerful than other martial arts skills. But when Lin Fan saw the name of the martial arts technique, he immediately had a bad feeling. Dancing with Youth? This name sounds, kind of like radio calisthenics. Receive. To verify his hypothesis, Lin Fan quickly claimed the reward. In an instant, a large amount of textual information flooded into his mind, condensing into a clear martial arts manual. It really is like radio calisthenics. Lin Fan was somewhat dazed. Dancing Youth, beginner. The greatest truths are the simplest. This entire martial arts manual consists of 9 parts composed of simple physical movements, involving the whole body. Cultivating it not only refines the physical body, but once mastered, one can withstand an army of thousands. One person can resist an army of thousands. Could it be a divine skill whose true nature is overshadowed by its name? Lin Fan couldn't wait to open the martial arts skill demonstration. Let's dance our youth to the fullest. Section 1, Preparatory Movement, Arms Raised. Isn't this just calisthenics? Lin Fan felt a surge of anger and frustration, as if he had been tricked by the system. Does practicing this mean I have to participate in the National Radio Gymnastics competition? However, since the system has marked it as a martial art, it must have something unique about it. After all, radio calisthenics is designed to help children who are about to embark on a training journey develop their physical fitness in advance. This was the only way Lin Fan could console herself. But since I've already received it, I might as well go and try it out in the courtyard. At the same time, the commander's palace. Report. Come in. A guard entered and immediately reported. Commander, we received an urgent report from the Nanjiang City Public Security Bureau today. They said there were unexplained disturbances coming from underground in the city center last night, and they are organizing a team to investigate, hence this report. Is this the center of Nanjiang? Commander Wang felt a sudden tightness in his chest. What kind of trouble are those symbiosis cult guys up to? If the outside world finds out, won't they expose everything about them? Those idiots in the symbiosis cult, relying on my protection over the years, have become increasingly blatant in their actions. No. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to discover the symbiotic cult's underground stronghold in Nanjiang City. With that in mind, Commander Wang immediately made a phone call. Hello, is this the Nanjiang City Public Security Bureau? You must immediately cease all operations. Isn't this grand gesture going to cause panic among the citizens? Commander, our men are disguised as sewer dredging personnel, so they will not cause any panic. That won't do. We need to think this through carefully. Commander Wang's attitude was resolute. Even though the people of Nanjiang City were completely confused, they had no choice but to temporarily halt their operations. Damn it, those symbiosis cult guys need to be taught a lesson. Commander Wang thought to himself. Not long after, Yang Qingxiu's voice rang out from outside the door. Commander, your student Yang Qingxiu requests an audience. Come in. Commander Wang looked up at Yang Qingxiu and asked. The martial arts competition is just around the corner. How's your training going? Reporting to Commander, I have lived up to your expectations and have already cultivated to the 39th level. As she spoke, a hint of pride flashed across Yang Qingxiu's face. With the abundance of resources he has accumulated, his current cultivation speed is something that even some SS-level talented martial artists find difficult to match. In just 1 month, she broke through to the 30s. The martial arts competition is still 3 weeks away. At this rate, I should be able to break through level 40 before the competition. Approaching the level 50 mark. Commander, I have confidence. Looking across the entire southern province, among the new martial artists of my generation, absolutely no one can surpass my cultivation speed. Upon hearing this, Commander Wang was very satisfied. It's good that you have this invincible spirit, but you mustn't be arrogant. You still need to focus on your cultivation. If you don't have enough martial arts resources, just ask the provincial treasury for more. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Commander Wang continued. By the way, a very precious treasure will be delivered next week, so I'll give it to you as well. Thank you, Commander. Yang Qingxiu was completely moved to tears. Something that even Commander Wang calls a treasure must be extraordinary. I just don't know what it is. Commander, then I will not disturb you any longer. Yang Qingxiu made a move to step back, but was stopped by Commander Wang. I called you here today not to have you report on your cultivation as usual, but because there is something extremely important. Commander Wang paused for a moment, then said seriously. We have received notification that a very important figure from the Federation will be visiting soon to oversee this year's martial arts competition. At that time, I intend to introduce you to this gentleman. Chapter 62. A big shot from the Federation. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingxiu was stunned. Every year, the Federation sends important figures to oversee and supervise the martial arts competition. This has become a tradition. But only the commander of a province is qualified to receive such an important figure. Everyone else could only watch from a distance, with no chance to get close. Therefore, being introduced to such an important person is an extremely fortunate thing. After all, every martial artist dreams of entering the upper echelons of the Federation. In order to gain access to a wider world. Let alone Nanjun province, even the ancestral star is too small for a martial artist with the talent to fly and escape in the later stages. The boundless starry sky is the true realm of martial artists. Only the power of the Federation can achieve such a state. The commander paved the way for the students in advance, such consideration. The student is utterly grateful and will serve the commander with unwavering loyalty, even unto death. Yang Qingxiu knelt on the ground, her gratitude overflowing. All right, get up. It was nothing more than a small favor, yet this commander thinks so highly of you. It doesn't matter what happens to you in the future, as long as you perform well in the upcoming martial arts competition. Just do your best and demonstrate the strength befitting the #1 genius of Southern County. Commander Wang made it clear. What she needed was not how Yang Qingxiu would prove his loyalty in the future. The relationship between the two is simply one of cooperation and mutual benefit. As a result of her political achievements, Yang Qingxiu shone brightly in front of that important figure during the martial arts competition. He then introduced Yang Qingxiu to that important figure, enticing her to advance her career. This is a win-win situation for both parties. Go down and cultivate. Before the martial arts competition, do your best to break through to a higher realm. Yes. Yang Qingxiu bowed and withdrew. Even after leaving the commander's palace, she was still feeling somewhat lightheaded. It all feels unreal. My strength is improving rapidly, and I'm about to be introduced to a big shot in the Federation. All of this foreshadows my imminent soaring success. Yang Qingxiu became more and more excited as she thought about it. I'm already fantasizing about showing off my divine abilities in front of all sorts of people. Parents, principal, classmates, rivals. Suddenly, the image of Lin Fan flashed through her mind. My whole body trembled involuntarily. The scene of Lin Fan slaying the Beast Lord in the 996 Secret Realm still vividly appears before my eyes. Even after so much time has passed, Yang Qingxiu still harbors a lingering shadow in her heart. Humph. Never mind. My future is bright now, we're from completely different worlds. How can someone who can't even qualify for a martial arts tournament compete with themselves in the future martial arts arena? With this thought, Yang Qingxiu felt calm. The arrogant look on his face returned. The thought of reaching level 50 soon makes me incredibly happy. At this time, Lin Family Villa, Nanjiang City. Is the young master doing calisthenics? It looks like it, but it's not quite like regular radio calisthenics. Hiss. I must say, young master's posture is really perfect. Tell me, why did the young master suddenly start doing radio calisthenics today? All I can do is wonder if the young master is reminiscing about his childhood. A group of bodyguards stood around the courtyard, looking at their young master with puzzled expressions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lin Fan is trying out the first move recorded in Dancing Youth. The first movement is not difficult to learn, mainly focusing on the hand and leg movements. They are all basic movements. Although it differs from regular broadcast gymnastics, it works the same muscle groups. It doesn't seem to be difficult at all. It feels like any child could master it in a day. Lin Fan thought to herself. But he soon discovered the change. Before he had even finished practicing the first move, he found it unusually difficult. It was as if a 1,000-pound weight had been placed on every part of his limbs, causing his movements to become distorted and suddenly become unnatural. What's going on? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and persevered through one round, finally discovering the problem. That's the 9-section move from Dancing Youth, which seems very simple. In essence, it simplifies complexity to the extreme, reaching the pinnacle of ingenuity. Combined with the unique circulation of qi and blood in martial arts, every simple movement precisely tempers every muscle. Every casual attack contains immense power. Therefore, it consumes the cultivator's vital energy and physical strength to the extreme. If Lin Fan hadn't possessed exceptional physical strength, he wouldn't have been able to endure even one round of training. It is easy to imagine that this is an extremely exquisite martial arts technique. If one can truly cultivate to perfection, the combat power that one unleashes will surely be astonishing. It seems I was indeed mistaken, I was misled by the name of this cultivation technique. Dancing Youth. We need to practice. We absolutely have to practice. With this in mind, Lin Fan rested briefly before immersing himself in martial arts training again. Dancing Youth, beginner. He set a goal. I must master this martial art to the basics by today. The group of bodyguards who had been secretly watching started whispering among themselves when they saw Lin Fan continue practicing. Our young master is too diligent, he even practices radio calisthenics repeatedly. Yes, according to Butler Fu, the young master is following the path of ancient martial arts cultivation. Ancient martial arts, isn't that? One of the bodyguards realized what was happening and quickly shut up. Ancient martial arts are a dead end, this is a consensus. I know what you're trying to say, but I don't believe that ancient martial arts is a dead end. In a fantastical world, there lived a powerful ancient martial arts master named Confucius. He once said, the master did not speak of strange phenomena, physical prowess, disorder, or spirits. Do you know what that means? What's the meaning? The bodyguard's curiosity was piqued, and they all leaned in to listen. It means, no matter who you are. With just my superhuman strength, I can knock you senseless. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the others all gasped in shock. Tisk tisk, as expected of a martial arts master, his words are so domineering. Soon, as the sun sets, night falls. Dancing youth, beginner. Call. After continuous comprehension and practice, I finally reached the entry level. Lin Fan was almost completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground. After a day of training, he experienced the same feeling he had when he first completed the system's daily tasks. My whole body ached to the extreme. The 9-section dance routine of Dancing Youth has not a single superfluous movement. The movements are fluid and interconnected, and a complete set of movements works every part of the body. It's even a deep level of training. Although she was exhausted, Lin Fan could still feel that the energy and blood in her body had increased significantly. The physical conditioning effect of Dancing Youth is indeed quite good. However, as a martial arts manual, it still needs to be tested in actual combat. Lin Fan stood up and turned to look at the group of bodyguards standing guard around him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Everyone, listen up. Hold back. Attack me with all your might." Chapter 63. Thump. There were over 60 bodyguards present, all of whom knelt on one knee to indicate that they dared not. They can still tell the difference between being full at one meal and being full at every other meal. Their young master's cultivation level wasn't even level 50, while their group of people were all seasoned veterans, generally above level 70. Putting aside the consequences of a mass attack, even in a one-on-one fight, Lin Fan might not be able to win. Besides, if someone accidentally hurts the boss, it would be even more of a loss. "Young master, would you like to choose one for you to spar with? It might be inappropriate to have them all." "That's right, what if we accidentally hurt someone?" "Accidental injury?" Lin Fan interrupted. "It seems you all think my level of understanding is not high enough." Boom. The next second, Lin Fan directly revealed the fluctuations in his own qi and blood. Level 88. Those bodyguards with high cultivation levels present immediately sensed the specific cultivation level. Most people are still in a state of confusion. Their cultivation levels were too low, they could only sense the exceptionally strong aura emanating from Lin Fan's body, but they couldn't perceive his specific cultivation level. Upon hearing the account from later generations, the entire audience was immediately shocked. Level 88. Young Master's breakthrough is too fast. Isn't the young master practicing ancient martial arts? This speed is even faster than innate cultivation methods. That's impossible. Young master was clearly at level 48 yesterday. The bodyguards looked at each other, feeling as if their worldviews had been violently shattered. "Come on, attack me with all your might." With his hands behind his back, Lin Fan truly exuded the aura of a peerless master. "Fire at me!" Boom! Several bursts of energy erupted and instantly attacked Lin Fan. Seeing that someone was taking the lead, the remaining bodyguards also unleashed their inner energy and launched an attack from all directions. However, they still held back. Although Lin Fan broke through to level 88 in one fell swoop, his speed was incredible. But the gap between him and his group of people isn't that big. Moreover, with sheer numbers, this difference in skill level is practically negligible. However, they soon realized they were wrong. Absolutely wrong. Dancing Youth, First Form, Preparatory Section. Lin Fan began the rehearsal. Bang! The first bodyguard was sent flying by the radio gymnastics starting move. Then came the second, the third. Bang bang bang! Soon, all the bodyguards who launched the first attack were knocked away without exception. He couldn't even touch Lin Fan's clothes. Use your full strength. Martial arts techniques are fine too. Lin Fan shouted, what I want is for these people to hold back and coax me. I want to use this opportunity to test the power of dancing youth. The other bodyguards exchanged glances and gave each other a signal. Boom. Then, without further periodontal treatment, the body's chi and blood are unleashed to the maximum extent. They could all see that their young master's methods were indeed unpredictable. Despite being riddled with flaws, no one could last more than 3 seconds. Therefore, the remaining martial artists no longer held back and attacked with all their might. They also need to face it. If our group is easily defeated, how can we have the face to continue being employed? Thunderbolt Fist. 9 Yin 8 Bone Claw. The 18 Subduing Dragon Palms. A crow flies an airplane. Qin Shi Huang rode a polar bear. In an instant, all the bodyguards present simultaneously displayed the martial arts skills they had practiced. Various powerful fluctuations intertwined instantly, plunging the courtyard into chaos. These bodyguards were quite confident in their martial arts skills. After all, it's a skill he's honed over decades and has mastered through countless battles. If you weren't good at this, you wouldn't have survived until now. Perfect timing. Martial arts versus martial arts is the best way to test Dancing with the Stars. Lin Fan continued practicing, performing the second move of radio calisthenics. To his disappointment, the bodyguards couldn't hold on for long after only the second move. Pang! Pang! They had come with fierce momentum, but in an instant their defenses were broken and they fell to the ground. What kind of martial art does the young master practice that can counter all of our martial arts? Hiss! This is extraordinary. There's actually a trace of the profound truth of simplicity within it. The greatest truths are the simplest. Like how even falling petals and leaves can be harmful. I don't understand what you're saying, all I know is that the young master is awesome. In the blink of an eye, within a few dozen breaths, the 70-odd martial artists present had spread out like a carpet throughout the entire courtyard. The entire team was wiped out. Call. Lin Fan exhaled the stale air from his body. At this moment, he had just finished practicing the second move of Dancing Youth. There are still 9 moves left to be used. It seems that Dancing Youth is indeed extraordinary. It neutralized the martial arts skills of all the bodyguards present with just a few simple and basic moves. This alone is enough to give you a glimpse of the whole picture. After all, martial arts techniques are inherently mutually exclusive, and some techniques were even invented specifically to counter another technique. With just these basic moves, Dancing Youth was able to suppress all the martial arts techniques on the scene. Simplify the complex, return to the essence. Everyone's salary will be doubled this month as compensation for today. Lin Fan glanced at the bodyguards lying haphazardly on the ground and offered them compensation. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards felt even more ashamed. Our group couldn't even make it past the second round, so how could we possibly ask for double wages? It's all right, everyone cheer up. Being able to last 2 rounds against the young master means we've already surpassed 99% of the people. That's right. After all, our young master is a prodigy. He has the potential to become a martial emperor. Let alone being defeated, it's an honor for us to even have the chance to fight. That makes sense. Looks like I should add a line to my resume: I've fought against the future martial emperor. Bathroom. Lin Fan removed her clothes and lay down in the prepared medicinal bath. The essence of various precious medicinal herbs is brought out by the steam, reflecting a 7-colored halo under the lights in the bathroom. These medicinal properties flow into the meridians through the open pores of Lin Fan's skin, nourishing the whole body through blood circulation. The muscles that were torn during training were also rapidly repaired at this moment. Now worth billions, the standard of a single medicinal bath has been upgraded to millions of star coins. Of course, the effect is also excellent. I've just tested the power of Dancing Youth and it's truly remarkable. Next, besides completing daily quests, I'll also focus on practicing martial arts, trying my best to reach the minor mastery level. Then we just have to wait a week for the symbiosis cult to deliver the supplies. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a sense of anticipation. After all, it's Crimson Soul Grass. Materials for crafting fire spirit soldiers. Spiritual weapons are powerful, so the more the merrier. After we finish forging the fire spiritual weapon, we should start thinking about forging other spiritual weapons. This means I'll have to go to Kyoto, since I already made an appointment with that kid Zhao Rilong. Lin Fan closed her eyes. While enjoying the medicinal bath, I also went through all the follow-up plans one by one. For the next week, Lin Fan stayed at home and quietly cultivated himself. Besides completing daily tasks, I also make the most of my time practicing dancing youth. As a result, Lin Fan's days are packed with activities. Besides sleeping, he even replaced meals with energy supplements. A few days later, Uncle Fu excitedly ran up to Lin Fan. "Young master! Everyone's here! Everyone's here!" Chapter 64. Young master, I've basically taken care of all the materials you asked me to find. Uncle Fu said, somewhat out of breath. Seeing Uncle Fu's exhausted face, Lin Fan knew that he must have been running around tirelessly these past few days searching for materials to forge spiritual weapons. Uncle Fu, take a breath and speak slowly. Uncle Fu took a sip of water and said slowly. Young master, the materials you asked me to find a few days ago. I've basically found everything you need, just to meet your requirements. Quality is everything, price doesn't matter. Then, Uncle Fu took out a detailed list. Lin Fan took it and glanced at it briefly. He sighed inwardly. The materials for forging spirit weapons are indeed precious, with many having a starting price of over 100 million star coins. Some of these transactions even reached a final price of 1 billion star coins. Fortunately, we earned 10 billion star coins through the emerald crystal. Otherwise we would have had to put in a lot of effort just to spend the money on these materials. But if it can be solved with money, it saves a lot of trouble. Lin Fan nodded and praised Uncle Fu for his efficiency. Young master, these materials. Some of them I purchased from the black market through special channels. Some were purchased through auctions held in other provinces. Except for a few materials that have not yet been delivered, everything else has been prepared. Buzz. Uncle Fu took out the prepared materials from his spatial ring. Instantly, dozens of materials radiating a dazzling halo appeared in mid-air. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu. The quality of these materials far exceeded my expectations. Lin Fan checked them one by one, and then put them all into his spatial ring. The only material missing for forging a spirit weapon is the Crimson Soul Grass. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Now, all we have to do is wait for Sunday night this week to rob the rich and give to the poor. Robin Hood is naturally the powerful symbiosis cult. As for poverty alleviation, that's naturally Lin Fan's responsibility. After all, I'm so poor now that I only have a few billion star coins left. Time flies. Sunday afternoon arrived quickly. The 100 refinements to Godhood System. 40/999. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 10.1. Realm, level 92 martial artist. Strength, 10,050 kilograms. Speed, 661 m/s. Level 92 martial artist. Not bad, after several days of completing tasks, my cultivation level has increased by 2 levels. At this rate of cultivation, it will only take about a week for him to become a true level 100 martial artist. Once you become a level 100 martial artist, you will have the basic ability to fly. In future battles, especially when facing high-level beasts, this will give you more initiative. A martial artist of mediocre talent might spend their entire life cultivating. It is also difficult to reach the threshold of a level 100 martial artist. For many low-level martial artists, flying through the air is a luxury they can only dream of. Take Lin Fan's battle-hardened bodyguards, for example. Although some of them reached level 80, seemingly only one step away from level 100. But this step could very well be the end of their lives. After all, realm is just a symbol. In martial arts cultivation, every step is an intertwining of effort and luck. I'm exactly 18 this year. If I can successfully reach level 100 martial artist, that would likely mean the ancestral star has the strength to produce its first 18-year-old level 100 martial artist. Lin Fan suppressed his distracting thoughts. Looking at the lottery interface. Autonomous points, 987. As the difficulty of daily tasks increases, the rewards for self-discipline points also increase. Based on the previous rates, it would be impossible to accumulate over 900 self-discipline points in just a few days. However, it's still only enough to open bronze treasure chests. I haven't opened any silver or gold treasure chests yet. However, judging by this trend, it should be soon. Byte. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently participating in the lottery. Byte. Congratulations, host, you have won a prize of spiritual medicine, Sun and Moon Elixir *1. Sun and Moon Elixir, the essence of heaven and earth, which can enhance spiritual awareness and clarify the five senses. Buzz. After Lin Fan received the reward, a bottle of spiritual liquid appeared in his palm. Enhancing spiritual sense, it seems to be a reward for enhancing spiritual sense. Although divine sense is only specifically cultivated by martial artists at level 200, some can even become spiritual masters. Psychic masters possess powerful mental abilities, but they place extremely high demands on the spiritual consciousness of martial artists. If I can solidify my spiritual foundation now, I can also possess telekinetic powers when I reach level 200. With this in mind, Lin Fan did not hesitate and took it immediately. Pop! A strange sound came from Lin Fan's mind. It looks like a flower blooming. And it wasn't just one sound. All the nodes have been connected, and the leader has been identified. My perception has improved. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could perceive and observe places that he originally needed to activate his energy eye. Now, I can perceive it clearly with just my own divine sense. Uncle Fu on the second floor. Bodyguards standing guard outside. Birds flew into the yard. Although the detection range is far smaller than that of the energy sky eye. However, within a certain range, one's own perception is more subtle than that of the energy eye. After all, the sky eye can only detect energy fluctuations. One's own divine sense can capture more details. My original perception abilities were only good enough to detect ambushing enemies. Now, if I want to, I can detect any change within at least 200 steps. To achieve such an effect after taking just one bottle of Sun and Moon Elixir. If I could occasionally obtain the Sun and Moon Spirit Liquid, by the time I reach level 200, my divine sense would surely grow to an extremely terrifying level. Pop! As the Sun and Moon Elixir was depleted, the changes in Lin Fan's mind also ceased. Evening. Lin Fan left the villa. The symbiotic cult, which delivers resources tonight, will appear at the designated location. According to the plan, he was to go and ambush the enemy to obtain the crimson soul grass they were escorting. Young master, are you going out again tonight? Okay, time to get the goods. Lin Fan nodded, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. He arrived at the designated location very quickly. Lin Fan chose a secluded spot and began to lie in wait. This place is deep in the wilderness. Although it is located near Nanjiang City, it is extremely far from the city center. The symbiosis cult was indeed cautious, choosing this location for the handover. It seems the symbiosis cult won't show up until late at night. Hopefully, the crimson soul grass is still in their hands, and nothing unexpected has happened. Time passes. Night fell quickly. Lin Fan, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked to her right. Suddenly, the once quiet forest was filled with the sound of footsteps and human voices. What a bunch of sons of B! Every time we have a mission like this, they send us out. Stop complaining, getting the task done is the most important thing. Strange, why haven't Deacon Zhang's men arrived yet? Not far away, a group of figures dressed in black robes approached. There were roughly a dozen or so shadowy figures. Judging from their chi and blood perception, they are all martial artists above level 80. The one with the highest cultivation level was the leader of the symbiotic cultists, who was actually a level 100 martial artist. If we can't sense their specific level, then they're at least level 120 or higher. Lin Fan surveyed the entire scene from the shadows, thoroughly investigating the enemy's overall strength. I didn't see any boxes containing supplies, so they must be in the leader's spatial ring. As I pondered, the two symbiotic believers approached. Damn it! Where are Deacon Zhang's men? There's not a soul in sight. Bang! Lin Fan fell from a height. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Who are you? The symbiotic cultists immediately became alert. You mean me? Lin Fan smiled calmly and said, I'm here to take care of 3 things. First, fairness. Secondly, fairness. Thirdly, it's all about fairness. Chapter 65. Damn it, where did this kid come from in this desolate wilderness? Robbing us? Hahaha, you must have escaped from some mental hospital. Brother Tiger, you must be tired from this journey. How about we kill this kid and relax a bit? The group of symbiotic believers were startled by Lin Fan's sudden appearance. Upon seeing the other person's youthful face, a sense of mockery immediately arose within him. Upon hearing that they could torture and kill, these symbiotic cultists instantly rubbed their hands together, eager to try it out. After fusing with the genes of alien beasts, a martial artist's personality will also be subtly influenced. Tyranny is a latent tendency shared by almost every symbiotic believer. Upon hearing this, the man in the lead, nicknamed Tiger, became quite cautious. Don't let your guard down. We can't afford any accidents before the mission is successfully completed. Tiger was clearly of high status, and the others immediately fell silent. Then, he looked at Lin Fan, a cold glint in his eyes, and said, Boy, to be able to go undetected right under my nose, your spiritual sense must be quite remarkable. The ability to conceal oneself is related to the strength of one's spiritual sense. The stronger one's spiritual sense, the better one can control the concealment of every trace of one's own aura. That's why Tiger is so cautious. The opponent is so young, yet possesses such a powerful divine sense, he is definitely not an ordinary novice martial artist. But that's not the reason you're so fearless. Hat, call out your accomplices who've been lying in ambush around you. There's an ambush. As soon as Tiger finished speaking, the other symbiotic cult members immediately assumed a defensive posture, as if facing a formidable enemy. Clearly, Tiger believed there must be an ambush nearby. After all, he was a level 150 martial artist. No one with a modicum of sense would dare to be so arrogant as to think they could devour themselves by themselves alone. Besides, the other party looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, clearly just bait. Get out here! Roar! Tiger opened his mouth and let out a roar like that of a strange beast. It was mixed with terrifying blood energy, which spread rapidly in all directions. Rumble! Instantly, countless thick trees exploded. Brother Tiger's energy and blood have improved again. Yes, if this continues, we might even master the legendary Great Thunder Heavenly Sound. The other symbiotic believers were shocked and began to praise him. Tiger's face also showed arrogance. He had just intentionally shown off his skills to intimidate the enemy in the shadows. Such powerful blood and chi is not something a normal level 100 martial artist can possess. This is the effect of combining the genes of the advanced beast Iron Claw Tiger. Through tempering and refinement, Qi and blood have evolved into a means of attack. It's unbeatable in its class. I told you, I'm all alone here. Lin Fan stood still. He effortlessly deflected the opponent's attack on his vital energy. What? Tiger looked at Lin Fan with surprise, then glanced around and sent someone to check. Soon, the man returned to report. Brother Tiger, there's really no one around. Even Tiger was dumbfounded. How dare one person come out and rob our group? Whose foster child is this? Damn it, you've wasted my time. Tiger immediately lost interest and waved his hand. Get rid of this silly boy quickly, don't let it interfere with important business. Dealy. Suddenly, a symbiotic cultist emerged and approached Lin Fan with ill intent. Hee. Puff. Lin Fan swung his gun and killed him instantly. The other person immediately clutched their neck and collapsed. A level 70 martial artist is not much stronger than an ant. Holy crap! This kid dares to kill someone. Upon seeing their companion fall, the other symbiotic cultists immediately erupted in anger. Without needing orders from Tiger, the leader, they immediately grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Puff puff puff. Kill them one by one. If one comes, kill two. Lin Fan picked up his spear and easily defeated his enemy without even using elemental powers. With a level 100 martial artist approaching, these symbiotic cultists around level 70 pose no threat whatsoever. Damn it, Tiger, this kid is probably no ordinary cannon. The stronger the smell of blood. The remaining symbiotic cultists were instantly terrified and dared not advance. Nonsense, I'm not blind. Tiger's eyelids twitched. Level 92 martial artist. He sensed it the moment Lin Fan revealed his qi and blood. Hee, I never expected that such a small city as Nanjiang would hide such a genius as you. Fine, then let me have my way with you. Roar. Tiger didn't waste any words and went straight for Lin Fan. Although he was surprised by Lin Fan's talent, he was still confident of winning. After all, he was a level 150 martial artist. He was completely outmatched in terms of cultivation level. Even if the opponent was incredibly powerful, they couldn't possibly be so powerful as to ignore the difference in cultivation level when fighting, right? Bang! 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 Tiger Brothers' moves were ruthless, each strike aimed at Lin Fan's prestigious family. With powerful and fierce strength in his hands, combined with his unique blood and qi power, his attacks have the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. My great tiger hand technique has just reached the pinnacle. A full force palm strike is enough to withstand a level 200 martial artist. Kid, you're lucky. To become the first soul to perish after I've mastered my martial arts. Boom. As he spoke, Tiger gave a sinister smile. He flew directly into the air. Then he lowered himself down, stretched out his right hand, aimed at Lin Fan, and swooped down. Boom. A sonic boom came from the airspace where the palm swept across, and a large amount of blood and qi was squeezed in front of Tiger Brother, forming an invisible giant handprint. The ultimate technique of Great Tiger Hand, Great Heavenly Tiger Hand Seal. Hee, this kid's done for. He actually forced Brother Tiger to use his ultimate technique. Hey, the last person who died from Tiger's palm strike was a nearly level 200 A-grade talent martial artist. Looking at it this way, it's quite an honor for this kid to die at Tiger's hands. The other symbiotic believers all thought the outcome was already decided and there was no suspense. A mastered martial art. I happen to have one too, but I'm just starting out. Snap. Dancing Youth, First Form. Preparatory Section. As soon as Lin Fan unleashed his martial arts technique, Tiger Brothers' Great Heavenly Tiger handprint descended. When he first saw Lin Fan's martial arts skills, he almost burst out laughing. Can these few simple and crude movements really be called martial arts? It's clearly calisthenics. But when he touched Lin Fan's body, the scene of overwhelming destruction he had imagined did not happen. Instead, his incomparably powerful strength was easily neutralized by Lin Fan. The opponent's few simple and casual hand gestures looked like they were just warming up. But the moment his handprint touched the others, it unleashed a power that was originally like a primordial beast. It turned into a docile cat, following the other party's extremely simple movements, and was completely rendered invisible, its force completely neutralized. What the hell is going on? Tiger was terrified. But the matter is far from over. Bang! The next second, he was sent flying by a tremendous force. Like a scallion pulled from dry land, it was forcefully lifted off its spot and sent flying. Its body spun and flew out, just like a spinning top that couldn't stop spinning in mid-air. Tiger coughed up blood. He saw it clearly just now, it was clearly just a simple, indistinguishable turning motion by the other party. Light and airy. How could it contain such terrifying power? Tiger Brother lay on the ground, his pupils trembling as he looked at Lin Fan. Damn it, these simple, mindless moves are full of openings, yet why are they so hard to defeat once they start? Chapter 66. Hahaha. Is that kid doing calisthenics? Wait a minute. How did Tiger get sent flying? Hey, Tiger must be teasing that kid. Hahaha. So that's how it is. To be honest, Tiger also has the amazing skill of imitating a spinning top. Tiger. One more. The symbiotic cultists not far away saw Tiger being spun around and sent flying. Thinking it was a prank, they all egged Tiger on to do it again. Upon hearing this, Tiger's face turned pale with anger. These idiots! You've already been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, what are you going to do now? You bunch of idiots, get him! Tiger was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. It was only then that the symbiotic cultists realized that their Tiger brother had actually been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Avenge Brother Tiger! Kill this brat! The remaining symbiotic cult members charged forward, each unleashing their martial arts skills. The outcome was predictable. They didn't even get close enough to touch Lin Fan's clothes before being crushed by his powerful physical strength. Those simple moves actually contain terrifying power. Only Lin Fan's clearly felt that every seemingly casual movement in Dancing Youth was significant. They used every muscle in their body to its limit. They can even use the opponent's force against them, transferring the force of the attack they receive back to the enemy. This is a martial arts technique that pushes physical strength to its limits. Each time you use it, it's a test of your muscles. Level up in battle. This is definitely a killer move whose name doesn't do it justice. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. I have a more real understanding of how terrifying this martial art is. It's perfectly suited for ancient martial arts training. Dancing Youth is like a script, every performance is a deep exploration of physical abilities. A bunch of idiots. Buy me time to transform into your beast form. Tiger watched as his men were killed one by the enemy, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. I immediately realized that this couldn't go on. I have to transform into a beast. Upon hearing this, the other symbiotic cultists all transformed into beasts, buying time for Tiger to do the same. The higher the level of the combined alien genes, the longer it takes to transform into a beast. Therefore, others are needed to buy time. Roar! The remaining symbiotic cultists transformed into various monstrous creatures. They continued their attack on Lin Fan. But he only died a little slower, he posed no threat to Lin Fan at all. However, at this moment, Lin Fan had fallen into a strange state. His body instinctively performed Dancing Youth. But the five senses switched to a strange feeling of introspection. He saw his blood surging, stirring up a powerful surge of energy. My heart pounded like a drum, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Fan could clearly feel that his physical body was being rapidly tempered, and his cell activity was increasing rapidly. It's dancing with the wind that's making a difference. Buzz. Temper your body in battle. Having used martial arts techniques in real combat for the first time, you seem to have gained some insights. Dancing Youth, Xiao Cheng. Martial arts skills have been improved to the minor mastery level. Wait. If the physical body is tempered, the attributes should also be improved. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 10.1. Realm, level 92 martial artist. Strength, 13,650 kilograms, breaking the limit. Speed, 1181 m/s, exceeding the limit. Level 90, my cultivation level hasn't improved. Wait. Strength and speed have increased. Breaking the limit? This means it directly broke through the original level's limitations. Lin Fan discovered that his strength and speed were both marked with the words breaking limits. It broke the official limit value for level 92 martial artists. Since this is breaking limits, my current strength and speed, that should correspond to a level 120 martial artist. Lin Fan was suddenly startled. In other words, although he is currently a level 92 martial artist, he is actually on par with a level 120 martial artist. Not only does it crush its competitors, it even surpasses them by at least 20 levels. And if you're fast at one step, you'll be fast at every step. Breaking the limit is equivalent to increasing the physical body's capacity. This effect is permanent. Every time I improve from now on, it will always be a breakthrough value. This is the true purpose of Dancing with the Stars. Lin Fan suddenly realized. In Dancing Youth, starting from the beginner level, you can gain a breakthrough effect every time you advance to a higher level. The proficiency levels of martial arts skills are beginner, minor proficiency, major proficiency, perfection, and subtlety. That means I still have 3 more chances to break through my limits. If an ordinary martial artist can break through their limits even once in their lifetime, it can be said that the martial arts are flourishing. I can break the limit at least 4 times. The two are completely crushed. Boom. Lin Fan exited the introspection state. He stopped using martial arts techniques and killed the remaining symbiotic cultists in front of him with a single punch. Roar. At this moment, Tiger's transformation into a beast was also completed. Its original human form completely disappeared, and except for its standing position, it transformed into the appearance of an iron claw tiger. The 2 pairs of cold-looking iron claws were particularly eye-catching. Looking at Lin Fan, he felt that the other's aura had become much stronger. Kid, I really misjudged you just now. If you were to encounter someone else, you might actually be able to outsmart them. But if you run into Lao Tzu, well, you'll still have to train. Boom. A powerful surge of qi and blood emanated from it. After transforming into a beast, Tiger's combat power skyrocketed, making him comparable to a level 200 martial artist. Level 200 combat power. Lin Fan has now broken through the limits, raising his physical stats to level 120. But for someone at level 200, that's still not enough. However, if you add a deliberate, powerful punch, 20 times the physical strength, that's 273,000 kilograms. Hehe, this already far surpasses the pure physical strength of a level 200 martial artist. So, Lin Fan looked at Tiger across from him, thinking that he could still kill him with one punch. Hehe, I bet you've been racking your brains for a while now. You must have gone through all that trouble to kill me, right? It's no use. This year, I'm an unsolvable problem in your eyes. Roar. Tiger was brimming with confidence, like a god descended from heaven. He jumped from a great height. In his mind, he already fantasized about being a god and slaying Lin Fan, this mortal. The king descended from the heavens, his face contorted with rage and fury. Bang! Lin Fan grabbed the other person's wrist, turned around and threw him over his shoulder. Before the opponent could react, he delivered a powerful punch. A deliberate punch. That punch. A force of 270,000 kilograms. Tiger's face instantly contorted in pain. Bang! Another punch. Tiger's soul was blasted out of his body. But it's not over yet. Ferocious? I'll show you what ferocity is. Bang! Another punch. Tiger felt as if his soul had been expelled from his body, passed through the 18 levels of hell, and then barely returned to his body. If it weren't for the fact that his physical attributes had soared to level 200 after he transformed into a beast, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat. He has long been forgotten. Once the body reaches its limits, even if all its power is used, I can now unleash deliberate powerful punches much more often. Lin Fan made a pleasant surprise. He had just unleashed several punches in a row, yet his stamina was still not depleted. In the past, after unleashing a full force, deliberate punch, he would immediately fall into a state of kidney deficiency. So this is the effect of breaking limits. If this limit is broken a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to use the deliberate punch as a normal attack? At this moment, in Tiger's eyes, Lin Fan was truly a god descended to earth. Oh wait! It must be a demon god descending to earth. I think I'm sweating. No, it's peeing. I knew it. How could a master like me possibly break a sweat in such a small match? Wait a minute. Why is poop coming out too? IFG lost control of my bladder. Chapter 67. Ugh, why does it smell so bad? Lin Fan, engrossed in the exhilarating experience of punching, suddenly smelled a foul odor and immediately frowned, stopping his movements. Upon closer inspection. Goodness, the other party really did poop a huge pile. Didn't your cult leader teach you that it's forbidden to urinate or defecate anywhere? Lin Fan quickly moved away, afraid of getting it on her. Tiger had only one breath left. The reason he is still alive is entirely because Lin Fan's stamina was somewhat depleted towards the end of his punches, and he was unable to fully utilize the amplifying effect of his intentional punches. Well. Tiger lay on the ground, unable to speak, but filled with remorse. I was too careless. If I had noticed Lin Fan's abnormality earlier, I should have transformed into a beast and run away. That way, I might have had a chance to survive. But that's a story for another time. After all, who would have thought that an 18 or 19-year-old new martial artist, even with SSS level talent, should still be a complete novice? The strength that has been revealed is actually so formidable. Their combat power after transforming into beasts is comparable to that of a level 200 martial artist. But he was brutally beaten by the other party, like a dog being abused. Is there no law left? Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice left? Tell me, where are those supplies kept? Lin Fan stepped forward and pressed him for answers. Tiger opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Lin Fan frowned. Still being stubborn? Looks like my fists aren't hard enough. Wah-ah-ah. Upon hearing this, Tiger Brother immediately began to shake violently, frantically gesturing to Lin Dan with his eyes. Damn it! Do I look like a normal person who can speak right now? If you want to hit me, just say so. Lin Fan noticed that the other person's eyes were constantly looking towards the chest, so he reached out and indeed touched a square storage box. These boxes are specifically designed for long-distance transportation of large quantities of goods, and their storage space is much greater than that of a space ring. Buzz! Hopefully, the crimson soul grass is inside. Lin Fan probed the storage box with his divine sense and immediately discovered that it was full of cultivation materials. There are all kinds of items, but most of them are basic cultivation consumables. Only a small percentage of the most valuable resources are of high quality. But Lin Fan didn't care about any of that, he was only interested in the crimson soul grass. There it is. When Lin Fan probed the depths of his divine sense, he was immediately drawn to a scorching aura. Right in front of them, a crimson herb floated, its body covered in flame patterns, constantly radiating intense heat. This is the crimson soul grass. Something that has disappeared from the world. Great! We've found the last ingredient for crafting the spirit weapon. Once we get back, we can start forging spirit weapons. I'm really eager to test the power of this fire elemental weapon. Upon seeing the crimson soul grass appear, even the usually composed Lin Fan couldn't help but feel excited. Spirit soldiers. In the early stages of martial arts training, it's like giving yourself a second life. Although I already have a lightning elemental weapon, it can still be controlled by voice, making it an extremely rare and unique item. But having an extra spiritual weapon naturally means having an extra life. Buzz. Lin Fan extended his divine sense from the storage box. Now that we have the goods, we must leave this place as soon as possible. After all, this involves a deal between the symbiotic cult and Commander Wang. Although he had already wiped out the symbiotic cult in Nanjiang City, it wouldn't be good if Commander Wang's people suddenly appeared. Boom! Lin Fan summoned the white horse Ta Shui and used the power of thunder to erase all traces of this place, including the corpses of the symbiosis cult members. Tiger, on his deathbed, saw Lin Fan turn around and pull out the spirit weapon hand, and his eyes widened in shock. No, buddy. You should have said so earlier if you had a spirit weapon. Didn't I kneel down to you already? Boom! The lightning swept across, turning everything on the scene to ashes. It fell silent. Under the moonlight, only Lin Fan's figure remained. But before I leave, I must leave a gift for my dear Commander Wang. Lin Fan suddenly felt a surge of mischievousness. The crimson soul grass that I obtained was originally a bribe given to Commander Wang by the symbiotic cult. According to the information in the document, the symbiotic church placed the crimson soul grass at the agreed location, waiting for Commander Wang to send someone to retrieve it. After all, the matter was of great importance, and Commander Wang wouldn't be foolish enough to directly contact the symbiosis cult. The place specified in the document isn't far from here. I should leave something behind. Lin Fan is now transferring the supplies from the storage box to his own spatial ring. It barely fits. Looking around, they happen to find a pile of droppings left by a low-level beast. I've chosen you. Lin Fan put the strange beast's excrement into his storage box. I can already picture Commander Wang using his divine sense to come into contact with the excrement of these strange beasts. Would you consider this a spiritual stain? As she was leaving, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Hey, am I being too immoral? It's nothing. Lin Rishan did everything just now. What does it have to do with me, Lin Fan? I'm home. Young master, you're back. As expected, Uncle Fu was still standing at the door, eagerly waiting. Whenever Lin Fan takes any action, he would stand at the door from time to time, waiting for his young master to return safely. Yes, everything went smoothly. Lin Fan nodded, then took out all the materials from his spatial ring. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire living room floor was filled. Give some of these cultivation resources to each of our bodyguards first. Keep only what you need right now, and sell the rest on the black market. After giving his instructions, Lin Fan turned and went back to his room on the second floor. Uncle Fu was left standing there, stunned. My young master is too amazing, every time he goes out, he achieves great results. First came billions of star coins, and then these martial arts resources that seem to be given away for free. Even though Uncle Fu didn't reveal the real information on the black market, he had become a celebrity in the black market after several huge dumping operations. In particular, the jadeite crystals he sold last time have become a guest of honor for various forces. Every time I enter the black market, I am always accompanied by a beautiful woman with a 360 bust and shapely hips. Although I firmly rejected all of these. Besides these, he was even revered by everyone as the ancestor. Whenever he entered the black market, many people would respectfully address him as Master Jin. Jin naturally refers to a major financial backer. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Who would have thought that this person was revered as an ancestor in the black market? He's just a butler for an 18-year-old boy. At this moment, on the second floor. There's no time to lose, it's time to prepare for the forging of the fire spirit weapon. Lin Fan took out the jade seal again. At the same time, Southern Prefecture Province, Commander's temporary palace. Those symbiosis cult guys should have put their stuff away properly. Inside the office, Commander Wang muttered to himself. He then summoned one of his bodyguards. His secret guards were a force of martial artists he had secretly trained, they obeyed only him and were not under the control of the Federation. It is specifically used to carry out some secret missions. Adult. A masked guard knelt down to receive orders. Listen carefully, bring back one item from the location I've marked. Commander Wang raised his hand and threw a positioning token over. Destroy it after use. Also, once you have the item, just hand it over to Yang Qingxiu. Tell her to cook the contents inside and swallow it all. Chapter 68. Nanjiang City. The Lin family villa. Lin Fan opened the jade seal and once again sent his divine sense into the illusion within. Instantly, that realistic refining scene reappeared before my eyes. Previously, Lin Fan had already taken detailed notes. But just to be on the safe side, he decided to go over some of the details again. After all, the success rate of forging spirit weapons is extremely low. Even if you painstakingly collect all the materials, whether you will succeed in the end depends on luck. I must succeed on my first try. The Jadeite Crystal King can increase the chances of success by 30%. Even if the refining fails, the chances of starting over are even slimmer. After all, Crystal Kings aren't something you can just find anywhere. More importantly, once the Crimson Soul Grass is consumed, it will truly be impossible to find again. Therefore, Lin Fan gave Uncle Fu a strict order. No one may disturb me before I come out. The refining process also requires a suitable furnace, which is easy to arrange. Just have Uncle Fu buy the best. A few materials haven't arrived yet, but there's no rush. We'll have to wait a few more days over there. The crafting of spirit weapons is divided into 9 steps, and each step is further divided into 81 smaller steps. This is really a huge project, it looks like it won't be finished for at least a few days. The next few days, Lin Fan stayed in the room, perfecting the preparations one by one. Refining weapons is an easy task. Even a professional weapon refiner needs several days to refine ordinary tools. Not to mention the refining of spiritual energy, 10 days or half a month is considered short. Lin Fan had never been involved in this field before. Therefore, after purchasing a suitable furnace, they experimented with using common refining materials. Controlling the fire, controlling the time, these are the most basic skills. The difference between a master craftsman and a novice craftsman often lies in these fundamental skills. Fortunately, we prepared in advance, otherwise we would have been caught off guard by acting blindly. They might have already failed by now. However, Lin Fan still did not neglect her daily tasks during this period. While familiarizing himself with the refining process, he also made the most of his time to complete missions. Therefore, every time Uncle Fu opened the door, Lin Fan was either practicing weapon crafting or doing push-ups on the ground. They even skipped sleeping, using energy potions instead of physical strength and energy. As for that 3-meter-wide bed, he hadn't used it in a long time. Life is like a giant liver protectant, only with a healthy liver can you survive. Nanjun Province. The Commander's Palace. Reporting to Commander. Your subordinate has fulfilled your mission and has finally found the item. The guards arrived, carrying a box, looking travel-worn. The location given by Commander Wang was not precise, it was only a general area. After several days of hard work, the guard finally managed to dig out a storage chest that met the requirements. As soon as he took it out, he smelled a strong odor of impending doom. Not daring to inspect it rashly, they had no choice but to take it back to Commander Wang for a decision. "Didn't I tell you to hand it over to Yang Qingxiu directly after you found it?" Commander Wang buried himself in reviewing documents. "Commander, it's not that I'm disobeying orders, but this treasure box. There are no buts, I know what's inside. You can simply hand the item to Yang Qingxiu." Commander Wang waved his hand impatiently, dismissing the guards. Of course he knew what was inside. Red soul grass. A medicinal herb that has become extinct. Besides being a rare material in the field of weapon crafting, it is also a potent medicine for martial arts cultivation. Consuming it after steaming or boiling can greatly stimulate the cellular activity of martial artists and rapidly elevate their life level. Although this potent medicine carries the risk of damaging one's foundation, the martial arts competition is imminent. We have no choice but to resort to radical measures, since it's not like we're damaging our own foundation. Upon hearing this, Commander Wang couldn't help but smile. But then he frowned and instinctively covered his nose. Why is there a strange, slightly foul smell? Who left this here? At this time, inside the training base, Yang Qingxiu walked out of the secluded training room with a face full of excitement. "Hahaha! Great! I've finally broken through to level 50. With 3 weeks to go before the martial arts tournament, I've already broken through to level 50 and completed the mission ahead of schedule." Yang Qingxiu raised her hand, and a chill instantly filled the surroundings. In just a few seconds, the moisture in the surrounding air instantly condensed, forming a solid ice wall. S-rank frost body, ice curtain great wall, defensive skill. Level 50 is indeed a watershed moment in cultivation, marking a more thorough evolution of one's life form. However, one's vital energy and strength still need to be improved, otherwise, the true power of one's innate skills cannot be unleashed. The perfect ice curtain wall can instantly separate the southern county province in two. Yang Qingxiu waved her hand to dispel the ice wall and said triumphantly. An 18-year-old level 50 martial artist. Even on the entire ancestral planet, they are among the very few. Absolutely geniuses. Yang Qingxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is the advantage of clinging to a powerful figure, especially one as strong as Commander Wang. Hehe, Lin Fan, you now. Damn it! Why did I think of him again? What bad luck! Yang Qingxiu stomped her foot angrily, her mood instantly becoming irritable. Miss Yang. The guards arrived just then, carrying the storage box. Secret guard? Yang Qingxiu dared not be negligent. Although the secret guards are essentially just private bodyguards, they represent Commander Wang behind the scenes. Miss Yang, these are the materials that the commander asked me to give you. Consuming it after steaming or boiling can significantly enhance one's life potential. A significant breakthrough in life level. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingxiu's face immediately lit up with joy. He immediately bowed and pledged his loyalty, saying, "Thank you for your generous reward, Commander. I am deeply grateful. In the future, Miss Yang, you'd better take it quickly." Before Yang Qingxiu could finish speaking, the guards couldn't help but urge her on. He held the storage box extremely high with both hands, and although his face was covered, his expression was still faintly distorted. There was no way around it, the stench from this storage box was just too overwhelming. What is this? Yang Qingxiu noticed something was wrong and hesitantly took the storage box. Just as I was about to speak, a stench so strong it seemed to have fermented to its extreme choked me. Ugh, it stinks. Who pooped here? Yang Qingxiu instinctively wanted to drop the storage box, but immediately realized what she was doing. Who would dare to throw away something bestowed upon them by Commander Wang? My lord, did Commander Wang really order me to take it? That's right. The guard nodded, that was the commander's exact words. He told you to drink it all after you've suffered through the ordeal. Yang Qingxiu had no choice but to comply. Never mind, I doubt Commander Wang would lie to me. Buzz. The next second, an indescribable object appeared in Yang Qingxiu's palm. Are you sure this isn't shit? The guard was clearly stunned for a long time. Everything is at the commander's command. I will just carry out the orders. All right, Commander Wang doesn't have such a perverse sense of humor. It must be some kind of mysterious medicinal herb. Yang Qingxiu gritted her teeth and put the mosaic-like substance in her palm into the medicine pot to boil. Upon entering the water, this mysterious substance instantly melted like cream. The flavor is becoming increasingly rich and mellow. Yang Qingxiu had no choice but to hold her nose and endure it, carefully controlling the heat. Several hours later. It should be done, Lord Guard. You've worked hard too, would you like to have a bite first? Yang Qingxiu scooped up a spoonful, wanting the guards to test the poison first. I am not worthy of such a treat. The guards immediately hid far away. All right, for the sake of life level. I'll risk it all. Yang Qingxiu looked up. Boil it all in one gulp. Miss Yang is truly a woman who is just as capable as any man. The guard gave her a thumbs up. It truly is a top-grade medicinal herb. I felt an extremely powerful energy churning in my stomach. Yang Qingxiu tried her best to suppress the gurgling in her throat. It would be a waste to spit out such precious medicinal herbs. Hehe, eating hot pot before winter is even here. At this moment, Commander Wang suddenly arrived. Commander. The guard immediately bowed. Commander Wang nodded and glanced into the medicine pot. He wrinkled his nose and exclaimed, "What is this thing?" Snap! The spoon in Yang Qingxiu's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 69. Hehe, Commander Wang. Commander Wang, please don't joke with your student. In an instant, countless bad premonitions flashed through Yang Qingxiu's mind. I also vaguely know the answer. But she refused to believe it. As a proud, aloof girl, if this gets out, how am I ever going to maintain my image? Yang Qingxiu, when did this commander ever joke with you? Besides, what exactly are you cooking? Could it be the legendary 9 intestines? Or are young people these days just really good at eating? At this moment, the guard finally couldn't help but interject. Commander, these are the materials you instructed me to deliver to Miss Yang. What? Commander Wang was taken aback. He disregarded the pungent smell and hurriedly looked at the pot. The indescribable substance churning in this pot looks nothing like the crimson soul grass. Yang Qingxiu, you haven't had your drink yet, have you? Hehe, sir, guess. Yang Qingxiu revealed a meaningful smile. Mixed with despair, grief, and lingering memories. Secret guards. What on earth is going on? Commander Wang looked at the secret guards. Logically speaking, the symbiosis cult has no reason to play tricks on them, since both sides are in a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. But the secret guards were utterly loyal, they had no reason to lie to him. Reporting to the commander, I searched high and low and found only this one storage box that meets the requirements. So you didn't notice anything unusual? Your subordinate noticed something amiss, but dared not investigate rashly, so. The guards reviewed the situation again. The item has been switched. Is it the work of a symbiotic cult or someone else? Commander Wang fell silent. He patted Yang Qingxiu on the shoulder and comforted her. It's all right, I believe no one would be so bored as to put something like this in a storage box. Half an hour later. Office. There really are people this bored. Daring to covet what belongs to this commander. Commander Wang slammed his fist on the table. There is a lab report above. Test results, E. coli levels are too high. After his anger subsided, Commander Wang also felt a vague sense of unease. Why did things happen by such a coincidence? The location chosen by the symbiotic cult is extremely secluded, and there is absolutely no chance of any leaks. Who is behind this? Commander Wang made a mental connection and suddenly remembered the mysterious disappearance of Lin Ruhe. Could there be some connection between the two? And who is watching me from behind? Commander Wang felt a slight chill run down his spine. He decided to take the risk and personally go to the symbiosis cult's stronghold in Nanjiang City to investigate. Late at night. Nanjiang City. Commander Wang, fully disguised, used his divine sense to observe the area and quickly jumped into the sewer entrance. Why aren't there even any sentries? Commander Wang felt even more uneasy. Keep moving forward. We have finally arrived at the core area. What's going on? Commander Wang was breathing rapidly, his heart pounding with shock. The scene before them was like a living hell, with all sorts of gruesome corpses of symbiotic cult members lying haphazardly in pools of dried blood. This scene clearly shows that a great battle has taken place. Someone has broken into the symbiotic underground base, and the person in charge, Umbrella, was completely unaware. Commander Wang broke out in a cold sweat. Where is Steward Zhang? Bang! Commander Wang hurriedly opened the secret chamber, but before he even entered, he was stunned by the sight before him. A humanoid snake-like body lies in an unknown liquid, clearly already dead. Deacon Zhang is dead. Commander Wang's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. The symbiosis cult's stronghold was completely wiped out. Damn it, the evidence of my association with the symbiosis cult must be destroyed. Commander Wang found the study, which indeed contained a large number of documents. Commander Wang searched through all sorts of documents for a long time, but couldn't find his own. Then there's only one possibility. Commander Wang's mind raced. From the moment Lin Ruhe mysteriously disappeared, people followed the clues and eventually found their way to the symbiotic cult here. But who exactly is this person? Could he be a master sent by the Alliance? But according to the Federation's style, I should have been arrested by now. Commander Wang racked his brains but couldn't come up with a solution. But he knew that the person behind him was definitely a martial arts master who was no less skilled than himself. At least a level 600 martial artist. With such strength, wouldn't it be better to go to the Federation and ask for a commander position? Why did they have to come to this poor, remote place in Nanjun province to investigate themselves? No matter who that person is, we must find a way to find them. The evidence of my association with the symbiosis cult is most likely all in that person's hands. If this gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. A ruthless glint flashed across Commander Wang's face. No matter who the other party is, as long as they dare to hinder my progress, we must eliminate them at any cost. Boom! Commander Wang gathered a ball of qi and blood energy in his palm, and then casually released it. The powerful energy and blood became even hotter, gathering without dispersing, and actually formed a rising sun. In the blink of an eye, all traces within the stronghold were completely destroyed. Commander Wang used his mental power to control the Great Sun, which was formed from qi and blood, and controlled its power with unparalleled precision. Explosions are art. But the ability to control explosions at will is a sign of strength. Projecting one's consciousness outward to manipulate objects. This is an ability possessed only by a spiritual master. Commander Wang deliberately concealed this identity. No one would have guessed that Commander Wang, a level 600 commander who guards this region, also has the identity of a mentalist. The spiritualist is my trump card that I've kept hidden for many years. Hehe, with this kind of identity. Among martial artists of the same level, none can kill me. Commander Wang, exuding a murderous aura, quickly left. He must immediately send people to investigate secretly and find out who is behind this. Even if the other party is indeed from the Federation, we must kill them secretly at all costs. Of course, this matter should also be reported to those idiots in the symbiosis cult. A stronghold with dozens of people was completely wiped out without any explanation. At the same time, Lin Family Villa, Nanjiang City. All the materials are ready. I've already used up all the viewing opportunities for the Imperial Seal. In just a few days, I've memorized all the insights I gained from it. Uncle Fu finally delivered the remaining materials. Without further ado, Lin Fan decided to begin the refining process today. After practicing the various steps of weapon crafting repeatedly over the past few days, I have fully understood all the unfamiliar and unclear parts. Spiritual weapons are inherently objects of the destiny of heaven and earth. If the basic skills are sound, the final outcome still depends on the luck of the refiner. The 100 Refinements to Godhood System. 41/999. Host, Lin Fan. Life Level, 10.1. Realm, Level 94 Martial Artist. Strength, 10,050 kilograms. Speed, 661 m/s. Over the course of several days, Lin Fan continued to complete her daily tasks without fail. The system has been upgraded by 1 level. His cultivation level also increased by 2 levels. Level 94. We're getting closer and closer to becoming true level 100 martial artists. It should take less than a week to fully break through to level 100. After reading it, Lin Fan casually glanced at the self-discipline points. Autonomous points, 550. I had 200 self-discipline points left from the last lottery, and with what I've gained these past few days, I've just made 500. Let's have a go to liven things up. Lin Fan immediately made the decision. Bite. 500 self-discipline points consumed, currently participating in the lottery. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have won a bonus prize, Lucky Charm *1. What are Lucky Charms? Chapter 70. Lucky Charms, could they increase luck? Lin Fan looked at the prize description with a question in her mind. Lucky Charm grants the user 100 luck points upon use. A certain number of luck points are consumed depending on different actions taken. Note, the spell will automatically expire once the luck points are used up. That is, after using it, all my subsequent actions. They all increase my chances of success by consuming luck points. Its purpose is very simple. The results were astonishing. If I use luck points when forging spiritual weapons, wouldn't that greatly increase the success rate? Originally, the Jadeite King could increase the probability by 40%. Now with Lucky Charms, the success rate can soar to another level. Although I don't know how much this 100 luck points will increase the success rate of refining. But at least it can boost confidence and provide positive psychological reinforcement. Boom! The next second, Lin Fan used his qi and blood to ignite the furnace. Everything is ready, and the east wind is blowing. The time to forge a spiritual weapon has arrived. Call! Lin Fan stirred his qi and blood, and the flames in the furnace suddenly surged. As a result, the temperature in the entire room suddenly rose. The entire process of forging spiritual weapons requires the externalization and burning of a martial artist's own vital energy. If Lin Fan hadn't already reached level 100. Even if you have all the materials, you still can't start the refining process. Then, materials such as fire crystal, crimson soul grass, and Jade Crystal King were placed into the furnace in order. After all the items were placed in the Lucky Charm, Lin Fan activated the spell. Bite. Lucky Charm successfully used. Current luck rating, 100/100. Current progress, crafting a fire spirit weapon, continuously consuming luck points. Done. Now I can focus entirely on refining it. If I still fail, then my luck has truly hit rock bottom. Boom! Lin Fan maximized his energy output, fully immersing himself in the refining process. During this period, he not only had to precisely control the heat, but also had to be distracted by driving the entire process. The refining of the materials alone took a full 3 hours. The next step is the fusion of various materials, which is also the first major hurdle in the entire refining process. Lin Fan used his qi and blood to stir the various materials in the furnace, causing them to combine with each other. If there is even the slightest mistake, all previous efforts will be in vain. In previous practice sessions, Lin Fan had made many mistakes in this step. But I feel exceptionally relaxed today. The fusion process was incredibly smooth, as if all the materials had been arranged in advance. Lin Fan immediately realized that this must be the effect of the lucky charm. As expected of a lucky charm, it relieved most of my stress. I just don't know how long this luck stat of 100 will last. The entire first refining process proceeded exceptionally smoothly thanks to the lucky charm. The remaining 8 refining processes were completed smoothly and naturally. At this time, 2 days and 1 night have passed. Buzz. Lin Fan stopped feeding his blood and qi into the furnace, and the raging fire slowly died down. The room temperature has returned to normal. That's it. Lin Fan was a little confused, the difficulties she had imagined did not materialize. The biggest challenge, however, is the test of the continuous output of qi and blood. 2 days of non-stop output almost drained Lin Fan dry. Lucky charm. Current luck rating, 1/100. Current process, none. It even has a bit of luck stat. Is it that useful? Lin Fan was quite surprised. The forging of spiritual weapons is inherently highly dependent on luck. Even the secret techniques state that 3 parts depend on human effort and 7 parts on fate. Under such circumstances, the lucky charm still had a little bit of luck left. The lucky charm is a good thing, even though I only have this little bit of luck left. But we must not waste them, we must make the most of them. After saying that, Lin Fan looked at the furnace and took out the things that were being refined inside. A drop of fire element essence. The essence, no bigger than a thumb, is made from dozens of rare materials. The truly concentrated essence. Moreover, only those with great fortune can successfully refine this essence. Lin Fan hit the mark on his first try. For other martial arts families, it would take generations of hard work and dedication. Once this essence is released, it will inevitably cause a great upheaval. After all, this is a spiritual weapon that is regarded as the foundation of various forces. As long as you choose the right weapon and infuse it with your essence, you can obtain a fire elemental weapon. As for the weapons, Lin Fan had already had Uncle Fu prepare them. The heaven-piercing bow. Lin Fan took out a bow and arrow that was half the height of a person from his spatial ring. The bow and arrow are entirely bronze in color, and are the largest type of bow ever made. Every visible part is made of the finest materials. This was found by Uncle Fu at an auction. The starting bid is a whopping 100 million. It was purchased by Lin Fan for 250 million star coins. The main selling point is that they have a lot of money and can do whatever they want. Although the white horse treading on snow possesses the power of lightning element, it is primarily a melee weapon. Now that I've acquired another spirit weapon, I'll naturally choose a ranged weapon. Buzz. Wow! No wonder it's a top-grade giant bow. Lin Fan drew his bow, even though he was already close to level 100. However, it is still difficult to draw the bow to its full extent using physical strength. This kind of giant bow is exactly what I want. Lin Fan placed the fire element essence into the sky-breaking bow, which was quickly absorbed by the bow itself. The surface of the broken sky bow is undergoing visible changes. The original bronze color faded, and a crimson color began to appear. Red auspicious clouds gradually covered the entire bow and arrow. Auspicious clouds flashed with red light, containing the fire elemental power within the essence. The intense heat continued to spread outwards. There are a total of 108 auspicious clouds. Lin Fan counted them. But it's unclear whether the number of auspicious clouds is related to any particular meaning. Buzz. As the change progressed, the sky-breaking bow suddenly trembled violently all over. Return to calm. Is it finished? Lin Fan looked at the sky-piercing bow in front of him and pointed at the trees in the courtyard. Heaven-piercing bow, charge! Ga. No response? Lin Fan tried several more times and finally concluded that the sky-breaking bow could not be the same as the white horse treading on snow. It can be controlled by voice. It seems that the white horse treading on snow is indeed quite special and must have a great background. I didn't have the chance to find out in my past life, so I must find a way to investigate it thoroughly in this life. Lin Fan raised his hand, and the heaven-piercing bow appeared in his hand. He stroked the mysterious auspicious clouds above the bow and arrow with satisfaction, feeling the intense energy fluctuations emanating from within. The main reason we chose the Great Power Bow type was because of its power. A powerful bow, when fully drawn, is already incredibly powerful. Now that it has become a spiritual weapon, its power must be even more astonishing. Lin Fan waved his hand and put the sky-breaking bow into his spatial ring. The spirit weapon is too powerful, we need to find a suitable place to test it. Ancestral Star. Inside a mysterious space. An elder of the symbiotic cult, clad in a golden robe, knelt solemnly before an altar. Master, Master, our base in Nanjun province. They were wiped out with swift and decisive action. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson aura shot into the sky from the altar. A massive phantom slowly solidified. Hiss! An indescribable ball of flesh rapidly solidified, swelled, and gradually compressed the entire altar space. Instantly, the entire space was filled with a pungent, rotten smell. Master! The golden-robed elder lay prostrate on the ground, his body trembling.